They demanded Li Taixian hand over the Book of Heaven, mocking his self-proclaimed rule. The men had gathered to crush him, leaving no escape. He scoffed. Did they truly think they could subdue him? Emperor Qi Wu Shizuan and Demon Jinwu only held a mere copy. What a pity. If such pathetic vermin craved the Book of Heaven so desperately, they'd perish with him. How dare he threaten to shatter the entire immortal realm? Opening his eyes, he realized this was Earth. No battle with the Emperor, no explosion from that wretch Wu or the demon. His theory was right. The Book of Heaven had sent him back in time. Reborn, he was back. His name was Li Taixian, once lord of the Taixian world, reigning over parallel realms. His power had forged a supreme, immortal body. Huzhou Station stirred distant memories. This overlord hadn't forgotten. If he recalled correctly, this was his first visit there, around age 20. His phone rang. A voice demanded to know where he'd vanished to. The school staff dinner was starting in 30 minutes. Did he even care to show? Why was her boyfriend so useless? Li Taixian recalled this trip to Huzhou was to visit that deceitful woman. He'd planned to meet her family, propose, and seek her hand, but she had other schemes, inviting a rich, second-generation fool named Yang Xiaokong. Looming over him, Yang Xiaokong sneered that Li Taixian should know who he was crossing before chasing someone else's woman. The girl scoffed, calling him a delusional dreamer if he thought she'd ever love him. Yang Xiaokong was ruthless. Li Taixian vowed silently. He'd make him pay. Let this petty mortal wait. He'd even dared to scar such a noble face with acid. Later, Li Taixian was framed for unlawful rape, sentenced to over a decade in prison. That wretch had orchestrated his downfall. Rape? Absurd, when he grasped heavenly truths. His father had been gravely ill. After prison, Li Taixian sold everything to save him, only to return to a cold corpse. For years, he wandered like a stray dog, scraping by without purpose. Eventually, he chose escape. Ending it was a twisted blessing, freeing his soul to drift into the Shushin kingdom, where he rose as a Taixian heir. In his past life, he'd been foolish and weak, but that was behind him. The bitterest part was enduring the shame of his mortal sins. Those humiliations lingered, but this emperor would ascend to the heavens and exact vengeance for future wrongs. Driving a taxi, Li Taixian felt their car swerve as another cut them off. The driver, confused, turned to check on his passenger, only to find the back seat empty. Li Taixian had vanished. The collision sent the car skidding toward the bridge's edge. In that critical moment, Li Taixian seized the vehicle, preventing a catastrophe. Li Taixian thought, what a pathetic mortal. Why were they gawking? They should call for help. His strength was still too feeble. He needed to grow stronger to shield his family. The driver approached, profusely thanking him. Li Taixian brushed it off as fate, a trivial act not worth fussing over. The man insisted that if Li Taixian ever needed a favor, he could ask for anything. Though old, his family wielded considerable influence. Li Taixian declined, saying it was unnecessary. Suddenly, the girl shouted for him to hold still. Their family didn't accept charity. They insisted on showing gratitude. Did he need anything? The grandfather scolded her for being rude. Li Taixian asked the Chu family if they were so insistent, he'd humor them. He required 100,000-year-old ginseng to refine his frail mortal frame. Could they deliver? The old man chuckled at his peculiar speech. He introduced his granddaughter, Chu Shiwelian, admitting he'd spoiled her. Li Taixian didn't seem local. How should he address him? Li Taixian cut through the formalities. Could they provide what he asked, or were their promises empty? Was this mortal deceit? Chu Shiwelian, watching, thought he was trying to scam her grandfather. Suddenly, she noticed something odd and yelled for him to watch out. The assailant shouted, cursing the foolish child for wrecking his car. How dare he foil a flawless plan? Now, he'd pay with his life. He lunged from behind, but Li Taixian spun to face him in an instant. The man gasped. How was this possible? With a single glance, Li Taixian sent him crashing into a tree. He thought, did this lowly mortal insect dare challenge him? The grandfather marveled, Was he really sparing the attacker? This was the power of a legendary practitioner. Was he a prodigal heir of a hidden clan, or a great master so young? Great masters were elusive, typically ancient, and rare. A young great master was unheard of. His odd accent suddenly made sense. Chu Shiwilian was baffled by the movement. He'd slain the assassin without lifting a finger. Who was this guy? Passing the fallen man, Li Taixian remarked that this pitiful excuse for an assassin could kill, but dared to insult this venerable one? The old man bowed, begging forgiveness. He recognized Li Taixian as a legendary practitioner and apologized for his and his granddaughter's short-sightedness. How could he repay him? Li Taixian's eyes caught a glint on the man's neck. The jade pendant's energy felt familiar. Could it be from the immortal realm? He demanded the jade pendant as repayment. If the old man wished to settle the debt, he'd hand it over. The old man questioned this old jade. Was the young man certain he wanted it? Since he valued it so highly, the old man was willing to part with it. Li Taixian explained that mortals couldn't harness such a jade pendant, but its power was invaluable to him. Their debt was settled, so they could go. He'd return to his affairs. Ju Suilian Vawen, Wat Li. She pressed her grandfather. Why give the jade to such an oddball? He was just a fighter. What was so remarkable? The old man asked if she knew of the southeastern military base and Long Tianzhong, the top master of the region, tasked with guarding the northwestern border for years. Long had crushed numerous terrorist groups attempting to breach China, his name a legend. He'd once stormed a riot zone in West Africa, eliminating a high-value target amid a hail of bullets, slaying over 2,000 enemies, earning an invincible myth in the military. His code name struck fear. Chu Shiwilian asked why her grandfather shared this tale. What did it have to do with that guy? He replied to the young man they met was at least on par with Long Tianzhong. Li Taixian recalled the humiliation he'd endured in his past life. Right here. Now, everything was different. He relished the chance to settle scores with that wretch for his mortal sins. Meeting him again was a delight. He'd savor this. Qi Shuang complained that this party mattered to her, yet he arrived late. So useless. How could he keep his girlfriend waiting all day? Snapping that she was a harlot, he retorted that a minor road accident delayed him. His actions, as a venerable one, were none of her concern. She recoiled. Did he just call her harlot? Why was he speaking so strangely? He felt like a stranger. Before, he'd fawned over her like a lovesick puppy. Had he hit his head or something? A girl approached Qi Shuang, asking if this was her boyfriend. His odd speech, some village boy perhaps? His shabby appearance explained why Qi Shuang hit him. If she were Qi Shuang, she'd pick Yang Xiaokong too. Li Taixian thought, another trivial girl. Su Xiaoying, a language teacher, noble profession, tainted by a wretched soul. In his past life, she'd scorned him as a mere mortal. Qi Shuang snapped that his presence at such a high-class event was grating. Couldn't he have worn something decent? He was embarrassing her in front of everyone. Su Xiaoying grabbed her hand, urging her to ditch this broke, worthless boy. She should come with her and leave this kid to fester alone. Li Taixian recalled this moment from his past life. Su Xiaoying's contempt never wavered, unaware he could hurl her into the next building, reducing her to pulp. Spotting Qi Shuang, Yang Xiaokong asked if she'd come with Li Taixian. She replied he couldn't even show up on time, so don't bother about him. He mocked Li Taixian's aloofness. Nobody there seemed to claim him as a friend. Qi Shuang begged him to drop it. It was ruining her mood. Catching his eye, Qi Shuang's gaze pleaded not to judge her. Li Taixian thought, let her blame her own inadequacy. He was simply too great for her. Yang Xiaokong preset Qi Shuang? Why hesitata? Choose him and ditch the pathetic boy. She knew how Li Taixian treated her. Approaching Li Taixian, Yang greeted him, asking if he was indeed Li Taixian. The reply came sharp. A venerable being like him didn't shake hands. Mortal customs didn't apply to a ruler. Yang wasn't even worthy. Yang Xiaokong bristled. How dare he insult him? Qi Shuang shrieked, demanding an apology. Yang was the deputy head of their school's teaching department. How could Li Taixian stay at the school after this? Others rallied around Yang, jeering. How dare he disrespect him? Did he want to die? Apologize, or he wouldn't leave the banquet alive. They sneered that nobody liked Li Taixian. His money meant nothing. He should scram. Li Taixian thought, still yapping. He'd altered time, forging a new timeline trajectory. They demanded he crawl back to where he came from, or they'd deal with him. He was utterly unworthy of her. The director of the educational department stormed over, ordering Li Taixian to stand and apologize to Yang Xiaokong immediately. He was to forfeit his place. He had no right to be there. Li Taixian retorted that if he wasn't worthy to sit, no one was. Did the director get that? Trash like Yang Xiaokong was far less deserving. Yang Xiaokong scoffed. Who was he fooling? He held shares in the hotel. Why wasn't Li Taixian worthy? Compared to him, Li owned nothing and deserved nothing. Rising, Li Taixian declared he was done with this farce. Let Yang sit if he must. He'd watch him humiliate himself elsewhere. But something felt off about the place. As Yang Xiaokong sat, his backside erupted in flames. Qi Shuang rushed to him, but her skirt caught fire too. She screamed for help as the blaze spread to her. A man sprinted over with a bucket of water, yelling for the crowd to clear a path. He doused both of them. Yang Xiaokong, bewildered, couldn't fathom why the chair ignited. Glancing up, he saw the chandelier swinging wildly. Suddenly, bulbs shattered, shards raining down on him. He shrieked for someone to help. Li Taixian hoisted him up, saying they'd better get him to a hospital. An infection could spell trouble. Watching, Li Taixian thought Yang's struggles were futile. Escorting him to the car, the man tried to soothe Yang Xiaokong, assuring him they were heading to the hospital. They loaded him in and drove off. Midway, their car burst into flames. They scrambled out, fleeing. Onlookers gaped, none offering aid. Li Taixian observed, amused. What a spectacle these mortals put on. Let them keep playing their parts. They held his interest. Qi Shuang told Li Taixian it was late. He could leave without her. The marriage proposal tomorrow would proceed. He asked if the harlots still planned to accept. What show would they stage tomorrow to amuse him? He mused that their petty mortal games were far from over. This was merely the prelude. Tomorrow's proposal promised intrigue. Let them play their roles well and leave no regrets. Qi Shuang reflected on how far Li Taixian had come just to see her, yet this was how she treated him. She decided to let him go. They weren't meant to be. She deserved someone higher. Taking her friend's hand, she suggested they leave. She and that pitiful loser were mismatched. Only someone exceptional like Yang Xiaokong was worthy of her. She mentioned her boyfriend would be at the Imperial Club, where they had a free room. If her friend wanted, they could hang out. She'd go home, change, and party. She needed it more than anyone. Li Taixian's phone rang. Chu Xuelian. She asked where he was. Since he'd just arrived, she assumed he lacked a place to stay. Her grandfather wanted her to show him the city. While they spoke, lodging was being arranged if he needed it. He addressed her as Honorable Lady Lotus, accepting her offer. He was at Chuang Place's crossroads and asked if she could pick him up. Moments after hanging up, a girl approached, offering flowers. She thought she hadn't seen such a striking young man in ages. She asked if he had a place to stay. Why not come to her home? Li Taixian retorted, her home? This little witch should scamper off. She couldn't afford a venerable one like him. She could toy with other mortals. He had matters to attend. A witch playing games? With such feeble magic cloaking her body? How bold! She wasn't afraid of annihilation. Did she court death? The girl, stunned, asked if he saw her true form. Impressive, but she wouldn't let him slip away so easily. Release him into a basket with flowers from his hands. The girl immediately told him to stand still and let her suck all his energy. Suddenly, something strange began to happen to her body. She thought, is this really a lot of pressure and energy? Is this really all coming from him? How is this possible? And her body seems to be torn apart. Her cultivation was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Looking him straight in the eye, the girl asked who he was. Li Taixian asked when God walks among mortals, who would dare to cause discord. The pitiful child dares to challenge him? What ignorance! Turning to the little witch, he said that this venerable one is feeling generous today. How will she make amends to this monarch? Let him speak and not sit back and waste his time. Didn't he tell her he had things to do? She began to ask him for forgiveness and pray for mercy. Please let her go. She will get out of his way. The girl made a mistake. Please don't punish her. The taxi driver stopped and started shouting to the guy. What was he doing? Stop picking on such an innocent young lady. How could a young man like him do this to her? He was lucky that the man was in such a good mood. Otherwise, he would have shown him. Turning to the girl, he invited her to get into the car to take her away from this rude man. Let him ignore this guy. He will never have a girlfriend. Such men will remain lonely for the rest of their lives. He thought that let the little witch live, but for now he will prepare and improve the longevity pill by then. They'll see each other soon, and then he'll deal with her. The guy will suck all her demonic energy dry. The taxi driver asked if Miss was okay. He just saw her drop flowers from the basket. Is she really selling flowers for the soul? She replied that yes. She planted many types of beautiful flowers in her flower bed at home. The girl asked if he really wanted to buy flowers from her. They can stay with her. It's right above Manhwa Lane, overlooking Shangshan Mountain. She thought that whoever that young man was, he had hurt her. She needed to replenish her supply of vitality in order to heal. Let him consider himself a happy boy. It's time for her to reinforce himself with his energy. Let him not blame her, but also blame himself for courting death. At this moment, the same girl drives up to Li Taixian. When she came out, she asked if he liked her car. Would you like to go for a ride? The guy replied that she had a wonderful car. He wishes to express his solemn gratitude to her grandfather for sheltering this humble man. Sitting in the car, the girl asked him who were the two people who were arguing with him before her arrival. If she wants, will she teach them a lesson? The girl could find someone to do this. Li Taixian asked her not to worry and not to bother herself with these worldly little things. What happens, happens. People just willingly bring trouble upon themselves. There is no cure for stupidity. The girl asked again, are you getting into trouble? What does Mr. Li mean? Suddenly, their car was almost cut off. As it turned out, this is the same taxi that the girl got into. Chu Shiwelian asked the guy if he saw what was happening there. Li Taixian replied that she was just a little witch engrossed in her meal. Nothing worth mentioning. There are many unusual things in the world. Let the girl not worry. Such things are just nothing. They are ants in front of such a respectable person like him. Let her be calm. She wondered how he reveals such mystical things. Who is he really? Does he know about such things? Besides, he told her not to worry about it. It was strange to say the least. Half an hour later, the girl said that she really liked their conversation. It was very informative. She even got used to how strange the guy talks. The guy can go in first and rest. She will be there soon. As soon as he wanted to go inside, he was immediately stopped and asked where he was going. Li Taixian asked the mortal to let him pass, saying that the Venerable One was invited to stay there. The guy asked him who says that. Will he stay there? Invitation? Does the poor guy in such rags really want to stay there? Does he even have a membership card? He replied that no, he came there with a friend. She is a good and honest girl. The man said no, stop. They are there only to entertain club members. If he does not have a membership card, please let him leave the premises. He just can't imagine such a tramp with his girlfriend. Seriously? Does anyone else dare to walk with such a poor fellow like him? A second man appeared and began to ask what happened and what was going on there in general. The guy told manager Zhao about the guy's claim that he was invited to stay there. Can he trust this guy? The man replied that he was just another poor guy. Is he looking for something to eat? Li Taixian replied that he should watch his tone, so as not to tempt him. And in general, does he know who the guy is? Zhao replied that he knew him. That poor useless boy from the party. And he is Su Xiaoying's boyfriend. The guy replied that he didn't know that she had someone. He kept hearing her bragging about her boyfriend, but he didn't think that he was just a lobby manager. The manager said, what a lot of impudence this guy has. How can he talk to him like that? Although he can't even speak properly. Does he have any idea where he is now? This is a prestigious imperial club. Only the highest elites came there. This is a high society club. There is no place for people like him. Qi Shuang saw him and asked what the guy was doing there. Let him stop this already. Why is he even there? Does the guy even know what this place is? The guy asked why the harlot is there. Even that girl is also there, surrounded by these boring people. He is respectable. just waiting for the lady he knows to return. She will be there soon. She went to park her luxury car. The girl began to scream. Why didn't she notice this before? He is too deeply absorbed in her vanity. Let him stop pretending and behave with dignity. The fact that he went there to get her attention is just sad. He asked the venerable man, is he chasing her? She is acting wild and unreasonable. No one will just chase vanity. Let them play their games somewhere else. The girl shouted that it was none of his business and that he should stop talking such nonsense. Li Taixian asked for the sake of samsara, why is she still there? This venerable man is done with her. Let him leave him alone. Such an uncouth woman. Her inelegant manners tire him. The girl told him not to dare talk to her like that. Did he say that he came there to live? Live in this place? The guy has no right to live there at all. Chu Shiwilian came in and shouted that he certainly has the right to be there. The girl asked if he was okay. I apologize for being late. The damn parking lot was full. Manager Zhou immediately asked what was Miss doing there. The girl asked why wouldn't she suddenly be there? Mr. Noble guest whom she invited personally. The Chu family is responsible for this. They took care to ensure his arrival. And they are idiots, rude to him and force her guests to leave. She ordered them to kneel down and slap their faces until their guest, Mr. Li, was satisfied. Let them do it. This is her order. Qi Shuang asked her friend, who is this woman? Why is her boyfriend afraid of her? The girl said that she is Miss CH3U. Her family practically owns Huzhou. Some guy from the VIP tried to hit her. After that, they learned that he came out with several broken bones and serious injuries to his limbs. She thought about how she never expected Li Taixian to become someone's pawn so shamelessly. How low had he fallen? The girl thought that this woman was really blind. She has no foresight at all. Truly a harlot. She can't even tell how good a man is, because Mr. Li is a dragon among men. She wondered if it was contempt? No, the girl is just making things up. Miss Chu can't do it. Let the guy wait until this woman plays with him. When he cries, let him not crawl on his knees to her. As soon as they entered the room, the girl immediately asked Mr. Li to become her teacher. He has impressive knowledge, and she would like to be his student. The money was transferred to his account. Let him accept her sincere gratitude. He replied that it was a noble endeavor, but her fitness as a practitioner was too inept to be a student of this venerable one. She immediately told Mr. Li that she dreamed of being one of the strongest. If he took her as a student, she would listen to his every word. Practicing martial arts was always her dream. It was always what she strived for. The guy thought, should he agree? Although her beauty is better than anything he has seen in this world. Perhaps, if there are ways, she will one day become immortal, or perhaps not. He is always ready to help if he can. The money that the girl gave will allow him to grow a new body, the sun. He asked what Miss Chu is doing. Let her dress more comfortably. She is now having a civilized conversation. They still have a lot to do. He would accept her as a probationary, uninvited student if she wished, and, as such, the girl would not embarrass herself publicly. From now on, he is her master. There are some things she needs to know. Let her remember who she became. They are descendants of Thailand. Although only formally, she can be considered a disciple of this blood. They are not a sect or a cult, but a great civilization of the world. The girl asked where he came from. Li Taixian replied that from a distant kingdom, very far away, no mortal could enter this kingdom. Someday, perhaps, she will do it. One day, when her strength is strong enough, this venerable master will take her to see their glorious empire. Even the heavens cannot compare with the Tianxiang upper realm. She noticed that every time the master talks about this, he looks sad, because when he left, there were still people there that he was looking after. It's just something to think about, just a stupid feeling, nothing more. He told Shueshi that her cultivation level was quite high. Why was she so desperate to become even stronger? The girl replied that all she needs to do is try to become stronger than Big Brother Taixian. She needs it. So one day, she will finally be able to stand next to him on top of the world. He wondered what she was doing now. Did you really try your best all this time? Will they try to find him and search the galaxy and the entire outside world? Bowing, the girl told the master that she would not bother him anymore. The guy replied that everything is fine. She can go. Looking at that same pendant, he squeezed it in his hands and broke it. The guy thought that this mixed stone with supernatural power was originally the only one of its kind. Unfortunately, it had already dried up. The Taishan Qi in his body cannot be activated yet. He needs to do something. Perhaps it would be better to look elsewhere. There will definitely be more somewhere on Earth. No matter that his current cultivation is sufficient for worldly living conditions and protection, once he finds a suitable treasure and successfully enters the Taishan realm, he will finally activate it. As soon as he opened the door, those same guys appeared before his eyes. They asked for forgiveness and begged to be released. They understood that they had done wrong and repented. In his previous life, this trash was Yang Xiaokong's most loyal dog. What they did to him, do they really think he will forgive them? Even after thousands of years, he will endure this resentment until the debt is paid. As soon as the guy headed towards the road, a car flew past him at high speed. In her window, he saw a girl begging for help. He took this girl somewhere into the forest. He said that if she allowed him to have a good time with her, then this contract could be signed right tonight. The girl tried to negotiate with him, saying that if they didn't let her go right away, she would call the police. But everything was pointless. As soon as he began to pester the girl, Li Taixian knocked on the car window. Having rolled down the window in the car, the guy asked what he wanted. Can't he see that they are busy? If he doesn't have anything nice to say, let him get lost. The guy asked why he was making fun of him. Let him get out of his car now. Song Zong came out with a bat in his hands. He began to tell the guy to listen to him, even give him another chance. Let him get out of there now. Otherwise, he will beat him up so badly that no one will even help him. Li Taixian replied that human nature knows no boundaries. Let the girl leave. He will leave him alone with his desires. The guy will let him live. Let him be grateful for this offer. The guy asked, did he hear correctly? He talks like a broken record. Does he even know who he is? No one in the area dared to talk to him like that. And certainly not a record like him. Even the people here dare not mess with him. The guy asked, did he really ask you to tell the story of his life? This person doesn't care about his insignificant status. The humans are always so willing to flaunt their egos. All this one asks is to let the woman go. Doesn't he understand human language? As soon as the guy swung his baton, Li Taixian stopped it with one hand and, squeezing it, it shattered into splinters. Song Zong told him not to think that he could cross the road to someone like him so easily. He lives in society. There are consequences for getting involved with people like him. His power is useless. The guy wouldn't dare mess with him. Li Taixian grabbed him and told him to listen. He absolutely doesn't care what the problem is. He doesn't see anything. The guy replied that he should just try to kill him. He is already a corpse. Dragging him towards a cliff, he said that it was very good. This king of the gods would fulfill his wish. Let him enjoy this moment. It's not every day that a guy dies at the hands of an immortal. The guy started screaming for him to let him go. Does he think he's afraid of his stupid threats? Sun shouted that he was many times better than the guy would ever be. This won't scare him at all. How dare he try to bluff? As he asked, Li Taixian let him go. As soon as he walked back to the car, the girl got out of it. She began to say something, when suddenly she fell unconscious. Imperial Club. Coming out of the shower, the girl asked the gentleman if he would have any change of clothes. The guy gave her one of his shirts. She thanked him. He replied that there was no need to thank him. If she didn't need anything else, she could go. The girls needed to rest and recuperate. The girl said that the person who would take her would arrive only tomorrow. She would be left completely alone. Does he think she can stay with him for just one night? He replied that he should do as he wished and said good night. Lying next to him, the girl thought what a strange man, but she doesn't know why she feels like this every time she approaches him. I felt calm and at ease. The next day, Chu Shiwilian told the master that her grandfather had heard that he was going to work at the Eastern Star Aristocratic School. It so happened that this school belongs to her family. Grandfather said that now the school will be his gift to him. This venerable did not expect that the influence of the Chu family extended so widely, even to this school. The family has some influence. They may be useful for his endeavors in the future. He asked his student to take care of herself. This venerable one still has something to do. Her great teacher will deal with her later. If there is nothing else, then have a good day. The girl also wished the master to take care of himself. Looking forward, he thought that the mother and daughter received this venerable past from all his worldly possessions. They took his money and sent him to jail. They didn't even bother to say that the man's venerable father had passed away. Today they will both meet his retribution. The woman asked, "Has she finally appeared? Has she come to see her mother? This is how it will all end. Let him make it clear. She must break all ties with him. It's not something to worry about, and it's not something to think about too much." The girl replied that she knew what to do. The woman should not tell her about it twice. She said that Mom is doing all this for her benefit. The Yang family is rich and powerful. If she married him, they wouldn't have to worry about what to put on the table and would live the good life. This is not a fairy tale about Cinderella. She has to do what she needs to survive, and not like in these stupid science fiction series and love shows. Let her look at her pathetic mother. When she was young, she willingly followed her father, but he was a useless idiot who suffered all his life. Her whole family is suffering because of him. Let her believe that this desire will bring her pain in the future. She still lives in a poor area to this day. The woman has been like this all her life. The girl will not be like her. Her daughter deserves better. Let her not follow in her footsteps. In the guy's video, the woman said he shouldn't be there. The girl asked, hasn't he seen her mother before? Why doesn't the guy say anything? Let him stop being so rude and say hello. After greeting, he said that the woman looked pretty good. She immediately began asking the guy how much he earns every month. The daughter replied that he was just a trainee teacher. He earns about $2,000 a month. Laughing, she asked only this small amount? He can't even afford the down payment on the house. They don't have enough money. Their wages are too low. After this, does he have the courage to propose to their daughter? The guy asked for money. He doesn't even hide it. What is money versus absolute power? She seems to have misunderstood. This time he is not there because of her. Chi Shuang shouted to the guy that that's enough. He doesn't need to say anything more. Doesn't he want to grow a little in this Miss Chu's eyes? Is he poor and needs money? She is disappointed in him. This only makes her look down on him even more. Suddenly, a car pulled up and several guys got out. While watching what was happening, I remembered that all the actors were in place. The stage is set. It looks like he came prepared. In his previous life, these two dogs were the ones who beat him. He remembers like it was yesterday. He began to tell his aunt that he had a small accident, and the guy had just recovered. He had only recently been discharged from the hospital, so he didn't bring her any gifts. How about giving her this new car? The woman replied that just look, in the future they are practically family for them. That's why it's so kind. The guy replied that this was his way of showing respect to his future mother-in-law. She said that her daughter really has foresight. Unlike some people, they are so poor that they came there empty-handed and want to eat for free. The guy began to say that he was really shameless, stalking his girlfriend near the house. He thought that he burned down in the hotel and was injured by the chandelier that day. It had something to do with this guy. I decided that I wouldn't let him leave today. Yang Xiaokong told the guy that if he were him, he would get out of there right now. As long as he hasn't humiliated anyone, if he leaves, the guy won't make it difficult for him to live at school. Calling them insignificant ants, he asked if they thought they could complicate his life. The guy replied that he was just a small trainee teacher there, and he was the deputy director of the educational department. Works for the dam management. If the guy wants to deal with him, it will be as easy as squashing an ant. Li Taixian asked if this was a question mark. Was he going to pacify him like this? Didn't the guy hear? Now this school belongs to him. This venerable school principal is now. Laughing, he asked what? Is he also the school principal? Did he really have such a good dream? Although bragging about this is not taxable, doesn't it make him feel bad to say it? Why is he even trying so hard? Why doesn't he boast that he is the mayor or the governor? Turning to the girl, he asked did she hear this? He said that he was the director of their school. The woman asked her daughter what to think about. She should not deal with such a person in the future. It is better to immediately cross this line. This act is truly shameful. The woman told Yang Xiaokong to ignore this country boy and go home with his mother-in-law. She will cook delicious food for him and his daughter. The guy asked his aunt how about she and the girl try out the new car and let him talk to this guy alone. After all, he doesn't want this leech to bother his girlfriend in the future. The woman replied that he was right. She would go with her daughter and try the new car. Let this guy remember his place well. They never let him near her daughter again. The guy told Li Taixian to kneel down and bark like a dog 100 times in front of him. After that, let him return from where he came and never appear in front of him or the girl. If he makes him laugh, maybe the guy will let him go so easily. Otherwise, he will make him understand what death means. The guy regrets that his mother isn't there to see it. She would probably regret that she gave birth to such a worthless person like him. Li asked had he finally decided to show him his true self? This venerable man knows what the guy will do to him. Is he going to cripple him, destroy his face with acid, and put him in jail for a crime he didn't commit? Yang Xiaokong said that since he already knows, the guy will not pretend, but now let him kneel in front of him. The guy grabbed him by the neck and called him an unbearable pig. He should just finish him off and send him into oblivion. But that would be too good for him. The guy must die slowly. Watching what was happening, the guys could not understand why this guy was so strong. Ian asked what they were doing. Let them hurry up and save him by killing this guy immediately. With just one glance, he created a barrier between them. The guys asked, is he a cultivator? No wonder his strength is so incredible. He said that even ordinary dogs know who a cultivator is, and yet their master clings to him helplessly, pathetic mortals. It looks like there was a little detour in this plan, which is interesting. The guy began to tell that the city has many hidden tigers and dragons among this city, many noble people in abundance. Since he is a fellow cultivator, they will consider letting him go. All he has to do is let Yang Xiaokong go, and they won't create any problems for him. One of them thought that, no, let him not say that. He can really hold such a huge amount of qi. He is even afraid that he might be on the same level as the boss. Yang Xiaokong asked what are the two of them doing. The man paid them both to help him deal with it. Why the hell are they negotiating with him? Since he didn't want to listen to his request, just let them kill him already. Calling him a pathetic pig, the guy asked if he didn't understand the situation he was in now. They must beg this venerable one for mercy. Foolish mortals, so thirsty for death. The guy said that he is as vulnerable as this hand. Having broken his arm, he said that this crunch reminded him of the leg he had crippled in the past with his hand. Looking at the other guy, he began to say that he took his kidney and sold it. And now it's that pig's turn. The guy began to ask what he was going to do with him. If he tries to harm him, he will sue him for bodily harm. He will be sent to prison forever for this. Li Taixian replied that this venerable one would not let him die so easily. The performance has just begun. Now let him worship him as his god. Bow down 100 times and squeal like a pig. It's their turn to entertain him. Having stepped on his foot, the guy began to shout that he would do it right now, just don't hurt him. The girl asked her mother what would happen to Li Taixian. The woman replied that she was warning her to never mention that guy's name in her presence again. Yang Xiaokong is 1,000 times better than him. He is rich, and he comes from an influential family. Compared to him, that boy is just trash. From now on, just let him focus on that guy. Looking out the car window, the woman thought what was going on there. The guy said it was only 50 bows. They can do better than that, right? Let him hurry up. Time is very valuable for this subordinate. Looking at him, Yang Xiaokong thought that he would definitely take revenge someday. The guy would never forgive him for this, and he would definitely die at his hands. After getting out of the car, Qi Shuang asked what he did. The guy replied that he did nothing of the kind. All of this was done voluntarily by their dear young master, right? Calling the guy a pig, he said that he still owed the venerable 100 bows. Let him not forget now that he must show everyone present what a wonderful acting the young master has. The girl shouted that she really didn't know what happened there, but there were limits to the humiliation of the one who insulted him. Why is he acting so mean right now? The guy looks like a villain. Let him immediately apologize to Yang Xiaokong. Did he ask to apologize? They mortals are disgusted when they are at the top, still holding power and status. Had they ever even thought of apologizing to him? Then let him start screaming. Let him do it. The guy kept thinking that he swears to God. He will make Li Taixian pay for this. He will die. Although no, the guy will make sure that he suffers a fate worse than death. As he was leaving the yard, the guy's phone rang. It was his father. The man asked how the guy was doing. Is everything okay with him in that city? Is he doing well at his new school? What about the marriage proposal? Did everything go well? The guy replied that he was very glad to hear from his father. The man asked what happened to him. Was he really crying? The guy's a grown man. Let him stop crying. Can tell him who did it. Dad can help him. Let him not bring himself to such a state. The guy asked again, is he crying? No, he's just happy. Someone doesn't just cry, right? It's so awkward. It's okay. No doubt about it. Everything is going very well for him. His son will bring him to this city when he finishes all his business there and settles everything. This venerable one suffered in his past life and was bullied until this mortal committed suicide. His only father suffered the most when he was persecuted by these inhumane acts of evil. He doesn't know what he went through. Only the guy remembers his previous suffering. The man told the guy that he was very lucky that he was able to get into their prestigious school, but the position of teaching trainees was not currently vacant. For now, he will primarily manage the school warehouse. Li Taixian asked again with the treasure. The man replied that he should not say that he forgot what he reminded him about. Today the school manager is coming to check the school and identify a new director of this school. If the warehouse is not in order within a few hours, even about receiving this month's salary. The guy asked again, was the arrangement approved by the manager? Did they know he was doing this without their permission? The man began to shout, why does he care? He's just a fool. The new director will obviously be Yang Xiaokong. Once he's elected, the guy will never dare talk like that again. Throwing him the keys, he began to say that he had recently heard that he had offended him, and that the guy would probably fire him immediately when he became director. Someone without support, status, or influence like him probably has to admit his mistake to the guy before he gets to him. Maybe the guy can still work there as a warehouse manager. Xiao Fei said that he heard that the guy had finally returned there. Why didn't he come and tell him? Had he really forgotten about his brother? The man started shouting, what is the guy doing there? Who asked him to come there? He's a physical education teacher. You should be on the playground. Is the guy skipping his job? Let him be careful. The man will deduct his salary for half a month if he continues like this. Let him take this guy with him and get out of there. He replied to Director Ma that it was good and suggested that his brother simply say yes. Let him ignore this guy and cool down. Xiao Fei began to say that they graduated almost a year ago. Now that he has the opportunity to work there in the same school as a girl, were they both planning to get married? The guy replied that not at all. The harlot prefers Yang Xiaokong. His brother immediately told him not to worry. He's right. He'll forget what that whore did to him. She probably doesn't deserve to be with him at all. One day the girl will regret it, just like that guy. The brother replied that it was nothing like that. His way of talking was quite sophisticated. Less about him, more about his brother. He was curious how he ended up teaching physical education with a degree in chemistry. The guy replied that it was difficult to say. When he first came to school, he was crazy. One situation happened that caught the interest of Director Ma and somehow angered that egghead Yang Xiaokong. He thinks to teach him a lesson, they assigned him to the worst class in the entire school as a physical education teacher. But the guy doesn't think about it at all this year. When his mother gets better, he will retire from there. It's not worth it. His brother asked him not to despair yet. When that person is done with this place, he will reverse this injustice and certainly bring their dignity back. The brother said that now the guy looks much more confident. Even if he says something funny, the guy knows that he will do it for him. Don't let him contact them. They can't do anything about it. Let him endure it. The guy knows what Director Ma is doing now. He suppresses him because of this Yang Xiaokong. Warehouse management is just a cop-out. Li Taixian said that as the new owner of this new educational institution, he appoints the guy as the chief manager. He won't have to swallow these past grievances. This venerable, new director of their academy. Those who do wrong will pay for it. This guy was that mortal's best friend. He didn't expect that this school bully would be bullied there. This overlord is now there. Salvation is at hand. The guy laughed and said that he was talking about some kind of villain from a cartoon. It was a really good joke. Now, since he is the new director, let him allow him to show him around. Show him his kingdom and even his warehouse. Instead of the vice principal, could he be Godzilla? The man said that according to them, he is a pretty good practitioner, but they don't even know who he is. It's strange why such a genius appeared there in the city. Didn't he even tell them his name? The guys replied that they did it. They told him about him, but the guy didn't listen. He replied that they should tell their boss to eat shit. And he personally asked him to kneel and beg for mercy. The man said it was disgusting. How dare he express his disrespect to him? Let them study that stupid guy. They will find his location. The man will personally deal with him and cut him into 3 parts. Turning to her grandfather, the girl said that today was the first day when her master had to come to school. Isn't it time to have a ceremony to let everyone know, since they decided to give the school to the master? The man replied that yes, it's time. He organizes everything there at the Tianlong Hotel. Have the entire school faculty and directors gather to announce the new top candidate. The girl answered her grandfather that it was good. She said that she would sort out the organization. The man asked her to stay. There was something else he would like to talk about. He began to say that in a few days Lei Yuntian would return from the army. What does she think of him? The girl replied that the guy was the same age as her. He went to serve in the army very early. After that, he became a disciple of Long Tianzhong, the first master of the southeastern military region. The guy became a major at a very young age, and you can rely on him. Grandfather asked what about her feelings? Has she considered marriage as an option? The girl knows that the guy loves her since they were both little. He returned from the army this time only because of her. She replied that although he is an excellent person, the girl does not love this man. When he returns, she will tell him how she feels about it. Let Grandpa not worry about it at all. The man thought that he was not worried about the guy. What he was really worried about was Long Tianzhong, the same great master Voldemort, who senselessly kills everyone and everything. If he talks about marriage, it would be difficult to refuse. The guy thought that this was really a school for young nobles, an excellent location, a favorable landmark there. This is the highest paying property within a 100-mile radius. Looking at the phone, the guy wondered if there was an announcement for a new director. Yang Xiaokong's family is rich and powerful. His father is the school director. The candidacy of the new director this time should be his. The guy asked if he really doubted the words of this respectable man. He is the Lord Headmaster of this school. He will soon find out that the man in front of him is telling the truth. He doesn't need to doubt. Seeing the guy, Yang Xiaokong thought that Li Taixian should wait in his place. Let him wait until he becomes director. He'll see how he deals with him later. Turning to him, Qi Shuang ordered him to stop now. Turning around, the guy asked the harlot, "What is it?" The guy asked to apologize. He doesn't know if she's acting like a fool or just pretending to be naive. It's funny that the girl asks him to apologize. This lord doesn't apologize to anyone. The mountain doesn't bend towards rivers and lakes, especially a worthless piece of trash like that mortal named Yang. Just the thought makes the guy want to kill him. She asked if he could stop pretending. Let him get down from his bell tower and face the truth. He is just a poor man from some unknown village. The guy works so hard to be a teacher in this school, and he refuses this for the sake of his own pride and selfishness. The guy asked her to save him from his false pretense. He sees right through her. She never tried to understand that mortal in the past, even in this life. His only advice he can give her is to stay away from him. The girl didn't understand how he became like this. The guy seems so reckless and difficult to get along with. Does he think he's rich now? What's wrong with him? Director Ma said that the guy didn't repent at all when he assigned him to the warehouse earlier. Next time he'll send him to deal with the toilets. Such an insufferable guy. Now he even talks funny. The girl replied that she thought he was crazy. It's better to kick him out of school. The sooner the better. Yang Xiaokong told the girl that that guy was completely rotten and crazy. She couldn't help him. People like him should be locked up in a mental hospital along with the rest of society's scum. He wondered how he dares to offend so many with his brute force. Today, the guy will let him see his strength, the power of status and connection. He will show him the abyss in society, will suppress him for the rest of his life, so that he will never be able to rise again. Turning to the guy, the brother asked why he didn't eat. This club is the best club in the city. The hotel has many amenities. As a rule, only people from the upper elite receive the best service there. Doesn't he want to try? He said that the board of directors organized their presence there. The candidacy of a new director this time seems very important. Looks like they've taken this matter seriously. He really doesn't know what they're thinking. Suddenly, at some point, a girl ran in and began to ask teacher Sue for help. Several men came in after her and said that she couldn't hide there. There was nowhere to run. There was only one entrance. Let her go out now. The girl said that these guys want to get rid of her. Su Xiaoying asked who they are. If they don't leave now, she'll call the police. The man replied that she could do whatever she wanted. Looking at her, he told his friend that this woman was also good, so they could take her away too. Yang Xiaokong thought who could be messing with them. It turns out that it was Babua, and when he approached him, he said that most likely it was a misunderstanding. The guy replied that his name is Yang Xiaokoan. Brother Ba has been there for a long time, so he may not know him personally, but the guy knows who he is. He is a legendary street fighter who defeated a black boxer from an underground fight club. Let him not contact him. No one there can afford to offend him. Those who dare to mess with this guy will die. Approaching the guy, the girl asked what she should do. She didn't know that this was a man from the underground. Could he do anything about it? The guy began to ask if he could tell them what made him so angry. What was the matter? Pointing his finger at that little girl, he began to say that he politely asked her to go have a drink with him. She not only refused him, but also injured his people. Do they think this is fair? Looking at the girl alone, Yang Xiaokong ordered her to hurry up and apologize to her brother right now and let her pay for the medical expenses of his people. The girl replied that she just came there to work. They insisted and tried to take her away. They forced her. She was just a student. The teacher told her not to say that. Let him hurry up and apologize to him. He will simply ask her to drink a little. Why can't she do even such a simple thing? How could she hurt other people? Let him apologize now. Babwa replied that there was no need to apologize to him. She was still at work. Let him return to the bar and keep him company. Is she still not going to go? Do they think he won't put them in their place for going against him? Do I think he's soft? I think it's that easy to get rid of? Let them think carefully again. Today he will let them know how strong he is. No one will be allowed to leave this place. The guy asked his brother to wait. She would go. He just wants her to accompany him, to just have a drink with him. No harm, right? Turning to the girl, Yang Xiaokong began to shout for her to come back with him right now. Let her make him happy. Later, as their director, he can waive tuition fees for the duration of the semester. Let him go. Don't dare create any problems for them. The teacher also told her to hurry up and leave with him. The guy has already decided to take care of her. Isn't she going to repay his kindness? Didn't the teacher teach her to show her gratitude? As soon as one of the guys grabbed her hand, the girl immediately began screaming for him to let her go. They couldn't force him. The guy asked if he wanted to escape from him. Let him continue to dream. Li Taixian came to the girl's defense. Qi Shuang asked what is he doing? If he resists him, he will die. Let him hurry up and come back. Don't create more problems. The guy replied that he should shut up. None of them deserve the right to speak. He began to say that this student was under his protection. Not only did his people harass her and interrupt her work, but instead of apologizing, they resort to underhanded actions and force her. How they get to this point? This venerable one is dissatisfied. Today, they must compensate him for this act against his sovereignty. Otherwise, the consequences will be devastating for them. So let him remember his words. Yang Xiaokong asked the guy that a donkey kicked him in the head today. What is he trying to say? None of this makes any sense. He will kill them all because of him. Crazy. He doesn't care at all. His plan would have gone well if he hadn't interfered. Let this psycho hurry up and kneel in front of the man and ask for his forgiveness. What the hell is he doing? Let him hurry up and apologize. It's just one stupid student. What's the big deal? Laughing, Bob was said that since he wanted to play the role of a hero, then he would deal with him first. He ordered the guys to take it. With one movement of the hand, both guys were already lying on the floor. Babwa asked, so he is also a martial artist? No wonder he's so strong. Turning to the wolf, he ordered him to show the guy how to do it correctly. Let him hammer a lot of common sense into him. As soon as he began to attack, Li Taixian thought that a simple ant, their techniques would not work against absolute strength. Watch what is happening. The girl wondered, when did it become so strong? And what's going on there anyway? The wolf was once a mercenary. He fought in various hot spots, such as the Middle East. He was born for war. The cruelty of wars does not bother him either. But the guy couldn't withstand even one blow from this guy. Who the hell is he? Li Taixian asked, "Did this venerable one show enough strength to scare him? Let him bow in awe of his superiority. What is his next step? Let the person not upset him now with his move." Babwa replied that it was good. He admits that the guy has some abilities to cope with him. But can he deal with so many people? They surrounded the guy from all sides. The guys decided to hurry up and leave. Let this idiot deal with him himself. The guy shouted, "What are they waiting for? Let them cut him into pieces for his sake." They started attacking the guy, but all he did was light a cigarette. Suddenly, with a powerful shock wave, they scattered in different directions. The guy asked forgiveness from simple ants. Let them accept their helplessness. Resistance is useless. Looking at everything from the outside, the guys asked what the hell he was doing. What was that blinding light? This can't be true, can it? Babwa thought that this was impossible. These people are the main special forces from the army. The thugs are trained soldiers. Even if the people are retired, one ex-special forces soldier can at least fight against 10 people. This group of people was his main strength, which allowed him to dominate the underground of the city. He didn't expect that some kid would be able to defeat everyone in the blink of an eye. Putting his foot on his shoulder, the guy asked if he had anyone else to show him. Time passes. This respected man demands compensation. The mortal must pay the bills. The loser must yield to the strong. They are in the presence of the king of the gods. This immortal does not care about man's code of conduct or his laws. Until he destroys his miserable existence, the guy decides what to do with him. Babwa asked the king of the gods. He's definitely crazy. He may have the power to suppress him. Let him call someone who can handle him. Is he really afraid? The guy replied that it seems that the little ant can still say something interesting. Let him amuse him then. This respected man will grant his wish. He decides to see what amazing character will arrive there to help his predicament. The guy said that maybe he didn't know, but the person he was calling was the biggest man in the city. You could say he practically owns it. He can't compete with this person, even if he is right. In their eyes, everyone is just a pawn. If he promised to worship him, call him his big brother, and apologize to his people for what happened now, he might just write it off. He will take care of him in the future and ensure that the guy has a better life. Li Taixian said that he seemed to have misunderstood something. He's already lost. He has no say in the matter. Does the guy want him to call him brother? His stupidity knows no bounds. Such impudence this time is outrageous. When Miss Chu came in, Babwa said that finally the girl is there. Pointing his finger at the guy, he said that this was that strange, crazy guy. He was the one who dared to mess with their guys. Approaching the guy and bowing, the girl asked for forgiveness for being late. Everyone around didn't understand what was happening. Why did she call him master? The guy told his student to listen carefully. Today he's going to tell the entity. This mortal introduced himself to a student from his school, even dared to offer a drink to an underage student. Let him tell him, is this illegal? Miss Chu replied that even his dog is more worthy of being his big brother compared to him. She does not intend to continue this conversation anymore. She finds it disgusting. So he even dares to insult her master? Bowing to the girl, he asked for mercy. The guy didn't know that he was her close friend. Let him allow him to make amends. He began to ask for forgiveness. He didn't understand how this crazy guy became the girl's master. Turning to the master, the girl said that she was sorry that he had to see this. These dogs are part of the family forces. She knows they hurt him, but they can still be useful. The master can use them at his discretion. He may also be an idiot, but the master can keep this one for himself. This is not a problem at all. Just let them use it as they wish. He thought he could use a couple of idiots to do his bidding. His disciple has a habit of slapping those stupid ants as punishment. Eventually, he would have to start focusing on regaining his strength through cultivation. Chu Shiulian told everyone to remember this. From today, they are all under his command. From this day on, let her masters listen, and now they can be free. Qi Shuang stood and thought about why Mrs. Chu was so respectful towards this guy. Wasn't he just a pawn, a toy for her play with? Was the girl too hasty in their relationship? Yang Xiaokong thanked Miss Chu for her help today. If not for her, this guy would probably cause them a lot of trouble. He began to say that today their board of directors would announce a new main candidate there. If Miss Chu is free, She can join them to witness the appointment of the next director of Eastern Star Academy. The girl asked, doesn't he know who the new director is? Don't they know who the school's largest shareholder is? Director Mu approached them and said that, naturally, their new candidate for director is Yang Xiaokong. Without a doubt, there is no other candidate. As for the school's main shareholder, they are extremely mysterious. Most of the general management was carried out by the guy's father. The man added that he hoped the girl didn't need to be reminded to stay away from this guy. He's just a warehouse supervisor at their school. Even if he fights well, the most he can do is become a physical education teacher. She doesn't need to respect even such a person. Li Taixian said that it seems the director has forgotten what it means to be an educator after rotting for the past 20 years. Let him say, has his IQ gotten worse lately? By refusing to help a student in need, he does not deserve to bear the honorary title of teacher. The man asked, what does the guy mean by this? Li replied that they no longer needed his services. Let him get out while this venerable man still has the politeness to be polite. Director Mu replied to the guy that he was just an intern from this school. What right did he have to fire him? The guy is fooling himself if he thinks he can get rid of him. It looks like he wanted to be fired on his first day of work. Without answering, Li Taixian slapped the man. The guy said it was quite satisfactory, and what was he going to do about it? Qi Shuang asked, what is the guy doing? This is a criminal act. He can't just beat someone up. Let him stop it right now. Su Xiaoying added that this is just lawlessness. Let someone call the police. Yang Xiaokong asked, do they really think that everything can be solved through pure violence? He will regret it later. At that moment, the girl's grandfather entered the room. Seeing Director Yang, the man immediately began to say that he must avenge him. That brute used excessive force to hit him. He asked to be sent to prison and sentenced to several years in prison for intentionally causing harm. The man asked Mr. Ma to calm down and let him introduce him to someone. This is Mr. Chu Tianzheng, the largest shareholder of their school. Chu Tian walked up to Mr. Li and said that he was very sorry, but he had urgent matters. There was a serious delay on his part. He hoped that this minor setback would not be a nuisance to his arrival there. The guy replied that it was nothing. She greeted everyone and the man introduced himself. He said that he is the current owner of the Eastern Star Aristocratic School. And now he will announce that the next director of the school, there will be Li Taixian. All the guys immediately began to wonder why this guy would become the school principal. Did they get the name wrong? Yang Xiaokong asked his father if this was all true. He said that the main position would be his. The man replied to tell the guy to stop now. The Chu family is not the family they can offend now. Chu Tian added that, not only that, their family decided to buy back all the shares of the school and donate them to Mr. Li. From now on, this school will be his property. Qi Shuang realized that not only Miss Chu, even the director treated him with respect. Was he always this good? Why didn't she see this? Is the girl really wrong? Now he even owns the entire school. What should she do now? The man asked Mr. Li if there was anything else he wanted to add. The guy said that he appoints Xiao Fei as one of his advisors. From that day on, he is his deputy and the new director of the school. Rotten people like Mr. Ma need to be eradicated. My brother asked if his words about becoming the new director were really not a joke. Let someone pinch him. He thinks he is sleeping. Li Taixian told him that he was now his deputy, which means there would be no discrimination and they would run this school together. Gives him his word of honor. Justice will prevail. The guy answered his brother that, jokes aside, let him be sure that he will give his best and will not let him down. Yang Xiaokong said that they are idiots. Just let them listen to what they are talking about. What nonsense! Why does the father agree to this? This guy just laughs at them, humiliated him, and took away the position that should have been his. The man told his son not to worry. He contacted a family. One of the members of this family was killed by Chu Tian 5 years ago, and since then both sides have been in conflict. This family repeatedly sent assassins, but all attempts failed. This time they invited an expert. As long as he is not killed, they cannot afford to offend the Chu family. The guy answered his father that it's good. When this happens, he will force this bastard to kneel in front of him, and then he will kill him. Chu Shiwuyan approached the guy and said that there will be an auction tomorrow evening. Will he go? Maybe he'll find some treasure there. The master replied that he was forced to refuse the offer. He wondered if the treasures here could compete with those in the world of immortals? She said that at the last auction, someone bid on a rare magical item. Is he really not interested at all? He wondered if there really was such a thing on this planet. It looks like he needs to reconsider his views on her. The girl told the master that this villa is located near the school. They chose her to make him comfortable. She's also the best among everyone in the area. The city is usually quiet and calm. She thought he would like this place. He thanked the girl and said that he was very pleased. It was a truly beautiful villa. The girl replied that everything was for him. Then she would no longer bother him and wished him all the best. Li Taixian replied that no, she will stay with him tonight. They have something to say to each other. Chu Shiwelian wondered if she really heard it. Does the master really want her to stay with him? Entering the house, he ordered her to sit down. The master said that he would now collect from 100 miles and they would cultivate together. She thought about it. It turns out that the master wanted to practice with her, but she thought of something. Li Taixian told the girl that she should learn a special male technique. Although she is young, she is already qualified enough to start studying it. Today he will teach her the highest technique of qi cultivation. The guy thought about it. Enough time had passed since his awakening, but he still hadn't started cultivating. This whole series of events took him time, but now no one will bother him. He is obliged to regain his power and status from his past life as soon as possible, and then cross the galaxy, the multidimensional realm, and find Shueshi, and take revenge on his enemies. Watching what was happening, the girl thought, this incredible technique can transform into such a powerful aura. Her body absorbs qi, and she feels it in every cell of her body. What a blissful feeling. The master ordered her to concentrate. He won't tolerate her careless attitude. Show this technique only once. Let him remember this moment once and for all. Li thought that although Chu Shiwelian was not as good as those goddesses or titanic princesses from the world of immortals, but for an ordinary person, she was able to understand his technique. Truly a talented person on this earth. He was quite impressed. The girl was able to understand the intricacies of this technique on the first try. This aura, it is preparing for a breakthrough. The supreme immortal cultivation realm is divided into several levels. Dantian, core formation, soul formation, return to void, fusion realm, transcendence, and tribulation. In his past life, he reached the level of transcendental tribulations and was given the title of Great Immortal. There is not enough qi on earth to break through to such a level. The only way to regain power is to cross the galaxy. Although this may take months or even years. Opening her eyes, the girl asked if she really did it. Did she really break through? Chu Shiwelian began to thank the master for giving her such an opportunity to begin the path of self-improvement and personally teaching her. The master replied that her talent was bad for me. At the moment, she is at the stage of purification, and now she will be able to correct the mistakes of the past. The girl learned inferior techniques and, like a cultivator, lost her way. In the future, let him train hard. She has been cultivating since she was 10 years old, but could not break through to the level of father's purification. But now she has met a master. He is quite a mysterious person. She would like to get to know him better. The wisdom and strength of her master has no limits. No wonder her grandfather believed in him. She is glad that she met such a master. Handing her a piece of paper, he asked her to prepare everything from this list. Li Taixian couldn't wait any longer. He needs to quickly build spiritual, gathering information to gather every sea within it, in order to double this energy thousands or even tens of thousands of times more. It is these items from the list that will help him. Using the formation, he would be able to break through to the Taixian stage. The student replied that she would give orders for the collection of these items. They walked towards each other. Passing the guy, Qi Shuang told him to stop. Li Taixian asked why the harlot kept bothering him. The girl asked why he always says that. What does he mean? Why can't she bother him at all? He asked her to speak faster, preferably briefly and clearly. The girl is wasting his precious time. Calling him a fool. The girl asked him not to confuse her. They hadn't broken up yet. Why didn't he want to discuss this with her? She said that the other day, he came to her parentes and made a scandal with Yang Xiaokong. Why did he need this? Her mother was very angry with him. But if he gives the girl's family a school, he will become a suitable groom for her. He asked the harlot, did she fall into insanity so early? School as a gift. Human greed knows no bounds. Pathetic mortals. This stupid girl is influenced by her mother. The same thing happened in his previous life, such a disgusting mother and daughter couple, so that he wouldn't dare act so arrogantly in front of her. This may be his school, but he doesn't even deserve it. It was just given to him as a gift. Was he really begging Miss Chu to help him? And what did the guy do for this? Was he wagging his tail in front of her like an obedient dog? When Lee gets tired of Miss Chu, she will take everything back and he will be left with nothing. And anyway, how could he have changed that much? His origin alone is a shame. She's sure the guy even changed his manner of speech to please her. And for some reason the lady calls him master. Are they sick? What kind of role-playing games? Li Taixin told the girl to remember, she is one harlot and will always remain one. He's so tired of her, all the best, he's leaving. Qi Shuang began to shout after him that if he continued to behave like this, he would regret it one day. When she decided to meet him, she thought the guy would listen to her every word and run after her like a dog. But why did he become like this? She decided that she would not let him leave just like that. She just won't let him go. She will always be her little dog. Suddenly, the guy's phone rang. It was his aunt. She asked if he had time to come for dinner today. The woman will cook delicious dishes for him. Let him come and try it. She added that, in fact, she would like to discuss his recent inheritance of the school. If only he had given the school to her daughter. Having interrupted her, the guy replied that he would not give her and her daughter a penny. Let them disappear from his life. Mother of the harlot, a demonic spawn who must one day be purged from this world. He decided that one day he would wipe them off the face of the earth. Su Xiaoying advised the girl not to pay attention to this loser. So what if he's a school principal? This didn't make his pathetic pedigree any better. He will never become one of them, as he will not be able to keep his wealth for a long time. The girl replied that, however, now he is the director and can change the rules and regulations as he wants. The friend replied that she was overthinking herself. Yang Xiaokong will deal with him. Elites like them have their own ways of dealing with such insects. Let him remember that in their school there are only elite teachers and students. A brat like him wouldn't dare to offend other families. Parents and students won't want him as the new principal. Elite students will kick such a director out of school, and he will become a useless, homeless mongrel. Qi Shuang said that Miss Chu could cause a scandal. The friend replied that it would not suit her. If he loses control, it will be entirely his fault. Then he will be kicked out. Miss Chu can only look around and regret her decision. Approaching the physical education teacher, the guy began to ask, did he recently receive a promotion like the director? Is he really a school deputy now? What do we say if a man can't even cope with the third class? He can't even be a physical education teacher, but how can he get to the position of deputy director? The guy replied that he was still a student and should respect his teachers. Let him return to his training. Yang Zi replied that since it was practice now, he could play with him. If he can win, the guy will recognize his status. But if he loses, the teacher repeated again that the practice time was already over. Let him quickly return to class, and he may not even count on playing, since he is still his teacher, and the guy is a student. The boy said that he should confess. Was he just scared? It would be a terrible shame for a student to lose. When he left, he said that he didn't care. They still don't have the right to teach them. Neither of the two of them belongs to this elite school. He will get them fired. Li Taixin approached them and said that he heard their dissatisfaction. What did his deputy fail to do? What do they think a worthy teacher should look like? A vulgar student, he simply wastes his time and wastes his time. The guy asked, so, is he their new director? And anyway, what's with his manner of speech? Yang Zi replied that no matter who he was in life, could he prove that he was a worthy director? Will you be able to defeat him? The director asked, so, the kid wants to fight him, the emperor of the gods? He said that playing with insects from time to time is not so bad. Okay, let him entertain him, but not disgrace the whole school. He wants to see a brilliant show. The guy replied that he would not do it for him. Don't dare look down on him. He's just a lucky guy who received school as a gift. He has no rights there, so they'll see if he can beat him. Li Taixian replied that the little insect has big words. He accepts his challenge. But the guy is not generous enough to fight someone without a stake. If he loses, what will he get? Yang Zi said that he will not lose, and stop saying that. It's fucking creepy. He has nothing to offer the director, but if he wins, the guy promises to obey and carry out all his orders in the future. This is a small price, but if the guy wins, he will throw the director out of the school. Let the director think twice. The guy is a famous sports maniac. He is a scholarship student in their athletic department and is currently the school's leading record holder. Also won a big prize for several competitions for the school. Li Taixian replied that his servant should trust his master and let him go to the arena, his young gladiator. They will spar to their heart's content. Su said that that guy's plan seems to be working. That stupid Li fell into his trap. They decided to watch this idiot get kicked out of his own school. She kept saying that guy was such a moron. He challenged the little superstar Yang Zi, who is the best in the sport, and this upstart decided to compete with him. The girl said that last year, the record for javelin throwing among students was 76 m. The guy was able to throw up to 74. In competitions among high schools in the province, he always emerged as a champion in any sport. The directors are simply driven to death. Qi Shuang thought that this guy was too arrogant. Once he loses to him, will he show his true colors? He will definitely be ashamed to even appear in public. First in line was Yang Zi. The guy threw the javelin at a distance of 75.4 m. The guys immediately began to discuss that the guy had broken his own record. His score is close to the national college record. It's probably better for the director to just give up. The brother told the guy that everything is simple. He must accelerate and gain inertia and momentum in order to throw a spear. He believes in him. Let him show his real shot. Li Taixian replied that if this venerable one made even one jerk, it would be tantamount to bullying a child. He will not crush the dreams of a young, budding gladiator. I got to show him his place. The guys immediately began to discuss his words, saying that he was so arrogant. They believed that he would lose anyway. Let him do what he wanted. He just pretends to be confident, but in reality he is scared to death. Yang Zi said that they know that the director will lose, so why pretend that he has already won? So lame. Who is he trying to fool? After the throw, the guys couldn't believe their eyes. The director threw the javelin 105 m. I wonder how the javelin flew so far. Was he really cheating? The guy asked. He knows that the world record is only 98 m. This is impossible. The guys asked, did the director really win? They didn't believe it. Qi Shuang wondered how this could happen. Why are things not going the way they used to? This guy ruins all her plans, every time. The director asked what was the matter. Did the young gladiator and the others swallow their tongues? They now look like dead fish. Heads up, the game is just beginning. Yang Zi said that this is impossible. Perhaps the spear is too light. He suggested trying another sport. This time the guy wouldn't let him cheat. The director replied that the mood was excellent. The universe will not approve of cowardice in the games of immortals. The guy thought that he would completely subordinate the world of sports to himself. He must reach his full potential to defeat the stupid director. The guys clapped and told him it was an incredible throw. The world record is almost 23 m. Yang Zi threw up to 21 m. He can become a record holder in the future. The girl said that this distance is really intimidating. The guy cheated before, but now he won't be able to cheat them. He said that now it was the director's turn. Li Taixian asked to bring him the heaviest ball, and quickly. He's already running out of patience. The guy said that the director was acting arrogant again. Just let them bring him the heaviest ones. They want to watch the director disgrace himself. They saw how easily the guy lifted the ball. The throwing turned out to be so strong that the ball reached the fence and slightly damaged it. Yang Zi thought it was impossible. Who is he? He began to ask, is there anyone in this world who can make such a powerful throw? The director is definitely not a person. Turning to the guy, he said that there is no shine in this show. The director is very disappointed in him. He replied that this is not all. One round. A duel between two fighters, his taekwondo against the director. If he wins, the guy will recognize him. Yang Zi told the director that he was sure that in a real sparring he would not be able to defeat him. After all, It is his favorite sport. The guy added that he will not hold back. He hopes the director will not regret it. Li Taixian replied that he had no idea about true strength. Martial arts is a sport. These are terrifying fighting techniques to kill such enemies. Does he know that someone's life could be in his hands? He decided to show him the real power of martial arts. His skills are no match for the director. We'll see his true strength. This is exactly what is called martial art. Yang Zi can't dodge his attack. He's too fast. His body didn't react at all, as if he was numb. The guy didn't understand at all what just happened. What an incredible blow. It looks like a power push. They liked the way the director fought. Li Taixian asked the guy if he was ready to obey him. He is kind and sweet to his subjects. Yang Zi replied that, of course, a bet is a bet. He won, and the guy will keep his word. Yang Zi said that he would return to his class and study hard, and would never cause problems for the principal. He solemnly swears to this. The director replied that he approved. This is exactly what a good student should do. Perhaps his efforts will be justified in the future. Now the guy is under the protection of this venerable one. Turning around, the guy told the director to be careful with that Yang Xiaokong. He and Su Mingho ordered him to deal with him. Those two are very insidious and have bent the whole school under them. It would be a shame if he lost to them after defeating him. The principal asked student Z to tell Su Mingho to come to school tomorrow. If the guy doesn't show up for class tomorrow, the consequences will be sad. See if he deserves his mercy. The guy answered the director that it was better for him not to contact him. He's the boss of their school. A man cannot insult him, especially now, since he has just become a director. That guy's status in this school is special. His family has ancient origins. Li Taixian replied that the guy should listen carefully. He already said there can only be one ruler. These pieces of fatty meat are not worthy of grunting there. Let him convey his words to that pig and believe in him. He will crush absolutely everyone there who dares to go against them. Qi Shuang told her friend that it looked like they would never be able to deal with that idiot. Just let him look at him. She doesn't know what's happening, but she feels like the gap between them and this upstart is growing. They can only look up to him. Su Xiaoying replied that all these stupid people are just trash. She didn't understand why Yang Xiaokong ordered this brat to deal with him. Boba asked to carefully place the boxes on the ground. Turning to Mr. Li and Miss Chu, he said that they entrusted him with the search for materials, and the guy traveled around the whole city after finding them. Hope he didn't disappoint them. But he didn't find the dragon root. It's nowhere to be found. The girl replied that if he was not in the city, then he should have sent requests to other cities and provinces. Li Taixian asked not to blame him. Dragon root is a rare spiritual tree that has bloomed for 1,000 years. It is called one jinmu in their culture. Its roots are stored underground for hundreds of years. It will be difficult for them to find him, so the Venerable One will solve this problem himself. The girl replied that it was true. She had never heard of dragon root, but the name seemed familiar to her. When suddenly she asked the master if he remembered what she told him about the auction. If she remembered correctly, this spiritual tree would be displayed on it. Li Taixian thought that it looked like he really needed to go there to see these earthly treasures in person. Perhaps something big will happen. In his past life, he was an ordinary person, not an immortal. Now the earth seems to him a more interesting place. Boba told the guy that the girl returned to her family in a hurry. She couldn't accompany him today, so she asked him to apologize on her behalf. In addition, she transferred $100 million to his account. Tonight, he will be able to bid on all the lots he likes. The guy asked him for a favor, saying that if Miss Chu encounters any species, she should definitely tell him. She is his student. He is also under his protection. As he walked inside, he thought that the Chu family was very powerful. They run this city. What problems might they face? He decided that after the end of the auction, he should leave immediately. He was only interested in one thing. Would magical tools or weapons appear at this auction? Hope he won't be disappointed. Looking ahead, he saw the same guy there whom he had thrown off the cliff. Next to him was Qi Shuang, accompanied by Yang Xiaokong. He asked if Master Song Zong had actually met the guy who broke his leg that day. He clearly didn't know who the man was. The master replied that every time he remembers, rage overwhelms him. If he meets that guy again, he's finished. He will throw him into the river to be eaten by fish. Seeing him, the girl immediately informed her boyfriend about it. Turning around, Sun Tsung immediately recognized him as that bastard. He started shouting that he had searched the whole city. It turns out that the guy had been hiding there all this time. Yang Xiaokong thought that this master was the most influential person in the city. He didn't expect that stupid poor man to go against the heir of the Su family. Now the end has definitely come for him. The master asked, "So, is he Li Taixian?" The same bastard who hurt him. Let him tell him how he wants to die. The guy asked, "Does that mean he is the rapist? Shouldn't he be dead?" He doesn't want to ask the guy to kill him again. This time he will definitely send him into the darkness. Yang Xiaokong asked the guy not to make a scene there. Today, elite and important guests have gathered at this auction. Auction organizer, mysterious family. When that poor fool gets out of there, they'll be able to catch up with him. The guy replied that this makes sense. Once he was outside, he would order his men to break his legs. Yang Xiaokong has no place there for a bastard like him. All the elite are gathered in this high-end auction house. He thinks the guy better get out of there. Li Taixian asked, "Do the mistakes of the past teach a pig nothing?" Did he decide to create problems for the guy again? It is also obvious that this venerable man was invited there. Looking from the outside, the girl thought that he was just a wooden blockhead, without connections and communication skills in the highest elite circle. Looking at him, I understood that rest would be one of them. Even if this simpleton is supported by Miss Chu, it does not change the fact that he is from the poor. Yang Xiaokong asked then, could he even invite him there? This is not a nightclub where all strays and dogs are welcome. Not everyone can go there. Qi Shuang asked if the guy didn't understand. He was invited by Miss Chu, who doesn't understand men at all. Maybe she has a fetish for poor men, and the taste of poverty turns her on? Song Zong asked the manager, how could he let this tramp in there? Let him throw him out of there immediately. Yang Xiaokong asked what would happen if this tramp touched one of their famous guests and infected them with ugliness? Who will take full responsibility? As soon as he was surrounded, the guy thought it was interesting. The manager asked if he knew what this place was. Let him stop causing problems and get the hell out of there. The guy thought that the Ouyang family was really mysterious. They clearly needed strength if they could afford to hire articles of the kingdom. They have remarkable talent, but his student is definitely superior to them. This venerable one is pleased with the safety of this place. Li Taixian said he wanted to praise them for their excellent security measures. Is the man the manager here? He has an invitation to this auction. If you don't believe it, then let him check the list of participants. The manager replied that he would not check anything. The foreman said that it was a fake. Let the idiot hurry up. How did his parentes even raise him? Does he think trash like him can calmly go there by invitation? Having hit the manager in the face, the guy said that he had no right to insult other people's parentes, and especially not him. He is now talking to the Immortal Emperor. The pathetic ant called himself a manager. Let him repent, or he will send him to the depths of hell. The man asked the guys why they just stand and watch. Let them grab him quickly and teach this guy a lesson in politeness. Watching from the side, the guys asked if he was going to die. The guy is unlucky. These warriors of the Ouyang family will not let him live. Qi Shuang asked, does he really think that he is allowed to do whatever he wants? This is an auction house. Obviously, there are different rules and standards. As soon as the warriors surrounded the guy, Miss Ouyang immediately appeared. The manager immediately began to complain to the girl that this hooligan dared to create a commotion among those present. He slapped him, and the man wanted to teach him a lesson. Let him look, his whole face is swollen. He told Miss that he would order this uninvited guest to be thrown out of there. Having hit the man, the girl asked, how dare he? What kind of manager is he if they treat their guests like this? Approaching Mr. Li, the girl said that unfortunately, since the day he saved her, she could not contact him. She didn't expect to see him there. It's very cool. Song Zong shouted to the girl that she came from a side branch of the family. How dare she go against the Song family? The girl replied that today she would conduct the auction on behalf of her family. She is the one responsible for the auction house, and her status is no longer what it was before. The girl has all the powers of the family, so she can kick him out. Better watch her manners. He asked if the little girl from a side branch of the family was trying to act like a big shot. You will belong only to him. Let him frolic and have fun as much as he wants, but she already belongs to him. Ouyang Pei asked Mr. Should she fire this ignorant man? But does he have his own plans for him? The guy just went to the man and broke his leg. That the entrance to the auction is there, she takes him inside. She promised that she would not allow these arrogant vultures to get in his way. The girl thought that she did not expect to see him again. Being next to him makes her feel safe and comfortable. She wished she could hold on to this feeling longer. Looking at them, Chi Shuang thought how many women did the guy talk to behind her back? First Miss Chu, now Miss Ouyang Pei, how he infuriates her. She didn't understand what these stupid women saw in him. What was wrong with him? Yang Xiaokong didn't bring up why all the beautiful women are helping him. These two girls are even much more beautiful than Chi Shuang. Suddenly, one of the guys shouted for them to stop. Yang Xiaokong told the guys to take a look. Senior Chu has arrived. They will see how good he will be now next to that girl. Chu Shuefan is like Chu Shuelia from the third generation of the Chu family. However, at the age of 18, he was drafted into the army, where he became the youngest captain of his unit. It is said that he was enlisted in Voldemort's reserve force. This elite unit included the best of China's million soldiers. Miss Chu's brother is going to talk to that guy. Among the younger generation, besides Lei Yin Tian, there are virtually no others capable of competing with these two. They are considered the most prominent because of their power and reputation. But since the guy is from a powerful family, his reputation overshadows the rest. The heir of the Chu family has been courting Ouyang Pei for a long time. 6 months ago, one rich man from the second generation tried to hit on her, but he was beaten half to death and was sent to the hospital. The guy was bedridden for several months. How unlucky is this guy now? He can blame his fortune for angering this monster. Dare to lay eyes on his girlfriend. Only hell awaits him for sure. The girl told Shuefang that this man is her most important guest. What is he trying to do? The guy replied that she was his woman. He will not leave alone anyone who encroaches on his property. She asked, what is this guy talking about? She will never be a woman. The guy will wake up that soon she will belong only to him. So let this guy get away from the girl. He doesn't care who he is or where he came from. The guy is from the Chu family, and this city is under his control. He warns to get out of his city or break his back. One of the guys said that he was so arrogant that he even broke the manager's leg, and now he also went against the soldier. This is all karma for his cruelty. The girl added that although Ouyang Pei supports this guy, no one dares to go against the Chu family. Now no one will save this guy. Yang Xiaokong thought that even if Miss Chu went against her brother, it would not save the guy. Would she really betray her brother for him? Even if so, the guy still won't stop. Ouyang Pei asked him to stop complicating things. This man is her benefactor, so don't dare threaten him. The girl thought that although this guy fights well, Shuefang is a soldier of China's elite special forces. How can an ordinary person defeat a military man? The girl asked Li Taixian for forgiveness and asked him to go to the auction room. Let him not pay attention to this madman. Li Taixian asked the guy from the Chu family, how dare he talk to the venerable in such a tone? Dare to insult this noble man? The guy asked if he even knew who he was talking to now. Li Taixian replied that he should ask him. A person like him has no right to talk to this venerable one. Just as he was about to hit the guy, Chu Shiwilian entered the hall. The girl asked, what is her brother doing? How dare he insult her master? Let him hurry up and apologize to him now. Xiao Fan asked why his cousin was there. The girl replied that if she had not come, he would have continued to behave this way. Turning to the master, the girl said that her family had some problems, so she was a little late. She said that this is her cousin. He always behaves arrogantly, so the girl hopes that the master will forgive and let him go. Li Taixian replied that it was good, but for his sake this venerable man would not touch the guy. He hopes this won't happen again in the future, but if he runs into him, then don't let his fists that have no eyes blame him. The guy asked why he was so arrogant. What makes him think that he needs his forgiveness? Insert in front of them, the girl slapped her brother in the face. She began to tell him to immediately apologize to her master. Even his grandfather must show respect when meeting him, and the guy is no exception. After several slaps, he finally apologized. As Li Taixin passed by, he called him a cursed brat. He said that he would let him go just for the sake of his sister, and to stay away from Ouyang Pei, otherwise he would overtake him. The student thanked the master for only scolding her brother. As soon as the guy was about to leave, the girl asked him to wait a little longer. Approaching one of the girls, she asked is her name Qi Shuang? As soon as she bowed her head and answered yes, a slap immediately flew in her direction. Chu Shiwilian said that she could insult her, but not the master. Does the girl think she doesn't know what nonsense she's talking about behind her back? People like her can only rely on others. Does she still have the conscience to ask him for school as a wedding gift? She doesn't even deserve to be his bride. Yang Xiaokong immediately began to tell Miss Chu that Qi Shuang was his girlfriend. Let him please forgive her for his sake. She asked who he was so that the girl would forgive her for his sake. Now he will leave this place with her. Turning to Sister Ouyang, the girl asked for forgiveness for driving out her guests. She replied that she should not apologize, whether they are there or not. This does not affect the auction in any way. Moreover, it became calmer there. The man asked for a moment of attention. This was regarding the first lot. The auction house cannot confirm its authenticity. He also doesn't know whether the item is real or not. Li Taixin realized that this was the aura of Phoenix power. The man named the starting price at 1 million. The guy realized that this copper pot has the spiritual power of a phoenix. It'll be good for activating his divine chaos stone. People started asking what kind of jokes. They don't know whether he's real or not, but they still dare to expose him. They've definitely gone crazy for the money, and they don't even need him for nothing. A guy approached young Master Song, saying that he came there for this copper pot. If he just wins the bet, the guy will kill Li Taixin. The stakes increased every time. The guys wondered why young Master Song also made a bet. Just let them not say that this is a real treasure. Li Taixin thought, he dares to raise the price? Then they will see what he can do against this venerable one. In the end, when the price for the pot rose to 70 million, young Master Song could not do anything. He told the guy not to worry. Li Taixin is my competitor. He guarantees that as soon as he kills him, the guy will have the copper pot in his hands. Ouyang Pei asked the guy, she doesn't understand. Is this thing really worth that much money? Chu Shiwilian told her sister not to worry. The master knows what he is doing. In addition, if the master runs out of money, she will pay for it. The girl replied that since she was in charge of the auction, she could pay, so there was no need to spend money. Chu Shiwilian said that it is normal for a student to want to give a gift to her master. Li Taixin replied that it was fine, he would accept their kindness, but he still had enough money. The man said that the next lot is a dark golden branch. Another name is the fallen golden tree. Legend has it that it takes 1,000 years to grow and hundreds of years to develop its color. It can drive out evil, bestow blessings, and increase life expectancy. Its starting price is 6 million. People immediately began to say that this was simply a divine object. The man asked what era he was from. Are there people who still believe in this? Another replied that this is an auction of the Ouyang family. They won't lie. Li Taixin said that he would give 100 million for this lot. The guys asked, did they just hear it? Or did he really offer that amount? Does a man not know what to do with his money? Song Zong shouted that he was ready to give 200 million. The guy thought that he would be cursed and force him to bid higher. As it turned out, Li Taixin fell silent. This lot went to the guy. Chu Shiwilian asked the teacher, isn't his goal to destroy the golden tree? Why did he let that guy buy it? If he didn't have enough money, she could pay for it. He told the girl not to worry. This is all part of his plan. The guy only thought that he should hurry home and activate the divine chaos stone. The girls should stop chasing him. The guy can return home himself. Entering his villa, Li Taixin said that he himself planned to find him. But I didn't think that the guy would come there with his dogs. Song Zong replied that she had been waiting for him for half a day, and he finally deigned to return home. Because of him, the guy spent 200 million on this wooden stick. Does he understand the essence of the problem? Let him give him these 200 million and the copper cauldron. Sun Tsung promises that his death will be quick. If he refused, he would realize that a quick death was the best option. Li Taixin said that he also wanted to tell the guy something. Since he has come, then let his soul be expelled from this world. Sun Zong shouted that it was he who was threatening him and not the other way around. Why the hell is this self-confidence? One of the guys asked, is he Li Taixian? Does the guy remember the killer who attacked Chu Tianzheng? He replied that this lord is not obliged to remember the names of all garbage. The guy started shouting that he was his younger brother, but died because of their dirty tricks. But now, he will take his life for the repose of his brother's soul. Li Taixian asked, did such a weak practitioner dare to threaten him? The guy thought it was impossible. He was an expert of external force. How could he block his blow so easily? Unless he's a great master. Although no, he is too young for this. This cannot happen. After which he began to attack him again. The guy asked if he still wanted to fight him. Using a little physical force, the guy immediately fell to his knees. He began to pray that the venerable master would take pity on him. They say that it was his fault. Li Taixian replied that of course not. He insulted this venerable man and is still begging for mercy? Naive insect. Sun Zong shouted that it couldn't be. Let the guy shoot, kill him, let them do what they want, but so that he doesn't survive. Li Taixian said what a sad fate, but he gave him a chance. Having taken out pistols, the guy said that he might be strong, but he couldn't dodge bullets. Let him go to hell. Calling them insects, the guy immediately created a dome around himself, through which even bullets could not pass. The powerful force of the dome hit the guys, and they immediately flew away. Song Zong asked him not to approach him. Taking out a pistol, he began to shoot without stopping, but the dome was impenetrable. Li Taixian replied that an insect like him has no right to know this. Having deployed one of the bullets with his force, he directed it towards the guy. Taking the artifact in his hands, the guy said that now he has a fallen dragon tree. Finally, he can activate the Great Gathering Formation. From this auction, he received a copper pot and a fallen dragon tree. Something definitely happened to the earth for its energy to become so low. The dragon tree will be used as the main core of the formation. The mansion will become the center of this formation, and from the school, he will be able to observe it. After this, he will expand the formation to the ridges of the city. In this case, a large amount of spiritual power will slowly gather there. The gem, although it is the treasure of this world, is of no use to it. Even so, there should be no problems with creating information. All that remains is for the core to merge with the sacred ground. If an ordinary person lives in this mansion, he can live up to 150 years. This is a heavenly fusion effect. Every cultivator sect should have one. Entering the villa, he snapped his finger and said that they dared to insult this venerable man, so let them get out of this world. It's time to activate the Divine Chaos Stone. It is a kind of Tianxian stone, only at an early stage, but it can still be used effectively. In his previous life, he had this stone and helped him in his development. Inside the Chaos Stone is the power of Tianxian. It is thanks to it that he was able to develop the Slayer God Divine Body technique. He didn't know who sealed the Phoenix's power into the copper pot, but because it had been there for a long time, it had become very weak. But this energy is enough to awaken the Divine Chaos Stone. Having absorbed it, the Chaos Stone has now become stronger and is filled with energy. What's also amazing is that there's a divine technique hidden inside. Li Taixian acquired the Phoenix Fire Eyes technique and also accidentally created a divine spirit child. This technique can only be mastered if the wearer has an immortal body and soul, after which it even evolves. He underestimated her. The guy thought, is it possible to find out what kind of powerful power the child of the spirit has? He saw that in addition to his spiritual energy, there was also a real phoenix soul there. If the guy succeeds, he will remain within his faction. The guy shouted that no matter who he was, he couldn't cope with his energy. Looking at the phoenix, he began to say that now he must help him collect chi from all places and redirect it there. When he reaches the peak of cultivation, he will take him with him to the world of immortals. Li Taixian said that he would not restrict his freedom, but he should not dare to fly beyond the mountain range of the city. By combining the phoenix and the dragon tree, the guy obtained the information of the phoenix dragon. Now that it is completed, he hopes everything will work out for him. A vision appeared before his eyes that they needed to protect the head of the family. The guy immediately realized that the Chu family was in danger. At that moment, his student entered the door. The girl said that she was greeting her master. Getting up from the floor, he immediately said that they were leaving. Li Taixien said that her family helped him a lot, and now that they are having problems, he cannot stand by. Looking at him, the girl thought that the master was so incredible. He even found out the purpose of her visit and immediately went to help. Chu Shiwilian told the master on the way that the Na and Chu family never got along. Since this year, they have been at odds even in business. One day, the Na family attacked their important truck. Her younger brother killed the head of their family. After this, they constantly quarrel. They sent assassins many times, but all their attempts failed. A year later, they plucked up courage and returned to take revenge. She said that they have strong bodyguards, but even they cannot cope with him. It's impossible to shoot him. Li Taixien thought about it. That yellow-faced guy said that the murderer was his younger brother. So he was also sent by the Na family. Both brothers were unlucky. They were killed by him. The girl said that they had no one else to invite to protect their grandfather. She is afraid that he might actually die. Both sides agreed to meet and have a duel. Grandfather said that he could not defeat that expert and sent her to ask for his help. Li Taixien thought that he was sure that there were not many people who could block bullets. This is a good chance to meet an earthly martial artist. The master answered the girl that there was no problem. He would meet him in person. She replied that thanks to him, her family was safe. The girl asked the master to follow her. When he saw Li Taixien, he said that this old man had been waiting for him for a long time. Please let it pass. They are counting on him. Afterwards, their family will generously reward the master. The old man said that the fight would take place at 11 p.m. in the Solar Phoenix Pavilion. Grandfather asked Chu Shiwilian to stay with him, and when he finished preparing, they would go to the pavilion. When the girl's brother entered, he asked his cousin, did he hear that that brat came to their house? He began to say that these were the problems of the Chu family. Why did the girl ask him for help? They just need to invite his master and send him away. He looks like he wants to cheat and run away with everyone's money. The girl replied that her master was an important guest, so stop being rude. Didn't he understand last time? The guy thought that this time, even his cousin wouldn't stop him. He must bring this scoundrel to light. The guy told Li Taixien that he wanted to talk to him. If the guy loses to him, he will leave the city. Will he dare to accept his challenge? The master replied that he was giving him one last chance. He removes his hand and gets out of there. Having sent him, the guy replied that he was a useless piece, but was pretending to be strong. Hearing what her cousin said, the girl asked what he was looking for death. Let him apologize quickly. The guy answered his sister that no one will stop him today. Don't worry, their family will be fine with his master. Chu Shuef Fan shouted that today he will teach him a lesson. The guy asked how dare he mock him and flirt with his woman? Having stopped the girl, the master replied that it was good. Today, he will also teach him a lesson. The guy asked who he? He doesn't care about him. He's just an arrogant hillbilly. Before he could finish speaking, he immediately received a slap in the face. The girl's brother started screaming, why the hell did he suddenly hit him? After his words, he already gave a stronger blow. Chu Shuef Fan asked the guy why was he mocking him? Let him not relax. He will take the skin off him. Trying to strike again, the master also put out his fist. The guy's hand was not standing. The bone was broken into pieces. Chu Shiwilian asked the teacher to go easy on him. Let him keep him alive for her grandfather's sake. His brother kept calling him a damn brat. He said that it would be better if he killed him and the master would avenge the guy. After hitting him several more times, Li Taixien said that this was all because his sister begged him to spare the guy. However, his broken arms and legs will be his punishment. Let him be glad that he has such a good sister. The girl asked to quickly take the young gentleman to the hospital. When he saw his grandson, the man thanked the master for being so lenient towards him. The man knows that he was arrogant and insulted him. Hope Li Taixien will forgive him. One of the subordinates said something in the man's ear. Chu Tianzheng asked why his grandson's master came there. He didn't call him. Chu Shiwilian replied that she was sure that it was her brother's business. He called him here. The man said what a stupid grandson he is. The girl asked the master to be careful with that person. He is the master of a powerful sect, in this area. And besides, he is a strong spiritual practitioner. He is called the strongest martial artist in the city. Even the whole of Jiangbei knows him. Many people want to become his students, but he rarely accepts training. Before accepting her brother as a disciple, grandfather had to give him a big house, and only then did he reluctantly accept Shui Fan. The man came up and immediately asked what happened. Who named his student? Looking at the old man, he said that apparently the man did not want to greet the master of his grandson. Chu Tian replied that no, that is not true. Master Li agreed to come there. This part is for him. Let it please come and sit down. Looking at the guy, the master said that just don't tell him that this man crippled his student. The guy saw that it was him. Turning to the master, he said that it was difficult to avoid meeting the enemy. This guy injured him in Yang Shaokong back then. The master replied that he had been looking for him for a long time, but did not think that he would meet him here. He beat his brothers and now also his student. If the guy is not stupid, then let him break his legs and arms, and then kneel before his brothers and student and beg for forgiveness. And if not, then his corpse will quickly be taken out of there. Looking at him, the man thought that he was an ordinary brat, an upstart with a pretty face. Shui Fan's cultivation suffered, and Xiao He became crippled. The master must teach him a good lesson, otherwise he will be ashamed to remain in the city. Why does he need this martial sect if after this incident no one wants to study in it? Li Taixian replied that those guys were going the wrong way. They wanted to beat him up together with Yang Shaokong. In response, he simply crippled them. Perhaps the guy was too merciful. Shui Fan had already insulted him twice. If not for the Chu family, he would have killed him long ago. And in general, why on earth did the man decide that he could tell him? Grabbing the sword in his hands, the master shouted that he was a bastard. Who did he even think he was? Approaching the sect master, Chu Tian asked him to calm down and listen to the old man. He knows that his old enemies have come to his home, right? To protect his family, the old man invited this master. He replied that it was good. Since Mr. Chu asked, the man would deal with his enemies, and then it would be this bastard's turn. Master said this guy looks useless. How can he help them? In fact, he found out that they were in trouble, so he came there so that he could help them. He is the strongest practitioner in this field, as well as a martial sect master, and the old man wants to say that this guy is stronger than him? The old man replied that Mr. Li agreed to help. Then victory is theirs. Solar Phoenix Pavilion. Qi Shuang asked Yang Shaokong why there are so many people there. He said that they came to take revenge, but what did the guy mean? He asked whether the girl remembered what he told her about the family. So, they will destroy the Chu family today. The girl asked, is the Chu family really inferior to them in strength? The guy replied that of course, but they need to hurry to his father, otherwise he will have to greet the family alone. Illegal arena. The man said that Oldna would definitely destroy the Chu family. Soon they will take over the entire city, and their family will lend a helping hand. The man replied that he knew what he really wanted. Soon he will unite all of Jiangbei. He will allow them to become representatives of his family, and will reward them for all the information they convey to him. Qi Shuang asked Yang Shaokong, who is the man here? He is so arrogant that even his uncle treats him with respect. The guy said that his name is Nahi. He is the head of the family, a true martial artist. He has no equal in the city, and the Chu family is like a bug compared to him. Li Taixian, with his meager skills, was no match for him. Does the girls see all those people in the arena? They are all martial artists who lost to him. The guy laughed and said that today is the best day. Li Taixian will die for humiliating them. No matter how arrogant this guy is, they will have the last laugh. Qi Shuang thought that although the guy had changed, he still remained as weak. He refused her last time, which means it was his own fault that he missed such a chance for survival. People started shouting that the Chu family had arrived. Let the sect master teach this impudent man a lesson. They said that he was acting too arrogantly. Not only is the Chu family his target, he also plans to kill all the martial artists. Yang Shaokong thought that they could behave arrogantly, but when Master Na showed his strength and killed that Chu Tian, he would capture the entire city and rule there. They will all fall to their knees in front of him and beg for mercy. Calling them a bunch of scum, The man said that just to challenge them to a duel, how difficult it is to find worthy opponents in the city. If the old man knows what situation he is in, then let him hurry up and kneel before him. Maybe then he will forgive him. Having climbed into the arena, the guy shouted that he shouldn't be so arrogant. He'll see how he scores today. The man asked, and will he kill him? Does the guy have enough strength? He told him to disappear and asked Chu Tianzheng to appear in person. Having started to attack, the guy shouted that he should not dare to underestimate him. Just as he was about to strike, the man dodged. This was followed by a retaliatory strike. People began to discuss that the guy could not withstand even one blow from a he. They wondered what they should do. Who could defeat him? The man shouted that the old man should not hide behind the others. There are no worthy opponents in the city, just trash. Chu Tian replied that he should not underestimate the experts from Huzhou too much. This year, his brother was also illegally involved in the production and sale of opium. He himself is to blame for his death. There is no need to engage in such business and harm citizens. The old man advises him to stop this and not make more mistakes. Now he replied that the old man talks too much. Today he will take his head to calm his soul. The master shouted that he was impudent, so he should teach him a lesson for such words. The man said that it means he is a fighter of inner strength. No wonder he's so arrogant. It would be better for him to retreat because the master is no match for him. He thought that he must first make the first move. And he said that it was quite interesting that the guy was able to block several of his blows. But if that's all he can do, then let him die. The man said that he had already broken through to the border of the great master. He trained hard for half his life, but was never able to reach the boundary of a great master. I didn't think that he would be stronger than him. One more blow, and he would have died. Chu Shui saw that even his master, the strongest practitioner in the city, was still defeated by him. People were scared that he had reached the limits of a great master's power. This meant one thing: only a master like himself could defeat him. Chu Tianzheng understood that he could not be defeated. He is afraid that even Li Taixian will not be able to stop him. Will the old man really die there? Taking her grandfather's hand, the girl told him not to worry. The master will definitely defeat Nahi. She believes in him. Grandfather answered her that everything is the will of the gods, which have not be avoided. Nahi asked, does anyone else want to fight him? Just let them go and die. He told Chu Tian that today he would destroy all the martial arts masters of the city right in front of his eyes, and see what he did. Nahi, you asked far away, is this some kind of joke? He calls himself the strongest in the city? He's just trash. Tao Bai, the master of the Immortal Crane sect, appeared in front of him. He said that men should not underestimate their martial artists. Pointing the weapon at him, the man shouted at him to go to hell. Now he managed to hide under the barrier and asked his gun, does it use spiritual power to fire? Quickly heading towards the Immortal Crane sect master. Now he struck him several times and asked if he had reacted just now. It is too late. He shouted that the damn trash couldn't withstand even one blow. And these are the great martial artists from a city? All he sees are pathetic insects. Approaching Chu Tianzheng, the man said that today was the day of his death. But he won't let him die so easily. He will lock him in prison and slowly torture him. The old man will regret that he did not choose a quick death from the very beginning. Chu Tian replied that he is the head of the Chu family. An honest person like him is not afraid of death. The old man would be disgraced if he died at the hands of a brat like him. Now he asked what was the point of acting so boldly now. He hopes the old man will not cool his ardor when a man tortures him. Li Taixian told the pathetic ants to get out and not be an eyesore for him now. Now he asked where did this brat come from? He dared to meddle in other people's affairs. If he wants to live, then let him kneel down, bow his head 3 times, and get out. The guy asked, does he want people to bow their heads in front of him? The man is not worthy of this. He even understands who he is dealing with. Let him step back. Now he thought what a powerful aura. Is it really an illusion? It probably just seemed like it. He is no more than 20 years old. Even if he started cultivating as a child, there was no way he could compare to him. Moreover, he can no longer feel his aura fluctuating. He must have been hallucinating. The man shouted that he couldn't be tricked. Li Taixin told him that he had only recently touched the boundary of a great master. Even a true great master who came to this place would die by his hand. Chu Shui thought that until now this brat had behaved arrogantly. Even now he continues to repeat the same thing. Now he will definitely beat him today. He shouted that he was an upstart. Even he can only fight him for a few minutes. In any case, this guy wouldn't be able to match even his little finger strike. He's just pretending. He won't even have time to realize that he's dead. Now he told the guy that since he had already talked enough, it was time for him to die. The master said that Li Taixin is still arrogant, although death itself will soon overtake him. He didn't understand how this clown could live so long. After receiving the blow, he realized that he had underestimated that brat. The man felt no power from him. Did he deliberately hide the fact that he was a great master? He realized that the guy was just pretending to be a weakling, and this weakened his vigilance. He called him a damn kid and shouted that he was not a weakling. However, will the barrier be able to block it? The master boasted that he could even block bullets with it. But with one movement of his hand, Li Taixin shattered the barrier into small pieces. The guy answered what loud words, but in reality, it's a fragile shield. The man didn't understand where he came from. He is absolutely no match for him. I understood that everything was bad, so I decided that I had to leave now. Li Taixin asked if he really wanted to escape, so he likes to run? Thanks to his technique, the guy crushed him with his huge hand. Then he asked him to wait and said that the guy could not kill him. His teacher is a true great master. After a powerful blow, the man fell silent. People immediately began to wonder, is this guy even human? Now he is the strongest expert in the city, and he was able to kill him in 3 moves. Is this really the real power of a great master? Bowing, Chu Tianzheng said that in the future, he will follow his instructions. After which the rest of his family bowed and said that they would all follow his instructions. Yang Shaokong asked his father, should they really bow their heads to this Li Taixin? The man replied that they must assess the situation correctly. Let him learn to be patient. Now he lost, so they should bow their heads and greet Li Taixin. Otherwise, the Yang family would be in great danger. It will get to the point where they will be kicked out of the city. The master continued to shout that he was just lucky. There is nothing special about his victory. The guy replied that let him come. Doesn't he want to deal with this venerable man? Come on, let him go up to the arena. The man replied that he would let him tell him. No matter who the guy is, he still has to call him. Li Taixin slapped him and asked him who he thought he was. Decided to show off in front of this venerable man. This slap should teach him to respect other people. This slap should teach him to be humble, not to be arrogant and put other people down. The third slap in the face for the way he educates his students. What is the character of the master? Such is the character of his disciples. If he cannot teach them good things, then let him not force them to learn bad things. Watching his master, the guy thought that he hoped this brat would die today, but the guy took advantage of the opportunity and became famous. Chu Shui can no longer rely on his master. He hoped that Lei Qian would return as soon as possible, since he had loved his sister since childhood. The girl is fascinated by her master, but nothing, you just need to wait, and he could take revenge on him. Lei Qian is an elite soldier of the Shanglong army, and also a student of the Long Tiangang Eastern Military Base. Yang Shaokong approached the guy and said that it was all his older brother's fault. He was wrong, and therefore he came to receive punishment. They hope young Master Li can forgive them. The guy added that great people don't hold grudges, so just let him forget about it. He began to say that he really didn't like Qi Shuang. This girl captivated him. She is a real harlot. He continued to say that she was only attracted to money. He did the right thing by leaving her. Anyone can ask for such a fool. He certainly doesn't need her. The girl began to ask what Yang Shaokong said. The guy repeated that he wanted to break up with her. From now on, they are strangers to each other. She abandoned the great master and then stuck to him like a bath leaf. The guy was apparently blind if he fell for her puppy dog eyes. He shouted that he didn't want to see her anymore. The difference between him and Li Taixin is big. He said that there is no point in even comparing. The girl loudly shouted his name. He asked why she was shouting. Today they say goodbye to each other. The girl asked if this cretin really wanted to take everything from her and leave her. after which she hit him. Not expecting this, the guy hit her back. The guy shouted that he was Yang Shaokong and he would kill her, after which they began to fight. Watching everything that was happening, Li Taixian could not stand it and shouted for them to get out of there. Yang Shaokong asked if the girl heard. He asked her to leave from there. The guy added that he should also get lost. If he didn't express himself clearly, he'll repeat it again, let them both get out of there. He replied that it was good. He was also leaving. People immediately began to discuss that the guy definitely does not need this family. They tried to befriend him after defeating the he. Hypocrites like them should leave there. All the guy thought about was that he wanted to lure out the person who was behind them. If it weren't for him, Li Taixian would have gotten rid of them long ago. Chu Tianzheng told Mr. Li that he still had to be careful. The man heard that, and he suddenly became strong thanks to the expert he recognized as his master. He said that this man is very mysterious and enigmatic. He is probably a great master. The guy should know that in all of China, such a great master as Mao Lin is difficult to find. And it's even harder for someone young like him. It's difficult to deal with such practices, so the guy has to be very careful. Li Taixian replied that he knows this is normal for him. Even if a real great master came there, the guy would still kill him. He is now at the peak of qi refinement, the final stage of cultivation on Earth. There, the external energy of the master corresponds to the middle stage of qi purification, and the internal energy of the master corresponds to the highest stage. Li Shizhen relied on this power to be a sect master and become respected among other powerful cultivators. He needs to increase his cultivation speed because there is one person waiting for his return. Although the guy has completed his formation, the spiritual energy of this planet is too weak. If he wants to enter the Tianxian kingdom, he will need to gain even more strength. His divine body can purify any spiritual things. If he finds more divine stones, he can refine a lot more energy. His cultivation speed will be increased to a whole new level. The divine chaos stone stores a lot of spiritual energy. Some of them may contain divine techniques, which is extremely rare. That's why so many people in his past world risked their lives and killed other people to get it. Now he needs to fight a real great master to test his level of combat power. That demonic cultivator who had escaped earlier should have recovered by now. It's time to take her energy and create immortality. The immortality tablet must absorb all types of spiritual energy in this world. This will be difficult to do, so he must start now. In his previous life, his father tried to provide for him and worked very hard. He was often sick and did not receive the necessary medical care. As a result, he died. The guy decided that now he would not let him suffer. Alley of 1,000 Flowers. The taxi driver asked the guy if he was really planning to go there. He said that this place is infested with evil creatures. He'll give him a discount, so it's better not to go there. Li Taixian replied, not to worry, this is where he is going. He saw an old lady who was burning something. She kept repeating that her son died a terrible death. The guy thought that it looked like the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers was an interesting place after all. Li Taixian decided to see what this place was like. Suddenly, some guy crashed into him. Xiao Fei saw the guy and asked why he was there. The guy replied that he would like to know why he needs this ritual money and candles. Didn't he talk? His mother was in a hospital and could not even leave the room. She's gotten worse lately, but the doctors can't help her, so they took her home. Yesterday, his father invited Master Lu, who is famous in the province, so the man took advantage of his connections and invited him. The master said that he could cure his mother, and he needed these things for the ritual. Li Taixian asked the guy if his house was somewhere nearby. He replied that yes, he lives in a small residential area of Anfu, not far from there. He told Li to hurry up and leave this place. The Avenue of 1,000 Flowers has a very bad reputation. If it weren't for buying these things, he wouldn't have come close to him. The guy replied that since he was there, he would take him to his mother. Maybe he can cure her illness. Li Taixian doubted that Master Lu, he might turn out to be an ordinary fraud. Xiao Fei asked, can he really help? The guy remembers that he didn't study medicine, so this is not a situation where you can joke. Li replied that he wanted to see that Master Lu. He said that here they are, this is his home. Walking into the room, Li Taixian heard that the woman was saying to let her go. She wanted to go home so that no one would come near her. The man told the master that he must save his wife. The price is not important. Master Lu replied that everything is very complicated. Someone cursed his wife. He can only stabilize her condition, but it will be very difficult to cure her. The guy didn't understand what they should do. The master just has to help them. He replied that, of course, there's a way to cure, but it will take a lot of effort to make a pill. Each ingredient costs almost a couple of tens of thousands. The man is afraid that they will not have enough money. Xiao Fei shouted that he only needed to cure her. They're even ready to sell the house if necessary. Li Taixian asked him to wait a little. Approaching the woman, Li activated the celestial phoenix eyes. The guy realized that, as he thought, she not only lost a piece of her soul, but was also infected with something vile. This aura most likely has some connection with that demonic cultivator. He thought it was lucky that he had heavenly phoenix eyes. If not for them, the guy would not have been able to understand the reason so easily. Looking at Xiao Fei and her uncle, the guy said that he could cure her. The woman's body is very weak, so the evil spirit is trying to take over her body. She is possessed. Master Lu asked how did the younger brother make the diagnosis so easily. He said that she was possessed. But how could this be? It was only daytime outside. Let him explain it to him. Li Taixian replied to tell the man to shut his mouth. He came there to help her, not to argue with him. Turning to the guy, he asked him to tell him, has your aunt ever walked past the avenue of 1,000 flowers? The man replied that it seemed not. This place has long been abandoned, but they live nearby and could drive past it by car. The guy said that means he was right. The source of her obsession must be in the avenue of 1,000 flowers. They need to get her there. Only by bringing the woman there can he help her. He told Xiao Fei that the guy would go with him and carry his mother. Suddenly, they were stopped by Master Lu. He began to say that if they listened to this with a finger, then trouble could happen. Afterwards, let them not blame him for warning me about them. If this happens, then 100,000 of them will no longer be enough to treat her. The man thought about it. The master is a well-known person in this field. He has a good reputation and fame. He usually only helps the elite of society. If it weren't for the high-status person who invited him, he would have turned them down, even if they had money. But that guy is his son's best friend. He behaves calmly, which means that there is no point in him lying to them. Xiao Fei told the master that it was a matter of life and death. He suggested combining both options. Master Lu replied that it was fine, but then he could give her a medicinal pill first. This will help her for half a day. This time will be enough. The brat will still make her suffer. After he fails, the man will finish what he started. As soon as he held out the pill, the guy immediately snatched it out of his hands. He is wrong. There is real ancient poison inside this medicinal pill. The master is so rotten that he will do anything for money. The man began to answer that he did not understand what the guy was talking about. He came there to save a man's life. He never committed any wrongdoing, so he has no right to slander him. He didn't understand how the guy found out. Clearly he's hiding something. Master Lu suggested going. The guy said he could cure her. He will see what tricks he will use. Him later for not protecting her. This place is crawling with all sorts of creatures. Therefore, when they find themselves there, let them not dare to call for help. Looking around, the guy said that this place was definitely abandoned. Li Taixian told them to follow him. The man asked what they were doing there. Seeing this, the guy said that it's strange. The avenue of 1,000 flowers has been abandoned for a long time. Why is there a guard there? The man told him that his wife had become obsessed. Just let her take a look. The guard replied that it was incredible. He had been living in this place for a couple of years, but had never seen anything like this. They can pass. The same old woman was sitting on the side, burning money. The guard shouted at her to do it somewhere else. The old woman replied that she was burning ritual money for her son. He was a taxi driver and was heading to this place. Last night, he came to her in a dream and said that he was still going there. Master Lu said that he said from the very beginning there was no need to come there. This place is too dirty. But since we arrived, let him act faster. Li Taixian asked him, has he still not noticed anything? And how can he call himself a master after this? The man replied that this brat is good at wagging his tongue. What nonsense will he say this time? Suddenly, something strange began to happen to the guard. The master immediately began to shout that there was a monster there and wanted to run away. The guy grabbed his hand, thereby stopping him. He began to ask, didn't he say that there was some kind of master? This is just a stray monster, and he was so scared that he decided to run away. The man began to shout that he was just a fraudster. Let him hurry up and let him go home quickly. Li Taixian said that then let him answer, was there an ancient poison in that medicinal pill? The man shouted that yes. He tried to deceive them and did it only for money. This damn thing is almost here. Please let him go. The monster began to come closer and closer. Li Taixian said to show his true form in the name of this venerable one. Suddenly, at some point, he disappeared. The guy said that everything is fine now. He needs to destroy the remaining evil spirits. By morning, the woman will wake up. Xiao Fei asked, is this true? He began to thank the guy. He said that after his words, he felt much better. The man also added that this is a very dangerous place. He said that he was lucky that they were with him. Meanwhile, Master Lu tried to escape. The guy managed to grab him. The man began to ask what he wanted. Li Taixian asked what he thought the guy would do to him. He deceived many people, so it's time to repent for his sins. Let him quickly take his own pill. The man shouted that this was a real ancient poison, how it all itched. He ran and asked someone to help. He needed an antidote. The guy told his friend that if it weren't for him, they would have been deceived. He is afraid to imagine how his mother could have suffered. Li replied that they should return home, but he had something to sort out. Xiao Fei told the guy that several years ago there were accidents there, and all the businessmen who owned this land died for unknown reasons. He must be careful. The man asked him to take care of himself and said that when he finished, let him return to their home. He would wait. The guy said Heavenly Phoenix Eyes activation. He found it. This place has the strongest source of evil energy. This appears to be the lair of a demonic cultivator. He realized that this was the same place. The guy is surprised that there's an ancient tomb there. The same old woman appeared before him again. She kept repeating that her son died a terrible death. Turning to the guy, she said that he seemed to be the same age as her son. Maybe he'll become her son too? Since he has come, let him stay there and become her son. Let him protect this tomb with her. The guy asked, did another wandering ghost dare to stand in his way? She kept repeating that anyone who dared to disturb the ancient tomb of her master would die. The monster began to approach the guy. Raising his hand, he shouted for her to get out of his way. Li Taixian didn't think that the demon cultivator would be able to gather so many wandering ghosts. It's lucky that his Taixian energy works against them. Otherwise, if there had been an ordinary priest there, he would not have lasted long. Actually, as expected, the demonic cultivator is there. Suddenly, the guy noticed the divine chaos stone. Opening her eyes, the demonic cultivator asked, is it he, the damned man who destroyed her servants and prevented her from cultivating? He told her that last time he let her go because she could have been useful to him, but now let him wait for no mercy. She asked to wait and said that she admitted that she was too weak then, so she retreated, and she would have died from absorbing his life force. But now the demonic cultivator said that everything is different. She used the evil energy of this place and was able to break into the demonic realm. Now he is not her opponent at all. Li Taixian replied that in a short time, she was able to transform from a small ghost spirit into a magical one. Looks like she has some talent. If she gives him the divine chaos stone, bows her head and agrees to become his servant for 100 years, then he will let her go. She shouted that she didn't even dream. The guy doesn't even have the right to decide her fate. Having accepted her attack, he said that the gap between their forces was too great. Is this all she can do? The demonic cultivator didn't understand how this could happen. Why can't she withstand even one blow from him? She couldn't believe it. The girl shouted the demonic call of the soul. The guy thought that it was Jiangshi who became a demon. He didn't think they still existed on Earth. It looks like there are many more secrets hidden in it. The demonic cultivator said that this was the 1,000-year-old king of Jiangshi. She only recently learned to control him, and he is much stronger than her. If he gives in, she will simply drain his life force and allow him to die in peace. But if he refuses, she will tear his soul apart and make him suffer. Li Taixian replied that it was very funny. The demonic cultivator replied that she did not believe that the guy would be able to leave there alive. Let him accept his death. The guy replied that she did not know the limits of her strength. In this case, all he had to do was calm her down. Suddenly, she noticed that this guy had disappeared. He shouted at the demon spawn. How can he let her do whatever she wants? He decided to destroy her using a suppressive demonic talisman. She asked what the hell kind of technology is this? The girl couldn't even move. Li Taixian once again repeated, let him serve him or die. The demonic cultivator couldn't understand how he could kill the 1,000-year-old Jiangshi so easily. She shouted that she was giving up and would serve him. She voluntarily gives him this divine object. Let him spare her. The guy replied that she should have done this from the very beginning. He will monitor how she performs her duties. If you don't cope, you will be expelled from this world. He didn't think that he could find another chaos divine stone on this planet. Moreover, he was purified by the spiritual power of the magical beast. This is a definite rare case. Maybe this stone is even more valuable than the previous one. As soon as he absorbs it, he will immediately receive divine blessing. Its cultivation speed will be greatly increased. At this rate, there won't be enough energy on this planet for him. But thanks to the stone, he believes that he will quickly break through to the peak of the state of Qi purification, go to the Tianxian realm, or even another realm. The girl said that she gave up and gave him what he wanted. Now, can he let her go? Li Taixian asked what she was talking about. Now the girl is his servant. Why couldn't she see her true form? She began to ask him not to do this. Then she asked why her transformation was destroyed. This transformation was supposed to help her with her development. How dare he? He asked how dare she talk to him like that. The girl immediately began to ask for forgiveness and say that she would not do this again. He asked her to tell him her name and where she got the Chaos Stone. She replied that her name was Lan Wu. She said that she did not know that it was a Chaos Stone. On the day he wounded her, she accidentally found him in Jiangshi's coffin. She realized that he could help her develop, so she took him. She thought he was a fool. The girl will pretend to be good and then tear him into hundreds of pieces. The guy thought that the Chaos Stone had a connection with Jiangshi, so he had to protect it. Li Taixian asked, wasn't she the one who gathered those demons in the Avenue of Thousand Flowers? She replied that no, she just saw that this place was suitable for cultivation, so she came here. These demons lived there long before her. The guy thanked his friend. He said that only he could cure his mother's illness. Now all their worries are in the past. The man also added that this is true, their family does not know how to thank him, but let him accept this modest gift. Li Taixian replied that Xiao Fei is his best friend. He cannot accept him. The guy also added that the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers is an unusual place. He asked if his friend knew anything else about it. Xiao Fei replied that as far as he remembers, many years ago a large project was planned there, but the evil spirit that lived there was very strong. The one who was responsible for the project jumped from the roof, and after him several more people died. Now, this building can be bought for only 1 million. But as you can see, it is still without an owner. The guy thought 1 million? Are there still buildings that are being sold so cheaply? Li Taixian expelled the evil energy from there. And since he will soon leave this world, he must acquire it as property for his father. He wants the man to retire peacefully. He told his friend that since his aunt was fine now, he would leave them. He still has things to do. As he was leaving, he heard the woman say that he was a good person. They should help him in the future. The guy told Lan Wu not to leave his side or run around. She replied that in order to escape, you still need to try. Li Taixian said that they had arrived. Looking around, the girl wondered, is this the phoenix from Legends? He even has a fallen dragon tree. Where did he get these greatest treasures? She asked, what is this? The girl felt that a huge amount of spiritual energy had gathered there. Lan Wu said that this is a great formation and asked if he created it. Pointing his finger, he asked her to stand there. She thought that just don't tell her that he wants to use the formation to take all her energy. Li Taixian said that he should activate the divine chaos stone and let her stand still and release her demonic energy. If she does anything suspicious, he will immediately banish her from this world. The girl replied that she kept her word, so she would not do anything. He understood that her demonic energy could help him absorb the divine chaos stone and make the formation more complete. Spirits gather energy for great information, so demon energy is no exception. Thanks to her, he can turn a fallen dragon tree into a true dragon. Looking up, the girl thought that the spiritual dragon and phoenix had become the spiritual foundations for his formation. Looks like she underestimated him. The guy ordered her to start. She thought it was a curse, her demonic energy, which she had collected with such difficulty. Damn him. In principle, this is not so much, but she is not in the best shape right now. Everything has yin and yang. The tree belongs to yin, so the yang demon energy increased its growth rate. The activation of the divine chaos stone was successful. It was easier than he thought. She thought, what's the matter? The girl definitely released demonic energy. Why doesn't she feel exhaustion, but rather a huge amount of energy inside her? He said that even though she is a stimulant for this information, she still absorbs energy from the entire city. As long as she stays there, her cultivation will continuously grow. The girl thought, great spiritual gathering formation. In any case, if she can cultivate there, then her speed will increase and not slow down. A person who is capable of creating such a thing cannot be so simple. If she continued to cultivate with him, she might even be able to reach the heavenly demon realm. He can no longer absorb the chaos divine stone. Huge reserves of energy fill his body. Its cultivation is constantly increasing. Li Taixian ordered Lan Wu to stay there and not run away. He'll be gone for a while. She answered yes, after which she called him a master. Was he surprised, master? Although, let him call it what he wants. Yang Zi ran to the guy and told him that everything was bad. Li Taixian asked what happened. Who is it like that? The guy said that Su Mingho had just returned. The teacher replied that it was a great time for him to return. He just wanted to settle an old score with him. Yang Zi said that he blames them for betraying him and becoming the teacher's tails. As soon as he returned, he severely beat him and several classmates. The teachers who expressed what they thought about him were later beaten by him too. One of them is in a coma and was sent to the hospital. He doesn't know if he'll make it out. Another classmate of his had his legs broken. If he had not run away so quickly, the same thing would have probably happened to him. That guy is too arrogant. He relies on the strength of his family, so he doesn't value other people's lives. He brought a gang of thugs to find him. The teacher better run. He's already heading there. Li Taixian replied that since that guy was targeting him, he would wait for him. Want to see it. The guy thought that he should forget about it, stop improvising. He asked how this noisy thug could create all this mess. The guy asked, so is he Li Taixian? He's just an ordinary guy. Let him look and say what he thinks about these posters. The guy replied that he saw that they were as ugly and useless as he was. He replied, so that Li Taixian would not think that if he could defeat Yang Zi, he'd become someone great. Wants to argue with him? Today, all the teachers and students will see him crush it. Let everyone know that the guy is the only king in this school. The guy replied that he was just an insect, unworthy to fight with him. Lan Wu appeared behind her. The girl told the master that if he doesn't mind, then let him give this useless garbage to her. Li Taixian replied that, of course, but just don't kill them. The girl replied that she understood everything. Approaching the guy, she began to say that the master told her not to take his life, but the girl has poor control over her powers, so don't blame her if she remains crippled. Su Mingho said it was funny. Li Taixian hid behind the little girl's skirt. Does he want her to fight for him? Just let him look at her. She seems to be describing herself now. He told the girl to go home and drink her milk. Well, or if he sees blood, he'll really make a puddle there. She replied that she would now see who would wet themselves there. Gathering strength in her hand, Lan Wu hit the guy. The shockwave sent him flying several meters away. The guys asked what the hell. What do they see now? The guy didn't understand what the fuck was going on there. You see that the girl is slowly walking towards him. He began to shout that she should not come near him. Then he asked what she was doing. Lan Wu screamed that he dared to tell her that she might wet herself. Now the girl will make him pee his pants every day. Su Mingho won't fix anything. He returned to school, but had already created a lot of problems. Li Taixian only uses force to fight violence, so it's all his fault. The guy kept asking why he was so brave. Li dared to hit him? His father won't forgive him for this. The guy replied that then let him call the one who raised such a disrespectful son like him. Perhaps the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Yangzi told the teacher that he knew the guy's father a little, that his father was strong in martial arts and had a high position in the city. Not only the old man, Chu Tianzheng from the Chu family, he also cultivated more than 100 cultivators. The guy also added that he could do whatever he wants in the city and no one dares to contradict him. Li Taixian replied that it was enough, everything was fine. Having reached his father, the guy began to say that everything was bad. Someone wanted to cripple him. Let the man hurry up and bring people with him. Li Taixian replied that's good. Then he will wait for his father there. The guy wants to see what the man who raised such an ill-mannered son looks like. The Su family undoubtedly has enormous influence. Such a huge number of people. They didn't understand who the father of this guy was. These people look very bloodthirsty. The guy is now in great danger. Li Shizhen asked who the bastard was who dared to cripple his son. The guy asked why father took so long. He was almost beaten to death. Pointing his finger at the guy, he asked his father to kill him for him. The man said that he wanted to see who this daredevil was. He had just been defeated by Nahi. Did they really decide that everyone has the right to bully him? Seeing Li Taixian, the man froze. The guy asked what was wrong with his father. Let him kill him quickly. But all the father did was slap the guy in the face. He began to ask why his father had not killed him yet, but also hit the guy. Li Shizhen asked does he even understand what he did. He told him not to get the guy into trouble and not bring problems to others. But he didn't listen to him. Now they are in complete ass, and that's putting it mildly. Su Mingho told his father that Li Taixian is just a poor, homely teacher. Why is he afraid of him? The man asked the poor teacher says. Does he even know who forced him to remove the symbol of the combat school? Suddenly it dawned on him that Li Taixian was involved in this. The father replied that exactly. He was defeated by Master Li. Now the head of the Chu family and the leaders of other families recognized him as the leader. Meanwhile, he, the stupid son, dared to mock the master of faces using these stupid posters? The guy is truly worthless. Li Shizhen bowed to Master Li and said that it was all his fault, but he was still not the last person in the city. So could the guy do him a favor and forgive his son? Lan Wu asked how dare he? He also dares to mention his honor to her master? The man lowered his hands and clenched them tightly into a fist. Li Taixian replied that he did not think that the guy himself had become that bad. It's all just because of him. Approaching the guy, he said that he was expelled from school. The guy thought that Li Taixian must have threatened his father. He thought that it seemed like his grandfather was the only person who could avenge him. The man knows that they are very close to him, so he must help him with his problem, no matter what. Chu Tianzheng replied that he was not entirely sure whether he would want to help him. Such a strong man must be very proud. They can't know what he will do. At some point, the man's phone rang. He apologized and said that he needed to answer. Chu Tian saw his reaction and said that he looked worried. Did something happen? If they have problems, let them tell him. In this city, no one dares go against him. The man replied that this was his useless grandson. He got into a fight and his leg was broken. Everything is fine. Don't worry. He can handle this matter himself. Qi Shuang began to say that she had spent so much time looking for him. The girl came to say that she realized her mistake. She really regrets her decision. So please let her forgive her and offer to start over. Can she become his girlfriend again? She was stupidly blind. Money clouded her mind. She didn't need to look down on him. So please let him take her back. Lan Wu asked to become a girl again, and her master? Did she see herself? Does he think he deserves to become her? The guy answered the harlot that she shouldn't think that pursuing power and money is somehow wrong. She herself chose this path, and he does not forbid her from doing so. He also added that she shouldn't get involved with Yang Xiaokong if she doesn't want to cause him problems. And he'll tell her one last thing, let her go to hell. Wanted to become her owner's girlfriend? She doesn't exactly know her place. He only remembered that because of her in a previous life, his arms and legs were broken and he was sent to prison. His father sacrificed his life to get the guy out of that hell. All this happened because of this vile harlot. Did she want him to forgive her? Even if he doesn't hope for this chance. Now, She will live half her life in suffering and repentance. Su Mingho shouted to the guy not to dare to run away. His grandfather was almost there. Li Taixian asked him to stop talking nonsense, or he would make the guy shut up forever. When suddenly a car stopped right in front of him. The guy thought it was great. He didn't think that Grandpa would come so quickly. Now he's definitely finished. Su Mingho began to tell his grandfather that this was the same person who crippled him. He must take revenge on him for him. Bowing his head, the man told the teacher that he heard everything his grandson did. His damn grandson was too arrogant. He beat up his classmates and teachers. So it was a fair punishment for him. But still, he is his grandfather, and he was responsible for part of his upbringing, so it is his fault for not being able to raise him to be a good person. The man in no way blames him for such actions, and he is terribly sorry that they caused him so much trouble. Su Mingho asked his grandfather what he was doing. Can't the man see that Li Taixian broke his leg? His father is also afraid of him. Is he really going there? Hitting the guy in the face, he said that this old man had been through a lot, had been in shootouts and on the battlefield. And not only was he rotten to the core, he had achieved nothing in life except to become a goofball. The master is completely right. They should take up his education. Chu Tianzheng appeared in front of them. Surong asked why Sir is there. The man replied that he heard noise from cars on this side. So he became worried and came there to see if Mr. Li Taixian was okay. Looking at his friend, the man said that Mr. Li was the same great master with whom he was looking for a meeting. Chu Tian said that it is inconvenient to talk about this there, so please follow him. They need his help. The guy replied that it was good, but it was successful. He also has one thing to do with him. Su Rong said that this time, he wants the guy to help them protect the idol Mudong Wansoa. She is the main idol of this country, a magnificent actress. Her voice is like an angel. She has millions of fans. Soon she will have a concert in Huzhou. They must guarantee her safety within 1 week. As soon as they complete the task, they will pay him 100 million. Li Taixian replied that unfortunately, he had no desire to be an idol's bodyguard. The man said that this girl's father was their longtime friend. He sacrificed a lot for them, so he devoted very little time to his daughter since she was little. Now he's engaged in one research to create a secret weapon of serum. Once the research on this serum is completed, their special forces soldiers will be able to take their combat power to the next level. As a result, their power could reach a profound strength expert or even higher. If the experiment succeeds, it will become a huge threat to their enemies. Therefore, in order to interrupt this experiment, the enemy is constantly looking for their secret base and at the same time preparing an assassination attempt on the family. And it so happened that the girl was his friend's only relative. If something bad happens to her, will he be able to focus on his experiment? This question will definitely affect the outcome of his research. If this happens, then all their resources and efforts will be in vain. The man begged Mr. Li for the good of their country to accept his request to protect that girl. The guy thought, in the world of cultivators, this method allows an ordinary person to become a Superman. A person himself can break the cocoon and become a butterfly. After the serum is introduced to strengthen the body, the cultivation will increase. Some cheap trick. The man said that in fact this serum was found by a student who was conducting research in Shushan. He still remembers that in the Immortal realm, there was the Shushan sword sect. They had many famous magic sword wielders. Their flying sword technique could take them to any place, and wherever their sword hit, incredible sword chi power was released that no one could handle. But this is a very mysterious sect. They rarely had contact with other people. Many experts wanted to take a look at their ball technique in the hope that they could master it, but everyone who went there ultimately did not return. Even Xue Shi, who used all her strength in cultivation, could not break through the gates of the Shushan sword sect, and yet her cultivation was almost equal to the guy. And yet, what a mysterious sect this is. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he did not have time to reveal their secret, for he was killed by those 3 insignificant rats. However, he learned something interesting from him. Perhaps the guy could actually find some traces of this sect in the lands of Shushan. Chu Tian told Mr. Li that he knew he was looking for the divine chaos stones. The man can guarantee that after completing this mission, he will receive it from him. Who would have thought? The head of the Chu family has another divine chaos stone. Although the guy has great gathering information, there is no telling what might happen, so the more cultivation resources, the better. Li Taixian replied that it was good. He would also have a couple more demands. The men replied that, of course, they were ready to fulfill them. He said that firstly, they should show him the original samples that were returned from Shushan. The man replied that, of course, this is not a problem. But first he must tell him that these things are in the hands of his old friend. No one can touch them except him. They must meet him. Li Taixian continued to say that regarding the other requirement, the guy wants to own the Thousand Flower Alley. Chu Tianzheng asked Thousand Flower Alley? There's a huge accumulation of evil energy there. Why does the master want it? He said that Flower Alley was cleared by him. Now it is normal land. The man thought it was unthinkable. They invited so many practitioners, but everything only got worse. The man didn't think that Mr. Li could cleanse the evil energy in the Flower Alley. Su Rong replied that if this was the case, he would prepare a contract. He said that if the gentleman decides to help them, he will be calm. Watching this, the head of the Chu family thought that it seemed like he was able to help his old friend. The same Udong came through the door. Su Rong told Mr. Li that they had arrived. The man immediately introduced them to each other. He said that the guy would protect her while she performed in this city. Looking at the guy, the girl said thank you to Uncle Su, but she thinks that this guy can't guarantee her safety. Just let them look at him. He looks so weak. She thinks he is not suitable for this job. Let them wait. As soon as the killer appears, the guy won't even be able to defend himself. Not that he should at least look like her bodyguard, but the guy can't even reach him. Su Rong replied that the girl was mistaken this time. To obtain Mr. Li's consent, he had to sacrifice many resources. At some point, the man's phone rang. After apologizing to everyone, he said that he needed to answer the call. After the conversation, he approached the gentleman and told him to take care of Wansoa. He has urgent matters and needs to go away. The girl said that now he can go. She doesn't need his protection, but don't worry, the girl will tell Uncle Su to pay the guy. It's not that she underestimates him, but in the city, only the young great master who killed me can make her admire him. She said that he was the only suitable person to play the role of her bodyguard. Li Taixian replied that the young great master she was talking about was him. The guy said that he takes promises very seriously. If he agreed, it meant fulfilling his duties. The girl said that great masters are just legends, characters who are considered immortal. Also, most of them wear fancy outfits, and he looks quite ordinary, and even dared to call himself the name of her idol. The guy just insulted the great master, and she hopes it won't happen again. Jackson said that a skinny monkey like him is not worthy of protecting Miss. He dared to pretend to be a great master? Yes, the guy is just a coward. Let him see if he can cope with his fist. Then he swung his hand to strike. The girl shouted for him to stop. She asked them not to quarrel there. Jackson said let the guy see how lucky he is today. God forbid they cross paths. Mudong Wansuo told the guy that he had better go home. There are things in this world that you can't get, no matter how hard you try. Li Taixian replied that he was also lucky today. If they had continued, he would have already been found lying on the ground. Jackson called him a damn monkey and asked if he wanted to die. The girl thought that this guy was so arrogant. It's clear from him that he doesn't give a damn about anyone. She asked her bodyguard to just go downstairs and wait for her. Jackson responded to Miss that he showed no respect for her. The man must punish him for this offense. The girl replied that she should just leave him alone. It's not their concern. It's time for them to leave. He began to shout that the guy dared to disrespect Miss Wansoa. If this happens again, then he will face the same fate as that table. As soon as the girl was about to leave, he asked her to stop. Li Taixian told her that he had advice for the girl. This is a stupid jock with an initial layer of inner strength. He can fend off such an ordinary killer as much as possible. Mudong replied that she did not need his advice. Go outside, the girl asked who the hell parks their car like that. Looking across the road, the guy noticed that something was wrong with those people. Li Taixian told Jackson to be on guard for assassins nearby. Laughing, the guy asked the killer, why then doesn't he see them? He started shouting, where are the killers? Let them come out and fight him now. Mudong asked Harry to call someone and asked them to get her car out. Calling the guy a damn monkey, Jackson asked, didn't he say there were killers nearby? Suddenly, a knife flies straight into the bodyguard's forehead. The man talked about how they needed to do everything quickly. As soon as the second bodyguard grabbed the girl by the hand and said that they needed to escape quickly, he was immediately killed. He said that he was ready. All the bodyguard were dead. Let them kill Mudong now. The girl thought, let them not say that she will die here and now. Turning to Miss Mudong, the man said that they were just doing their job. May he please rest in peace. He managed to shoot, but the bullet hit the car next to the girl's head. She saw Li Taixian hit the man on the back of the head, and he fell to the ground. The guy thought that this weapon was nothing compared to its true Taixian essence. However, his cultivation is now at a low level, and he will not be able to directly block the missile projectile. He must cultivate more to become even stronger. Looking at the guy, one of the men thought that he knocked out all three of them himself. Lifting the gun from the ground, Li Taixian threw it towards the man, thereby hitting him right on the head, after which he fell. She wondered if this guy really saved her. Mudong began to thank him for her salvation. The guy replied that he saved her because it was Su Rong's request. He doesn't want to give away his trust, so hope she understands that. Li Taixian began to leave. The girl shouted after him so that he would not leave her. Boba asked her why she was just standing there. Mr. Li is a very strong man. Let him hurry up and catch up with him. Mudong asked why she should run after him. Who does he think he is? The idol girl of the whole nation. Why should she chase an ordinary guy from the street? If everyone finds out about this, how will she then survive in the entertainment industry? She said he was just lucky. A blind cat who caught a dead rat. Moreover, she has met many experts who are stronger than this guy. Mudong Wansuo thought that it seemed that ordinary bodyguards would not be able to protect her, but if she could find that young great master, then he would become her bodyguard and the girl would be safe. Unfortunately, her man could not find information on him. She just knows that that person's surname is Li, the same as Taixian. She thought that since she couldn't find him, she should just accept it. Fu Qingming has a huge reputation in the Haidong area. He is talented in martial arts and is also a descendant of Yi Bin of the Xingyi sect. She saw with her own eyes how that guy defeated the king of a foreign country, the Black Fist, with one blow. That guy was invincible before. His strength was the same as that mysterious great master. He replied that it was good. He would fly to her home on a plane. The girl apologized for the trouble. She thought that Li Taixian was too weak to compare with Fu Qingming. The man greeted Sir Su. He said that he was the director of the reporting center and would like to report to him that the mission to protect the girl was entrusted to him. Just hope he doesn't interfere. Su Rong replied that he did everything possible to invite the guy, and he said just leave it to him. Did they decide that the man would agree? Who do they think they are? Does he rely on his superiors to decide to order him? The man replied that this was the idea of the main chairman. Of course, he has no prejudice against the man. He just hired a useless man, because of whom the girl was in danger. He kept repeating that they had nothing against him and didn't want to argue with him. Just please don't get angry. After which the man hung up. Su Rong thought that he needed to call and explain everything to Mr. Li. He began to say that he was very sorry. The man could not have known that this could happen. These people were completely unreasonable, and there was nothing he could do about them. The guy replied that he understood. The man told Director Zhang that he had never heard of Li Taixian, so they decided to find out for themselves what he was good for. The man thinks it's clearly worth it. He doesn't know what's behind this guy and how he can be worthy of being compared to their sect. He is the elder of the Xingyi sect, but now he has to lower his head in front of that guy. How humiliating it is. Director Zhang replied that this was a request from senior leaders. If it weren't for that Su Rong, he would not have come to him. Lan Wu opened the door and asked them what was the matter. The men replied that they had come to Li Taixian. The guy asked, he would like to know what brought these guys there. They asked, so does this mean he's the same guy? Looks like a dry stick. Let him not dare to protect Mudong Wansuo anymore. He definitely doesn't know his limits. The man said that he was the director of the Zhang Report Center. It was officially announced that the guy would be expelled from the mission to protect the girl, because he is not qualified enough. He thought that Su Rong was completely useless. Why did he need to look for such a person? He doesn't take the idol's safety seriously. The guy asked, is that all? Then let them fail if they are finished. The man asked, does this guy even know who he is? Even Su Rong did not dare to talk to him like that. Li Taixian replied that he was already tired of repeating these phrases, but still, they know who he is? And where are they now anyway? That he doesn't know who he is. Today, he will teach him a good lesson. The student immediately came to the teacher's defense and asked if the guy really wanted to die. The man understood that if Fu Qingming caused trouble, Su Rong would punish him, and all responsibility would fall on his shoulders. So the man shouted at him to stop. Fu Qingming asked, was he really scared to such an extent that he froze? The guy said it was boring, but he will only let him go today because of Director Zhang's orders. Lan Wu thought that he would count. He was lucky today. If he had touched her master, she would have slammed him on the spot. Director Zhang told Master Fu that they had arrived. Seeing them, the girl said that they had finally arrived. They tried to kill her, but she was able to escape. Mu Dong, she is still afraid for herself. Her concerts will be going on for a couple of days. Please let them take care of her. The girl thought that that guy certainly sucked. How can he even compare to the martial arts champion Master Fu? Only that mysterious young great master from Huzhou is worthy to compare with him. Fu Qingming replied that it was an honor to protect such a beautiful and idol like her. From now on, no one can harm her. He kept repeating that these killers were nothing to him, just a bunch of garbage. Master Fu uses his absolute strength to crush them all. Director Zhang replied that it was true. On the day she was almost killed, Li Taixian was just incredibly lucky to defeat them. If he didn't have a gun, most likely he would have definitely died. They told young Lady Mu Dong that now she can rest peacefully under the protection of Mr. Fu from the Xionese sect. He will be able to protect her from any killers. The girl replied that this was greatly encouraging. She said that Mr. Fu's room will be opposite hers, so that he will be able to react to any situation that happens there. The guy replied that these killers would run away in fear when they heard his name. At midnight, the car arrived at the place where Mu Dong Wansua lived. Several men got out of the car. One of them said that they should just do it as quickly as they can and without unnecessary noise. The master's phone was ringing off the hook. When he woke up, he thought it was bad. Most likely something had happened. The man told Mu Dong Wansua that she had better sit quietly, unless of course she wanted to die. He would be happy to leave a few scars on her beautiful face. At that moment, the master ran into the room and asked how dare they? Let them release her immediately. They kidnapped a person under his protection. He is the elder of the Xing Yi sect. It seems they are tired of living. The man asked, does he seem to believe in himself? But he was too weak. Apparently, they didn't have a stronger expert, since they allowed such trash to become a bodyguard. How could he possibly sleep so soundly when the target of his protection was so calmly being kidnapped? Screaming for him to die, Master Fu began to attack. The man replied that he was a dirty insect, so pathetic that he did not even deserve to die by his hand. The guy was defeated. The girl thought it was unthinkable. He was defeated with one blow? Just don't tell her that this man is stronger than Master Fu. The guy replied that he was just careless. Will he dare to repeat his success again? Having stepped on his face, the man replied that except for eating dirt in his soles, he was good for nothing else. They don't have time. They should hurry up and get out of there. Just let them take this idiot with them. Director Zhang asked Miss Mu Dong and her bodyguard were kidnapped. The man began to shout, what kind of elder is he from the Xing Yi sect, and also a talented master from Donghai? He's just useless trash. I use it as much as I use the cripple. He thought that the most important task now is to save Mu Dong Wansua. If anything happens to her, he will lose his position. After calling Su Rong, the man said that something bad had happened. Su Rong shouted into the phone that he was an idiot, said that the man should not interfere in this matter, and assured that only Master Fu was able to deal with the murderers. So why was Miss Mu Dong kidnapped? Director Zhang told the gentleman that now is not the time to find out who is more to blame. They must figure out how to save the girl. Su Rong replied, what do you mean how? He said that Mr. Li is the only one who can help them. But the man was blind and dared to insult him. He still has time. Put his feet up and let him go ask him for help otherwise no one will help him. He realized that now, because of that damn Fu Qingming, he would have to call Li Taixian. Suddenly, on the phone, he heard a voice saying that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable. Please call him later. The man didn't understand how he dared to add him to the blacklist. Director Zhang knocked on Mr. Li's door and told him to please open the door. Suddenly, the door opened and Lan Wu attacked him. The man immediately ran towards the car and locked himself in it. Li Taixian asked, wasn't he the one who told him that the guy was not worthy of protecting Mudong Wansuo? So why did Director Zhang come there for his help? Screaming from the car that the guy will really regret this. Then he took it and left. At this moment, Master Li's phone rang. Su Rong said that he was very sorry, but this was a matter of life and death for Mudong Wansuo. The guy replied that he congratulated him and asked the man to tell him who he thought he was. A prostitute who can be called at any time? If they so want to save her, then let them do what they want. He is no longer interested in them. The guy was thinking about how someone venerable like him has a great position in the immortal realm, and the insects dared to order him as their pet. The phone started making sounds again. This time it was Chu Tianzheng who called. The man said that the fact is that the girl simply misunderstood everything, and some kind of huge misunderstanding resulted. The guy replied that that was enough, there was no need to waste air. Then he hung up. The Zay energy of the city's mountain range was cleared, but he discovered ancient ruins hidden by the great dragon information beneath this mountain range. This incomplete, great hidden dragon formation is ancient and much larger than him. Lady Luck is on his side today. After some time, he will be able to merge these spiritual formations together, and will be able to create a real dragon soul. At the end, the guy will be able to collect spiritual power not only from the mountain range, but from the entire city. As a result, his cultivation would be increased by more than 1,000 times, and he would soon be able to leave this place and return to the immortal realm. Chu Shiwilian told her grandfather that her master was practicing there. Approaching him, Chu Tian addressed Mr. Li. He hopes the master asks them for the intrusion, but they need his help to save Mudong Wansuo. Please don't hold any grudges against those people. The girl told the teacher that it was really the fault of those people, but Mudong was in great danger. If he didn't save her now, it could cost her life. Exhaling, Li Taixian said that he knew that the two of them would come soon, but he still would not interfere in this matter. Initially, she didn't believe in him, which is why she immediately fell into the tiger's mouth, so she got what she deserved. That's all. It's time for them to leave. The man thought that it was true. They couldn't blame Li Taixian for this, since Mudong herself had chosen this Fu Qingming. In addition, Director Zhang's arrogance played a cruel joke on him. He deserved to be treated this way. The man continued to tell Mr. Li that the stone he told him about earlier was just hoping that the guy would accept it. The guy didn't think that the Chu family actually got the divine chaos stone. Moreover, it hides some additional ability, which he can only find out when activated. Li Taixian replied that if Mr. Chu Tianzheng was going to give him this thing, then this time he would help them. The man told him that they needed to hurry. Director Zhao, the police department, told Director Zhang that the killers are now hiding inside the chemical plant. They tried to get inside 3 times, but their attempts failed. The worst of the situation could happen. After all, this is a chemical plant, and although it is abandoned, there is still a huge amount of flammable substances there. A fire broke out because of the killers, but their squad managed to begin the capture in time. However, at any moment, another explosion may occur. Director Zhang replied that they didn't have much time left. They had to rescue the hostage as quickly as possible. Sooner or later, the chemicals will explode. The top ordered them to eliminate the targets and ensure the rescue of the hostage. If they make a mistake, they will be punished to the fullest extent. Mayor Chun Fu asked Master Run if the situation came to this, would he save the hostage right away? Director Zhang added that it's true, they can't handle it themselves. He is sure that only a master can handle it. Master Run replied that they're just a few helpless killers. Why do they work themselves up like that? He accepted their request for help, so today they will be killed. The mayor replied that after his words they felt better. He replied that there was no problem. In any case, Fu Qingming is one of the elders of the Xingyi sect. After the sect master heard about this, He ordered him to immediately come to the city to help him and save Mu Dongwansa. After all, this matter is also related to the reputation of their sect. Director Zhao told the master that he should take these special forces guys with him, if only just for backup. They also have body armor for him. It's better to be on guard and prepare for the worst. Master Rin replied that it was similar. Are they underestimating this old man? He is a deputy sect master and a profound strength cultivator, half a step away from the great master. With his current cultivation, these bullets won't be able to harm him, so he doesn't see the point in this defense. Again, it's just a bunch of killers. They overestimate them. The mayor asked Director Zhao what he was doing. Don't men know who the master is? He is a martial arts expert. If they send special forces, he will only be in the way. And this bulletproof vest, let them take it out of sight. The director replied that, of course, he was just too worried. Experts like Master Run can move as fast as the wind, killing others with a wave of their hand. Simple people like them should carry weapons with them. If they run out of ammunition, then only death awaits them. Master Rin said that during the Three Kingdoms, the fifth great commander Zhao Yun had to kill 1 million enemies just to save the child of his commander. Today, this old man wants to do the same thing that great General Zhao did without thinking about injuries. He just needs to attack and save the hostage, and they need to stand there and watch him. Director Zhang replied that the master is truly an expert, but they do not have much time, so they must solve this problem as quickly as possible. The man replied that there was no need to rush. They were just a bunch of insects. As soon as he finishes his tea, he will deal with them. The door opened, and Li Taixin walked in. Director Zhang immediately asked why the guy came there. He refused to help them. They are above this. Now, they have Master Run. They don't need him anymore. The guy thought this means that he has surpassed the cultivator of inner strength, but he is still far from being a great master. At most, he is half a step away from the great master, but he cannot even compare to Nahi. Li Taixin immediately said that he did not have enough strength. Therefore, the guy did not advise him to climb to certain death. Master Rin asked, what did the brat say? Dare to underestimate him, looking for death. Just let him look at himself. A child without any experience dared to appear in front of him. He humiliates himself. The master does not want to argue with a child like him. If he doesn't want to die, then let him disappear. Master Rin said that in the entire city, except for the mysterious young great master, he would be considered the strongest. And a snot like him dared to talk to him like that? Laughing, the guy replied that he can only rely on his age and nothing more, and he is so confident in himself and his strength. What if the guy is that mysterious young great master the man was talking about just now? The master told him to tell the boy to stop dreaming. Say that he is that great master? Well, then the man is the richest man in the world. Director Zhang said that he had never met such a shameless guy. Li Taixin replied that he did not come there to scratch his tongue about who the real great master was, but to save the life of the hostage. So let them stop simply wasting his time. He said that this concerns Master Rin. If he doesn't want to die, let him follow him, otherwise he will meet his end very quickly. The master said that he should call him to show the true strength of the deputy master of the Xingyi sect. Follow him, even if he doesn't dream of it. Who is he anyway to look down on him? Let the guy stay in place, and the man will quickly save the hostages and only return to look at his lying eyes. He will show them all how strong their sect is. Director Zhao said that it was surprising he did not think that the master was capable of such a thing. Indeed, he is very confident in himself. Then it is not for nothing that he is the deputy master of the Xingyi sect. The man asked the guy, did he see this? This is a real martial artist, and the guy dares to compare him with himself? He has no sense of shame at all. He just stands there and pretends to be all-powerful. Let him wait until Master Rin returns to teach him a lesson. Fu Qingming shouted that he would now get up and kick their ass. Just let them wait until the deputy master arrives there. Then he will watch them ask for forgiveness. The guy shouted, finally the deputy master has come. Let him hurry up and kill them all. Master Rin said that the guys were definitely crazy. They dared to offend his student. Now he will make them suffer. The guys immediately started shooting with a pistol. The master asked how dare they use this toy in his presence. The guy asked him what about this toy. The man asked them how dare they use heavy weapons against him. If he is so brave, then let him fight him one-on-one. Did one of them ask one-on-one? He said that it's good, then he will be his opponent. After the first attack, the master got it. He thought that everything was bad. That guy was at the peak of his inner strength. He is even stronger than the master. Rin told his dear student that his teacher should escape first. Mayertson Fu asked Master Rin what happened. Did something happen to the hostages? The master said that it was a very dangerous place. Not only do they have heavy weapons, but they also have an expert with a cultivation level no worse than him. He simply underestimated his opponents and decided that he should put on a bulletproof vest before trying again. Master Rin said that even he could not just enter there, others would immediately die there. The man nevertheless decided that he needed to take several guys from the special forces with him, and while they would distract the killers, he would save the hostages and they would not be able to hurt him. But at least he dared to go there alone. This is the only reason we can say that he is braver than ordinary people. Even though he lost, Director Zhang asked the master what should they do now. They don't have much time left. This chemical plant could explode any minute. Master Rin replied that now they have two options. The first is to seek help from his elder. He is the master of the sect. The man is confident that he can save the hostage. But now he is in Haidong. It will take him 2 hours to get to this place by plane, so this option is out of the question. The second option is to find that mysterious young great master. Maybe he will agree to help them. Everyone immediately began to wonder if anyone knew him. One of the policemen replied that he just knew that the guy killed Nahi with just one blow. He is strong enough to stand on par with other great masters of this world. After bowing, Chu Tianzheng asked Master Li to please help them this time. He nodded and told them what he said. If he had gone first, they would not have ended up in this state. The man replied that the master simply used the flying technique to fly to the factory, and this guy went there as if for a walk. They can only guess about his strength. They didn't understand what that brat was thinking. Is he tired of living? One of them said that he was sure that he would be stuck before he entered the chemical plant. The man replied to judge for himself. It is better for such an arrogant guy to die like this. Master Rin thought that it looked like that brat decided to go there himself, and if he really died, then his words would turn out to be true. He was able to hold out there for a couple of minutes, but not even 3 seconds was enough for him. They will beat him so much that even his own mother will not recognize him. Director Zhang thought that he didn't like this Li Taixian from the very beginning, but now he himself is looking for death. It's so good that the man won't see him again. Entering the factory, the guy heard Fu Qingming begging them and saying that he really didn't know anything. Please don't kill him. He will do whatever they ask. The man replied that if he so desperately wants to live, he will show him the right path. In fact, everything is very simple. He just needs to get the girl to invite her father there. Let him bring them the results of his research. Afterwards, they will release the two of them. Approaching the girl, he asked if she had heard. Please let him do as he said, otherwise the guy is afraid. They won't be able to leave this place safe and sound. Mu Dong replied that he had spoken a lot before. So where is his sect elder Xingyi now? The juniors in his sect should see him as a role model, and she also thought that he was a righteous superhero. But now, just let him look at his cowardly face. He should be ashamed of himself. She was disappointed in him. Her parents were military on one of the missions. Her mother sacrificed herself to help her father get out. She traded her life for her father's life. As a result, this mission became a success only for the organization. I thought it wasn't even worth comparing. It is an honor for a soldier to give his life for the well-being of the country. Even in such a situation, she must sacrifice everything she has. Mu Dong told them that they should just kill her right now. They have no other choice. She won't call anyone. Fu Qingming said that he didn't want to die. He was still thinking about who would become the sect master if he died like this. She asked, does he still remember that he is an elder from the Xingyi sect? The pride of their sect had long been trampled upon by him. The girl told him that, of course, everyone is afraid of death, but there are things that are more important than one's own life, and she is afraid that he will never understand this. It was lucky that at least Li Taixian did not follow her. Otherwise, he would also have become a hostage. So, The only person who can save her now is the young great master. But he doesn't know who she is, and she doesn't even know where he is. Coming around the corner, Li Taixian asked, "So, does this mean he is the one she is looking for?" She started screaming, "Why is he there? There is nothing he can do in this situation. Please let him run away before they catch him." The kidnappers immediately began shouting at him to stand still. They would shoot him if he took even one step. And anyway, where did this little brat come from? The man thought that the three of them had cultivation at the peak of their inner strength. They were also armed, and if the great master came there, they would still be able to fight back. He thought this skinny little brat looked so weak. The man does not feel any power from him. It's clear that he's just an ordinary person. But then why didn't he notice the guy walking in there? The man replied that everything was fine. No one was with him in Huzhou except that mysterious young great master. This ordinary-looking guy can't even kill a chicken. Which one is the killer? He definitely can't be that great master. Li Taixian said that today is definitely not their day. He is that same young great master, and they dare to kidnap a person under his protection? Let them not hope that they will get out of there alive. Calling him an arrogant brat, the man asked how dare he call himself a young great master? Looks like he's taking on too much. He asked Fu Qingming the guy wants to live, right? He will give him another chance, let him kill that upstart, and the man will let him go. Did the guy ask seriously? He replied that it was as simple as shelling pears. Killing Li Taixian would be as easy as crushing an ant. A simpler task could not be found. The guy told Fu Qingming that he was not his opponent. Just let him step aside. He'll wait until he kills these three, and then he'll take them out of there. He thought that even insects value their lives, so Fu Qingming is no exception. He is already scared now, so the guy will give him a chance. He asked the guy really considers himself a young great master? Because of the girl's humiliation, he feels like crap. It's so good that he can throw out all his anger. Let him not blame him, but blame his luck. If he is ever reborn, let him not become so arrogant anymore. Li Taixian said that he wanted to give him another chance, but he decided to kill him, so don't blame the guy for what he does now either. His legs began to disappear. The guy said it was impossible. Since when was he so strong? Fu Qingming asked to finish him off. Li Taixian replied that the guy didn't believe him. That's his problem. Now, let him watch as he kills those 3 practitioners while he dies in agony. He shouted that even if the guy is that great master, so what? He said let him die in terrible pain. The guys asked the boss, is he really that young great master? The man asked what they were worth. Let them use the rocket launcher like last time to kill him. Looking at the projectiles flying towards him, he thought that he was lucky that he had recently absorbed the spiritual energy of the great hidden dragon formation, and his cultivation had been significant TLY increased, so that now the guy could block heavy weapons. The man shouted that even if he was that great master, he would still kill him, and tomorrow morning he would be famous throughout the city. Li Taixian asked the famous with his then abilities. After the only blow received, the gang leader died. The men did not understand what to do now. They were not his rivals. The second replied that they needed to run faster. They didn't understand why they couldn't move. The guy shouted to stay where he is and not to come close to him. Li Taixian wanted to escape. It is too late. Mu Dong didn't even have time to blink an eye before the 2 men were defeated. The girl asked, is he really that young great master? She thought that she was so stupid. The guy always defended her, but she just kicked him out and humiliated him. What's even funnier is that she called the idiot Fu Qingming. Freeing the girl's hands, he said that they need to get out of there. This chemical plant is about to explode. Fu Qingming shouted that the guy couldn't leave him there as he wanted, but he had to save him. Maertsen Fu saw the explosion and said it was bad, very bad. Not only were they unable to save the hostages, but they also allowed a chemical plant to explode. Master Rin thought that his disciple was now dead. He was the only hope of the sect, the future master of the next generation sect. Their sector donated a huge amount of resources to help this guy increase his strength. But after his death, all their efforts went down the drain. Chu Tianzheng asked them to please not worry. He believes that Mr. Li will save Miss Mu Dong Wansoa. Director Zhang told Mr. Chu that this huge explosion destroyed the entire factory. No one could survive this. He doesn't know where he gets this confidence from. That guy lied that he was a young great master. Serve him right. Now he's dead. Master Rin replied that even he could not cope, let alone that impudent brat. Now, this is a result of his overconfidence. But after their death, it is already useless to say anything about them. So he says goodbye to them. It's time for him to go home. Suddenly, the man began to shout for them to look into the sky. It was Master Li, and he saved Miss Mudong Wansoa. The man asked, so, is he really that great master? It was truly luck that Mr. Li agreed to help them rescue the hostage. Master Rin thinks that if he is older, he can bully the younger ones. But now the man fell face down in the mud because he tried to save the hostages and almost died. Mayor Tsin Fu told the girl that they would provide her security right to the very threshold of the house. Now she is safe. Director Zhang couldn't believe it, that Li Taixian was really that mysterious young great master. Master Rin called the guy a brat and asked where Fu Qingming was. As soon as he answered that the guy was dead, the man asked why he didn't save him. Li Taixian asked who was he to tell him what to do. The man asked how dare he. He thought that he was the deputy master of the Xing Yi sect. Ordinary people bowed down to him. He wouldn't let that brat humiliate him. If they find out about this, how will he walk with his head held high? He asked, so what if the guy is a great master? Does he really think that there is no great master in their sect? The man understood that this brat was too young, so he was sure that the guy would not be able to defeat him if he used dirty tricks. Master Rin began to attack and shout that he would kill him. He will sacrifice his soul for the death of his disciple, Fu Qingming. The man didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. He's just a naive boy, and he has more experience than the guy. Let him try his secret technique. He once secretly sneaked into the Tang sect and learned this secret technique. These darts were poisoned. An ordinary person would be on the verge of death if they even touched him, and if the darts hit the body, it would turn to ashes. Li Taixian asked, did he really dare to call these children's toys a secret technique? Master Rin humiliates himself. It turns out he just wanted to show off in front of everyone, and if the master failed, he would kill everyone to keep it a secret. In this case, let him expect no mercy. After receiving the blow, Master Rin began to scream that he was in pain and continued to say that he would kill this damned brat. Let Director Zhang hurry up and call his elder brother. He will avenge him. The guy replied that even if his brother came, he would still kill him because he was the same Li Taixian. Director Zhang thought it was very bad. He could not imagine that Li Taixian could be so strong. Even Master Rin himself is no match for him. He understood that this was bad. The guy was too ruthless. The man thought that he would be killed if he stayed there. He must hurry to find sect Master Xing Yi. Perhaps he can deal with this brat. The guy immediately managed to grab him and strike him. The man began to shout that, after all, he is the director, and even Su Rong don't dare touch him. Even Chu Tianzheng would have to show him respect. How dare he even hit him? He added that, okay, fine, the guy dared to hit him. Does he know what the man will say to him? Li Taixian would not be able to escape the consequences. Grabbing him by the clothes and lifting him off the ground, the guy asked if this was so. Let him show him what consequences he cannot cope with. He began to strike one after another. The director shouted that he admitted his mistake. Li Taixian then threw him to the ground. A voice came from the phone. What kind of bastard dared to kill his younger ones? Let him answer now. Taking the phone in his hand, the guy asked who he was talking to. The man replied that he was talking to him and called him a damn bastard. The master asked, so was he who killed his youngest student? Master Rin shouted that this is the one who used dirty tricks to win. He must take revenge for him. Li Taixian said that he not only maimed Run Tianxing, but also tore off the legs of his disciple Fu Qingming and left him inside the exploding chemical plant. He said that he really wanted to help him, but the guy decided to kill him to save his life. The guy says this is to warn everyone who decides to go against him. However, if such an idiot comes, he will either leave him as a colleague or kill him to hell. He doesn't care who he is or how strong he is. He will end up just like them if he dares to contact Li Taixian. The master shouted that he was an arrogant little rat. Just let him wait. The man will cut off his head and use it as a football. The guy replied that then he would be waiting for him. Let him remember, his name is Li Taixian. If he says he's using the guy's head as a football, then let him use his student's head first. Chu Tian told Mr. Li that the Xing-Yi sect has enormous influence. They are everywhere in this Haidao. The sect master's name is Situ Kuang. He has long become a great master. In addition, he is very ruthless and weighty, making him very difficult to deal with. Mr. Li has made him angry now. He will definitely find a guy to take revenge. You better be careful with him. The guy replied that there was no need to worry. If this master dared to come there, he would kill him without hesitation. Su Rong told Mr. Li that his very close friend had just called him. He is very grateful that the guy saved his daughter, and to thank him, they both appointed the guy as commander of the Shanglong Special Army. Chu Tian said that the commander of the Special Army, Shanglong, is the position of Major General. This army is a mysterious special force. People from the special forces, they were selected from thousands of soldiers, all the strongest among the same soldiers. Moreover, the position of commander of the Shanglong Special Army is beyond the reach of ordinary people. The captain of the Special Army controls the southeastern part of the military base. His name is Long Tiangang. But the person guarding the southwest border zone did not have any special abilities, so they both decided to appoint Mr. Li to this position. In addition, the serum his friend is developing is in its final stages. Also, if he has problems, in the army their words carry weight. If Mr. Li agrees to become the commander of the Shanglong Army, then they will need to carry out a few small procedures to complete in order to divert unnecessary attention from Mr. Li Taixian shook his head and said that he was very sorry, but he was not interested in this, so they should find another master to help them. In his previous life, this heavenly venerable almost all the great powers had to obey. A sunny hall and a dozing sea lord. In addition, the lord of the 72 great demons. His presence alone is enough to shake this world. How can this small command position attract his attention? Su Rong asked, is there something wrong? Wasn't the gentleman interested in this serum before? And his good friend is also in that army. He experimented with the serum to give it to soldiers and Special Army Captain Shanglong. So he has no intention of checking it out? Isn't he interested in how the serum acts on the soldiers' bodies? For example, what changes will they see? Li Taixian thought about it. The man mentioned that the serum was found in Shushan. He would like to see the original sample. Maybe the guy can find out the secret about the school of Shushan swords, the Immortal Kingdom. The guy replied that it was good. He was interested and accepted his offer. The man replied that he was glad to hear that if this was his will, he would prepare everything. Li Taixian added that he would also like to begin restoring the Avenue of Thousand Flowers. The guy hopes they remember their promise. Chu Tian replied that Mr. Li should not worry. He will not let him down. He had previously helped him eliminate Nahi, so the man will take on all the responsibility and expenses for restoring the Avenue of Thousand Flowers. The guy thought about the fact that lately he has been spending a lot of time on cultivation. I'm sure he won't have time to look after the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers. He must find someone to help him with this. Suddenly, the phone rang. Looking at the screen, the guy thought Zhang Hong. After answering the call, the guy began to say how many years, how many winters they had not communicated for a long time. He learned that Li Taixian was now living in Huzhou. But it seems that only recently he was his classmate in high school, although they did not study with him at the same university. But let him not say that he forgot him. Li Taixian thought about it. He just remembers that Zhang Hong had a good relationship with him during his school days. Although their paths diverged, he usually called the guy, sometimes to find out how he was doing. In his previous life, Yang Xiaokong humiliated him, but that guy did not disgust him and usually supported him. If he remembers correctly, Zhang Hong is a citizen of Huzhou and entered the University of Engineering and Construction. Zhang Hong told the guy that he wanted to invite him to eat barbecue at Yujiang Culinary Street. Li Taixian replied that of course he doesn't mind. The guy began to say that he heard that he started working as a teacher trainee after graduating from university. How much can a trainee teacher earn for this job? Is it at least 4,000? He said that prices for apartments in the city recently increased by another 100,000. Prices for houses now reach 2 or 3 million. So when will he be able to buy himself a house or find himself a wife? Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, he said that he thought they should start a common business. They would open a barbecue restaurant. The profits would be divided in half. How does he like this offer? Li Taixin told the guy that he had just come there to ask him for help. Zhang Hong asked to help him. If this is related to teaching, then no, he does not want to work for pennies. The guy replied that he didn't want him to become a teacher, but wanted to appoint him as manager of the Alley of 1,000 Flowers. What did he think about this? He froze for a few seconds and then began to say that just a couple of glasses of beer and dishes, and the squirrel had already come to him? He remembered there that the guy was not like that in high school. If he wanted to make a joke, he needed to prepare. The design of a mansion worth 1,000 flowers, preparation for construction and transformation into a luxury villa in the city area, will require an investment of more than 1 billion yuan. Where does he get so much money from? He's afraid that even if the guy sells everything, including his body, it still won't be enough. Of course, there are no bidders for the purchase. He even heard that there are ghosts there, so no one dared to take on that project. Their ancestor once said that even a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if this is a big project, it does not cost even a couple of 100 million. Li Taishuan's salary is around 3,000 or 4,000. So where can he get that much money to invest? He can't have that much money even if he robbed a bank, and he certainly can't earn it with his skinny body. The guy thought that after all these years of separation, today he met his old friend, drinking and talking to him after all those years of hardship. This friendship is still the most beautiful. It is like wine. It has become even better after being aged for so long. Suddenly Zhang Hong said that he remembered the most beautiful girl in their class, Lin Ji. Does the guy remember how he wrote her a love letter? Then she read it out loud in front of the whole class to humiliate him. After that, he was ridiculed by the whole class and began to be bullied by a group of rich students. If you think about it now, the girl treated him very cruelly. The guy remembered that he was once a thin and weak boy who was constantly bullied by everyone. While beating him, the guy asked how he dared to confess his feelings to his girlfriend. Is he tired of living? Zhang Hong usually rushed into the thick of things to protect him. The guy shouted that he would not let them bully him. In the end, they both got it. The guy defended him and took the blows himself. He was beaten to such an extent that he had 2 broken ribs. Because of this, he lay in bed for 2 months until he fully recovered. Zhang Hong is truly courageous. He was always ready to help his friend. Li Taixin told the guy that he helped him back then and protected him with his body, so he could rely on him. He promises that he will protect his family and give him a happy life as a rich man. Zhang Hong replied to the guy that there were no strangers there, so please stop joking like that. Now, he is a trainee teacher with a small salary. The guy is not sure if he can provide for himself. Then how is he going to provide for him? The guy replied that it was good, he would accept his good intentions, and now it was time to drink. Lan Wu told the master that this barbecue was simply delicious. She had never eaten anything like this before. It's even tastier than those guys' life force. Zhang Hong asked what did she say. Having hit her on the head, the guy replied that she should not pay attention. Suddenly, they heard that some guys told the girl to smile. They asked that girl to go with them. Suddenly, Zhang Hong quickly got up from the table and began to say that Li Taixin must leave now. Otherwise, he will also have problems. The guy asked what happened. Is something bothering him? Looking to the side, he thought, do those gopniks really want to cause problems for his friend? At this time, they had already approached the guy. One of them began to say that the guy did not pay them for the roof last month. If he continues to delay payments, they will burn down his diner. The guy began to tell elder brother Shi to moderate his anger. He understands the guy's situation now. His younger sister needs him. All the money goes to cure her illness. If it's not too much trouble, please give him a few more days. Maybe he'll come up with something. Having hit the guy, he replied that he didn't care whether his sister died or not. He came there to get payment for the roof. So, if he doesn't have money, then don't blame him for what he's doing now. The guy yelled at his brothers to burn his diner down to hell. People began to say that you should not mess with them. Brother Shi is the boss of this area. He is a subordinate of Big Boss Pa. No one wants to mess with the big boss, so this brother Shi is running rampant there. One of the guys replied that yes, he heard that 6 months ago, one guy didn't pay his protection fee, after which he contacted this big brother Shi, and as a result, his diner was destroyed and then burned to the ground. Li Taixien shouted for them to stop. The guy asked, "So, is he the same brother Shi? This is a diner under his protection. If he understands everything, then let him take his hats and get out of there. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious." Lan Wu told the master that those worms dared to threaten them, so he should let her teach them a lesson. She hadn't warmed up with the idiots for a long time. She was already inflamed. "Brother," she asked who this guy even is. Li Taixien replied that he was Zhang Hong's friend. Laughing, the guy added that he thought he was some rich young gentleman pretending to be normal. But it turned out that he was just his friend. The guy replied that it looked like they were waiting to have the crap kicked out of them. Calling him an arrogant brat. "Brother," she asked his guys why they stood up. "Let them kill him." Lan Wu thought that let these bastards come to her. Finally, she had the opportunity to stretch out a little. A couple of seconds, and all his friends were defeated. She said that these guys are so weak. They dared to threaten her master. They were clearly not happy to live. Approaching the master, the girl asked what he would do with them. Li Taixien replied that she could do whatever she wanted with them. The girl replied that thank you, and said that then she would no longer hold back. It's been so long since she sucked out the vitality of men. How nice it is she's satisfied. The master told her to be careful. Don't let her kill them. Lan Wu replied that she knows her limit, so they won't die so easily, but they definitely won't be able to create chaos for the rest of their lives. Brother, she replied that he would only say one thing. He is subordinate to Big Boss Pa. Does the guy even know who he is? If you are so brave and ready to contact his boss, then let him stand here and wait. Zhang Hong told his friend that he should not anger Big Boss Pa. Please hurry up and run away. Leave this city and run as far as possible. The girl was already heading towards Brother Shi. The little girl who follows him certainly fights well, but she won't be able to withstand a pack of wolves, or he's not going to tell him that she can fight tens and hundreds of people. Lan Wu is next to them and heard the words of the master's friend. She replied that you shouldn't underestimate her. 100 people are not that many. Li Taixien told his friend to trust him. He guarantees that they will not be able to do anything to him. Not to this diner. Even if someone comes there, he will humbly bow his head before him. Zhang Hong asked when did his friend become so brave? It doesn't matter now. When the big boss arrives there, he must put the responsibility on him. Whatever one may say, the guy is already a dead man. His bad luck haunts him forever. He regrets that he never had time to cure his sister. She had already suffered enough. Li Taixien replied that while he was there, no one dared to even touch his friend. Brother, she shouted to the guy that his boss would arrive there soon. He said he would bring someone with him. However, if the guy bows to him right here and now, and then allows himself to be stabbed several times, then the issue can be resolved. Li Taixien replied that anyone who wishes him dead either dies himself or remains crippled for life. Which option does he like best? The guy replied that when his brother arrives there, he will see how the guy will behave. Suddenly a car began to approach. The guys immediately began to run away. They said that they needed to get out of there quickly. Brother, she asked, does he see? And here is his boss. He will chop it into pieces. She can't wait to see his pathetic face begging for his life. Why doesn't he get on his knees and let the guy start cutting him? At one point, Lan Wu punched him in the face and said that, judging by his chatter, it seemed like he wasn't having enough. Li Taixien replied that even if his boss dad appeared there, he would still have to fall to his knees just seeing him. Wasn't he told that he was already crawling on all fours and scratching the ground in front of him with his forehead? Brother, she began to shout that this mad child dared to hit him in front of his boss. Later, when his older brother gets out of the car, they will learn what regret is. He began to ask Brother Pa, did you see it? This abnormal child beat him up in front of him. He must avenge him. What is he waiting for? Let him cut this child into pieces and feed it to the fish. He humiliated him and beat him to such an extent. But he is no match for the boss. He is just a bug in his eyes. Why doesn't Brother Pa get out of the car? If he doesn't come out, this little child will kill him. Li Taixien shouted for Ji Pa to immediately get out of the car. Brother, she asked, how dare the brat act so arrogantly in front of his elder brother? Dare to shout at him? Just let him wait until the boss gets out of the car and smashes him to pieces. After getting out of the car, the guy immediately began to beat brother, Shi, and asked how he dared to insult Master Li. Does he think a fraudster like him is worthy of even talking to him? The guy asked his older brother, maybe he was wrong. This guy is Zhang Hong's poor classmate. He asked what the hell classmate, Master Miss Chu. He's really screwed right now. The guy is a brainless piece. Now let him hurry up and kneel in front of Master Li, bow and apologize. Before it's too late. Brother Shi knelt down and asked the master to please let him go. He was stupid and dared to insult him. He is a very worthy and respected person, and the guy is just a nobody. Let him please leave this issue and treat him as if he never existed. Jipa told Mr. Li that it was all his people's fault. All today's losses would be counted and compensation would be paid tenfold. Although no, 100-fold. Can he give him a chance to correct his mistakes? Li Taixian replied that he does not have many close friends, but Zhang Hong is one of them. He contacted him, which means the guy contacted Mr. Li. The broken arm will serve as a lesson to him, and now let him get out of there. The guy replied that, of course, and said thank you to the gentleman for not killing an ant like him. Jipa kicked him and said that he should get out of there as quickly as possible. Zhang Hong told the guy that all this was too shocking for him. Boss Pa apologized and was even ready to kneel in front of him. He thought that earlier the guy was making fun of him, but now that he has seen his strength with his own eyes, he believes his words and will help him look after the avenue of 1,000 flowers. But he said that the development of the alley of 1,000 flowers requires large investments. Where's the guy going to get that much money? Li Taixian replied that he did not need to worry about money. Now that he has agreed, he can start tomorrow. The friend asked another question. What happened to his sister? The guy said that his sister has advanced stage of renal failure. The source of the disease has already been found, but surgical expenses require 500,000 yuan. He has nowhere to get that kind of money. The guy wondered, even though his friend knows such a big man like Pa, and he helped him tonight, how can he be so impudent and let Li Taixian borrow money from Brother Pa for him? All he can do is to try to cope on his own. Li Taixian asked his friend to take him to that hospital. The guy replied that it was too late, visiting hours were over, why not go there tomorrow? He replied that it was good. Zhang Hong remembered the doctor's words that his sister's illness had reached an advanced stage. Let's raise the transaction fee to the required amount as soon as possible. The guy understood that he could no longer put off his sister's illness. He had to find a solution as soon as possible. Suddenly, he received a message from Chun Xianfu on his phone. In it, she agreed that the guy had recently heard that the reconstruction of the alley of 1,000 flowers had been entrusted to him. He replied yes, but how did the guy know? He replied that it doesn't matter, but if he transfers all the construction materials to his company, then the payment for the treatment will fall on him. While watching the construction, Li Taixian thought that when this part of the avenue of 1,000 flowers was finished, he could leave it to his father to ensure his future life. Suddenly, a car drove into the area. Having lowered the window, the guy asked him to tell him how to get to the construction site manager's office. How did Qin Xianfu suddenly ask if he happened to be Li Taixian? Getting out of the car, the guy started saying that they were former classmates, but he didn't even say hello. Turning to the rich brother, the girl said that it was really him. She had not seen him for so many years. He still had the same poor, sour look. Looking at them, he realized that they were Chun Xianfu and Lin Ji. The guy thought that unexpectedly, this couple of dog and bitch finally got together. But it doesn't matter, since he was reborn, there will be many more chances for revenge. Sooner or later, everyone will pay their bills, and it will be interesting. Li Taixian asked why the guy was looking for him. He's the boss there. Chun Xianfu asked, is he the owner of thousands of flowers? Laughing, the guy said that after so many years of studying, it seems that he has not progressed at all. Did he ask the owner? How could someone like this guy own this place? If Li Taixian is the owner of the alley, then he is the Pope. It seems he understood. The guy is just a worker carrying bricks around a construction site. The girl said that they were there to talk about construction work with the owner of the alley of 1,000 flowers. Why should they delve into the problems of this dirty, poor boy? Qin Xianfu says that since they are old classmates, he will give the guy a chance. From now on, He can follow him and be his servant, pouring him tea and coffee, cleaning his company's toilets. It's better than carrying bricks at a construction site. When enduring strong wind, dust, and rain, let him think about it. The man will pay him 5,000 yuan per month. He asked how about this. He will add another 2,000 on top. 7,000 yuan, still not enough? Okay, how about 10,000? So much is already a lot. Let him experience what it's like to receive a monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan. But even if he carried bricks for the rest of his life, he would not be able to earn that much per month. Zhang Xianfu asked why the guy was silent. He doesn't want to say that he's happy with his job, does he? The guy thought that Li Taixian, a poor boy like him who had no future in life, dared to fight him in the past for his women. At that moment, the guy's phone rang in his pocket. It was Zhang Hong. The guy told his friend that now he can come and visit his sister. Li Taixian said he had to go. Is their right to decide whether to believe him or not? Zhang Xianfu shouted after him that he's had enough of this acting game. He can't become the owner of this place. He's just pretending to be one. The guy is nothing more than a worker who carries bricks. He's a loser and always will be. The guy immediately started calling someone and saying that he took 2 guys with him. He wants to teach one bastard a lesson. Was his arm really broken? Who had the courage to do this? Zhang Xianfu said that this time he was just lucky, but God forbid he caught his eye again, then even his own mother wouldn't know. Zhang Hong to the guy that his sister is in this ward. They were still children when their parentes died. He worked hard to provide for his sister. He said that in order to earn his sister money for her studies, during his studies in college, he worked as a tutor at school during the day and worked at a kebab shop at night. But the guy could not have imagined that she would have such a serious illness. Opening her eyes, the girl asked her older brother what he was doing there. She said that she felt much better than before. Looking towards the guy, the girl asked who it was. Zhang Hong said that this was his classmate and best friend Li Taixian. And this is his sister, Zhao Fei. Li Taixian asked her to just not talk and lie down, let him check her condition. The guy told his sister not to worry, just let her do as he says, let her lie down. Looking at him, the girl thought that this man does not look like a doctor. Can he really cure her? She thought how long it had been since she had felt this comfortable. Zhang Hong told his sister that she looked much better. The guy asked how she was feeling. The girl answered her brother how she felt. Her illness completely changed, and the pain in her body disappeared. Li Taixian told Zhang Hong that his sister was now completely healthy and could be discharged in a few days. The guy replied that he would call the doctor right away. Doctors began to say that the girl was miraculously cured, and the results of the medical report were as good as those of a normal person. This is simply a miracle in the history of the world of medicine. The guy told his friend what he saw. He had changed a lot, but still, where did the guy learn such skills? Li Taixian replied to his friend that there are some things that he cannot explain to him, but they will not change. They will always be brothers. Zhang Hong admitted to the guy that he was guilty of something. The guy asked why he spoke like an old man, so that it wasn't. Just let him tell him directly how he could help. The friend asked him not to be angry with him after he told him. He began to say that after he returned home drunk last night, he began chatting in a high school group chat with their classmates, saying that he had been appointed in charge of the reconstruction of the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers. Zhang Hong asked him who he thought was the first to contact him. It was the disgusting Chen Xianfu. The guy has no idea how he found out about his sister's condition. He doesn't know why, but he immediately offered him his help and said that he would help cure his sister's illness by hiring experienced doctors from America. He will cover all expenses and send his sister for treatment. But later, he finally revealed his true intentions and said that he will only help him in exchange for building materials for the Avenue of the 1,000 Flowers, which should be concluded with his company, but who will give a guarantee that he will not go back on his words and fulfill the promise. Li Taixian asked, and the guy agreed to his terms. Zhang Hong replied that he was very sorry. The guy could not imagine that he could cure his sister, so he agreed to his request. The guy replied that he thought something serious had happened, but it turns out to be a mere trifle. He will deal with this problem. Just let him tell Chen Xianfu to come to him. Zhang Hong asked the guy is really not angry with him. Thanking him, he said that he felt relieved. Then invite him to dinner today. The guy said that in addition to Chun Xianfu, there are several other building material suppliers who will also come there. The scale of construction of the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers is too large. Even if that guy's company is interested, they cannot cover all the materials by themselves. Li Taixian replied that then they would see each other in the evening. His sister just finished discharge, and he has to take care of her, so let him come back. He remembered Shui. She must be terribly worried about him, and must have gone crazy looking for him throughout the universe. Those heavenly masters for the silent heavenly book made him fall into the mud. It is because of them that he and the girl cannot see each other. He will rise again and retrace his steps by killing those people. Once that time comes, will they have the strength to withstand the wrath of this great venerable? The man said that thanks to Chun Xianfu's contract for the construction materials for Thousand Flower Alley, the little bosses, would be able to share a piece of the pie with them. They didn't understand how the big boss got such a big order. One of the men said that he heard that the new owner of the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers is so mysterious that even the Chu family does not dare to offend him. Zhang Xianfu replied that in truth, the manager of the reconstruction of the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers and his school classmate. However, that guy's a poor man with no education or experience. When he said that he would give him 500,000 yuan for the operation, he really stupidly agreed. In fact, his little sister will probably die because she has late-stage kidney failure, and no matter how much money he spends, no one in this world can save her. He is not a naive piece of shit to lend him 500,000 down the drain. At that moment, the door opened. Li Taixian told Chun Xianfu that he needed to talk to him. Calling the guy a waiter, the man began to shout, "Can't he see that the big bosses are discussing their affairs there? Let him quickly get out of there and not come there until he is called." The man said, "Is it really Li Taixian? Now let him introduce them to his former classmate." One of the men replied that, "Okay, let's talk about their school times. Maybe someone doesn't know, but his girlfriend was a wonderful flower of the school." Zhang Xianfu said that this guy was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. Wrote a love letter to his girlfriend, but if they want to know how he expressed his love in this letter, the man still remembers the first few lines. Having recited those same lines by heart, the man began to laugh, saying that he almost died from laughter, but later his smart girlfriend read this letter out loud in front of the whole class. Men immediately began to say that this guy looks like a hillbilly. How can he be worthy of that miss? How did he even dare to fight for a girl's love? The guy should go and look in the mirror at his true face, stop living in dreams. A person like him really deserves to be poor all his life. Zhang Xianfu thinks that there is no point in continuing further, because they all know what would have happened later. But despite all this, he dared to write a love letter to his woman. After all, beauty is a terrible force, so it was no wonder why he did what he did. So the man forgave him and let him off the hook. Someone said that the big boss is a great man. The man said that of course yes, but if he were in his place, he was afraid he could not refrain. Zhang Xianfu said, "Let them listen. He hasn't finished yet." His village classmate is now carrying bricks at a construction site, and not just anyone, but an alley of thousands of flowers. He asked, however, "What is the guy doing in this hotel?" He said, "I'll try to guess. He doesn't have enough money that he gets for carrying bricks, so the guy works there as a waiter?" The thing is that he doesn't want to help him. This guy is too useless, carries bricks, and even got a job there as a waiter. Despite this, he still offered him a good job. The guy can work for him. It's much better and more profitable, and there's no need to embarrass himself. But he refused his offer. Men began to tell the big boss that he should no longer waste his time on such a guy. He has already done enough for him. This ungrateful guy cannot understand his good intentions because he is simply illiterate. Taking the bottle in his hands, one of the men said that he was a stupid kid. The boss offered him a way out of poverty, but he turned his back on him. Today, he will teach him a lesson. The man stopped him and said that he should forget about it. Everyone has their own aspirations. They again began to discuss how the boss's good intentions made him admire him. Despite the fact that he had his eye on his girlfriend, and without looking at his past, the gentleman still offered him a job out of the kindness of his heart. One of the guys told the big boss and everyone sitting there that they had really gone too far. If he really wants to help his classmate, how can he laugh at him? What's the point of making fun of him like that with your friends? He remembers the two when they first started in the industry, also carrying bricks on a construction site, stacking cement, and making deliveries. But now that they began to live well, they began to look down on people. Let him not forget that they, too, were once poor, and perhaps even worse poor. He asked what qualities they have to look down on others. What qualities do they have to make fun of others? The man asked what qualities he has to point the finger at the boss. Who is he in front of the boss, who is not even older than him, but still mocks him, and yet he has many years of work experience? Is he the general manager of the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers? But now the head of this project is an old classmate of the boss. Let him quickly kneel before the boss and bow to apologize. The guy shouted that he, Zhou Wen, was ashamed to be in company with them. Watching what was happening, Li Taixian thought that in the modern world there are not many people with such a strong character. Zhang Xianfu shouted that it's good, since the guy says so. Then from this day on he is no longer allowed near the 1,000 Flower Alley project. Now he can go. At this moment, Zhang Hong enters the room and says that from now on, Zhang Xianfu is no longer allowed to visit the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers project. The man asked what the guy was saying. Doesn't he want to cure his sister of her illness? The guy shouted that he should shut his fucking mouth. His sister's illness has already been cured. The man no longer needs to pretend to be generous. At this moment, his sister enters the room. The girl greeted Li Taixian. Zhang Xianfu asked, how is this possible? This can't happen. Last night, he sent him pictures of his sister, chained to a hospital bed with a dying expression on her face. How can she be healed in just one day? Zhang Hong told the man that he knew. He would not believe it, but it was Li Taixian who cured his sister of her illness. However, it's quite a shame that people like him, who are snobs and pathetic hypocrites, can never know how to repay someone's favor. Use the illness and his sister to blackmail him, and then exchange the rights to the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers. A person like him has no right to mock others. At that time, at school, the guy did nothing but write a love letter to the girl, and he immediately called a group of hooligans to brutally beat him. Zhang Hong officially states that Li Taixian is the big boss of the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers reconstruction project, which costs more than 1 billion yuan. He always looks down on people who carry bricks at a construction site and work as waiters in a restaurant. But the guy would like to say that they, as people, are much more worthy than him. Compared to Li Taixian, he is just a piece of crap and wanted to make money from this project. But let him guess what will not happen even in his wildest dreams. And the rest thought that by collaborating with this despicable monster and supplying materials, they would make a big profit. They blindly licked this stupid dog's ass. The real big boss is Li Taixian, not this bastard. The man didn't understand how is this possible. Is this child really the mysterious owner of the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers? If they knew that he was the owner of 1,000 flowers, they would not have dared to mock him. Zhang Xianfu shouted at the guy to stop joking. How could Li Taixian, a dirty poor peasant, be the owner of the 1,000 Flower Alley? This is simply impossible. The alley reconstruction project was purchased by the Chu family. How can this poor boy have any relationship with them? The man asked the owner of the 1,000 Flower Alley. Maybe you will also say that he is the same young Master Li? Suddenly, Mrs. Ouyang appeared. The girl said that she doesn't know whether he is the same young master, but she knows for sure that he is the real and only owner of the alley of 1,000 flowers. Calling them a bunch of idiots, the girl said that they are really stupid. Instead of supporting the real owner of the alleys, they are making fun of him. The guys could have seized on great luck, but instead, they chose a losing option. She's already tired of their stupidity. And Zhang Xianfu decided that he was the smartest? He doesn't even know why the Chu family bought this project. Now, let him kill it on his nose. It was bought especially for Li Taixian. If they wondered why, the girl replied because he is the great benefactor of the Chu family, and also the master of the daughter of the head of this family. She told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. Lately, the girl has been busy working. She was busy on the floor above and was holding negotiations there. And then she heard someone screaming, so she went down to see what was happening, but she didn't expect to meet him there. She asked why doesn't he wait a little? When they are free, they can have dinner together. Li Taixian said that everyone except Zhou Wan, now social climbers, no longer has the right to interfere with the reconstruction project of the Avenue of the Thousand Flowers. Zhang Xianfu doesn't even dream of getting anything from this project. Don't even dare to approach the Avenue of a Thousand Flowers. Tonight, they must settle their old differences. The guy said that everyone was free, they could leave. Zhou Wan approached Mr. Li and said that he was very grateful to him. Although his company is inferior to others, and today he came there simply as cannon fodder, the guy still did not expect that he would choose him and give him such an opportunity. Bowing, he said that if there is anything he needs in the future, the guy swears that he will use all the resources he has to help him. Zhang Xianfu began to shout that if he said that he would participate in the Alley of a Thousand Flowers project, then he would, and let the guy not dare tell him what to do. If he refuses him, the man will make sure that no one else dares to supply building materials for the Avenue of a Thousand Flowers. This place will simply be empty. Let him not think, if Lady Ouyang supported him, then he can do whatever he wants. It's not that easy to deal with him. Kill his business in a few minutes. One blow sent the man flying several meters away. Li Taixian asked if the man remembered how Zhang Hong and his friends broke 2 ribs when he was protecting him, and because of which he lay in bed for 2 months. Today he will break his pig's legs so that he will not get out of bed for the rest of his life. The man shouted that he was in pain. How dare he beat him like that? Zhang Xianfu replied that it's good. He knows how to communicate with people like him, even if he doesn't dream of leaving there unharmed. Just let him wait. Now he will only make one call. The guy replied that it was good. He was in no hurry. He could call whoever he wanted. Approaching his friend, Zhang Hong told him that Chen Xianfu had a difficult background, and he was worried. Li Taixian replied not to worry. Today, even if his men came there, they would not be able to save the man from his wrath. The guy realized that his friend had really changed too much. He felt the aura of a powerful person, and it was really a little difficult for him to get used to it. He is not the humble, cowardly Taixian he knew before. He can only wonder what he has experienced over the years. The guy asked Zhang Xianfu what kind of short-sighted bastard is that dares to beat him. He is definitely playing with death, right? Well, don't worry, he's nearby. Just let him watch as the guy tramples him into the ground. The man said that today is the end of Li Taixian. Brother Jiao and hundreds of his younger brothers are there to beat him to his last breath. This place will become his grave. The same brother Jiao entered the door. It was clear from his face that he expected to see anyone, but not Li Taixian. The guy didn't understand why. Out of everyone in the whole world, it had to be him. Jiao tried to quickly get everyone out of the way so he could escape. One of the guys asked, didn't they come there to kill someone? Why did you decide to come back and leave? Jiao replied that he should speak more quietly. Who should he kill? Had they gone completely crazy? The guy wasn't with him last night, so he has no idea who Mr. Li is. Even Pa's elder brother was afraid to contact him. Zhang Xianfu began to shout that brother Jiao had finally arrived. The guy didn't understand why he agreed at all. He was so unlucky to run into him today, especially after he promised not to show his face again. The man asked what he was doing. He was there. Today the guy has to teach someone a lesson. Li Taixian said so. They were waiting for little Jiao there. Why is he running away? Li Taixian shouted for him to come to him immediately. The guy turned around and said that Mr. Li was also there. What a coincidence. Zhang Xianfu began to shout to Jiao that this was the same guy who broke his legs. If he kills him, the man will give him 10 million, no, even 20 million. Watching this, the men said that the little boy was now surrounded by brother Jiao's people. They were eagerly awaiting his desperate cries for help. They were waiting for Li Taixian to kneel down today and be forced to pray. There wasn't enough space in that room for so many people. Looking at everyone, Zhang Xianfu said that it was great that so many older brothers and sisters came there to support him. He started shouting for the guy to listen. This is what is called true influence. The man promises that the guy will die here like a street dog. Everyone immediately began to discuss that Boss Pa had also come there. Zhang Xianfu thought it was really incredible that such a busy person as the boss was also there to help him. Let the guys see that even Boss Pa came there to support him. What will he do now? The men discussed that with Boss Pa supporting Chen Xianfu, even if Li Taixian was supported by Lady Ouyang, he would still not be able to escape today. The man thought what a relief. He really didn't expect so many strong personalities to come to support Chen Xianfu. The man told Brother Diao to turn this boy into a pile of garbage so that even his own mother would not recognize him, and he, as promised, would give him 20 million yuan. Having hit him, the guy told him to put this money in one place. How dare he insult Mr. Li? If he is so impatient to die, then let him die alone. Don't drag him into his troubles. Diao told Mr. Li that he was very sorry, but it was all just a mistake. Now the guy has to be very careful, because if he gets more upset, then killing him is just a matter of a few seconds for him. He sees his life hanging in the balance. One mistake, and he will tell this world bye-bye. Li Taixian asked the mistake. Boss Pa hit the guy on the head with a cup and said that last time he messed up, and now again, what will he see? How many times will the guy get in Mr. Li's way? The guy said no. He still remembers the lesson that Mr. Li taught him last time, but let him believe him, this time he really had nothing to do with it. Boss Pa said that now Zheng Xianfu should listen to him carefully. If he offends Mr. Li Taixian, then that means that he will offend him too. If he dares to plant the master again in the future, the consequences will be unimaginable. The man did not understand how this was possible. Why his former classmate had such an influential environment. So many bosses of the underworld were behind him. Li Taixian told the man that today, in front of everyone, he was going to cripple him. Zheng Xianfu told the guy not to dare. Let him say that his brother. Before he could finish speaking, the guy struck. The ambulance took Zheng Xianfu to the hospital. At this moment, Lin Ji approached the guy. The girl began to say that she knows that what she did to him in the past was wrong. She heard that his ex-girlfriend broke up with him. So he thinks they can start over? Li Taixian replied that the harlot should go away. Lin Ji thought, does he even know how ugly he looks? I mean, who does he think he is? Does he think that he is better than her in a big city like Huzhou? She shouted after him that such an arrogant person like him would never find a girl. At this moment, Ouyang was approaching from behind. Having hit her, the girl asked where she got so much courage to talk to Li Taixian like that. For a lot of money, a slut like her will do whatever is asked. She's just trash. From now on, don't even sleep to approach him. Approaching the guy, Ouyang this time he offended Chen's family. So let him be careful with his brother, Chen Xianglin. That guy was very talented from a young age. He was born a martial arts genius and destroyed many talented masters. Chen Xianglin will make his life hell. She had heard that all these years he had been wandering around the world studying martial arts, and even bowed to a foreign great master as his teacher. The guy replied, not to worry, even sect master Xing is not able to scratch him. Some guy there will not be enough to pose any threat to him. The girl told him that, by the way, he was probably tired and hadn't eaten anything yet. She invited him to have dinner together. The guy replied that he had other things to do, maybe another time. Zheng Xianfu told his brother that he must avenge him by killing Li Taixian. The guy said that he crippled his brother and swears that he will make him pay tenfold. The guy's phone rang in his pocket. Picking up the phone, it turned out to be Mu Dong Wansua. The girl said that after the last concert, she could not properly thank him for saving her life, because she had to fly abroad to make it to her next concert on schedule. The girl said that she would return to Huzhou in 2 days. As a token of gratitude, she would like to invite him to dinner. Earlier, he risked his own life to save her, but the situation was so unpredictable that she never found the moment to thank the guy personally. She often thought about the time when she looked down on him and criticized him. Now the girl regrets her stupid act every single day. At that time, the guy was like a high mountain. He protected it like a shield. After asking for forgiveness, Li Taixian said that he had no free time at all and hung up. The girl was furious. She didn't understand how he dare hang up the phone like that. At this moment, a woman approached Mu Dong Wansua and asked what was wrong with her. Does she have any idea how difficult it was to get the lead actress role in such a big-budget Hollywood film? It took her 6 months to convince the director, and she was also very excited about the film, practicing day and night and expending a lot of energy for the role. When the film is finally ready to shoot, she says she doesn't want the role anymore. What does she even want then? Does the girl know that all the films he made were phenomenally great? Also, his works occupy a strong place at the top of the box office. His fans are located in almost every corner of the world, waiting for the release of his next project. All the elite actors around the world dream of working with director Ryan, but she actually turned down his offer? And why does the girl want to return to China? For behind her table, the girl replied that she had found something even more valuable than all this. There is someone in China she should meet as soon as possible, because she was bewitched by that man. While watching the construction, the guy thought that the project would be completed in 3 to 4 months. Suddenly, Zhang Hong runs up to the guy and tells him that a large crowd has gathered at the tuning. Li Taixian asked him to first calm down and tell him what was happening. The guy began to say that the construction site of the Alley of 1,000 Flowers was cut off from water and electricity. Even the supply of sand and stones was cut off. He asked where they went wrong, that the gods were punishing them like this. At this rate, if they continue to interfere with construction, it will cause it to be suspended, meaning the loss of millions of yuan. If this continues, they will finally go bankrupt. Even less frequently, he said that last night a gang of Al thugs invaded their construction site, brutally beat up most of the workers, and even killed 2 of them. Since the construction site was not under any surveillance system, so the police were unable to track down the attackers. All their workers ran away because they were afraid to work there. The guy didn't understand what they should do. How can they continue construction? Zhang Hong told the guy that they had better contact Mr. Chu. He is the only person they can rely on in such dangerous situations. Li Taixian replied that he knew who did it. Don't let the guy worry. He will take care of it. Li Taixian saw something flying towards him and managed to push his friend away in time. The guy asked what he was doing. Seeing a man on the roof, he asked the guy because the man is Chun Xianfu. The man replied that today was his lucky day. At 8 p.m., there would be a banquet in his honor at the Chun family mansion. He asked if the guy had the courage to come. Li Taixian replied that he should tell him to be prepared for the consequences. And don't worry, he will definitely come. Lan Wu told the master that that guy is so arrogant. Doesn't he really want her to tear his head off? He replied that there was no need. It would only alarm the snake, but they still dared to invite him to the banquet. So tonight the guy is going to educate them and make them understand what repentance and torment really are. After calling someone, the girl asked if he had found out where Li Taixian was. The man replied that according to the information he received, the guy was going to attend a banquet hosted by the Chun family at the customs mansion at 8 p.m., and it was said that Qin Xianfu had also invited a big man to dinner. Watching the guests, the man said how many big shots came there. The second replied that yes, he had also heard that Lei Yuntian, the first youngest major general of Chu state in his generation, would also be present. Lin Ji told Xianfu that she had heard that his elder brother worshipped a foreign master as his teacher, and learned extraordinary martial arts techniques specifically to avenge him. The man replied that it was quite natural. His brother is a man blessed with martial arts from birth, and no one can compare with him. His early life was also healed to some extent because he took a miracle pill that his brother gave him. Elder brother specially invited Lei Yuntian, so that guy would not survive today. The girl asked if he was talking about the legendary Lei Yuntian, the first son of the Lei family in Huzhou. It is said that he worshipped the martial art Long Ting Sun, also known as Voldemort, and no one could defeat him in the entire city. Even such strong people as Chu Shuefeng, Song Rong, and Yang Shaokong are nothing more than ordinary insects who will arrive there and be forced to bow their heads in front of that great man. The guy replied that after all, his older brother is a martial arts genius. He can even invite such a powerful person to their banquet. A worm like Li Taixian is not worthy to stand in front of his brother. The time has come. Now he will enjoy the wonderful spectacle. Qin Xianglin said that he could not believe that Lei Yuntian came. Now that he's there, they can squash that little cockroach. Even if he has the ability to jump to the skies, he will not be able to escape the mighty thunder of his palm. Lei Yuntian replied that Li Taixian is quite a fancy name. He received some news that Su Rong invited him to join the special forces as a chief inspector. Considering all these facts, its power cannot be underestimated. However, if he thinks that after defeating trash like Li Shinrin and Nahi, He has become invincible in the entire city. Then the guy is just a small frog at the bottom of a well who cannot imagine himself as an ocean. Chun Xianglin said that he was afraid that guy would not come. It would be quite obvious he was probably scared to the core. He must have hid like a turtle in his shell when he learned that he and the Grandmaster were going to attend this banquet specifically to knock some sense into him. Li Taixian entered the banquet hall. Lin Ji asked if he really came to the banquet all alone. Where is his so-called beautiful friend, Miss Ouyang, who is always buzzing around him like a fly? She continued to say that it looked like the girl had already dumped him. She had been telling him for a long time that the guy was just a hillbilly. People would just use him and abandon him. How could anyone want to be with an idiot like him? Suddenly, the girl asked who in their right mind could abandon such a powerful man. Mudong Wansua told the guy that she came there from overseas specifically to see him. Approaching him, the girl said that she knows that she was rude to him before and admits her mistakes. He's not still angry with her, is he? Li Taixian said that he was there to kill. What's she doing there? Chun Xianfu thought that both Mudong Wansua and Ouyang Pei are magnificent beauties, but why are they with that stinkingly? Obviously, he is much better than him. But then why? The man said that it means that since the guy came, he still has a little courage. He just said that he came to kill. Is everything okay in his head? Also, all the people gathered there are from high society. How dare he burst in like that, in front of his guests? He made the biggest mistake of his life by coming there. The man thought that the guy went back to his village to hide and save his ass, but instead, he came there to certain death. After slapping him, Li Taixian asked, did he dare to reveal his family to him again? Chun Xianglin asked, did this guy have the courage to hit his brother right in front of him? Today he will make sure that the guy does not leave this place alive. Zhang Xianfu shouted that no matter how formidable Li Taixian was, he could not defeat his brother. The girl said that now he is in trouble. That's what he needs. The men began to discuss that this guy didn't pretend to be cool and all-powerful. Where is all his confidence gone? Why doesn't he continue his pretense? However, he dared to slap Chun Xianglin's younger brother right in front of him. Li Taixian said that he cut off the electricity and water at his construction site and beat the workers to death. He is no better than a third-rate hooligan. The guy replied that yes, he did it. Well, so what? Here he is right in front of him. And what will Li Taixian do to him? Chun Xianglin shouted to the guy that he had crippled his brother, ruined his life, and he only did it to get paid for what the guy did to him. Li Taixian replied that he was not worthy of wagging his tongue in front of him so arrogantly. After which the guy began to attack. With his strength, Li Taixian made the guy unable to move and pulled him down. Once on the floor, Chun Xianglin said that this was a cheap trick. Taking out a knife, the guy began shouting that he would see him in hell. Lan Wu shouted to the master that he should not waste any more time on this nonsense. Let her leave it to her. One of the men asked if he was sleeping. Chun Xianglin, a genius who had been practicing martial arts since childhood and bowed to the world's top martial artist as his teacher, was mercilessly beaten by this little girl like a helpless cockroach. Chun Xianfu thought it was impossible. This little girl is not even a match for his elder brother. Chun Xianglin said that let the guy not be so arrogant. Just wait for Lei Yuntian to go down there. He will give him a miserable death. Suddenly, Lan Wu saw a body-hardening jade on his neck. The girl did not expect to see this divine magic item on this man. Tempering jade in such a remote place. Then it is no wonder that it has become so strong. Lan Wu thought that if she got this jade, she could not only restore her strength, but also develop her strength to the next level. But still, this is a divine magical item, and she doesn't know whether her master will want it for himself. Li Taixian said that body-hardening jade is indeed a treasure, but in his eyes it is trash. However, it contains traces of spiritual energy, which will be very useful to her in the practice of heavenly witchcraft, so he gives this jade to the girl. The girl began to attack and shouted for him to give her this jade. She tore it from his neck and said that it was hers now. Anyone who dares to challenge her master will die at the hands of the girl. Just as she tried to attack again, Lei Yuntian appeared in front of her. Chun Xianglin shouted that he was finally there. Now, even if 100 Li Taixian came there, they would not be able to escape from him. The girl realized that this man's fighting skills were so frantic and domineering. Lei Yintian said that the Chun family invited him there to help them deal with him. And since he hurt them in his presence, the guy should give him a good explanation for his wrong action. He began to say that he did not want to humiliate the guy, so he was giving him a chance. Li Taixian crippled the youngest son of the Chun family. So if he wants to live a little longer, he must kneel down, repent of it, and properly apologize to the entire family. But then he must get out of the city and never dare to return again. Suddenly, Chu Tianzheng and Chu Shiwilian entered the banquet hall. The man said that recently he was in the midst of restoring his health. When he heard that some trouble had arisen at the construction site of the flower alley, he hurried to return there as soon as possible. The men immediately bowed and greeted Mr. Chu. They didn't understand what was happening there. Even such a busy person as the head of Chu personally came there. They began to talk about how Lei Yuntian had been partial to Chu Shiwilian since childhood. One of the men heard that he specially returned to the city to marry the great lady. Watching the girl, he thought that he had not seen her for a whole year. She really has become even more beautiful. The girl must have come to see him. As soon as the girl began to approach him, he asked how she ended up there. But Chu Shiwilian walked past him and approached Li Taixian. She told the master that the incompetent student had arrived too late. She hoped he would forgive her this time. It was clear from the guy's face that he didn't expect this. Everyone immediately began to discuss whether Miss Chu was there to see that boy. How could this be? The girl is clearly cold and arrogant towards everyone. But why did she become so accommodating in front of Li Taixian? Mr. Chu Tianzheng approached the guy and asked, "Does he think Mr. Li is someone he can mess with? Just for the sake of his future, the man will try to convince the master not to kill him today. But let him not forget that Li Taixian is not some ordinary mediocre martial artist. He can't just mess with him. Li Taixian is more majestic than any person he has ever met." Lei Yintian answered the man that he thinks that over the years his mind begins to degrade. He respects him because the man is the head of the Chu family and also an elder, but let him not think that he has the right to tell the guy whatever he wants and judge his actions. And he said the guy couldn't afford to mess with him? Is there anyone else in the whole city the guy can't beat? Mr. Chu shouted at this ignorant idiot to shut up. He was trying to save his life. "Sir, this is Li Taixian, the famous young master from Huzhou." The guy asked, "Is he a young master? Since when did the title of master become so worthless that any cat or dog dares to call himself a master? He's just a newbie. No one in the entire Chu state knows about this damn smart guy." But the guy can assure him that if they hear him call himself a great master, they'll probably die of laughter. Chu Shiwilian told him that the guy was in no position to speak so rudely to her master. He doesn't even know about the most basic manners. The girl said that she could not believe that he became so shameless. Lei Yintian replied that he could not believe that the girl scolded him because of such a clumsy boy. Does she really care what people think? After all, everyone in the whole city knows that she is his woman. The girl replied that he should stop talking nonsense. There is no relationship between them, and this is clearly one-sided love. Angry, the guy shouted that he didn't expect the girl to treat him like that because of that boy. She is now making the biggest mistake of her life by rejecting his love for her, and will probably regret it in the future. Lei Yuntian shouted for the girl to listen to his words. Today he will cut that guy's flesh into small pieces and crush his bones into powder. He will let him see it with his own eyes, and let them know that the person they think so highly of is even more pathetic. He will kill him to the point between life and death. Chu Tian asked Mr. Li to be careful. That guy studied and practiced his martial arts under the mentorship of Long Tian, honing and tempering his fighting skills all year round, like no one else, and no one dares to become his enemy. This was why he was able to shock the younger generation of Chu. Li Taixian replied that he didn't care, but he would like to see how great Long Tian's disciples really were. But before that, the guy approached Qin Xianglin and began to say that he had killed 2 workers of his 1,000-flower alley and maimed even more. Li Taixian added that his vessel of sins is full to the brim. He cannot allow him to live any longer. Lei Yintian stood between them and asked the guy still dare to try to harm him in his presence. Li Taixian asked how dare a lowlife like him stand in front of this venerable one. The guy can kill anyone in front of everyone. A worthless idiot like him wouldn't be able to stop him. He didn't understand what kind of inner strength this was. Even the guy couldn't protect himself from her. Mudong Wansua thought that he really killed him. He didn't even show any mercy. Lei Yuntian shouted that now the guy will definitely be finished. He brought this on himself. Then she began to attack. He says that this is a dragon's fist, truly worthy of being Long Tianyo's disciple. The guy learned such a powerful martial arts technique. Over time, perhaps he will certainly become a great master. It was the downward dragon fist, one of the most famous martial arts techniques. Chun Xianfu said that Li Taixian should die today and his head would be sacrificed to his brother. Smiling, the guy thought that he could not withstand this blow. Li Taixian stopped his fist with just his finger and then said that this was child's play. His punch contained at least 60% of his profound strength, but this guy only used one finger to stop it. People were surprised that he was actually able to stop the dragon's fist with his index finger. How can this be? He is able to repel a powerful blow. Li Taixian asked the number one in the city. He's just a narcissistic child. The guy is no match for him, even if he fights with only one hand. He shouted that Li Taixian forced him to do this when the guy was learning this technique. He never thought that he would use it in a place like this. Even the master himself warned him not to use this technique unless absolutely necessary. This is his last chance. Today, the guy will meet his end. He'll blow his head off. Once again, his attack failed. Li Taixian stopped him with only his hand. He easily defeated this guy. Lei Yuntian shouted that this is impossible. This cannot be. How could someone so absurdly strong exist and take so many hits and not even break a sweat? Li Taixian asked, is this all he can do? His blows were good, but unfortunately, it couldn't even be called a fight. Perhaps it's time to end this. With just one blow, the guy found himself slammed into the wall. People watching this asked, is this guy even a human being? Mr. Chu immediately ran up to the guy and began to say that he had known him since childhood. He had seen the guy grow up, and he was also the son of his old friend. He was actually a good person, and besides, the incident with the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers had nothing to do with him. Now that the culprit is dead, he hopes that the guy can, out of respect for this old man, save the life of that ignorant child. In addition, he is also a member of the Special Forces. Mr. Li will soon lead this unit, so in the future this guy may serve him. Approaching Lei Yuntian, the guy said that for the sake of Mr. Chu, he would save his life. What will he say, whether he wants to live or not? The guy shouted that he was refusing. He, Lei Yuntian, does whatever he wants of his own free will. He doesn't need some old man to beg for his life. Chu Tianzheng told Mr. Li that he should not pay attention to this idiot. The man would send him back to his father for strict re-education. He promises that the guy won't cause him any more trouble. Mr. Chu told the guy that it was his frivolity that caused so much trouble. Assures him that tonight the Zheng family will be removed from the list of large families, and he will handle the supplies himself, and also instruct people to resume construction of the 1,000 Flower Avenue as soon as possible. Li Taixian thought that after some time, the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers construction site would be reopened. The guy's phone rang, and when he picked it up, it turned out that it was his father. The man told him that he was now at Aunt Wu's house. If the guy was not busy, he should come there quickly. His father wanted to ask him something. His father and Wu Qing have been old comrades in arms for many years, and he only has one such old girlfriend in the city. After he arrived in Huzhou, he immediately went to the woman's home. He probably doesn't know what happened to the guy in this city during this time. As soon as the guy approached the door, he immediately heard the woman's words that such a beautiful flower as her daughter was unworthy of his son. At least he knows that his spoiled son is shamelessly communicating with some bad girls there. The man asked her to please not be so angry. He knows that his son is not the person she describes him as. The man thinks that this is just a misunderstanding, so please let him wait a little until he returns home, after which they can ask him about everything directly. The woman asked misunderstanding says, what you need to understand is that she cannot believe that his precious son is actually such a cruel person. How could he be so heartless to abandon her innocent little girl? She said she didn't care. He must pay for causing her mental pain, and it still won't be enough. The man tried to calm her down. Li Taixian thought that, of course, he guessed that Qi Shuang and her mother would not be so kind as to easily let him and his family live in peace. They deliberately forced his father to contact him in order to extract money from him. In his past life, he was deceived by a woman and that girl. They ruined his whole life. He was cruelly abandoned by this harlot like some trash. His life was disgusting and miserable. What's even more funny is that even after Yang Xiaokong framed him and locked him in prison, the guy was rotting there like a dead mouse, but still fantasized that one day the girl would change her mind about him and return to him to save him. And by the time he left, the cold corpse of his father was already waiting for him at home. It was a cold winter night, snowy skies, and all kinds of snowstorms covering all the sinners of this world. The woman asked, does this guy still have the courage to appear in front of her? He has no conscience at all. A heartless monster. Come on, let him explain to her why he abandoned her daughter. Without listening to that woman, the guy immediately went towards his father and hugged him. In his previous life, his father's death was the irreparable regret of his entire life. Now he's been reborn and can finally see his face again. The guy swears by his cultivation that in this life they will use all the means that he has to protect him and will never allow him to suffer from any injustice. He will definitely find his father's killer. That killer will pay with his blood hundreds of millions of times. The guy will drain his essence of life and will torture his soul into the dark abysses of hatred. That bloody debt will only be repaid with blood. The man asked what was wrong with him. They had not seen each other for only a month. Why is he so sentimental? Did the guy really miss him that much? The guy thought that something was wrong. For him, it was just a month, but for the guy, it was an eternity. In his previous life, although he became Li Taixian, he never thought that one day he would be able to reunite with his beloved father. This is the happiest day for him since his rebirth. However, his father looks a little older, has a lot of gray hair at his temples, and even has a hunched back. The woman shouted for the two of them to finish already. Since the guy is there, should he tell her how he is going to compensate her daughter for the emotional damage? She spent so much time with him just like that, and there must be an excuse for this. Li Taixian replied that by swapping black and white, confusing right with wrong, she is the one who is truly shameless. He thought that even in the divine world, such vile people as this girl's mother are very rare. The woman asked now, did the guy's father see this with his own eyes? He really raised a good son with a sharp tongue. First, the guy acted horribly towards her family and then dared to contradict her. The man replied that okay, let his son explain to him what's going on there. He answered the woman that from his point of view, he even hopes that these two can become a couple. They have been communicating for a long time and maybe even understand each other perfectly. She replied that that's enough. Don't let her call her that. It hurts her ears. His son has now become a playboy, with countless women wanting to go on dates with him. Among them are the most beautiful director of the company, a famous idol, and even a young lady from the Chu family. They all fly around him like flies that have encountered a pile of crap. His eyes are on the heavens, so how will he want to look at her daughter? The man answered her that this could not happen. If his son had been so successful, he would not have lived in this small house located in the wilderness. He answered his dear matchmaker that his son is still young. Does she think she can give him another chance? After all, the two had been hanging out since they entered college. More than 2 years have passed since then. If they broke up over these little things, it would be a waste of time, right? The woman replied that it was good. She would give him one last chance to continue dating her daughter. But she has one condition. The man replied that, of course, let him speak. Let them buy her daughter a house so that she can live in it. Isn't that a very simple task? The guy thought that she had finally shown her foxtail. The woman dared to deceive his father. She already realized that he broke up with her daughter and would no longer be able to get money out of him. But now she has set her sights on his father. But he doesn't have any evidence now. Even if he says it, it will most likely only anger his father. Still, he himself should see the true face of this couple. The guy asked if they wanted to stay somewhere, if they need to buy a house, all the villas of the alley of thousands of flowers in it. He told his father that he, too, could live wherever he wanted. The woman asked the guy that he still lives in dreams. Does he want to say that all the villas of 1,000 flowers belong to him, and he is the mysterious owner? Li Taixian replied that everything is correct. He is the mysterious owner of the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers. Qi Shuang told the guy that she didn't expect him to become like this. Decided to lie to them to save face? What a despicable person. The girl's mother told the man that he had just arrived in the city, so he didn't know that the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers had been an abandoned area for many years. It is said that there have been many ghost stories there. In principle, no one dares to go there. But now, she doesn't know why, but they have reopened the construction site. There are luxurious mansions inside, and she heard that there are more than 100 of them. Depending on the mansion, they can cost several tens of millions of yuan. And his son says that he is the owner of the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers? The man told his son that he would forbid him to say such nonsense in the future. Or maybe he doesn't know something about the guy. The father wondered, can he really truly count on his own strength? If a guy has collected enough money to take out a mortgage on a house in the city, then that proves that he is good enough. The guy really strives for greatness, but he doesn't even remember that when he first came to the city, the man even borrowed 200,000 yuan to rent a room in Qi Shuang's house. Walking down the street, a guy asked his father if he could get him into a 5-star hotel tonight. The man replied that one night in a hotel would be very expensive. Let him stay there. It is a great place for him. The guy just came to the city for a while. His monthly salary is not that big. If he has money, then let him save it. Li Taixian thought that her father had always been stubborn. He should not argue with him. Zhang Hong called the guy and said that there are several contracts that he must sign at the sales office. He needs to come there. Li Taixian replied that it was good. He understood everything. The guy told his father to call him if the man needed anything. There was some kind of contract that he needed to sign, so he had to go. The man answered his son that they were no longer in that girl's house. He didn't have to bother so much with his father. If he had something to do, then he shouldn't worry about him. But he warned his son not to brag about what he has ever again, because now he's in big trouble for this, so let him learn from his mistakes. He answered his father that there are some things that he cannot explain to him right now, but he will definitely understand it later. By the way, don't be deceived by that girl's mother. Don't listen to them, and don't need to fulfill their request for a house. The man replied that okay, he knows, so don't let the guy worry. The man thought that the guy didn't know anything at all. He should at least show some sincerity to someone who just wants to stay by his side. In this world, what parent would not take care of their child? Lao Li's phone rang. It was that girl's mother. She asked the man was not going to deny the fact that he promised to buy a house for her daughter. She assured that he is not one of those people who will throw words to the wind. He replied that, of course, today he would bring a guy to buy a house for her daughter, and he would also send them the address. Before coming to the city, he not only sold his house and land, but also asked his relatives and neighbors to lend him money. Even with the money he saved for his funeral, it barely amounted to 1,000,000 yuan. But his son's well-being is about more than just some money. The woman said that a poor hillbilly will always remain poor. Even after living in a poor village, his son still boasted that he was the owner of the alley of 1,000 flowers. She told her daughter it was good that she did not stay with that poor boy. Otherwise, she would have lived in poverty for the rest of her life. Qi Shuang said that the guy is such a miser. He put his father in such a cheap place. Guest workers usually live in small hotels like this. But she still doesn't understand how he could become Miss Chu's master. How could a beggar like him be related to such a prestigious family? The girl thought that even if he's good at martial arts, his father is a poor old man without any abilities. As for who is the real owner of the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers, today they're going to buy a house there. All his lies will come out as she wants to see his unhappy face. Lao Li apologized for making them wait so long. The woman told him that today they would go to the alley of 1,000 flowers to buy a villa there. Didn't his son say yesterday that he was the owner of this place? So let him leave the most expensive villa for them. The man replied that they should not take seriously all the nonsense that his stupid son was talking about. When they left last night, he scolded him for his bad behavior. He said that, frankly, he couldn't afford a villa. I heard that it is worth tens of millions. The man is afraid that they will think of it as a joke, but in his entire life, he has never been to the villa. The woman thought that, after all, a hillbilly is a hillbilly. The man noted that if they don't return, it's almost noon now, so why don't they go and have lunch together, where they can also discuss all the details about housing. He said that he would call the guy to come there. He will pay for the check himself, so they can order whatever they like. Lally called his son and asked where the guy is now. How about having lunch with your dad? Li Taixian replied that he had an appointment with the manager of the department in the Thousand Flower Alley. This will take some time. He will come to him as soon as he is free. Now he is the owner of thousands of flowers, so he is really overwhelmed with all this paperwork. The woman thought, God, this is an old phone, its speaker is too loud. Snatching the phone from the man's hands, the woman began shouting how shameless he was, still lying and pretending to be the owner of the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers. He even lied to his own father. Just let him wait. She will expose all his lies as soon as she arrives at the Alley of 1,000 Flowers to buy herself a new villa. The man asked the woman to please remain calm. This is all some kind of misunderstanding. His son is just joking. Don't let him take it seriously. Lally thought what his son had done. He doesn't know how to brag. He should know when to stop. And now what will he do when his lies are exposed publicly? Did the guy ever think what kind of humiliation his father would face? He would never be able to survive and show himself to anyone. The area of the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers is located in a prosperous area of the city. Their owner has invested billions of yuan in this grandiose project. The man said it looked very expensive. Chi Shuang kept saying that she wanted a house as big as this. Lally said it was too expensive. Why don't they go somewhere else? The woman didn't even pay attention to him and told the girl that she was there to see Li Taixian. Could she call him, please? The girl replied that she was very sorry, but they only have Zhang Hong. They don't have anyone with that name. Looking at the old man, she asked, did he hear everything correctly? There is no one named Li Taixian there. Now let him just call his son and ask him to come there so that he can explain everything to them. Looking at her, the man thought that he knew that his son had done something bad to her, but he was just a child. They are mother and daughter time. Why are they so angry and trying to humiliate other people? He asked the mother and daughter to be more reasonable and leave his son alone. He is his father. Even if the guy ever becomes powerful, he will never stop listening to him. And they also have to solve the problem between him and her daughter. So please let the matter go. He asked why don't they go to the suburbs, where prices would be cheaper. The woman started screaming. Is he mocking her? She is ashamed of him. How can he imagine that her precious daughter will live in the suburbs? Lally brought them there without money? If he doesn't have money, then let him go and get some kind of loan. If a man does not fulfill his promise, then she will never allow his son to live in peace. They just wasted several hours of their lives. With that said, she will not allow her only beautiful daughter to enter the poor village family. He asked the matchmaker not to leave, just let him listen to him. The woman replied that he should not call her that. She felt ashamed. Turning to the girl, he tried to negotiate. The man said that he only had 1 million. That's all he could give. So this villa in the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers is truly out of reach for a farmer like him. He hopes they will understand him. The woman told her daughter that suddenly this old man had 1 million yuan. When the girl gets the house, let her kick him and her son out of there. She can rent out the property or maybe sell it if prices rise in the future. The girl told him that it doesn't really matter if he doesn't have money. The most important thing is that he is such a reliable and honest person. The guy treats her very coldly, so she's really sad. In truth, there was a constant stream of second-generation rich guys chasing after her, all of them very successful. But the reason why she was with him all the time is because the girl never looks up to him to be honest with him. But now he himself has destroyed all her good intentions. So the man really can't blame her. If he wants to blame someone, he can only blame his deceiver son for being so dishonest. He thought that no, it was not his son's fault. It was because he was incompetent and did not have enough skills to help his own son. He doesn't even have the money to buy a nice house for him, and he also can't help him sort out his problems with this girl. Yang Xiaokong approached them and said that this was a surprise. What are these wonderful ladies doing there? He began to tell the girl that what happened between them last time was entirely his fault. The guy truly regrets his actions and was looking for an opportunity to apologize to her. The woman asked the old man for permission to introduce the guy to him. His father is the director of the Noble Eastern Star School and has a large company under his own name. With a rich and influential past and a promising future, the guy is the most suitable candidate to be his daughter's husband. Yang Xiaokong asked, "Who else is this?" Qi Shuang said that it was Li Taishuan's father, also a hillbilly, who promised to buy her a house. Her mother and she were humiliated by the fact that they could not afford anything other than a pitiful million-yuan house in the suburbs. Lally told her that what she was saying was a little inappropriate, at least calling him uncle. It's not that he doesn't want to buy them a house, it's just that the houses in Thousand Flower Alley are too expensive. A man can't afford that much money. The guy told the old man that the girl was absolutely right. He has neither money nor position, so let him not expose himself to ridicule. The guy thought that Li Taixian was no longer the same as before. He had attracted and won the affection of many underground bosses in the city. But since it is his father, he must give him a great dose of humiliation. Handing the keys to the girl, he said that this is the key to his house with an area of 130 square meters in the Xian area. The guy is giving it to her now. Her birthday is just around the corner anyway, so let her accept this gift from him. The girl asked, "Is this true? Is this the same area that is the main part of the city's high-level community? Typically house prices there are over 4 million. Hugging the guy, she said that he treats her so well, the girl decided to forgive him. Watching everything that was happening, the man did not understand how she could do this. The woman asked, "Does he see?" The guy belongs to one of the most elite families in Chu State. On the other hand, he and his inexperienced son, who became just a bully, she is really ashamed to be surrounded by such a person with such a low status. Lally asked, "What does this mean? And who is this guy?" Yang Xiaokong asked, "What does he mean?" What is unclear is that Qi Shuang is his girlfriend, and his poor son is not worthy of her. The guy called the guard over to him. He thought that this was the famous second-generation rich man in the city. He had recently discussed business with the sales manager and planned to visit the real owner of the Thousand Flower Alley. Such a big man cannot be provoked. He ordered this old man to be thrown out. Thousand Flower Avenue is the most first-class residential area in the Chu region. Such trash has no right to enter there. The guy thought that Li Taixian had repeatedly oppressed and humiliated him in front of other big families. So he would use this opportunity to throw out all the disappointment that he had been holding inside himself until now. The man told President Li that this time they're only carrying out soft openings, since there is still some paperwork and there is still a little time left before the official opening of the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers. Although President Zhao is the person in charge, for such an important decision as the official opening, he must personally decide how it will be carried out. One of the men told him that this was his first visit to the office. Let him introduce all the employees. The guards threw the old man out, telling him to get out of there. He didn't deserve to go there. Watching this, the girl said this is how far this rogue could go. The girls discussed that a rural resident of the area wanted to buy a villa in such an elite place. The second girl replied that she was very sorry that she was discussing matters with such a beggar. Why did he even think that he could come there, let alone buy a villa? Yang Xiaokong told the guards that people like him have no right to enter there. Let them never repeat this mistake again. The security guard replied that yes, he understood everything. If this old man dares to enter again, he will break his legs. Li Taixian asked whose leg he was going to break. Yang Xiaokong thought, what the hell? What was he doing there? How did it happen that no matter where he was, he bumped into this freak? The guy asked who let Li Taixian in. He just kicked his father out. Village people like them simply have no right to go in there. After the words were spoken, there was a strong slap in the face. He asked the guy who dared to raise his rotten hands against his father, "Is he really tired of living?" After receiving numerous blows, Yang Xiaokong began to shout for the guards to bring this bastard to his knees. Everyone headed towards the guy. They began to say that they would teach this idiot a lesson. How dare he slap Master Yang Xiaokong? They started shouting that they were burning. The guy thought that today his heavenly immortal child, whom he helped with cultivation, has borne fruit. To deal with them, he only needed to look, and they already fell to the ground, and their minds were completely destroyed. Having stepped on the head of one of them, The guy said that if something happened to his father, he would destroy every person who dared or even thought in the slightest way about harming him. Let him remember, in the future, they won't look down on people. A man ran in and asked what was going on there. Yang Xiaokong told manager, due to call the police, this guy needs to be arrested. He brazenly rioted in their sales office and even tried to kill the entire security team. The guy told Li Taixian that he admits he can't beat him. But what about the police? The guy can't wait to see how their so-called all-powerful master can deal with her, or wants to say that he even dares to go against her. Today, he came there to find Manager Du, who could help him establish contact and get to know the big boss of Thousand Flower Alley, hoping to establish a cooperative relationship with him. The Avenue of 1,000 Flowers is the most luxurious area of high-class villas in the city. There are hundreds of villas throughout this area, and there are also dozens of buildings with rooftop gardens. This project is huge and unique. Once the partnership is successful, he could make a hell of a lot of money. Manager Du told President Wu Li that he didn't know the guy was coming there. Li Taixian asked why he was so surprised. This is his property. He can come there anytime he wants. The man replied that, of course, but he just didn't expect to see him today. The manager said that, in fact, Yang Xiaokuan came there to establish business cooperation with him. This is a very good opportunity to expand his connections. The man didn't understand why this idiot contacted the president and dragged him into this. Phoenix grabbed him by the throat. The guy asked to allow him to speak. The man asked for mercy, asked for forgiveness, and begged to let him go. Li Taixian shouted that he was the face of his company and decided to take care of these scoundrels. And all this after this dirt threw out his father. Does he think he would just calm down? It was his father whom they did not respect. Having released him, the guy said that he would save his life, only because he was not aware of all this. But the man no longer deserves to work there. He is fired. Let him get out of there immediately. Yang Xiaokong didn't understand what the hell. How is this possible? This guy is actually really the head boss of the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers? Every time, this crazy guy humiliates him in public, always when he's trying to show off his influence and status. Zhang Hong shouted, what the hell are they planning? This is the father of the owner of this alley, and they were trying to kick him out now? The girls replied that they were very sorry. Please, sir, forgive them for their rude behavior. Approaching Li Taixian, the guy asked what the gentleman was suggesting they do with them. He thought that although this guy is his best friend, he is also the owner of this place, so the guy should address him as master in front of strangers. This way he can create his image as the boss of these cretins. He ordered the girls to bow and apologize. One of them began to shout. Who was he to force her to kneel over such a trivial matter? Does he even know how disgusting it was to talk to that old farmer? She went through a lot for this job. The guy asked how this dirty harlot dared to insult his father. Regardless of whether she is a man or a woman, she must still be punished. She started screaming as her body suddenly caught fire. Someone please help her. She doesn't want to die. The second girl knelt down and said that she was very sorry. She just didn't know who he was. May she please spare her life. Qi Shuang wondered, is this guy really the head boss and multi-billionaire of Thousand Flower Avenue? But how is this even possible? She doesn't understand how he could change so much in such a short period of time. Even the guy who is one of the richest people in the Chu region really wanted to establish cooperation with him. The girl's mother thought how ridiculous. Old Li's son owns the entire Avenue of 1,000 Flowers. It was so stupid of her to mock him for allegedly not being able to buy a normal house. The girl thought that the guy was strong and knew martial arts, but now he is also very rich. No matter how she sees it, he is far superior to Yang Xiaokong. She thought that really, what was wrong with her? Why did she cheat on this guy? Li Taixian told his father that he really wanted to give him a big surprise. So he bought an entire avenue of thousands of flowers as a gift so that he could enjoy a quiet life. The guy said that he organized all the things according to his taste, from gardening to fishing. He can enjoy all his favorite hobbies whenever he wants. He thought that after solving all the issues on this project, the guy would develop a life extension pill to improve and prolong the health of his father. But in order to make it, he must find some high-quality herbs and accumulate some spiritual energy in the altar. The man couldn't believe that in just one short month his son had become so amazing. It's really hard to comprehend, but this is not the right time and place to ask about it. He will wait for the right moment to discuss this with him. Among other things, he is proud that his son has become a famous person throughout the city. The man asked if his son could tell him how much this luxury villa costs. The guy replied that it was not that much, only 70 or 80 million. Chi Shuang thought that she wanted to live in the 1,000-flower villa. The guy has so many luxurious villas where she can spend her luxurious life. And now the house that Yang Xiaokong gave her seems like a modest hut to her. The girl's mother called them dear relatives and wanted to say something, when suddenly the guy's father interrupted her. He replied that she should not call them that. He's tired of her lies. He won't fall for the same trick twice. The woman said he was so funny and had a good sense of humor. Turning to the guy's father, she said that her daughter could marry his son, since this is Slovenia bestowed by their family. In fact, she has already calculated the wedding date. May 8th is a very wonderful day, so why don't they have a big wedding ceremony for these two lovers? What will he say? Lowly replied that this is his son's marriage, so he should be the one who decides, and whatever decision he makes, the man will accept it. He thought that the guy was no longer a child and knew what was good for him. As a parent, he should respect his opinion and support him. Grabbing his hand, the girl asked if they could start over. Snatching his hand away, he told her to get lost. The woman started screaming, "What the hell? Her daughter wants to start over," but he didn't even give her a second chance. How could he be so unfair to her? Let him ask you, is she lacking something, or does he think that she doesn't deserve him? Her daughter has a fabulous figure and a beautiful face. What more does he need from her? Let her tell him this. Even if he searches the region, he will not find anyone as beautiful as her princess. He thinks too highly of himself, but he's still not that good, and even if he changes her words, he'll never find a better woman than her daughter. If he doesn't believe it, just let him wait and see. Ouyang walked in and asked this old lady, doesn't she think she's too noisy? The girl doesn't like noisy people. Snuggling close to the guy, she continued to say that this girl must be Li Taishuan's ex-girlfriend. She thought that the girl must be some kind of beauty, but what a big disappointment. As far as she knows, the girl is just from an ordinary family and is now working as a teacher at an Eastern noble school. For an ugly money whore like her, meeting a prince charming like this guy must be a blessing from her past life. The girl should feel honored to have once been Li Taishuan's friend. But it's a pity that not only did she not value her relationship, but she also made people antagonize him, and also cheated on him by secretly meeting with Yang Xiaokong. Honestly speaking, even 100 or 1,000 of those guys would not be able to compare to Li Taixian. The lady asked must be Qi Shuang's mother? Although she is older than her, let him believe her, the woman looks much older than she thinks. If she is asked how old she looks, then let her believe that her answers will be at least 60 or 70 years old. The woman thought, is she blind? She is only 55 years old. How dare she say that a woman looks like an old woman? It feels like this girl is cutting it with her sharp tongue. She would so much like to kill this little bitch, but looking at her bodyguard, it seems that the woman cannot afford to offend this girl. Finally, Ouyang told her aunt, no matter how beautiful her daughter was, she would not always be able to live her life leaves and pleasing rich guys. They know that not all people are as merciful as this guy. There are people who are more adept at taking advantage of other people. The girl can guarantee that she will never find someone as wonderful as Li Taixian. After they left, she said that she got carried away and completely forgot to introduce herself. Ouyang said that she was very pleased to meet him. She is Li Taishuan's friend, Ouyang Pei. The man thought that the guy had succeeded more than he thought. This girl is much more beautiful than that one. Her character is much better and her temperament is also good. Looking at the girl, he gave her a sign with his eyes. Taking the man by the arm, the girl said that he had only recently arrived in the city, so let her take a walk with him. The man thought that he still had a lot of questions. It seemed like today was not an easy day. Looking at his father, the guy thought that he didn't want the man to see this bloody scene now. Yang Xiaokong immediately began to try to escape. Li Taixian shouted that it was too late for him to escape. The guy grabbed him by the throat and started shouting. What was he doing? Let him go now. The guy lifted him high above the ground and then with a sharp movement let him go down. He tried to say that he hated Taishian. If the guy kills him now, his father won't leave him alone. Li Taishian replied that he need not worry. The enmity between them would not end so quickly. He will slowly torture him until the guy pays him back 1,000-fold. And today he will receive some interest from it. The guy thought that Yang Xiaokong in the past was also one of the first culprits in the death of his father, but compared to the trauma and humiliation that the guy had ever experienced, even if he did not dream that he would leave him behind, after all, I just broke his leg. He said, "Don't worry, the guy won't die so easily. Death will overtake him only when he wants it. His revenge will be long and merciless." The guy started screaming that his face hurt like hell. What did he do? Li Taishian thought that he had gotten off easy. The guy won't kill him, but he'll let him taste their own crappy medicine. He will soon learn the true meaning of the words regret and agony. This guy dared to appear in front of him again, and it seemed like someone was standing behind him and guiding him from the shadows. This venerable one has been reborn, and now his boiling blood is ready to take revenge on those who treated him unfairly. Freed from the grief and injustice that he had kept in his chest for so long, the guy will fix this entire world with his venerable immortal will, covering the heavens with his iron hands. And if anyone in this world dares to challenge the will of this immortal, then he will allow them to suffer and tremble at just the mention of his name. If anyone tries to get in his way, he will kill him. Li Taishian told his father about the Avenue of Thousand Flowers. The fact is that the head of the Chu family gave it to him. The guy accidentally did him a favor, and in return he gave him the entire territory. He thought that lying to his own father was not very pleasant, but it was better than telling him the truth. It's not that the guy doesn't trust him, but if he finds out his real identity, it will bring him nothing but trouble, and he doesn't want his father to suffer even more. Laoli replied that this was more like the truth. Since this is the case, then the guy must work hard to match the kindness of the Chu family. Li Taishian told his father that he wanted to ask him something. It was about his mother. Why did she leave them? In his past life, his mother left them when he was still a small child, and she didn't appear until his father died. His father didn't tell him anything about her and almost never mentioned her. They don't even have a family photo. He vaguely remembers her. She was very beautiful and kind, but when he was only 4 or 5 years old, a naive and innocent child, and now it has been more than 20 years since he saw her face. His father may look like a weak old man, but mentally he is very strong. In his past life, even if he was unjustly imprisoned, his father gritted his teeth and continued to live his life. He had never seen the man shed a tear, but now, this man with an iron will suddenly begin to cry. Well, why does it seem to the guy that it wasn't just because of his mother that his father started to cry? There must be something else. There must be some reason why his mother left him and his father. The guy must find that sinner who destroyed the happiness in his family. No matter who it is, he must be prepared for the wrath of this venerable immortal. Laoli told his son that he was not ready to tell him about his mother now, as now he is still too weak. So rushing to find her guy will not only bring her even more trouble, but he himself may die. But there is one thing he can tell him. His mother loves this family and loves him even more. She left them to protect him. The man said that he should just look at the time. He had better go back to the hotel room. The guy asked seriously, "Does father still live in the hotel? Let him take him away." The father replied that he knows that the guy is now the owner of the Avenue of Thousand Flowers, but this place is too dazzling for the eyes of this old man. So he would rather prefer to live in a normal hotel. The man feels better there. Filial piety, which means supporting parenti, yes, but also fulfilling their wishes, allowing older people to live in accordance with their own ideas and beliefs. In his previous life, he did not take good care of his father because he was blindly in love with that girl. His father died because of his stupid actions, but the guy swears with his life that he will protect him from any injustice. He will give him the peaceful life that his father deserves. Yang Xiaokong told the guy that he must avenge him. He wants to make that guy's life worse than hell. I want him to suffer from all kinds of more torture. I want Li Taishian to beg for death. The guy replied that he shouldn't worry. He would personally help him take revenge, but he should be a little more patient. Li Taishian had also angered sect master Xing Yi. When the time came, he would surely kill him himself. So they just had to wait and enjoy this show together. Let him not worry. They will also have fun with that guy. He understands that Yang Xiaokong wants to kill him to quench his thirst for revenge. He just can't watch the guy suffer. It makes his heart hurt. After all, he is one of his most loyal people. And if that old weirdo doesn't kill Tai Xian, he will call on part of his personal arsenal to deal with him. The man said that he had been spying on the old man all these days. He asked if he had found an opportunity to deal with him. Yang Xiaokong is in the hospital because of that old man's son. Since he was instructed to teach a lesson, he will honor the order. The guy answered the boss that their goal was on an antique street, and he happened to be next to their store. The man replied that, "Good, great, it's time to do it the old-fashioned way." Ouyang told him that it's good. This is the famous ancient street of the city. Let him just walk here a little while the girl is away on business. She promised to return immediately. The man replied that it was good. Then he would take a walk and look at the goods in these stores. Approaching one of the shops, a man said that it looked like Chinese porcelain antiques. "I wonder if my son will like it or not, but it's really well made." Suddenly a man with a vase in his hands flew straight towards him. When confronted, he began to shout that the old man had broken his vase. Lally replied to the man that he was really very sorry. The man began to shout, "At least he knows that the vase he just broke belongs to the Ming dynasty. It was just excavated, but thanks to an old man like him, it broke, and now he has to pay for it." The old man said that he was terribly sorry that he broke his vase. Let him tell its value. He will pay for it. Lally understood that this vase did not look too expensive. Perhaps he could afford to pay him and resolve this issue. Without thinking twice, the man said 500,000. The man asked, "Is the old man completely deaf?" "He wants his 500,000 right now." Let him not force him to repeat it again and again. Lally was thinking that he just wanted to look at some creations. And then, out of the blue, this crazy person appears and starts beating him. He shouted for the old man to stop wasting his time and give him the money. The old man replied that the young man should not be so unreasonable. He cannot give him 500,000. Let him lower his price. Not to mention that the one who collided with him was him. Everyone saw this, after which he began to ask for help. Everyone avoided them because they didn't want to interfere with Boss Lu's affairs. The man pushed the old man again, told him to stop whining. No one cares who bumped into whom. He broke his vase, and he'll have to pay for it. Otherwise, he won't go anywhere today. The old man asked them to please believe that he really doesn't have that kind of money. He thought about the fact that he had 1 million, but the man earned this money with sweat and blood. He saved them for his son's wedding. How can he give them to anyone now? Lally said, "Okay, how about 50,000? He can only give him 50,000. No more, it's better than nothing." Smiling, the guy replied, "It means that this old nothing still has some cash. And now he will make him an offer. Let him give him 600,000, although no, 700,000. After he receives this money, he will immediately be allowed to leave. The more time he spends, the more money he will have to pay. So stop wasting the guy's time and bring his money. The clock is ticking." If he knew that this would happen today, he would not have come to this place. What should the old man do now? How to get out of this trouble? Lally asked, why don't they believe what he says? A man can't give 500,000 yuan. It's simply too much money. Let them understand the situation and let him go. The boss asked, is he telling him to let him go? But no, he can't. The old man sees that the man is human. If he doesn't have money, then let him call his family so that they can bring it to him, or take out a loan or something else. He doesn't care, he wants his money. From the crowd, Ouyang shouted for them to stop right now. When the girl returned from the toilet, the guy's father was nowhere to be seen. She also noticed a crowd of onlookers who were going to watch for some reason. And then the girl saw how some hooligan was mocking her father. She shouted, how dare he raise his dirty hand against his father. Let him go now. The guy told her to shut up and mind her own business. But if she wants to save this old man, then it's better to give 1,000,000 yuan instead of him. It's like the little girl shouldn't meddle in other people's affairs. Helping people is of course good, but sometimes it can lead her to even more trouble. He thought that, wow, he hadn't seen such a beauty for a long time, and she didn't have the courage. Ouyang asked, did he say 1,000,000? Handing him the check, she told the guy to take it, and now let him go right now. The boss asked if she thinks he was born yesterday. How can he trust the person he just met? And is this check real or not? He wants to get his money in cash. And anyway, before he was just joking, that she is serious about this. So if the girl really wants this old man to be released, she should pay him at least 2 or 3 million. The girl shouted at him not to tempt fate. Let him take the millions and screw it up, otherwise the consequences would be serious. She wanted to spend some time with her father, and that was why the girl did not take bodyguard with her. If they were there, she would not have tolerated this baboon for so long. The man asked what was threatening him. Now the girl has really piqued his curiosity, and he really wants to see how serious the consequences will be. In short, none of them will leave until he sees his 3 million. After the words he said, they were driven into the store. He said to call his family and tell them to bring 3 million there, and let him remember she will not be able to leave this place until she pays him the full amount. Under the orders of Boss Lu, he successfully brought this old man here. Let his lesson begin. This old man will remember his instruction for the rest of his life. First, he will break both of his legs and then throw him out into the street. Who asked Li Taixian to contact him with the Yang family? Even if he doesn't know who Miss is and how she's related to that guy, judging by the fact that she came to the aid of this old man, she must be someone close to him. Despite the girl, the old man said that he was very sorry. It was all his fault. The girl told him not to worry. She had already called his son. He would soon come and save them. And when he comes, he will crush all these scum like ants. The guy replied that they had just made his job easier. Turning to the little miss, he said that this is his fortress on this ancient street. No matter how powerful he is, the guy will not be able to even set foot there without his permission. So when he comes there, this place will be his grave. He called Boss Lu and said that he had caught the man wanted. This is his father. Why doesn't the boss come and see him in person? Suddenly, the ground shook. The guy asked his brother what was going on. The others behind them simply disappeared into nothingness. He began to shout, "Who dare to mess with him? Let him show his face." The guy asked his boss to please save him. The man didn't understand what the hell. Who was it there? His people. Where did they all suddenly disappear? Lan Wu asked, "Is the uncle looking for someone?" He shouted that she scared him to death. Where did the girl come from? And who is she anyway? Is it possible that this was all arranged by her? The girl answered how she could do anything bad. Now let him give her his fucking soul and die. From the blow he received, he fell to the floor. He started shouting that she was just a demon. Running towards the exit, the man shouted for someone to save him. Upon entering, Li Taixian kicked him. The man asked who the hell dares to kick him, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him above the ground. The guy said that such an insignificant ant like him dares to raise his hand against the father of this king of the gods. It dawned on the man that this must be his doing. He began to say that the guy dared to invade the antique street. Lu Laolu will definitely kill him. Let him remember his words. After which the guy hit him on the floor with all his might. Li Taixian said that since he likes to talk like an important person so much, why don't he break the guy's jaw and see if he can talk like that in the future? Suddenly, someone shouted that enough is enough. Let them stop all this immediately. The man began to tell Boss Lu that he was glad to see him. Let him please help him. Lu Laolu shouted that he had said enough. Let this little brat not be so self-confident. Do not forget that he is on his territory. Li Taixian shouted for the man to shut up. Who was he to tell him what to do? Boss Lu asked who he was. The guy is an ignorant fool. He told him who he was. Owner of the famous Heavenly Blessing Shop. Everyone there respects his orders. He rules the entire antique street. Watching what was happening through the door, the guy said that this is very bad. This Boss Lu is one of the most terrifying bosses of the city's underworld. Last month, that old salesman and his entire family died in a car accident. But everyone knows that it was not an accident, but an obvious murder plan by him. That his parent broke the most precious vase, and now the guy injured one of his people. The man must settle scores with this scoundrel today. Let him remember his words. None of them will leave this store until the guy gives him 3 million today. Li Taixian asked, really? Then he will also get down to business. Let him pay him 100 million for harassing his father, and he will reduce the severity of his punishment. Otherwise, the consequences will be fatal for him. The guy didn't understand how he dared to blackmail the father of this immortal. Laughing, the man asked, "Is the brat sick or something like that?" Before this, no one dared to speak like that in front of him. So, since he has a desire to die, he will correct it today. Lu Laolu gives him one last chance to make a quick phone call and get all the help he can. "Let's hurry up before it's too late." Li Taixian replied that if he insists so much, then the guy will also play slowly, so that his death will be a terrible torment. Calling him a brat, the man said that to be honest, calling anyone now is useless. No one will save him. This kid got involved with the wrong people. He doesn't yet know what kind of big shot he's dealing with. The guy replied that it was the same. He had no idea who he was dealing with. Lu Laolu replied that enough was enough. His time was up. He ordered his boys to teach this bastard a lesson. "Let everyone step aside. Brother Jiao has come." Upon entering, the guy asked who dared to create chaos in this place. The man asked to remove the dialogue. Did he come there to buy antiques? He needed to call, and his subordinates would bring it to him. The guy doesn't have to come to his little store. Walking past the man and approaching Master Li, the guy bowed and said that he was there to receive his order. Li Taixian pointed his finger at Boss Lu and said that this bastard dared to deceive his father and even threaten him. Let him tell him what they should do with him. Jiao thought, damn it, Master Li is angry now. If this matter is not handled well, who in the city can bear Master Li's wrath? Approaching the man, the guy hit him on the cheek with all his might. He said he didn't come there to buy his damn stuff. Is he too brave? Dare to even offend Master Li? He doesn't want to live anymore? One of the guys shouted that Brother Pa had arrived. The man thought that Brother Pa Tai. Now he will see if this little brat can still stand with his head held high and act so arrogantly. Lu Laolu told his brother that this guy dared to insult him. But something went wrong again. Approaching Mr. Li, the guy bowed and said that he called all his subordinates there. There are more than 2,000 of them. All of them are waiting for his orders. They are honored to work for Mr. Li. Brother Pa shouted that today, anyone who dares to offend Mr. Li will die in this place. Approaching the boss, the guy asked what they should do now. Suddenly, someone on the street shouted that Mayor Chan was coming. Lu Laolu said that now that his uncle is there, will he see if the guy dares to act so arrogantly? Even his people would have to bow their heads to his uncle. He thought that Mayor Chan was his distant relative, so he must have come there to protect him. So not only this little brat, namely Tai Xian, but also Jiao and Ji Pa will be punished. Turning to his uncle, the man asked him to help him. He asked if his uncle didn't remember him. His cousin's cousin is his second aunt's child, but his uncle passed him by. Bowing, Mayor Chen told Mr. Li that he had made inquiries about this place. This Lu was doing questionable things, deceiving tourists and threatening them with his power. And this is not the first time he has done this. They need to punish this criminal as quickly as possible. Turning to the master, the mayor said that he had nothing to do with this Lu. The man thought the last time the famous idol Mu Dong Wansuo was captured by underworld bandits, if young Master Li had not saved that girl's life at a critical moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The man might not even be able to hold on as mayor. He said that although this guy had already come to his house many times with expensive gifts and tried to bribe him, he, like a highly obedient mayor, threw him out. People didn't understand what military tanks were doing on the streets. Suddenly, a weapon was aimed at Lu Laolu. The man asked what were they, lasers? Su Rong told Mr. Li that he was eternally indebted to him for saving Mu Dong Wansuo's life. After the call, the man immediately gathered his personal strength and rushed there. If he has any orders, just let him tell them. The man said what he thought. This time they got involved with nothing human. It looks like they came to start a cold-blooded war or something like that. Tanks and soldiers with heavy weapons. But who is he? Lu Laolu thought that Yang Xiaokong was a son of a bitch. If he had not set the man on this guy, then he would not have gotten into this mess. How can a guy get involved with someone so powerful, so casually? Song said that he has nothing to fear, but how can one not be afraid of someone who can gather thousands of people in military forces with just one phone call? Kneeling down and bowing to great Master Li, the man said that please forgive this arrogant fool. He is very sorry. Please let him have mercy. He begged the guy to spare his life. After striking the guy, he said that he was disgusting, The man committed the biggest sin of his life, threatening his father for another 3 million. He said that he had 3 million. Let the man try to take it from him. The man replied that he admits all his sins and does not dare to take a single penny from him, swearing with his life that he will never appear before him and his family again. May he please spare his life just this once. The guy asked how he could let him go so easily. He will torture him until they calm down. Li Taixian ordered Yao to gather his men and begin to demolish the place and destroy all of his prized possessions. Yao told the guys that Lu Laolu opened this store on purpose to deceive people. All the antiques in his store are fakes that are not even worth a few yuan. From the looks of it, he must have spent a lot of money, so why don't they redecorate this store in their own style? The man said no, please don't let the guys do this. He asked if they could resolve this issue more peacefully. He screamed that he really spent a hell of a lot of money to buy all this, so please let them stop. Li Taixian ordered Ji Pa to bring in bulldozers and raze the place to the ground. The man was on his knees and asked what they did to his beautiful store of heavenly blessings. He spent over 10 million to buy this place, but they destroyed it and turned it into a pile of ruins. Li Taixian replied that he was giving him a month, during which time he must renovate this store and make it the same as before, after which the guy will destroy it again and he will rebuild it again. This is how he will continue several more times. But don't even think about running away. If he escapes, the guy will hunt him down and kill him hundreds of times, and then he will torment his corrupt soul in the dark abyss. Looking at the guys, Mr. Li asked, as for them, nonentities, how do they even dare to touch his father? Let everyone go straight to hell. Whoever it is, if he dares to blackmail the father of this immortal king of the gods, or even lays a finger on him, must be prepared to die. The father asked, did the guy really invite all these people? Li Taixian spent 1,000 years in the heavenly realm, peering through the sea of time and the realms of nothingness. He saw the ebb and flow of the tides and witnessed the rise and fall of countless superpowers, as well as their deaths. He personally put an end to the destinies of many clans. Wherever the immortal lord went, there were millions of corpses, blood flowed in rivers, and the sky was painted blood red. Laoli told his son that they must visit their family shrine to attend the sacrifice ceremony next week, so they will leave for Yunzhou in 2 days. The guy replied that, of course, he remembers this. Moreover, the man said that that girl Ouyang Pei is very sweet and kind-hearted, not to mention very beautiful. His son is already at such an age that it's time to get married. He knows their neighbor, and so he has already become a grandfather. At that moment, the man's phone rang. He picked up the phone and said, how could that be? But why can't a man participate in the ceremony? This is simply unacceptable. Laoli said that he should not forget that he is still a member of the family. Then the man is going to talk to Shi Shugong about it. He asked what he said. Was it his decision? The man will still be present at this ceremony, no matter what the cost, because it is his right. He couldn't believe it. How could they behave so outrageously? Li Taixian tried to calm his father down and asked him to tell him what the hell happened. He shouldn't be angry. It's bad for his health. The guy said that everything is fine. His son is nearby. Let dad tell him what happened. He will deal with everything, no matter what it is. Li Taixian's secret sent his digit into his father's body. This will clear his meridians and help him calm down. If this anger accumulates in his body, it will cause great harm to both the mental and physical health of the father. The man didn't understand what was happening. Where does he get such cheerfulness and energy? Laoli told his son that his second uncle just called him. He said that he didn't want them to participate in their ancestor worship next week because it would bring a bad omen for the entire Li family. He said that they blackened the face of the family. In any case, they are also members of the Li family. Why do they treat them like this? Excluding them is too much. The man thought that in fact their family was not so poor. Unlike him, his elder brother and second brother had achieved good success. The elder brother is a businessman, and his family in the city is very wealthy and well-known. The son of the second brother is a politician, young and has a great future. Of these 3 brothers, he is the only one who runs a small furniture factory and struggles to maintain his daily life. Li Taixien thought that in his previous life, his uncles despised his father in every possible way, were callous and heartless, and there was no relationship between them at all. When his father died, they didn't even show up to his funeral. All he ever experienced from them was just oppression and ridicule. To him, they are just ruthless bastards. This time they behave even more outrageously, banning them from attending the ceremony. It is clear that they do not see them as members of their family. Li Taixien said that they should not argue with anyone. Let the guy settle this matter in his own way. The guy thought that they must have heard that his father sold his factory and land, and that's why they acted so arrogantly. The guy told his father that they were returning to Yunzhou, and he promised him that this time they would attend the ceremony. Let's see who has the courage to stop him. The cruel abuse and humiliation visited upon him and his father by the family was like living in hell every day. This time, everything will be different. Not long ago, a guy was reborn on this train. In his previous life, he went to Huzhou in search of Qi Shuang, but this time he returns back to his hometown. Although the two directions are different, the goal is the same, namely to wash away past humiliations and take revenge. The guy's phone rang. It was Fong Xiaodong. The boys are junior high school classmates and best friends, and are also natives of Yunzhou. In his past life, even though they studied at different universities, the guys never lost contact with each other. The guy said he heard he was coming back to town today. Have you arrived yet? There will be Zhang Lingjuan's birthday party tonight, so please come and keep him company. He replied that yes, he had just arrived here. Thank you for inviting me. The guy will definitely come. The guy originally thought about driving a luxury car given to Chu Shiwilian and going to the city, but his father does not like to drive this car, saying that it is too fast. That's why he accompanied his father back to the city on a high-speed train, but the guy told the girl to send this car there with a driver, so that it would be more convenient for him to move around the city. The father asked the son going to meet his classmate from high school, then he will not disturb him and will go home first. He replied that okay, just let his father call him when he returns home. If the guy remembers correctly, class president Zhang Lijuan mysteriously disappeared after that birthday. But by the time the police found her, she had already completely lost her mind and became mentally unstable. Eventually, her family fell into despair and sent the girl to a psychiatric hospital. The rest of her life was very unhappy now. Looking back, it all seems very strange. After all, what happened to the class president after attending the birthday party? He remembers that when he was in high school, his grades in math were terrible, and the guy was always at the bottom of his class. So after school, the class leader always tried to help struggling students by teaching them mathematics. Even once when she had a fever, and before going to the hospital, she helped them first. Not only was he in high school, his family's financial circumstances were not very good, and besides, his father had not yet opened his own factory. He was just a carpenter in a small furniture factory that was on the verge of bankruptcy. Sometimes it happened that he wasn't even paid. The rest of the students walked to school with their new school bags on their backs. Only his school bag was as old as it could be, with a few patches on it. In his memory, whenever a guy showed up at school with that old school bag, everyone would start laughing at him, and there would be a group of bullies who would always wait for him at the school gate to make fun of him and make fun of him. At the end of the winter break in the second year of high school, the school began collecting room fees, tuition fees, and other fees, which totaled 1,100 yuan, but father was still short of 100 yuan at that time. His first and second uncles were rich then, so his father took him to their home to ask them for money. In the end, they didn't even give them a penalty and kicked them out of their house. They said that some poor bastard who can't even afford the cost of them, let him get the hell out of there. If he is so poor, then just let him go and kill himself. Even though spring was beginning to come then, for his father, it was the coldest day of the year. These harsh and merciless words from his uncles were colder than winter. They pierced his father's tender heart like an icy blade. The guy still remembered how at that time his father tried his best not to cry in front of him. The man said that he had no one to blame but himself. It cannot satisfy even the most basic needs. Let the son promise that when he grows up, he will work as hard as he can and he will have a prosperous future. Therefore, it was at that time that he swore to himself that someday in the future the guy would have to earn a lot of money and rise above all those who ridiculed his father and caused them twice the humiliation that they caused his father. But his will was weakening every day. His father was very upset seeing that the guy was the only remaining student who had not paid for his studies, but he was still trying to collect several hundred yuan. His teacher constantly pressured his father to hand over money, which caused his father's stress and anxiety to grow even more. After many classmates found out that the guy could not afford to pay for school, they became even more unceremonious towards him. Grabbing his hand, the headman led him out into the street. He asked why she brought him there. Handing him an envelope, the girl said that he should take this money and quickly pay for his studies. If they have any difficulties in the future, they should not hesitate to contact her. This venerable lord still remembers the warmth and kindness he felt that day. She was truly a kind-hearted and simple girl who simply wanted to help people in need. Her kind deed filled his heart with happiness. Her family was also going through a financial crisis at the time, but despite this, she helped him pay for his tuition. Her sense of righteousness was truly commendable. The guy asked the driver to take him to a shopping area. He needed to buy a birthday present for his girlfriend. Zhang Lijuan helped him through his most difficult time, and now that she was in his sight, it was his turn to help her. This immortal never forgets to repay his debt. His friends and family will be blessed with prosperity and will live in greatness. But those who defied him will burn in the flames of his rage. Yinzhou is only a small provincial city, and its economic level is much less developed than the coastal cities of Huzhou Prefecture. This was why Qi Shuang and her mother always looked down on him. It is also the only 3-star hotel in the area, where only the rich and respected people of the city have the right to eat. Well, he couldn't even pay for tuition, not to mention the fact that his pockets were cleaner than his face, and it was simply difficult for him to eat. In the first half of the semester, thanks to Feng Xiaodong's free meal tickets, he was able to eat normally for 6 months. The guy never worried about what others thought of him and treated him with respect and care. He is a very open and generous person. Later, his friend, he and the headman became friends and began to communicate together. Hugging his friend, he said that the guy had not changed at all, still as skinny as before. He should start eating more food. Feng Xiaodong hasn't seen him for so long. He looks better than ever. Li Taixian replied that he was still as healthy and strong as a bear. Thousands of years passed, and even after becoming immortal, he always kept this sincere friendship deep in his heart. Only when he communicates with his friends can a guy be so kind. Feng Xiaodong told the guy that after graduating from high school, he did not go to college, but returned home to inherit his father's business. His family owns a garment factory with 700 or 800 people working there. The business runs very successfully thanks to his father's kindness. The guy heard that he was a trainee teacher at Huzhou High School. He said that the position of deputy manager at his factory is still relevant, and he thinks that he is ideal for this position. Moreover, the guy can safely return to the city and take care of his father. When suddenly they heard a voice, isn't it the famous king of beggars in their class? He heard that the guy went to another city to live with his girlfriend, but she left him. So he thinks that losing his dignity there is not enough and decided to disgrace the whole of Yinzhou. The guy asked what Zhao Jian wants. In the past, when the guy was in high school, this bastard was the famous bully of the school. He was the person that several of his henchmen followed. They often blocked his way to school to humiliate him. So at that time, they were his biggest fear. Whenever this happened, Feng Xiaodong always saved him. He was like a reliable older brother who protected his loved ones. Now that guy is just a pathetic ant to this immortal. Has anyone seen a dragon try to be like an ant? Zhao Jian said that it was the headman's birthday and asked what gift the guy brought her. He didn't think of just coming and eating for free, did he? This is not a place where he can just come and fill his belly. One of his guys said that if he was there for the food, they might find a way to humiliate him. We should give him some leftover food so he can eat at home. How does he like this idea? The guy remembered that in the previous junior school, these two bastards came up to him every time they saw him, and the nickname King of the Beggars also came from them. Even in physical education class or an extracurricular activity, all he could do was hide in a nook and lean against the wall while walking along the road. This shameful feeling haunted him for 3 years. He couldn't have made it through those 3 years of high school without the support of his friends. after which the guy became a deity, immortal, worshipped by all beings. If someone got in his way, he simply walked over his corpse and moved on. Now his life is no different from an ordinary walk. Li Taixian replied that he thought it was a good idea. If he wanted to eat this kind of food, then he should let the guy leave him some leftovers later. The guy asked what he said. Let him repeat this again. He thought about letting Li Taixian be cursed. He stayed in the city for a while and became so arrogant. Fang Xiaodong asked, what does Lu Pa even think about himself? Let him say something, that guy and his brother. If he insults him, then he insults the guy himself. If he wants to continue, then let him not blame the guy for his rudeness. Zhao Jian told the guy that that's enough. Let him step aside. Let Li Taixian look how lucky he is today. This time they will let him go. The guy replied that these were his words. If he dared to contact him again, he would no longer be lucky. Just let him enjoy this small victory. They will talk to him again the next time they meet. Handing over the money, Fang Xiaodong told the guy that he had 10,000 yuan there. Just let him take it and buy a gift for the class president. He's afraid that those guys will find a reason to humiliate him again. Li Taixian replied to his friend, thanks for worrying about him. But he had already prepared a gift for her. It was very valuable and could not be bought with money. The class leader, after blowing out the candles, said that now there will be a cake for each of the guys. Lu Pa began to say that he had just looked at the list of gifts that everyone in the class gave to old age. The guy's gift is the most expensive on this list. He was so generous that he bought a Volkswagen Beetle. Everyone knows that this car should cost at least $200,000 to $300,000, but young Master Zhao Jian just gave it to her like this. He is really generous. One of the girls said that in such a small town, it is quite rich to own a car of such value, and he really gave such an expensive car. From the very beginning, the guy expected that he would use this car as bait to catch this girl. He had never met one that would not be touched by such an expensive gift. When a guy wants a girl to be his, he uses a simple method. Fang Xiaodong told his friend that maybe he doesn't know, but that idiot always uses his dirty money to play with girls. He heard that there was one high school girl who became pregnant from him, and as a result was abandoned by him without any feelings. After that incident, the girl became mentally unstable and no longer wanted to live, and she eventually committed suicide. The girl's family wanted to find this guy to take revenge, but they all died in a car accident. This is definitely a crime committed by this guy, but the police didn't have enough evidence. Moreover, his family is very powerful in this city, and people have slowly forgotten about this crime. Nobody remembers him anymore. The girl told Zhao Jian thank you for the gift, but she couldn't accept it. They didn't understand what was wrong with her. How could they refuse such a gift? If it were anyone else, he would have accepted this gift. She shouldn't have refused him so directly. It was tantamount to disrespect. Lu Pa then said, let him read the rest of the list. Lu Pa began to list gifts for the girl. The guy said that it was 20,000 yuan from him. Next will be their old friend Li Taixian. The guy asked if the guys could guess that he gave their old age classes. One of the guys told him that was enough. Just let him get to the point. Zhao Jian says so what he remembers, this guy is the poorest student in their class. His old father was running around for someone to lend him money. Then how can he have a real birthday present? 100 or 200 yuan was the most he could give. The girls began to discuss this. Is this a joke? I don't know what it's even possible to buy for such a small thing. I don't know. At least it should be 1,000 yuan to buy at least something useful. One of the guys said that maybe the guys don't know, but Li Taixian is a high school teacher. His salary does not exceed 3,000 or 4,000. He heard that his girlfriend kicked him out of her house. Let the guys see the gift that he gave to their old age. Lu Pa says that this is just ordinary paper that is used for talismans. Let them just look at it. Li Taixian thought that this was a protection talisman that he made especially for the girl. In the realm of immortals, a talisman made by this great venerable is worth untold riches. In those days, the great powers of the worlds offered him a planet in exchange for his talismans, but the guy did not care about such trifles. But now his cultivation base is still far from that stage, but this talisman is the most valuable treasure. Therefore, not to mention some Volkswagen, even 100 or 1,000 of the most expensive sports cars are not worth even 1/10 of this talisman. In the future, if a girl is in danger, this talisman will protect her. That's why the guy said it couldn't be bought with money. But how sad it is that an ordinary mortal cannot understand the greatness of this talisman. Zhao Jian asked, and the guy gave this gift to Li Juan. Lu Pa said that he even thought the guy picked it up from the trash can. One of the guys asked him, isn't he ashamed he doesn't even have money to give the old man anything better? Poor to the core, the man he was remained so. Zhang Li Juan shouted for the guy to return the talisman to her. She said that this was her gift that Li Taixin gave her. Why is he laughing? The girl thought that the guy immediately gave her this talisman when he arrived. She carefully put it in her bag. Maybe Lu Pa searched her bag in order to find him and humiliate the guy? He told the head of the class not to worry so much. The guy hadn't finished yet. Lu Pa continued to say that his begging skill was getting better and better. He even dares to use this toilet paper to fool their class president. Use this as lunch in this place if he is so hungry. He even dared to poke his nose into this place. What an arrogant man. The letters on that paper are just insignificant. Then he threw the paper onto the floor and spat on it. Fang Xiaodong thought that he had offered him 10,000 yuan, but the guy did not want to take it. Now he's being humiliated by their classmates. He didn't want to listen to his advice. The guy, of course, thought that he would give the class elder some rare artifact, but who would have thought that he would only give her a talisman? But if anyone has to blame, it's himself. He should help him. Li Taixin told him that out of respect for the class president's holiday, he would give him a chance. Let him lick and clean that talisman, then apologize to him, and maybe he will spare him. He thought that this time he would save Lu Pa's life. After all, it was Zhang Lijuan's birthday. This is her holiday. Because of this, the guy does not want to paint these walls with blood. For now, he would let him move on with his life. If this was the immortal realm, then his entire family would be executed due to his crime of insulting the gifts of the great immortal lord. The guy started screaming. Does he dare tell him that he apologized to him because of that trash piece of paper? Is he completely crazy? Having twisted his hand, the guy immediately stood up screaming. What did he do? Li Taixin asked how he, an insignificant ant, dare to insult his talisman. A scumbag like him dare to mock him? Pushing him to the floor, the guy said that he should lick him. Lu Pa replied that, of course, he will do everything now. Just please stop beating him. After which the guy began to lick that paper. Li Taixin asked how he could use this dirty talisman as a gift for the class president. He can eat it right now. Turning the paper into a ball, he stuffed it into the guy's mouth. He said that even an ant like Lu Pa dared to provoke him. The guy coughed and asked to give him water quickly. Li Taixin said that he doesn't even know who the guy really is. In junior high, he was the one who gave him this title of King of the Beggars, right? Most likely, he never thought that he would ever be crushed under his feet. He humiliated the guy and his father. They told him that he didn't even have the strength to provide for his own son. Who does he even think he is? How dare he open his mouth and start provoking him? The guy asked him to show mercy, promised that he would not dare to do this again. Zhao Jin wondered, is this the weak guy he knew in the past? He behaves like a ruthless killer. He saw that the guy was heading towards him. He asked what Li Taixin wanted. Looking up, he thought for some reason it seemed to him that he was standing face to face with an angry beast. With every step he takes, the air around him is filled with an increasingly ominous aura, and it seems that just a little more and this aura will crush everything around him. The guy thought it was impossible. It must be an illusion. How can this beggar king have such power to defeat him? Zhang Jian told the guy that he was warning him. He doesn't know how strong the guy is and doesn't even know who he's dealing with. Even though he is from the rich second generation of the city, they don't even know that he still has many secrets hidden behind his back, especially those terrible creatures. To honor their old relationship, he believes there is still enough time for the guy to kneel and apologize. After which Li Taixin hit him. The guy started screaming. How dare he hit him? What the heck? After all, he secretly recognized the expert as his master, so his strength is equal to the best experts of inner strength. But why couldn't he block a simple slap from Li Taixin? After another slap, the guy asked what he would do to him. The guys looked at what was happening in surprise because Zhao Jin could not block a single slap from the guy. He beat him as if he wanted to swat a fly. They just couldn't believe that weak guy they knew was a secret expert who had a lot of aces up his sleeve. The angry guy thought how dare Li Taixian disfigure his beautiful face in front of his goddess Zhongli Juan, after which the guy shouted that he would kill him and began to attack. Grabbing him by the throat, Li Taixian shouted that he could tell him the same thing. Having pushed him, the guy flew into the wall. The guy said that he doesn't even know what he's like when he's angry, and let him believe it, he certainly doesn't know who he's facing. Zhao Jian answered the guy that he knows that he also likes the headman. But, unfortunately, neither one nor the other will be with her. The fate of the class leader is already in someone else's hands, and no one can change it. He admits that Li Taixian is a tough guy, and he is not his rival at all, but he is certainly a rival to his master, so he suggested they just go their separate ways. Li Taixian wondered, is the class president still related to Zhao Jian? If this is the case, then he will simply help her get rid of all these worries. This is his gratitude for her help in the past. The way to proceed is to use this guy to destroy all his patrons behind him. The guy said that he didn't care who was behind him, so he could call them there. Even if God comes there, he will destroy him too. Zhao Jian shouted that let him not rejoice ahead of time. The guy will make him regret everything. He will die a terrible death, and that will be the case for those who dare to go against him. In this society, money is power, he is strong, but what can he do? Will he be able to defeat rich people? To be honest, he came in a car for 800,000 yuan, and he, poor fellow, took a taxi. So what's the point of defeating him? He's just an ordinary poor man. Let him wake up. Now girls only need money. He may not be the most powerful, but he has money. His family has a lot of money, unlike some. Li Taixian replied that as for his condition and the condition of his family, in his eyes it is nothing, and his trough cannot be compared with his sports car. Just like his friend said, this guy is just an asshole with money. He also said that he opened a couple of good factories, but this is all a useless trifle in the eyes of this deity. Zhao Jian asked him sports car, and where is he? Will the guy be able to show them so that they can all be convinced of this? The guy's friends immediately began to ask how he in mind thought that he had more money than Zhao. How many rich people in the city do he think can afford a car that costs 800,000 yuan? Looking at the girl, he asked if the class president would mind if he took her home. The girl replied that of course, but she prefers walks. Can a guy walk her? The guy thought there are a dozen blocks from this hotel to her house. What's the joke? Is she doing this to help this lord's current predicament? His dear class president is even better than an angel. Selfless and kind-hearted. Her self-sacrifice is duly noted by this immortal. The guy did not answer that her kindness touched his heart, but he really has a car. Let her wait for him at the entrance to the restaurant, and he will go to the parking lot to pick it up. The guy shouted after him so that he wouldn't lie. How could someone like him have a car? He said that he wouldn't believe it until he saw it. Lu Pa added that this poor man does not have a car. He's just showing off. All his stories are just ordinary fairy tales. This must be bragging to make himself look better. He wants to see where the guy will get that sports car he was talking about. The head girl thought that she believed him. He is not one of those who likes to talk loudly, but she wonders where he got such a car. Fang Xiaodong also thought about what he knows. The guy is not the type to lie. He means that they were childhood friends. He knows his marital status. Maybe it has changed over the past 2 years. How the hell did he accumulate so much wealth that he could afford a luxury car? Zhao Jian said that quite a long time has passed. Where is he? Why didn't the guy come back? Just let him admit it. He lied to them all. This kid is just a poor bastard, a worthless loser. He said, screw this loser. Is the guy right? How dare he say that he has much more money than the guy? He's the richest there. Who doesn't know this? If he wants to brag, then let him brag about something else. Lu Pa replied that the guy was right. That poor fellow probably just slipped away so as not to be ashamed. Can a poor man like him dare to drive a sports car? Most likely, he has not even ridden a real bicycle, and most likely these things are the same thing for him. The guy told the head of the class that he should stop waiting for that fool. He most likely ran away a long time ago. A friend suggested that she come back. She was too naive and easily succumbed to other people's sweet talk. Let young master Zhao send her home in his car. Zhao Jian told the girl to stop thinking about that idiot and let him take her home. What's the point of waiting for him? That liar has already run away. Just let her go with him. Otherwise, at this rate, she will be waiting for Li Taixian until dawn. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a car. Having opened the doors, the guy told the class leader to get into the car. Zhao Jian said that it seems that he has already seen this car. This is a Ferrari Portofino worth 20 million, a global limited supercar. A friend asked, "He's not joking, is he? How can this guy drive such a luxury car?" The girl thanked him because it was her first time sitting in such an expensive car. Zhao Jian was angry. He was beaten by Li Taixian for the first time. The guy hopes that with the help of money he can show him his place, but he did not expect that he could defeat him there too. Today his reputation is mixed with mud. If Li Taixian does not die, the hatred in his heart will live forever. He immediately started calling someone. The guy said that he was interfering in his own business. So tonight he will destroy his family. Li Taixian told the class president that he still remembers how he did not have money to pay for school fees. She gave him 1,000 yuan. The guy will never forget her soul. The guy told her not to worry. As long as no one around him dares to mock her, he will make sure that she is safe and provided for the rest of her life. The girl thanked him because the guy's words touched her to the core. She said that everything seemed to be going well for him in life. But how could he earn money for such an expensive car? What did he do after he graduated from college? The guy replied that in fact he was a trainee teacher at a school in Huzhou, and as for this car, it was his friend. At the moment, this car is now registered in the name of Chu Xuelian. The girl thought, this makes sense. How can such a young guy, being just a trainee, drive such an expensive car? But when did his friend manage to lend him a car? Zhang Lijuan told the guy that he should be careful with Zhao Jian. That guy is not just that. In addition to his wealth and power, there are also people in his family that he cannot handle. She, of course, sees that he can stand up for himself, but the one who stands behind him does not look like a person. He is more like God. The guy can't fight them, so he should leave town. Let him take his father and leave. The further, the better. No matter what happens, he shouldn't go back. Li Taixian thought, in his past life, the guy must have had something to do with the mysterious disappearance of the girl. Otherwise, he would not have uttered those inexplicable words in the hotel. Li Taixian felt the presence of dark qi. It comes from the class president, but is still weak. This qi was familiar to him. The body is 9 qi. But where does it come from on Earth? This is really unexpected. If he remembers correctly, 9 qi is the essence of the moon collected at the full moon. This qi collected from moonlight will gradually penetrate into the body. A power from the realm of darkness, the opposite of his Taishuan cultivated true qi. The sacred body of this god is connected from the first chapter by the truth of the Taishian Sutra, near the sacred tree inherited from ancient times. It was originally the heart of the Fushan tree, which was purified day and night by the power of golden phoenixes in order to gather yang power. If you cultivate the true sutra to perfection, you can absorb the sun and use it for further cultivation. However, this path to the sun only produces light when cultivation is achieved. This is the only cycle that strives to form qi, the pure, true qi generated by the universe. Thus, in his previous life, even after he reached a certain stage of his cultivation, the guy was unable to take the final step because he was unable to find a source of powerful yin power. At that time, he had been roaming the immortal world for almost 1,000 years in search of caves that might contain traces of the nine, but to no avail. Only later did it become known that the tracks had already died out in the immortal world. It was only because of this that those bastards dared to attack him, and even dared to covet the Book of Heaven. But even so what? If they can't find a 9 qi, they won't be able to open the Book of Heaven, and without that, it's just a piece of paper. Those idiots dreamed so much of getting this Book of Heaven that they sacrificed most of their strength for this and received a piece of paper, while legendary footprints appeared in the lower world. Now the body of 9 qi is too weak. There's still a long way to go to obtain the true body. But unfortunately, the body will not be able to transform into the true one. On Earth, this is practically impossible. Only in the immortal world will it be possible to achieve this. So, like him, the girl's future path is in the immortal realm, and the Earth is just a small starting point. Whether it was because of the 9-in-chi or to repay the debt of kindness, he would save the class president from this sea of suffering. Zhang Lijuan asked the guy, can he hear her? Doesn't he think they've passed this block before? The guy thought that he was Li Taixian. He didn't need to use his eyes to understand what was happening. It's like a big net that is constantly shrinking, slowly trapping them. The girl shouted, let him look. They returned to where they came from. Even the landscapes were the same. The guy asked if it was a ghost luring him into a trap. And even at such a late hour, what a problem it is. He thought that they can fuse human nature, capture the soul, and turn him into a wooden doll that they can control. In the past, he had often heard from the elders that some people who walk the hills often encountered a similar situation. Whatever the road, in the eyes of a person, it was a shining path along which he boldly walked forward. Some were lucky enough to wake up and find a high cliff in front of them, thereby snatching their lives from the clutches of death. But those who were unlucky fell from a cliff and thereby died instantly. There was another strange incident when he lived in the village. The guy heard from the elders that they had a man who never believed in these ghosts, and one night he went out to drink. But on the way home, he somehow wandered into a small forest at the western exit of the village. There were a lot of tombstones in this forest. He wandered back and forth. Zhang Lijuan told the guy that if something happens, just let him get out of the car and run. The guy answered the class leader that if she was in danger, how could he ignore it? Let him be sure that if something happens, he will take care of it. The girl started screaming, what are we even talking about? He doesn't have enough strength. Let him not think that he can protect her after he was able to defeat Zhao Jian. He is not their opponent, so in any danger, let him run as far as possible. Suddenly, red rain began to fall on the street, and the silhouette of a man appeared in front of them. The guy thought that it seemed that this man was the culprit of all these anomalies. After leaving the car, Zhang Lijuan told Yin Feng that this guy had nothing to do with it, so let him go. The man replied that since he is with her, this is kind of his destiny. He cannot let him go. The girl went with him, so she shouldn't keep the master waiting. She knows how difficult it is for him to walk now. The girl shouted that she would not go anywhere with him. Watching what was happening, the guy thought that since the girl has 9-in-chi in her, she is naturally different from ordinary people. And her strength has already surpassed the inner strength martial artists, and she is close to the level of a great master, at least stronger than Zhao Jian earlier. But unfortunately, this Yin Feng's strength is much greater than that of the girl. Having attacked in response, he shouted that she should not overestimate her strength. The guy thought it was dangerous. If the class president had hit the table behind her, she would have been seriously injured. This gust of wind was strong. It seemed like it had no intention of showing mercy. Handing the umbrella into the girl's hands, he asked her to stand there and not move. He would deal with the rest himself. The girl shouted, what is he doing? She told him to run as quickly as possible. He could die like that. That guy is not his rival. The girl thought that the cultivation of the blood rain god is really terrifying. Is it possible that he is already a great master? She couldn't even withstand one of his blows. Li Taixian may have defeated Zhao Jian, but his cultivation was at the level of peak inner strength. His strength is not even close to the girl. But this man is much stronger than her. Why is the guy so confident in himself? Isn't he afraid of dying? Zhang Lijuan doesn't know what soaring has been through all these years, but to her, he has always been a younger brother who was weak and needed help, and she, as an older sister, always had to protect him. She asked Yin Feng to let him go and promised that she would go with him. The man told her that it was not in her position to talk to him about the conditions. This brat will definitely die tonight. Zhao Jian recently called him and specifically mentioned this guy, and then asked him to help him kill him. He thought that maybe this brat defeated Zhao, but most likely this is his limit. He is unlikely to be stronger than Zhang Lijuan. And this girl couldn't even withstand one of his blows, to say nothing of him. Having greeted the guy, the man said that it seemed like fate itself had brought them together today. But did he really think that he could fight him? He can give him a chance. If the guy falls to his knees and begs for mercy, maybe the man will save his life. Li Taixian replied that he also had an offer for him. Let him come up there and start asking for forgiveness and making amends to the class leader. Otherwise, the guy will turn his life into hell. Infeng said, "Great. It seems like all the wars in the outside world are crazy. Let's see what he says after his blow." The guy wondered if he could really be a true great master. The Lord became curious. He was not averse to learning the power of the great masters of the earth. Calling him a brat, the man asked, "Does he think he is able to resist the great master?" The guy is too self-confident. With everything that was happening, the girl realized that it seemed like it was all over. After another strong attack, Infeng thought it was impossible. He put almost half of his strength into this blow, and the guy was able to deflect it. For everything that was happening, the girl could not understand where he got such strength from. Li Taixin told the guy that he expected him to be a great master, but in fact he greatly overestimated him. Infeng replied that he underestimated him. The guy said that it's good. In any case, he will die today, and such that after death there will not even be anything left of him. Li Taixin decided to use the power of the phoenix. After the blow was reflected, a strong flash followed. Only one hand was visible from the pile of stones. The girl immediately ran there. She asked if the guy was okay. She screamed that she would get him out of there right now. Suddenly, behind her back, the girl heard a question. Is she by any chance looking for him? Zhang Lijuan realized that the guy was truly a hidden great master, and Infeng was the one who looked invincible in her eyes, was defeated by him with one move. The girl thought that if she had not seen it with her own eyes, she could not even believe it. Suddenly the guy realized that the illusion of bloody rain had disappeared. Looking at Li Taixin, the girl realized that even the great master was not his opponent. Is this really the same guy who was once weak and helpless? Extending his hand to the girl, he said that no matter who threatens her, he will completely figure it out, but she still doesn't believe him. The girl replied that it wasn't that she didn't believe him, she was just really surprised by what she saw. Zhang Lijuan said that, however, Infeng seems to have only recently become a great master, but who really poses a danger is his master, Master Chen Xikong. She said that this master forced her to worship him as her master so that she could practice with him. But even at one glance, it was clear that his soul was saturated with malice, so she never agreed. And just recently, Master Chen conveyed through his student Zhao Jian that he was giving the girl her last chance to return to him. He gave her exactly 3 days, and if she didn't say yes, he would take her by force. As Li Taixin had already realized, Zhao Jian was Master Chen's disciple. Otherwise, how could he have had the courage to behave like this? She said that the guy had never seen the master, and they did not know about his cruelty. Great Master Chen, he is not a man. He is God. Perhaps he is even higher than God. As far as she knows, one day he decided to act, and after that he destroyed an entire sect of spiritual practitioners. Zhang Lijuan tried to explain to the guy that now he is not the master's opponent. He has time. Let him leave this city as soon as possible. The guy replied that if he leaves, the master will definitely come for her, and for her it will be a sea of problems, but for him it is a small puddle. The girl began to scream that he was reckless. How else could she tell him to leave as quickly as possible? The guy is not the master's opponent, and she doesn't want to bring him even more problems. He asked the class president to give him a chance and let him repay her for her kindness. Zhang Lijuan replied that if she knew that 1,000 would put him in such danger in the future, the girl would never have given it to him. Li Taixin replied that she was mistaken. Even if the girl had not given him 1,000, he would still have helped her now. They were friends with her from school. Although she understands that the guy says this with good intentions, how can he defeat the master? After all, the master has magical powers and kills great masters, as usual, stray dogs. The girl thanked him for seeing her off, but told him to please be careful when he returned home. The guy replied that it was good. As it turned out, Infeng was in the trunk of the car. Having opened it, the guy asked him to tell him where that great Master Chen was. The guy specifically tried to keep him alive in order to find out where his master was. If this problem is not solved at the root, the class president will still be in danger. Infeng replied that if he thinks that you will tell the guy, then he can continue to dream about it. Li Taixin said that he has at least hundreds of thousands of interrogation methods for great masters. Even if he endures a few, He will not die so easily. The guy will suffer with every part of his body and soul. Literally 10 minutes later, Yin Feng shouted for the guy to stop. He would tell everything, just let him spare him. He said that the master is deep in the mountains west of the city. The mountain is called Sangmang and has hundreds of miles of ups and downs. The guy asked how much he knows about this mountain. Yin Feng replied that there are many rumors about this mountain, and some people say that the mountain god lives on it. It is said that in ancient times, demons and ghosts created problems and caused endless misery. So on the night of the full moon, people nearby killed pigs and sheep and sacrificed them to the mountain gods to suppress evil spirits and ghosts. But there were those at the ends who said that the mountain god is the greatest evil devil who suppressed everyone on the mountain. Around the 30s and 40s of the last century, a gang appeared in the city that killed and started fires. Local soldiers decided to save the civilians. They decided to lead them through the mountain and finally leave the area. The robbers tried to kill them all. Hundreds of people with guns moved towards the mountain. This night was the night of the full moon. The mountain god of the mountain slowly woke up from his sleep. The whole mountain trembled. He was unshakable, and a flock of ghosts walked behind him as if enchanted. For people, it was as if they were on earth. In the end, none of the robbers survived on the mountain. Everyone died there. In recent years, local residents organized an expedition to Mount Sangmang. But just like last time, it all started with an earthquake. The mountain god was furious. In a word, this mountain looks like a giant monster that hunts simply by opening its mouth and waiting for people to come for their death. It's impossible to count how many people have died. Therefore, after that, no one dared to go to the mountain. The local residents only had to mention the mountain. Horror was visible on their faces. Everyone was afraid of angering God on the mountain. Li Taixian thought, if this guy told the whole truth, then that master has several ways to cultivate on that mountain. He thought that. Nevertheless, now he was not interested in the master or his people, who were not even worthy of the glance of this immortal. What really interests him is that mountain. His intuition tells him that Mount Sangmang is not so simple. She probably harbors such a mysterious creature within herself, and he must go there. Yin Feng replied that he had something else important. If the guy promises to let him go, he will tell him everything. His words were followed by a blow. Calling him a pathetic insect, Li Taixian asked, he dares to put conditions on this immortal? Does he think he has the right to do this? Having asked for forgiveness, the guy immediately said that he would tell everything, just don't let him kill him. Yin Feng thought how scary it was. A terrifying aura just gushed out of his body. At what stage is his cultivation to achieve this? What is it about Zhao Jian? After calling him, the guy said that the death of Li Taixian would not be enough, so it seems that he decided to take a few of his men with him and visit the house where his father is and kill him. He wants to completely destroy his family. The guy thought that it seemed that Zhao's mind was completely clouded by money and luxury. He was so rotten that he decided to target his father. His fate is already sealed. Having forced a pill into his mouth, Li Taixian said that it contained the strongest poison. In an hour it would dissolve, after which the guy would die in a terrible fire, eventually dissolving into dirt. Having called him a master, the guy immediately bowed and asked not to kill him. Li Taixian replied that if he listens to him and does what he asks, then perhaps the guy will cure him. Of course, he can also run back to the mountain to find his master, but in truth, in this world, he is the only one who has the antidote. Of course, if he doesn't believe him, he can start running. The guy replied that no. How could he not believe him? He would like to hear what the master's will is. Standing in front of the guy's house, Zhao Jian said that the guy was still far from him. With his connections, he easily got the address of his house. The guy asked did they understand everything he said. Let them go there and kill everyone they see, spare no one. As soon as they broke into the house, cries for help immediately followed. The guy sat in the car and thought a cry for help under the sound of rain. What could be more beautiful? The guy said that as soon as they finished, he had a canister of gasoline specially stored in his trunk. His house would burn to the ground. Once the house burns down, no one will even know that it was all his doing. Li Taixian must have already met his death. Don't worry, he will send his father after him, so he won't be bored there. Suddenly, a bloody body fell on his car. The guy started shouting that it was impossible. He must be mistaken. He thinks so. He couldn't believe his eyes that it was his father. Suddenly, someone began to say that Zhao Qian was guilty of producing and selling drugs. Over the years, millions of dollars have been made from drug trafficking, and several people have been killed. Approaching his brother, the guy tried to bring him to his senses, but saw that he was already dead. After which he immediately began to run towards the house. I started shouting to the guys that enough was enough. Let them stop. Have everyone step aside immediately. His mother had the sin of staging suicides. She poisoned everyone who prevented her from achieving success in the city. He started asking if he was okay or Mom. Let me please open my eyes. The voice continued to say that the university student was abandoned by Zhao Jian and committed suicide. Later, because she was worried about troubles with the girl's family, the woman and her husband deliberately staged a car accident to kill them. Grabbing one of the guys, he began to shout who made them do this. All members of his family were killed by them. One of the guys told the boss that it was he himself who told them to go in there and kill whoever it was. They did everything he asked. The guy shouted that he said to kill Li Taishuan's father, or was it said to kill his entire family? Suddenly, looking at the body, one of the guys asked if this was his mother. He shouted that it was impossible. It was completely unrealistic. The guy didn't understand how it could be his boss's family if he saw for sure that it was Li Taishuan and his father. Li Taishuan asked Zhao Jian already regrets, but unfortunately for him, the murder has already been committed. He himself ordered his men to kill his entire family. The guy wanted to humiliate his entire family, but by doing so, he signed a death sentence for his entire family and himself. Infeng asked the master how did he like his skills. Although he recently became a master, he can already use illusion magic. This illusion distorted reality for those bandits and made them think that Zhao Jian's family was Master Li's family. Turning to the master, the guy asked if he could give him an antidote. Li Taishuan replied that he should not rush and be patient. Looking at them, Zhao Jian asked why didn't brother Infeng kill Li Taishuan? Infeng shouted at him to shut up. The guy was just a registered disciple of the master, and he was an initiate. And let him not contact him anymore. He is not even worthy of contacting this Mr. Li. Does he still have the courage to say such words? If it weren't for helping him, he wouldn't have been beaten by Master Li. Even his handsome face is now disfigured. He almost killed him. Zhao Jian shouted that then let him take out this anger on him. Why is parentes? Li Taishuan said that this guy should ask him about it. Why did he decide to involve his father in his nightly games? Wanted to destroy his entire family? Come on, he's waiting for an answer from him. Tomorrow a guy will become a national celebrity by hiring people to kill his parentes and brother. He will now live forever in endless fields and repentance. Does he like to bully people with his money? He won't do anything to him, but the guy will sign this agreement transferring all his property. Zhao Jian replied that the guy wouldn't even dream of it. He wouldn't sign anything. Li Taishuan said that he had no right to refuse. Having picked up the sword from the floor and wounded his hand, the guy touched the paper to his bloody hand. After which he said that from today, his family's property would be transferred to his father's name. At that moment, several police cars drove up to the house. Entering the house, the man said that he was Assistant Commander Li from the Panther Unit. Let everyone raise their hands and surrender. Li Taishuan wondered why he came there. The man asked what was going on there. Who killed all these people? The guy replied that Zhao Jian instructed his people to do this. Infeng replied that it was true. He would testify. Zhao Jian told Mr. Li that they both conspired to frame him. He should believe him. He was set up. These two are real criminals. They set everything up to frame him. The guy shouted that the people who died were his family. He didn't kill them. Inspector Li said, who would have thought? This is Li Taishuan. He has matured, and upon arrival he has already done so many things. Didn't his father call him to tell him that he wouldn't be able to participate in the family ritual this year? How did he have the courage to come back? The guy thought that Li Shuyun, the son of the eldest uncle, was also the most outstanding of the junior members of the Li family. As a child, this guy was very good at all aspects of life, but this also made him arrogant and impolite. As a child, he was often bullied by his uncle's sons, especially Li Shuiyun's family. They never cared about him and his father, because they believed that they could only show their superiority by stepping on their heads. Li Taixin told the guy that first of all, let him correct his mistake. Zhao Jian was the one who came there in the evening to cause trouble with the intent to kill. If he's a deputy officer, the evidence is right in front of him. Let him find them himself. The guy doesn't think he needs to be told how to do it. He is also a member of the Li family. A family holiday is a day of respect for the ancestors, not for him and his father. So his family cannot tell them, and he personally has no right to say this directly in his presence. The guy didn't understand why his cousin was so different from his former self. In the past, when Li Taixin saw him, he became like a mouse who saw a cat. He was so nervous that he didn't even dare to say anything. He's probably not afraid of him because he's too angry, not to mention the fact that he's just a poor man. Li Shuiyun began to say that if the guy said this in a fit of anger and everything goes wrong, then he cannot avoid the consequences. He ordered someone to check carefully to make sure nothing was missed. Approaching the deputy officer, the man began to say that they had preliminary results of their investigation. All the thugs of the crime scene claim that Zhao Jian sent them to kill people. He said that they deserve to die and kill whoever it is. In addition, the CCTV camera at the main entrance also captured them. They also found 2 large cans of gasoline in the trunk of Zhao Jian's car, apparent TLY to clean up the scene and burn any evidence after the murder. And most importantly, Zhao Jian himself personally killed 2 more thugs. They have all the necessary evidence of a crime against this person. Zhao Jian told Brother Li that he did not kill them. He was framed by Li Taixin. Let him believe him. He thought that his relationship with Zhao Jian was not bad, and he usually spent a lot of money to support him, but this time he dared to cause him so much trouble. Li Shuiyun asked who he called brother. Let him not say nonsense. Their team is very disciplined, and they do not tolerate criminals. He told someone to handcuff him and take him away, after which he said that Li Taixin appeared at the scene of the murder. He was also suspected of the crime. Let someone arrest him too. If a guy dares to oppose him, he will respond by finding 100 ways to destroy him. So he will show him who is the eldest of the younger generation of the Li family. One of the employees approached Mr. Li and asked him to please come with them. He also warns him not to give up resistance. How dare he send some ants at this immortal? Li Taixin asked if he was at the crime scene. Then he's a suspect? What nonsense. Doesn't the fact that this is his house bother the guy? Let Li Shuiyun not think that the guy is afraid of him just because he is a deputy officer. Honestly, if he were even an officer himself, the guy would have to treat him very respectfully, not to mention some little deputy officer. If he knows what is good for him, then let him take his people and get out of there. Otherwise, let him not blame him for being rude. Li Shuiyun asked how dare the guy threaten him. He started saying that Mr. Zhang is his boss, and the guy dares to say that Mr. Zhang should treat him with respect. He had never seen anyone who could say such a thing. Who did he even think he was? His father is poor, and the guy is the son of a poor man. His family was born poor. Yes, he would rather get pregnant than Mr. Zhang to treat him with respect. Li Taixin asked how dare the guy insult his father? Let him apologize immediately. Li Shuiyun asked to apologize to him. He doesn't care about him and his poor father. He still remembers the guy calling his father poor at a family gathering. Why didn't he dare say anything then? He can't even tell him anything. Li Taixin shouted that his cousin was disrespectful and deserved to be beaten, followed by a slap. Li Shuiyun started screaming. How dare the guy hit him? Is he completely tired of living? He asked, so what if he hit him? The guy asked Phone to come over and hit him too. Li Shuiyun shouted that he was a deputy officer, and those 2 dared to attack him. They were finished. Suddenly, he realized that there was no gun. Li Taixin asked the guy by chance, isn't this what he's looking for? He asked how his gun ended up in his hands. The guy replied that it was a useless piece of hardware. He ordered Phone to continue beating him. He must restrain his strength, but hit as hard as possible, but the guy must not die from one blow. Li Taixin said that he repeatedly insulted his father at family gatherings in front of so many relatives and constantly said that he was a poor man. Li Shuyan shouted that this bastard had no right to beat him, and tried to escape. The men looked from a street and did not understand whether the great and powerful deputy was being persecuted and beaten. This was their first time seeing something like this. Running out of the house and getting into the car, Li Shuyan shouted to his cousin that he was not finished with him yet, after which he left. Watching the car drive away, the guy thought that this was just the beginning of the show. Let him wait until the Li family chooses the head of the Li family. Then he will start with him. The guy will repay him for all the humiliation he suffered. Li Taixian told his father that this was a 2-story house that he bought for him. The environment there is elegant and suitable for him and his quiet retirement life. After yesterday's incident, it is no longer possible to live in that house, so the guy took this opportunity to buy a decent house for his father in the city. In this life, no matter whether he is immortal or a great immortal, his father's death has always been his greatest regret. However, since fate gave him the opportunity to live this life again, the guy must cherish this opportunity and protect his father. He decided for himself that he would force everyone who insulted his father to beg for mercy on earth, bowing his head to the ground, begging for forgiveness from your father. Laoli told his son that tomorrow at noon, the family reunion dinner, his uncles will come. Let him remember to come home early. The guy thought this is a couple and their families who constantly pushed out and oppressed his father. The Li family's ancestral inheritance was to be divided equally among the 3 brothers. But the first and second uncles united to gain the upper hand. In their eyes, only money and status matter. Family means nothing to them. His father was sincere and honest. He did not approve of such methods. The guy also never cared about small incomes. But the guy returned to take revenge for his old life. Not only for my father, but for myself. And even more for the sake of the mother he had never met. Laoli told his son that he would have to control himself at tomorrow's dinner, on the occasion of the restoration of the family. He will fulfill his father's request, but if his uncles decide to cause them problems, they will regret it. Ever since he swallowed another heavenly stone given to him by the head of the Chu family, his cultivation had increased on its own, and if he started cultivating himself, the pace of cultivation would only become faster. This guy never cared about these worldly realms. Only when he reaches the innate sky and returns to the truth can he break through the heavens and return to the immortal world. By then, his first priority would be to destroy those idiots who attacked him, take back the wordless book of heaven, and avenge his past shame. At that moment, the guy's phone rang. Fang Xiaodong told his friend that the class president had disappeared. The guy asked what happened. Let them tell him in more detail. He began to say that last night alone, they celebrated her birthday. The guy left with her early, and she left her gifts there, so he decided to help her collect them to take them to her home. In any case, when he came to her, he called her several times, but she did not answer. The most interesting thing is that the light in the headman's room was turned on. So he went upstairs and found that the door to her room was open and the house was a complete mess. Before leaving last night, he gave the class elder another talisman. It conceals his Tai Shin Chi. The guy did not expect that the talisman he left to prevent an accident would come in handy so soon. Li Taixian told his friend not to worry about it. He would go and find the class president. The guy asked what he meant. Does he want him to put all this on him alone? The class president disappeared in the middle of the night. Something must have happened to her. Fang Xiaodong said that he is not someone who is afraid of anything. In addition, he has several assistants. The more people, the easier it is to search. Li Taixian told him not to worry. They will be useless in this case. He can handle it himself. But they're already waiting for them. Let just the guy go with them. They will take care of each other in case of emergency. As he thought, his chi comes from Mount Sangmang. The guy is 90% sure that the girl was captured by Master Chun. The girl asked permission to introduce him to the guy. He is her boyfriend, Ji Jian, the champion of the National Boxing Championship. He also placed in the top 10 in the National Fighting Championships last month. The guy replied that he could not believe that Brother Ji had achieved so many honors and achievements. She added that her boyfriend was in so much trouble. The girl can't even count how many girls were after him. In the end, she got a tiger so she could live a normal life. So the girl is not like these country bumpkins who nest in this countryside like Yunzhou all their lives. The girl couldn't come to the class reunion last night because she was watching a movie with Jijian. But when he said that something had happened to the class leader, she hurried to see if she could help with anything. Fang Xiaodong told her not to worry. His name is Kion. He may not be that strong, but he is a famous hacker in their province. He's trying his best to find out the whereabouts of the class president. Ji Jian asked who is the guy he just called. With him, he dares to say that the people he found are useless. Since his debut, everyone who dared to be arrogant in front of him was beaten by his iron fist. The girl asked him a guy he just called was Li Taixian. Is he taking on too much? When he was in school, he was always the weakest that he didn't even dare to speak back to anyone who bullied him. She was in love with him for a while, but then she saw that he was too weak, too useless, and his family was poor. So, she just gave up. Thanks to the fact that she came to her senses in time, she now has a boyfriend, and the difference between them is like heaven and earth. At this moment, Li Taixian appeared. Fang Xiaodong said that he had finally arrived. The guy had been waiting for him for a long time. Looking at him, Ji thought that he looked like an ordinary person, floating with the flow, without any basics. Even Kion would be stronger than him. How dare he even say on the phone that he would be useless? He also brought a little girl with him. Does he think this is a game? It's outrageous. The guy asked was he just on a phone and said they would be useless? Looking at him, Li Taixian thought that this must be the help his friend had found. Li Taixian replied that he said the truth. If he doesn't want to die, then don't follow him. Of course, if he continues to insist otherwise, the guy will no longer be so kind. He started screaming. How did the guy have the courage to do it again? Fang Xiaodong asked him not to be angry. They were all there to save the class president. Why do they need these internal squabbles? Ji asked someone so weak, how did he decide to go save people? He is afraid that he cannot even take care of himself. He will simply be useless. Well, he put him in his place in his own words. Has he really filled his mouth with water and is afraid to answer? Besides, does he know where the class president is now? Of course, he doesn't know, but he still ran to save people. This is complete nonsense. Should they let him lead them like a herd of mindless sheep? Li Taixian told his friend that it was time to go. Their destination was Sangmang Mountain. They should seize the moment. He realized that there was absolutely no time for such meaningless rhetoric. Now, saving lives was more important. The angry guy asked if he says that this is exactly the mountain. Does that mean that this is exactly the Sangmang Mountain? Who would even believe him? At that moment, Kion shouted that he had finally found her. The signal from the target's mobile phone is located on Sangmang Mountain. Ji asked what did he say? Looking at the monitor, he said that this could not be. The girl is really on the mountain now. After which the guy realized that everything had turned out extremely badly for him. Kion is a famous hacker in the country, in addition to his strong physical strength. He had just hacked the girl's mobile phone's GPS system and finally discovered her location. But even so, it took him almost half an hour, and Li Taixian just opened his mouth and said, how did he do it? The guy thought it must be some kind of trick. They arrived at the right place. Fang Xiaodong said that further up the mountain, there was a beaten path that was impossible to travel on, so they would have to continue walking. He can't believe the mountain is so creepy. He hasn't even seen anyone around. Lan Wu told the owner that the ghostly aura there is even stronger than when she was in the alley. The girl had not tasted such a pure, ghostly aura for a long time. The girl told her boyfriend that she was a little scared. She heard from the old people in the city that there was something unclean on the mountain. The guy replied that he was next to her, just let her follow him, he would ensure her safety. Turning to the guys, he said that if someone is scared, it's not too late to get out of there. He doesn't want to carry any kind of ballast on himself. Turning to Li Taixian, the girl said that she remembers when they went to school, he was timid and weak and was always bullied. So it also seems to her that this place is not for him. It's better for him to leave. Li Taixian will also tell them something. This mountain is not as simple as they think, and it is not too late for them to leave now. Calling him weak, the girl asked who he was trying to scare, just as she thought he's not as good. Behind this coward's back, it will only become more dangerous. Lan Wu shouted to the owner that she wanted to quickly climb the mountain. There were more ghosts there than at the foot. Approaching Luo Xiang, he told the couple that most likely she doesn't know, but Li Taixian fights well. He is very strong and dangerous. Last night a guy beat up that little bully from their school. It was so amazing she would never have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. The girl replied that this worthless loser, what is he even capable of? He may have learned a few tricks, but can he be as cool as her boyfriend? He is not only a provincial kickboxing champion, but even placed in the top 10 in the National Fighting Championship. Even if Tin Zhao attacked together, they would not be a match for her boyfriend. Let him tell her how Li Taixian can handle her boyfriend. Li Taixian didn't understand how this rabble could be so arrogant in front of this deity, when they don't even know that Zhao Jian is a disciple of that famous Qin Sikong. The girl said that if he has evidence, then let him present it. Otherwise, she will think that he is just bragging about his friend. The guy realized that it didn't matter. It was useless to explain anything. Now, the most important thing to do is to save the class leader as quickly as possible. We can't waste our time on these useless mortals. There's a fork ahead, and it looked like one of the paths should lead faster to Mount Sangmang. The guy told Kion to take action using the GPS to find out which way they should go. He replied that, judging by the location of the girl's mobile phone, if briefly to the left is faster. Suddenly, Lan Wu shouted to the right. Kion shouted that the little one shouldn't talk nonsense. To the right, it's a long way. They shouldn't go there. She asked who he called petty. Yes, the girl is good enough for his mother. Ji said that they would go to the left instead of arguing with some ignorant girl. Li Taixian replied that he could only say one thing. If they take the left road, they will all die. Ji asked what is going on. The guy said that they would die if they enter the mountain, but they are still alive. Now he's talking this nonsense again. Does he really think he won't hit him? Luo Xiang said that's enough. Since he doesn't want to go with them, let him go his own way. They will only get rid of excess ballast. Kion said that he had been putting up with him for a long time. If it weren't for Ji, he would have killed him long ago. He felt that there was something unclean on the path to the left. If they follow that path, it will be tantamount to death. Fang Xiaodong told the guy that he didn't seem to be able to get along with them very well. After all, the girl was their classmate. They better go get them. If anything happens along the way, please let him take care of them. Last night, the guy saw firsthand how good his friend was in combat. Although Ji looks big and strong, he is no match for Li Taixian. It's a pity that others still don't understand this. After thinking, he said that it was good, he would give them another chance. Luo Xiang said that this path is so difficult to walk and it is dark. Doesn't the guy think the trees on both sides of the path look like monsters? The girl asked why don't they come back in the morning? Ji replied that he was here. She should not be afraid. Looking back, the guy said that the coward was probably scared. He really thought that he was strong. But in the end, they just follow him around for protection. However, he decided that if danger arose, he would get rid of the three of them as soon as possible. Suddenly, they heard cries for help. The girl said that her grandfather's leg was pressed by a stone. Please help them. Lan Wu told the owner that there was something wrong with these two. The girl did not feel people in them. Fang Xiaodong told the guy that the old man's leg was pinned by a stone. They should go help. Taking his friend's hand, the guy said that let him stand there. Let him leave them alone. Looking at them, the guy thought so. The old man and the girl are the spirits of this place who come out to harm people. There are many spirits in this game. They bring chaos to the world and do not want to go to the circle of reincarnation and suffer, so they turned into lonely ghosts there and commit countless evils and murders. Unfortunately, these spirits do not understand that in order to continue living, they must move on to the next world. You only need to go forward, understand the secret of Tao, throw off the shackles of this world, break through the void, and rise to the immortal world. Ji said that he seems to be a real coward. He said that let Kion go and help the old man. Let him not be like some cowards who are already afraid of everything from the cradle. The guy replied that it was good. Approaching the old man, he said that he would help him move this stone. The old man said thank you to the young man. He has a good heart. God will protect him. Hugging him, the girl said that his older brother is so cute. Turning to the guys, he asked what the coward would say now. Horror froze on the boys' faces. Lanwu thought it was child's play. Kyung asked what happened to Ji. Why are they all looking at him so strangely? Luo Xiong started screaming that there was a ghost there. The guy asked him to turn back and look. The ghost said that the young man was really a good person. He was very hungry that night, and now the food itself came for him to eat. The guy started screaming for Ji to save him. Having run away, she did not attack, but he realized that nothing worked. He thought, how could this be? This blow could easily break a board more than 10 centimeters thick, but this old man didn't even move. He struck again and again, when suddenly the ghost turned and told the young man to stop disturbing him from eating. Don't let him worry. As soon as he finishes eating, he'll take care of it too. Ji realized that it was really a ghost. Did it really eat his friend? She said that she only eats girls who are more beautiful than her. He thinks the girl will be delicious. Luo Xiong began to shout that she should not come near her. The ghost said that she had not eaten human flesh for several decades, and tonight she would enjoy this delicious dinner. Luo Xiong screamed for the guy to help her. Grabbing a huge stone in his hands, Ji threw it straight at the ghost. But as expected, nothing happened to him. Turning around, he shouted that the guy was now a dead man. He sucked everything he could out of him, and the guy's lifeless body fell to the ground. Looking at the girl, the ghost said that now it was her turn. She didn't understand what they should do. Her boyfriend is dead. Looks like they're all going to die there tonight. The ghost told the little girl not to waste her energy, let him just eat her. At this time, Fang Xiaodong asked the guy to do at least something. They were all classmates. He was the only one who could save her. A great master can destroy everything in his path with just his word. The ghost said that it was no wonder that he dared to enter the mountain, but the guy still had to die tonight. Two ghosts merged together, after which they began to attack the guy. Li Taixien defended himself in time. The ghost slammed right into his defenses. Calling him a pathetic man, the ghost asked the guy, does he think he can stop him with this? Suddenly, he realized that he had been caught. I started asking when the guy managed to put him there. Let him go from there right now. Li Taixien replied that he was going to let him go because of his difficult life and difficult cultivation, but since he was so ungrateful, let him die. The ghost realized that this man was too powerful. He must report this immediately, must immediately report this to Grandmaster Chun. Suddenly, just as he wanted to escape, Lanwu managed to grab him. The ghost shouted for the girl to let him go, or he would eat her. She asked if she wanted to eat it, but in her opinion, it also looks delicious. Luo Xiong couldn't believe her eyes. The guy was so strong that he crushed that terrible demon in one fell swoop. On the contrary, Ji Jian, who could not do anything at all. And this is the same modest and weakly Taixien from his school days? How could he change so much? It turns out that they were the ones making fools of themselves, and the guy wasn't paying attention to them at all. He said it was time to go. The class leader was still waiting for them to save her. The girl asked, since he had such a powerful power to save everyone, why didn't he do it earlier? Then your two guys wouldn't have died. Li Taixien asked, does she think it was because of him that those two died? Let him not forget, he said not to go there. Even at the beginning, he said not to go when they arrived in these mountains, and also at the fork, he also said not to go along this path. But instead of listening to him, they try to be witty. Despite this, the guy decided to give her another chance for the sake of Fang Xiaodong. When they met that old man, he warned them to leave him, but in response they received only ridicule. Simply put, he was already trying to save them all the way. But did any of them listen to his words? Fang Xiaodong asked the girl to calm down. The guy saved her life. He is her savior. Luo Xiong answered how good a person with such strength would stand aside and watch someone get killed. The guy thought that he shouldn't speak. This girl doesn't listen to him. The girl asked when will they find her. Suddenly, the class leader appeared in front of them. The girl was tied with chains. Fan Xiaodong asked the guy what the hell is going on with the class president now. This looks creepy. Li Taixien replied that someone was forcibly sacrificing the girl, forcing her to absorb the cold, evil qi from the mysterious iron chain. Ordinary people cannot resist this cold, evil qi, but Zhang Li Juan is the owner of the 9 yin qi body. Therefore, this is what is in her body that can suppress all this amount of evil qi. However, the cold evil qi is too strong, and Zhang Lijuan's 9 qi is still too weak. If this continues, then the girl is afraid she will not be able to withstand this amount of evil qi and will simply become a walking corpse. Seeing him, the girl asked what he was doing there. Let him quickly get out of there before it's too late. When suddenly the chains let go of the girl, he shouted to the class leader to hold on. The guy will now help her. Suddenly, Master Chen appeared in front of them. Zhang Lijuan began to ask to let her friends go. They didn't understand what they were doing. She promised that the guys wouldn't tell anyone anything. Chen Sikong replied, no way. These kids will never get out of there alive. But since they are her friends, he will arrange a quick death for them. Throwing a knife towards a guy, he told him to commit suicide. If the master personally deals with this, his death will be more pitiful anyway. Li Taixian asked who gave him the right to speak to him so arrogantly. Let him kill himself on the spot, and maybe his death won't be so pitiful. Let Zhang Lijuan be released immediately. Otherwise, let him not blame the guy for being rude. Luo Xiang thought that this was the legendary Master Chen. The guy is dead because he watched her boyfriend get killed and did nothing. This is retribution. The master's fame spread very far. He is God. He is even higher than the gods. For him, killing this guy is like stepping on an ant. Master Chen replied that he knew the guy was good. Otherwise, he would not have killed those 2 mountain spirits so easily. Even his disciple Yinfeng was one. As for the young lady, he knows that she hates this guy and blames him for not saving her young man. Otherwise, he would not have died in vain. The master asked, does she want to kill this guy in order to avenge her young man? It was clear from the girl that she was hesitating. The girl replied that yes, this guy was able to save the 2 of them, but he watched them die. People like him deserve to die, so she begs Master Chen to kill him to relieve her hatred. Chen Sikong replied that such an ant is not worthy to die by his hand. Since she wants revenge, he will give her such a chance. Handing her the bead, the master told her to accept it. Only in this way could the girl kill this bastard and avenge her boyfriend. The girl took the bead. Fang Xiaodong shouted to the girl that there is no need. This guy just saved her life. And this is how she decided to repay him as a sign of gratitude? Li Taixian realized that this bead contains cold yin qi, which Zhang Lijuan's body absorbed. In fact, as expected, the master has no good intentions. Having absorbed it, the girl shouted that she wished for the strength of 100 ghosts. She shouted for this guy to go to hell, and then began to attack him. Fan Xiaodong didn't understand how Luo Xiang stood up, so terrifying, and the force of this blow literally knocked him off his feet. The friend shouted at the guy to be careful. She asked the guy isn't running away. Well then, the girl can rip his heart out. Li Taixian realized that after forcibly absorbing so many ghosts and spirits at the cost of her own life, the darkness in her body would eventually consume her from within. He understood that it was still just an insect, except for the terrible appearance. What is the difference? How dare she challenge this venerable one? The girl really went crazy. Lan Wu told the owner that after she absorbed that evil spirit, it took her some time to regain her appearance. She didn't realize that this place could help her gather so much ghostly yin qi. It helped the girl restore and improve her cultivation. She shouted to Luo Xiang that she would show her what a true demonic practitioner was. After the girl attacked her, she fell to the ground. She didn't understand how this could be. She said that she would not accept this. Approaching the owner, the girl said that she had become even stronger than before. Li Taixian replied that so far SOSO. She started screaming, what do you mean SOSO? It's not that bad. I realized that I could no longer maintain my appearance. Masterson said that he did not think that the guy would reach the level of a great master. He entered the kingdom of transformation. But so what? Ultimately, today he met exactly him, so the guy will die in despair and hatred. Having sealed the guy, the master began to say that he had warned the young man the guy was not his rival. He won't be able to break his seal. In a few moments, his life will be erased from this world. He will be the source of energy for this old man's development. If the guy knows what is good for him, let him beg for mercy and maybe the master will let him live. Li Taixian broke the seal. The guy asked how dare the master use such low-level seals against him. Master Chun didn't expect that this child could break his seal, but his strength had already surpassed the Transfiguration realm, and he was half a step away from the God realm. He said that he admits that he underestimated the guy, but since he does not want to obey him, the master will have to kill him. He began to shout that in this space created by the blood of his life, his strength would increase incredibly. So no matter how great a practitioner he has no chance in this space. Calling him a pathetic mortal, the master said that he was a demon lord. Let the guy kneel before him. Lan Wu, looking from the side, thought to turn the entire Sangmang mountain into hell on earth. The strength of that old man is truly terrifying. Li Taixian asked, did he call himself a demon lord? Even the greatest immortal demons fell to their knees at the sight of him. If this is all he can do, then the battle is already over. The guy shouted to him to come down from heaven to earth. Master Chen replied with some loud words. Then she began to attack back. He said that the young man was as slow as a worm, too slow to fight him. Fighting against him is like trying to break a stone with an egg, is suicide. His attack hit the guy. The master said, this is what happens when someone messes with him. Suddenly, he saw that the guy's body began to dissipate, after which it completely disappeared. Suddenly, the master behind his back heard the words that he was too slow, like a worm, too slow to fight with him. The guy returns this sentence to him unchanged. Li Taixian shouted the emperor's celestial body, one finger piercing the mountains and seas. The master did not understand how it was possible that the ability he had worked on all his life was easily destroyed by this child. Approaching him, the guy said that if he didn't want to see what an earthly cultivator was capable of, he would have erased it from the earth long ago. He couldn't even accept one of his movements. He was sure that if he continued to resist, he would die. Kneeling down, he began to ask the elder not to kill him. Stepping on his head, Li Taixian told Luo Xiang that her revered Chun was right under his feet. Now, does she have anything to say? She realized that if they had known this, they would not have been there. If only we had listened to this guy from the very beginning. The girl began to ask him for forgiveness and say that she was sorry. Please give her another chance. Suddenly, the chains grabbed the girl and began to suck out her energy. Looking at Master Chun, the guy asked, is this his doing? The man replied that it was not his fault. This altar was built on the mountain many years ago, and these chains are so evil that even he cannot control them when they go crazy. He knows nothing about this place except that it is where he practices his cold yin qi. The master began to say that for many years he had difficulty raising his cultivation. If the guy doesn't kill him, he's willing to work like a horse to repay him for his kindness. Li Taixian thought that in the future, as his cultivation level continued to improve, there would be more and more things to do. After all, Lu Pa is a simple person with limited abilities. He could use someone with some power. The guy replied that if he realized his place, he would leave him alive. But from now on, he will do whatever the guy says. The master replied that from now on, his life belongs to the guy. He will do whatever he wants. Now, let him get out of there. He will call him when he needs him. Fang Xiaodong wondered, is this really still the Li Taixian he knew? How had he changed so much? This black pearl is the original essence of Zhang Lijuan's mysterious body, 9. The cold yin-qi energy on the bead was also absorbed from these iron chains. That's why Luo Xiang was able to absorb so many ghosts. It seems that the secret of the 9 body is greater than he thought. Qin Xikong used the girl's body feature to absorb and process the cold yin-qi energy for his own cultivation. But now that the guy has taught him a lesson, he is sure that the man will not dare to harm anyone again. When she woke up, the girl thanked him for saving her. As for the mysterious chains, they are both bizarre and dangerous. If he acted rashly now, he would endanger his friends, just like what happened to Luo Xiang. He should wait until he gets stronger and then come back to check. Zhang Lijuan kept saying that the guy is so amazing. She asked where he learned this skill. Even Master Chun was defeated by him. Li Taixian said that he once went alone to Mount Shu, got lost, and fell off a cliff. Luckily, he was saved by a mysterious old Taoist priest who taught him this skill. The The girl thought that since he did not want to tell the truth, she could not interrogate him. Everyone has their own secrets. Feng Xiaodong had always thought of this guy as a younger brother who needed to be looked after, but now he was the one he needed to look after. Li Taixian did not expect that after this trip, there would be some kind of barrier between him and the guy. But Feng Xiaodong is still his friend. No matter what happens to him, the guy will always lend him a helping hand. Lao Li told the guy that every year before the family holiday, his uncles always have a family dinner. But Yinzhou is a small city with only one 3-star hotel. His uncle thinks that the only way to show his family status is to book a table there. This year, they didn't even invite them, father and son, to a family dinner. Li Taixian asked her father not to worry. It used to be the Zhao family's hotel, but now it is their family's property. He would like to see who decides to go against them. The guy said that, by the way, my father had never worn a decent watch before. This is the new watch that Ouyang Pei bought for him. Let him try it on. Lao Li replied that that girl is such a nice child. This watch is probably very expensive. As soon as the door opened, all the relatives immediately paid attention to them. The man asked what the third elder was doing there. He thought that they had been warned not to come. But why did they have a nerve to come? They have no right to come to such a luxurious hotel. Sitting at dinner with such poor souls will only make things worse for their family. He can't let others see this. A man cannot lose face. The guy thought that in his previous life his father did not have the courage to sit with these scum. But now he, Li Taixian, is a respected figure in the immortal world that everyone should worship. They are honored to see him at his worst. This place should be reserved for Li Shuiyun, but he is still in the hospital, so the guy cannot come yet. Li Taixian replied to Li Chenglin that this hotel now belongs to him. They are there to eat, just so they shouldn't care. The man asked the third elder what his son's upbringing was like. He returned from Huzhou a few days ago, but it seems that all he learned there was bragging. And anyway, how dare the guy call him by name? He still sees him as an uncle? Lao Li asked his brother not to be angry. He said that the guy was not lying. His son is not the same as he used to be, so don't look down on him. They will still be surprised by him. Laughing, Qin Yun asked, is he talking about Li Taixian now? The man wanted to save his face, but since he was bragging like that, let him not be seen for revealing his secret. I heard that the guy was a trainee teacher at a city school with a salary of 3,000 to 4,000 a month, and now he became the boss there in the blink of an eye. Or is the guy really the king of the monkeys with his 72 transformations? The man didn't think like that, so stop talking in the clouds and carrying all this nonsense. The girl asked Qin Yun's brother to forget about it. They should not trample in honor of Li Taixian and his father. The third uncle is already so old that he is ready to help his son with his lies. They are so sure of their lies that others must laugh at them so much. Everyone should be noble. The man replied that the cousin was right. We need to be noble. Turning to the guy, the uncle said that since he says that he is the general manager of this 3-star hotel, the front desk manager is obliged to come to him to accompany him while he eats there. It's outrageous that he didn't come, but the man said that everything was fine. He knew him. Qin Yin began to say that he would now call him and tell him to come and have a drink with their master. Li Chenglin asked why the third elder was doing this to him. He didn't let him come because he wanted to save his face. He's just trying to help him. The man replied that it was true. He was of the same opinion. His family was not worthy to be on an equal footing with them. Is he worthy to sit there and drink and eat with them? His son, Qin Yun, is now the deputy headmaster of the private noble school. He is not as good as his brother's son, Shuiyun, but he still has a bright future. Even in the city, he is a famous person. The woman turned to the third elder and began to say that maybe this was normal for the little guy, but he shouldn't support his lie. When a manager comes, she will watch how the two of them get out. By calling themselves the director of the hotel, they dug their own grave. Mr. Chun entered the door. Qin Yin began to speak to let him introduce a man who claims to be the general manager of their hotel. Anything about this? He started shouting that this was absurd. Why didn't the man hear about it? Where the hell did he come from? The guy is too cheeky pretending to be the boss of their hotel. Does he know that this hotel is owned by the Zhao family, and their son came there with his classmates for dinner the night before last? Qin turned to the guy and said that the hotel reception manager is there. What will he say now? The man replied that, as they say, it doesn't matter whether he is poor or has no future, but he cannot lie and brag. The woman asked, what was the point of all this? I'm sorry, I'm disappointed. This is not a place for the poor, and they didn't just come to humiliate themselves. Mr. Qin was thinking that it looks like this entire room is full of people targeting this guy. Then he just has to add fuel to the fire. The man started yelling at the guy to tell him why he was pretending to be their boss. If he doesn't tell the truth, Mr. Chun will call the security and they will arrest him. Li Taixian replied that if the manager does not believe him, then he should go and call the manager of this hotel. The man started screaming, did this damn kid decide to finish him off? He must have heard that their Vice President Jiang has important documents that need to be signed in the next 2 days, so he can't come. So he deliberately came there to find him? Mr. Chun said that if he didn't teach them a lesson today, all kinds of stray dogs would dare to come there and pretend to be their bosses. Walking out the door, he told the guards to arrest the lying guy. Qin Yin told the guy to forget about it. His cousin had been poor since childhood. He had always been at the bottom of the social ladder, and now he decided to play pretend. He asked Mr. Chun not to deal with him. They all understand who he is now. Mr. Chin replied that today he would let him go for Mr. Li's sake. If the guy ever comes out again, then let him pray that he doesn't see him. The guy asked her father to wait a little. He needed to make a call outside. After showing the watch to his cousin, Qin Yun began to brag that he bought it last month on a business trip. Looking at them, the girl said that they were so beautiful. They must be worth a lot of money. He replied that they were so expensive, 200,000 or so. After the guy, everyone started showing off their watches. The man thought that if it weren't for the fact that his Shuiyun was a special person, he wouldn't dare to be such a respected person, and he wouldn't have anything. The woman also showed the watch on her hand and said that it was a gift from Qin Yin. The guy replied that she didn't need to thank him. If anyone needed to be thanked, it was his stupid director. Li Chenlin asked the stupid director, what is he talking about? The guy said that just let them think that when he goes abroad on business, he spends government money. It's all free money. Once in 3 days, he changed the 3 best 7-star hotels, travel, houses, cars, and watches, and all this for the money received from the construction of a new complex. Even the tuition fee is withheld from him every year, and it is still not his fault. Let them not forget, their school is private for aristocrats. The children who go to this school are from rich families. They are clearly not poor. And their main school is in Huzhou, where the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. That's why he says they should also be grateful to his confused superiors. Without their generosity, they would not have such watches. Li Taixian turned on the recorder and asked the guy what the name of his school was. He replied that the school is an Eastern Star for aristocrats. Has he heard of her? The main school is located in Huzhou. Qin Yin asked, does the guy really want to become a teacher at their school? Unfortunately, their school already has all the teachers it needs, and there are no available places. The man told his son that, as the deputy director, he should give the guy a helping hand. He replied that exactly. They just lost a janitor last week. The guy doesn't want to be a janitor first? At least it's close to home. Li Taixian replied that he didn't want the guy to worry about his work, but he would advise him not to take money he didn't deserve. Otherwise, Qin Yin might die if he didn't. The girl said that if the guy has enough courage, then let him buy his father a watch. Suddenly, looking at the man, she saw a watch on his hand. The girl realized that the watch that the third uncle was wearing on his hand, she thought she had seen it before on a global luxury jewelry website. Although at first glance, they look very inconspicuous, they were sold at an astronomical price. The guy told Xiaoyu that it was just a broken watch. What was wrong with it? If he wants, he could buy her a truckload of such watches. The girl answered her brother that a promise is a promise. She takes him at his word. The guy thought that only Li Taixian, his father, would wear such a cheap watch. What a shame. The girl told the guy in the ear that her uncle's watch was almost identical to the watch she knew called platinum. Their official price is 700,000 US dollars, which is almost 5 million yuan. Qin Yin couldn't believe it. He thought it couldn't be. The guy stood up from his chair and shouted not to make him laugh. This watch is just a fake. He told Li Taixian that a big donkey would not make an elephant. If he continued, they would only despise him more. He couldn't believe that a poor man could afford a 5 million yuan watch. Suddenly, a man came through the door and said that if they were interested in whether this watch was real or fake, then they should let him help them identify it. Qinyan began to ask, "Doesn't he see what they are eating there? A man can't just walk in there. He'll complain to the manager." Approaching the guy's father, the man asked if he could lend him his watch. Handing out his business card, it was written that he was the director of the 10th Council of the Watch Industry Association, Mr. Jiang. Taking the watch in his hands, he began to examine it carefully. The man told the mister that he gives his word as the director of the Watch Association in the city. This is a real Swiss watch, and also the #1 collectible in the world from the Platinum Collection. And he personally had the impression that this watch seemed to have been sold at auction to the woman CEO, Ouyang Pei, for more than 5 million. Li Taixian immediately thought that he did not know that the watch that the girl gave to her father was so expensive. She really had kind heart. Qin Yin couldn't believe that Li Taishuan's father's watch was worth 5 million. His 200,000 yuan watch was not even close to it. Everyone sitting there immediately began to cover their watches. The brothers thought that the third oldest was putting on a watch for 5 million, but he still behaved like a complete redneck. They have seen many people pretend to be poor, but they have never seen such good pretenders. Lao Li couldn't believe that the day would come when he would see such sour faces on his eldest brother and second brother. After this, he will ask the guy to thank the girl for him. Suddenly, Mr. Chen runs into them again. He said that he just found out that Mr. Li called him again. Did something happen? Suddenly, he saw Vice President Jiang in front of him and asked why he was there. Turning to Director Li, he apologized for keeping him waiting. As soon as the man received his call, he immediately arrived. At the moment, he is the only one who knows about the change of the hotel's legal representative. The rest of the management doesn't know. Not to mention the little manager, who of course doesn't know about it. Vice President Jiang told the guy that Director Li recently took office, and he, the front desk manager, has the audacity to cause him problems. Qin Yin asked Mr. Chen what was going on there. The guy told him to shut up. He was the one who started it all, and he was also asking him about something. Bowing to the director, the guy began to ask for forgiveness from Director Li and said that he did not know who he was. Li Taixian replied that he should not call him that. He was only there to completely understand. Wasn't that the guy who tried to kick him out with security earlier? After slapping him, the guy stood up and grabbed him by the neck. He said that now he will force his dog eyes not to look down on people. He will show everyone what happens to people like this guy. Everyone immediately lowered their heads. Li Taixian told him that he was only alive because the director allowed him to live. Qin Yin thought that the guy must have deliberately bullied him. Li Taixian shouted that he was fired. Let him go pick up his salary and then get out of there. Qin begged Mr. Li to have mercy on him. He really needed this job. Falling to his knees, he began to say that he had to pay the mortgage every month. Without income, his entire family, and he would go around the world. Li Taixian replied that if he really valued this work, he would not have become Qin Yun's henchman. The atelier should greet all guests with a smile. A snob like him doesn't deserve to work in this hotel. Let him get out of there. Of course, if he can't find a job, he can ask his friend. They just need a janitor for their school. Li Taixian told the vice president to throw the rest of the people out too. They're also not welcome in his hotel. The security approached everyone and said they heard what their director said, so please don't force them out of there. Approaching the guy, the woman said that they had been with him since he was little. He replied that if his aunt loved him so much, then why, when his father went to her house to borrow money, they didn't lend him a dime? And after all this, she simply drove his father away, thereby breaking his heart. She replied that he didn't understand everything correctly. Why don't they come and visit their father tomorrow? She will cook a delicious meal, and he and his uncle will talk about it and clear up all the misunderstandings. Li Taixian shouted at her to get out. The woman asked how dare he talk to her like that. She's his aunt. He doesn't respect her at all. Angry, the guy shouted even louder for them to get out. The man said that something was clearly wrong there. How can this guy and his father, having no money or background, afford to buy a watch for 5 million? And how could he become the owner of a 3-star hotel? Li Chenglin replied that he was right. There must be something going on there. It was so sudden that they were all probably deceived by the child. Looking back, it was all too strange. Chinyan asked that guy who won the lottery? Or maybe he robbed a bank? Or maybe he was selling drugs? The man replied that he suggested taking care of that boy right away and continuing to stick to the plan. The man said that he recently heard that Zhang Zhang's nephew was beaten by this guy, so they can direct the man to him. Li Chenglin asked, isn't the guy rich? He will force them to give up all their money. Qin Yun suggested that his father also start digging under him. He would ask his friend in Huzhou to find out more about Li Taixian. The man told his brother that he heard that the owner of the Avenue of Thousand Flowers came to Yunzhou, and he is a great man, as well as a great sponsor of their family. Many of the Li family's properties are in partnership with Thousand Flower Avenue, and this time he is investing all of his family's money in this business. Therefore, they must find out where this great man is, and at any cost establish friendly relations with him. He said that once this project is implemented, they will earn hundreds of millions a year. The man will see how Li Taixian can show off to him. He will simply crush him with money. Qinyan said that you are not worried here. He is good at making connections. The guy is just a rich man. He no longer has any power. Li Chenglin said it's all because Shuiyun was late on business. Otherwise, the guy wouldn't be able to be so self-confident. When Shuiyun returns home tomorrow, he will ask him to check if this guy has a criminal record, or maybe he is wanted or something like that. He said that if Li Taixian was really involved in something, then they wouldn't have to go through all these obstacles, and the guy would simply arrest him. Lao Li told his son that he was so proud of him at the hotel. The man had not seen his uncle so confused for a long time. The anger that had been in his heart for years was finally released today. The father told the guy that he had already grown up so much that the man couldn't even ask the guy about his secrets as a father. Even though they took it out on them today, his uncles and aunts have been in the city for more than 10 years. If they join forces as father and son alone, will they be able to fight them? The guy thought, in terms of experience and wealth, no one can compare with him, the supreme ruler. He is the most powerful patron. Countless superpowers in the universe were to be under his banner and seek his protection. Li Taixian told his father not to worry. He is there. No one can bully him. They took their property. Sooner or later, the guy will force them to return all with interest. It will be interesting. The man replied that he believed that the guy would succeed. Alas, gone are the years when he was little and his father protected him. Now that the guy has matured, he has become old and useless. The guy replied that in his heart his father will never be old. From now on, he will support the family. Let him just enjoy life. He thought that in the future, when his cultivation reached the innate state, broke through time and space, and ascended to the heavenly realm, he would have to take his father with him. Handing the book to his father, Li Taixian said that they would teach him the soul technique. He will be able to practice it in his free time. It will help him live longer and become stronger. This is the core technique of the Taixian sect, which will lay the foundation for his father's future ascension to the immortal world. The man is no longer young. Although he has many powerful techniques, they are not suitable for him to practice. In his previous life in the immortal world, although the guy had billions of stars and his wars were powerful, but there were only endless rivers of blood and cold hearts, he did not have the opportunity to enjoy family life like now. Suddenly, some people burst into them. Li Taixian asked who he was and who allowed them to break in. It was just another bunch of insects that didn't even have the right to look him in the eye. Lao Li asked Zhang Jian. The father told the guy to be careful. Their leader's name is Zhang Jian. He is a bandit and has done a lot of bad things. He brought many people to despair and even death. The people of the city secretly call him Skin Rider Zhang. If someone offends him, he is skinned. Lao Li told the guy that they have nothing against him. Why all this crowd? Zhang Jian replied to the old man that he comes whenever he wants and wherever he wants. His son was beaten by his nephew, so he is there today to get compensation for medical bills. The man has nothing against them, so he asked for 3 million for medical bills. Lao Li asked your son, is this true? Did he really send his nephew to the hospital? The guy replied that he had shown excessive mercy. Zhang Jian told the old man that his son himself admitted it, so they cannot deny it. He warns that if they don't find 3 million today, he and his brothers will not leave there. The man replied that this was simply outrageous. Where would he get 3 million? Does the guy even understand how unreasonable this is? Zhang Jian replied that he did not care about this. It was his problem. In any case, they must find 3 million today. Otherwise, he's sure they've heard what happens when he gets down to business. Suddenly, Li Chenglin, Qin Yun, and his father appeared. The man asked, "How can Zhang Jian bully people there?" A few minutes ago, the guy said that it took him all day to find out about Li Taixian, and let his father guess what he found out. It turns out that the guy was kept by a rich woman in the high society of Huzhou and became her favorite. Otherwise, where do you get the money to buy a watch for 5 million? Even this 3-star hotel is one of the properties of this rich woman. After all, Li Taixian is just a humble teacher trainee earning a few $1,000s. But this guy has no money now, and the rich woman who took care of him kicked him out. Moreover, they recently came to one family to ask for their hand in marriage, but were sent out the door by the girl's mother, thereby becoming a laughingstock for the entire school. Moreover, the guy's teaching at school was so bad that he failed most of his teaching certifications. He was even bullied by his own students during a lecture, and even the janitor at the school despises him. Eventually, the school decided to appoint him as a security guard, and if he did not perform well again, he would be expelled from the school. The guy also heard that Li Taixian had angered many rich children in the city and could no longer stay there, so he returned to Yunzhou in disgrace. Qin Yin told her father not to worry. He received this information from Qiao Fei, the deputy director of the Eastern Star Aristocrat School, so it is reliable. The deputy director also emphasized on the phone that they shouldn't look at this guy like millionaires. In fact, his pockets are cleaner than his face. Why then would he even leave Huzhou and flee to his hometown? And that 3-star hotel is in Yunzhou after all. The vice president of the hotel didn't know that Li Taixian was kicked out by a rich woman, so they were deceived by that guy. Li Taixian specifically told him to leak wrong information. It seems he's already causing problems. He just decided to visit his family, but so much has already happened. The guy asked Qin Yin what he was doing there. He replied that now he finally knows who the guy is. At first he thought he was a big shot, but now he found out that he was the notorious rat in Huzhou who was being bullied by everyone. He seemed unable to stay there any longer, so he returned to his hometown. The guy became useless, so his rich mistress threw him out, and he was sent away when he went to propose marriage. And the most humiliating thing is that he's bullied by his own students during the lecture. How can he even be a teacher? Qin Yin heard that he was transferred to the position of gate guard. He is not a teacher, now a guard dog, like mediocrity. He is a disgrace to the Li family. When the guy thinks about what happened at the hotel, he is so angry that the deputy director of the Eastern Star in Yunzhou, was fooled by this little loser. He started shouting, how dare a guy pretend to be the owner of a 3-star hotel? How dare he show off in front of him? Li Taixian specifically asked his friend to leak such information so that his father could see the true colors of the family and his uncles. Li Chenglin began to say that now everything is really different. Does the guy really think he's the owner of the hotel? There is no Vice President Jiang to cover for him. The man told Zhang Jian that since this guy is so ungrateful, he should teach him a lesson in life. They immediately began to attack. Li Taixian said only one word, "Go away," after which everyone immediately began to fly to the sides. His relatives did not understand what kind of strong wind this was. They thought it was strange. It was really strange. How did this guy suddenly become so strong? He was thrown out before he saw what was happening. Li Chenglin said that he was thrown out before he saw what was happening. They just can't take it with ordinary force. They have to find another way. The man said what he thought. This guy's tricks are like old folk magic. Maybe he learned some third-rate magic trick to get rich women in Huzhou. Zhang Jian said that he is not afraid of anything. If that guy can do magic tricks, then he has an uncle who is a famous Taoist priest. He is known as Master Lu, very good at monsters and demons, and is well known in Huzhou. He said that recently his uncle insulted someone in Huzhou, so he had to return to the city. He would call him now. The man replied that they would do. As the guy says, no matter how much it costs, let him bring the master there tonight. They must punish this villain. Qin Yun said that this time they should completely destroy Li Taishuan's family so that they won't bother anyone else. They told the master that this is the place. The man told Zhang Jian that he only agreed to this because he was being bullied. Let them not mention to strangers that he returned to the city only because he insulted someone in Huzhou. At that time, he was careless and fell into that guy's trap, but he trained hard in the city and has kung fu. If the master sees him again, he will make sure he pays for his actions. The guy asked his uncle if he could show them all his supernatural abilities tonight. That guy knows a few tricks, so he's no match for him. He relies on his uncle's strength. Master Lu said that the demonic aura is very strong. It is really a family of demons. Everyone immediately began to ask, what is the demonic aura? They don't see anything. Can they really not see it? Qin Yin told his uncle and father that the master said, there is a demonic aura. That means there's a demon. He knew there was something wrong with the guy. Master Lu could see right through them. Handing him an envelope, the guy asked, please, let this monster stop and save their family from this evil. While they're sleeping peacefully, you need to get rid of them forever. Master Lu said that as a righteous man, he certainly would not sit idly by. The man is going to use poison to destroy this family of evil demons. This ghost emperor is a scorpion treasure that the master caught on Sangmang Mountain. It is born to devour the ghost people. He used hundreds of poisons and ghost chi to feed him. The master wanted to save it for this child from Huzhou, but since this is the case, he will show it to them tonight. Master Lu said that this creature obeys only him. No matter what magic the guy knows, it cannot compare with his ghostly scorpion. They replied that great, then they were waiting for the master with good news tomorrow. Master Lu replied that at dawn they would be able to pick up the bodies. He told the little one to have as much fun as she wants tonight, its family and her midnight snack. Let him enjoy his dinner. Lan Wu asked, is this big scorpion trying to destroy the whole house? Jumping down, Master Lu asked who was there. Yin Feng grabbed the old man by the throat and said that this was his question. Who the hell is he, and how dare he break into Master Li's villa in the middle of the night and do whatever he wants? The guy's a little brat. The master said he was warning him not to touch him. He replied that he was Master Lu. Only Master Chun who lived in the mountains could compare with him. Has the guy heard of such a master? If he finds out who he is, he'll be scared to death. After hitting him, Yin Feng replied that Master Chun was his teacher. How dare he use his teacher's name to deceive? And even his teacher can't compare to Master Li. They're damn worthless. The ghost Emperor Scorpion has never seen adversity, but this female doll dared to hold her tail. The scorpion sprayed poison directly at Lan Wu. The girl said that she was, however, a brave insect, and then beat her. She saw that this scorpion was feeding on demonic energy. What a rare delicacy for her. Lan Wu told Yin Feng to take care of the old man and the wasps he brought here. The guy replied that he would be happy. As for the scorpion, maybe she wants to be fried or baked, or maybe deep fried. The scorpion looks pretty tasty. Qin Yin told his father that a whole night had already passed. It must be all over with the Li Taishian family. What could possibly go wrong? Turning to the guy, he asked why Zhang Jian didn't tell them about Master Lu earlier. They wouldn't have taken so long. Li Qinglin replied that the guy was right. Today is not only the day of remembrance of the Li family's ancestors, but also the day when they choose their next head, so they can still have time to return to the mansion and prepare. The man told his brother that they would all of course support him. This is just a formality. Everyone knows that he is the next head of the Li family. Qin Yin asked if father had finished. He can't wait to enter the house and see Li Taishuan's corpse. The guy said that for such an occasion, he specially invited professionals from abroad to pick up Li Taishuan's body. The father said that it was so generous of him that he even invited foreigners to take his corpse. Qin Yin said that they would not be sad, but would have fun and listen to festive music. Kicking the door open, the guy shouted that they were there to take Li Taishuan's corpse. Seeing them, Li Taishian asked if his cousin was disappointed that he was not dead. Why did Li Qingyun remain silent? Let him continue to talk. The guy heard everything he just said on the street. Qingyun asked why the guy is still alive. What is Master Lu doing anyway? The master shouted for the guy to disappear. He had already even fled to Yunzhou, but they force him to offend Mr. Lee a second time, and even his precious scorpion would now be eaten. Turning to the old man, Lan Wu told him that his precious scorpion was truly amazing. She ate too much. After eating this scorpion, the girl returned the ghostly energy that she spent on using her true appearance. Li Taixian said that it looks like Master Lu was not lying. They were the ones who ordered him to do all this. Turning to his father, the guy asked, now does he see what these people really are like? Qin Yun asked if the master had betrayed them. The man called him a damn charlatan and said that he took so much money from them and couldn't even handle this little thing. Lao Li replied that that's enough. There's no need for these extra words. The man never thought that the two of them would go this far to do something so terrible. Li Chenglin said that even if the third brother found out about everything, so what? Would he really dare to attack them? The brother added that he wanted to tell him something. Let him listen to him. Today's ancient ritual is the election of the next head of the Li family, and the only successor worthy of the head position is the eldest brother. If he goes against the third brother now, then he will go against the next head of the Li family, as a result of which he and his son will be expelled from the family bloodline. Zhang Jiang told the old man that he didn't beat him up yesterday only because he gave him a chance, but since he doesn't know what he's doing, those 3 million medical bills are still in effect. If he doesn't give them back, he and the guys will break his house into pieces right now. Qin Yun added that if he dares to go against them, there will be serious consequences. Suddenly, these two received a blow. The man began to shout, how dare the guy beat his boy? He told his brother that he was returning to tell the old leader that those two ignorant people needed to be driven out. Li Taixian asked wants to kick him out? Great, then today the guy will settle things with the Li family. He told his father that a little later they would go with him to the old mansion of the Li family. Master Chen asked Master Li what he was going to do with these people. Master Lu couldn't believe that even Master Chen from Sangmang Mountain bowed down to this guy, and he dared to go against him again. He wouldn't be as good as his surroundings even if he returned to cultivation for 100 years. Hanging on the guy's leg, Master Lu began to say that he realized everything, asked for forgiveness for how recklessly he acted. If he knew that it was him, he would not have had the courage to go against him. Li Taixian asked to let him go. Wasn't he the one who tried to kill the guy with his parasites at night? The guy said he hadn't seen him for a long time. I wonder if he cured his old fear of ghosts? The guy told Master Chan that since he dared to deceive under his name, he would leave the man to him. Chen Sikong replied to the master that he has a way to deal with these old scum who are afraid of ghosts. This spirit eats a piece from soul. Within half an hour, they will be extremely incontinent of their shit, and all human faces will be terrifying evil spirits to them. The old man asked what they were doing. After slapping everyone, he began shouting that they were a useless pile of crap. They can't even handle on their own at all. Let them take them away. He'll figure out completely on his own. Seeing his father, Li Shuiyun asked who did this to him. Is it really that damn Li Taishuan's fault? Bowing to the old head, the guy said that he must take action for their sake. The girl said that it was time to go to the old mansion of the Li family and return all the property that was stolen from his uncle. See who dares to stop them today? The old head asked how dare he say that no one will stop him? He asked what kind of son Lao Li raised. The man asked what the old patriarch was doing there. He told the man that today was an important day to choose the next head of the Li family. He and his son were not allowed to visit the ancestral home because their names were removed from the family tree. Li Taixian remembered that in his past life, if the old patriarch had not despised his father and made his life difficult, his uncles and aunts would not have dared to treat them like this. And all because the old patriarch supported them. The guy asked, and who is he to forbid him from doing this? Does he represent the interests of their ancestors? The old head asked how he laughed. The milk on his lips was not yet dry to talk to him like that. He replied that it was the guy's father who disobeyed him and insisted on being with that fox. And they gave birth to a son like him. It was all him and his family. It shamefully attracted their Leaf family. If the guy wants to blame someone, then let him call his father. It's all his fault. He insisted on being with that fox, which caused their Leaf family to offend most of the capital. Lowly shouted at him to shut up. Why did the old patriarch bring up this topic again? It's okay if he looks down on him, but he has no right to insult Li Taishuan's mother. A fox this, a fox everything. Has this guy's mother ever offended him? He forced an arranged marriage on him for the sake of his family. But the man was only pursuing his true love. What's wrong with that? Because of which, they suppressed their family for years and even decided to remove their names from the family tree. The guys are drowning in their own shit. The old patriarch answered that it was correct because he does not have the right to tell him what to do. In any case, they're no longer members of the Li family. Let them look at Shuyun. He is so young, but he is already a deputy chief, and he will be promoted next week. Next month, Qin Yun, currently the deputy director of the noble school, will be promoted to director, but in the meantime, he is helping the second child with the family business. Moreover, he invited a big shot from Huzhou, the owner of the Thousand Flower Alley, a mysterious young master. With so much support, the Li family will definitely rise up to become the best family in the city. Now, let the man look at his loser son. He heard that the guy is just some kind of trainee teacher. He sold his workshop and land to pay for his son's wedding. And that woman threw them out. It's just a shame. He told the guy that someone like him doesn't deserve to be his descendant. He's only dishonoring the family. If the guy was even half as good as his coup, he wouldn't have kicked him out of the house if the guy was even a tenth as good. So if he wants to blame someone, let him blame himself for his lack of talent. This world is very cruel. If anything, the old patriarch is simply giving him a lesson about life as a man who has been through a lot. Let him not thank him. The man told the third brother that he told him not to resist them, but he didn't listen. Now, they're making fools of themselves. Li Qinglin added, what exactly? They just needed to listen to the advice, but they're like two stubborn sheep. Who is to blame then? The man told the old patriarch that he didn't think Brother Lao Li did anything wrong back then. Isn't it too much to bring so many people there to attack the two of them? Lao Li told Brother Ming Chong that when he is in trouble, he is the only one in the whole family who is ready to stand up for him. Li Taixian thought about how Uncle Ming was his father's only true brother, even after his father's sudden death in his previous life. Only Uncle Min helped him with the 20,000 from the family budget that he had to bury his father. The old patriarch said that he was just a junior from a side branch. How dare he talk to him like that? How dare he even stand there? Nobody dares talk to him like that. He said that let Lao Li and Li Taixian watch carefully. From today, they both will be expelled. And he, Li Min Chong, likes to mind his own business. He crosses that out too. The man replied that okay, he's had enough of this family. He constantly mocks everyone. There's no point in staying there. The man told his brother that they would find a place to go, so they can just leave. Why should they put up with all this? The old patriarch asked Li Min Chong, does he think this is the end? Let the guys grab these two family scum. Reward each with 50 blows, and they will be considered expelled from the family. With one kick, Li Taixian made everyone scatter to the sides. Turning to the old man, the guy said that he had no desire to get involved in the squabbles of ordinary people, but he dared to insult his father and slander his mother. He does not see what is good and what is bad, and also reverses black and white. The old man does not deserve to be the patriarch of the Li family. The old patriarch is immoral, incompetent, and senile. Why would a scumbag like him rule his family? He is not worthy to be the patriarch of the Li family. As soon as the guy shouted for them all to get out, the old patriarch fell to the ground. Everyone immediately ran up to him. They tried to bring him to his senses. Li Qinglin began to shout that the guy was an illegitimate grandson. Let him see what he had brought the old patriarch to. Woe to the family. Let the third brother watch over his son. How dare he insult the patriarch in public? They began to shout that the guy knelt down and apologized to the old patriarch. The guy asked they demand an apology, but who will apologize to his father? Who will apologize to Uncle Min Chong? Who would apologize to his family when they attacked his father and took all his money? They are all ants. They think they deserve an apology from him. Are they worthy of it? Li Shuiyin shouted to the guy that his social status and personal connections do not match either him or Qin Yin, and he is just a small trainee teacher. Does he think he deserves to talk to them like that? Qin Yin asked how dare he say that the old patriarch has no right to be the head of the Li house. In his opinion, is he worthy? Did he see himself like that in the mirror? Everyone started laughing. The old patriarch asked a brat like him, does he dream of becoming the head of the Li family? The guy told the old patriarch what he thought. The guy was just crazy. Who in their right mind would say such a thing? Crazy, for sure. Most likely he was dropped as a child. Zhang Jian called the guy a bastard, began to say that he had recently been released from his evil spell. If he had the courage, let him call and bring his boss there. Li Taixian replied that he could act. He was in no hurry. Xiao Long asked what kind of bastard is with me touching his people on his territory. Is he obviously tired of living? The guy said his name was Li Taixian. Coincidentally, he was told that his brother was killed by this guy, and it destroyed a business in the city that he had worked on for more than 10 years. The man said that he would come with his guys and skin this guy. Li Chonglin said that the guy is finished. His boss is coming. Xiao Long is the underground emperor of the city. If he crossed his path, the whole city will be against him. In addition, Li Shuyin heard that Xiao Long is very protective of his people. If you touch them, you will have to pay dearly. Zhang Jian said that his boss is not just protecting him. And they say that when some people who came from the provinces in the past beat one of his guys, without saying a word, he just went and shot one of them in the toilet. They would like to see if the guy can survive today. Qin Yun said that of course he cannot live. He wants to become the head of the Li family. Let him wait until his next life. Ming Chong told Lao Li that Xiao Long is really coming. What will they do? The man replied that he believes in his son. The guy is no longer the same as he was before. He's calm and reasonable. He won't do anything he's not sure about. He doesn't need anyone to worry about him anymore. Li Chonglin laughed and said that third brother, he is unable to protect himself personally and has to rely on his son. The man invited him and his son to kneel at the entrance to greet him. Maybe he would even be kind enough to let them live. Zhang Jian told the old man that if he was unable to get up on his knees, the guy could break them for him to make it easier. When his boss comes, he will pay him back 10 times more for what his son did to him. From one blow from the guy, he flew out of the yard. Qin Yun told the guy that since he dared to hit him, would the guy dare to bear Xiao Long's anger? Turning to him, Li Taixian asked, does the guy dare to threaten him? Suitable for my brother, the guy said he had a great idea. He suggested that he first call those big bosses who came there to select the patriarch of the Li family. With so many big bosses in the city, even if Li Taixian had the power, he would have to be quiet if he wanted to live in the city. Xiao Long asked where Li Taixian was. Let it drag his ass there and die. Looking at his man, he thought, what the hell? How dare this guy beat up one of his men? If he doesn't figure this out, how can he continue to do business in the city? Who dares to be his little brother? Further, the man asked, isn't this Li Shuiyun's brother? He said they haven't seen each other for a long time. I heard from Uncle Li that the guy became the deputy director of some secret department, and he is about to get a promotion. Would like to congratulate Director Li on this tremendous success. Xiao Long added that he also heard that today is an important day for choosing the head of the Li family, so let him be allowed to join them. The old patriarch asked if the guy could see that even such a big shot came there to take part in the election of the patriarch of their family. And all for the sake of Shuiyun, and now he'll just get a kick in the ass from Xiao Long. Running up to the old patriarch, the guy shouted that the big bosses had sent gifts. Master Su, head of the Yunzhou Chamber of Commerce and Industry, presented the 1,000-year-old ginseng fruit from Tianshan Mountain. Chu family head Tianzheng presented a box of blue-glazed porcelain daffodil plates from the Qing dynasty to pay tribute to the Li family's ancestors. Ouyang Pei, president of Ouyang Group, sent them 4 treasures of painting and calligraphy by Ming dynasty master Yin Yuru, 1 side of the dragon ink stone and 1 8-cycle painting. Brother Kong, the leader of the Eastern District, Master Scar, the leader of the Western District, and Sister Yin, the leader of the Business District, together give 3 gifts. The guy said that a big man like Master Su, the head of the Yinzhou Chamber of Commerce, actually gave gifts to their Li family. CEO Ouyang Pei, she is also the most beautiful CEO in the city. The old patriarch asked when did their family meet so many powerful people? Besides, this is the Li family's holiday in Yinzhou, so why would such great people from Huzhou City send them gifts? Li Shuyan replied that the elder is a big shot in the city. He is well respected. and everyone should call him the elder. These dear congratulations were written to congratulate the patriarch of the Li family, who is certainly worthy. Today is an important day for their family. They were afraid that they would see him, so they sent him gifts first. Chinyan replied that the elder brother is right. This is called respect and loyalty, and some of these big bosses should also be there because of the elder brother's reputation. Did Senior Patriarch just see this? Even Xiao Long, the big boss, had to greet him politely when he saw him. But if he asked him, the guy would say that he has better connections and respect, and he admires him to the highest degree. The guy just called some small businessmen to help him, but he never thought that the old patriarch could earn the respect of such a big shot. He added that there is also the leader of Huzhou City, the head of the Chu family, the wonderful CEO Ouyang Pei, the great second master. They are all famous. How dare Li Taishian act outrageously in front of their eyes? The paper was written with respect to Li Taishian. Running up to the patriarch, the guy said that the recipient of these gifts from the head of the Yunzhou Chamber of Commerce and Industry was named Li Taishian. The man replied that it was strange. His name was Li Taijian. Did they really spell it wrong? Everyone began to tell the old patriarch that it was true that they must have remembered his name incorrectly. Who else besides him deserves to receive so many gifts? Could it be anyone else? Certainly not that useless Li Taishian. Lan Wu said that Li Taishian was her master's name and called them ignorant fools. Qinyan asked, is she kidding? Does she really mean that all those big bosses will come there to give gifts to Li Taishian? The guy shouted that he would ignore this, but only because she was a child. It was better to apologize to the patriarch, or he would beat her. Angry, the girl asked what he said. Li Taishian replied that she was right. It was all for him. Qinyan asked, is he serious at all? Li Shuyan added that the guy is shameless. Does he think that since the big bosses haven't arrived yet, he could take advantage of the situation and take over someone else's property? One of the guys shouted that he advised him to show a little prudence. These gifts were given to the patriarch, and the guy dares to say that they are for him. The man added that indeed, a poor family, poor and greedy, if these gifts are really for them, he will call him grandfather. Qinyan said that now that the bosses are there giving gifts, his lies are about to be exposed. He will see how the guy will now get out. The bosses began to slowly approach. Qinyan asked Li Taishian now. He sees the difference between them and him. The guy is just a good fighter. How can he compete with them? Does he know any of his friends in Yunzhou who are worthy? If he has the courage, let him call him to deal with Xiaolong. Li Shuyan added that for sure, this whole world is built on communication. The guy is a simple-minded hillbilly. He doesn't even come close to matching their connections. There is a big shot who came all the way from Huzhou State to their city to take part in the selection of the patriarch of the Li family, the owner of the Thousand Flower Avenue. He is the greatest man in town, a celebrity in high society. It is difficult for ordinary people to get to know him. With this person's support, the Li family being able to become one of the big families in Yunzhou will not seem like a dream. Li Shuiyun asked Qinyan, why has this Thousand Flower Alley big shot from Huzhou not arrived yet? Maybe he has other things to do? Should I call him? The guy replied that his cousin should not worry. This big man will come. But first he suggested that he first enjoy Li Taishuan's death. Xiao Long asked the guy, so he hit Zhang Jian? The guy replied, so what? He began to ask his brother for permission to add that not only he, but also his uncle and his nephew were beaten by this Li Taishian. The man thought about it. He is so skinny, dressed so simply, and lives in a 2-story farmhouse. As Zhang Jian actually said on the phone, a loser who is not welcome in the Li family. Xiao Long shouted that he's had enough of this crap. That's what he'll say. That guy is his brother. He doesn't know how they stole the Zhao family's own, but now that Zhao Jian is dead, his property belongs to him. He advised that all the assets of that family be transferred to him, otherwise. Li Taishian asked what else could he do to him. Xiao Long began to shout, is the guy blind? Can't he see that he brought so many people there today, and also so many bosses from the city gathered there? Does he really think what impudent means? Then let him show him what he really is. Would the guy dare to hit him right there? After the guy finished speaking, a slap immediately followed. Li Taishian said that if he wants to be hit, he will get it. Xiao Long started shouting, "What the hell?" Let the guys grab him right away. Suddenly, a car flew right over them. They didn't understand what was happening there. After hitting the car, the guy asked who he was. How dare he ride like that in front of him, Xiao Long? Does he really want to die? The car opened, and the door hit the guy, after which he fell to the ground. Still getting out of the car, the guy asked what a useless navigator is. How dare he say that there is a dead end? With all these cars parked outside, do you think he can't drive in? Lei Yuntian stepped on the guy and asked what's wrong with being crazy. If he wants to get somewhere, nothing will stop him. Qin Yun said that this was Lei Yuntian from the Canglong Brigade, the famous young master from Huzhou. The guy told the old patriarch that he couldn't believe that even the young master would come to the Li family celebration. Canglong is the best fighting brigade in the entire Chinese army, and its members are an elite, chosen from millions of soldiers. Each of them is an ace soldier in the army, with the most advanced equipment and technologies, who specialize in the most dangerous special missions. The old patriarch said that young master Lei must have come for Xuan. The guy is so young, but he will already become the head of the Leopard Squad. He will have a bright future. The rise of the Li family will depend on him. Li Shuiyun thought about it. Even young master Lei Yuntian came there from Huzhou. The guy would never have thought that he would be so famous. With this master as his support, he will be able to advance his career in the future. The old patriarch said, "Welcome to the master." It was a great honor for him that he came to their family holiday. Lei Yuntian asked, "Who is this old man? Let him not get in the way." The guy told the master that he really doesn't understand why Mr. Su Roan wants him to be their chief inspector. With such strength, he is definitely not as good as former Chief Inspector Dong Tiangang. Lei Yuntian asked the Scorpion to shut up. He also hates Li Taixian, but let him not forget that they are on a mission today, and the task is the main thing. Li Taixian asked, was he the person who originally introduced Chun? The guy cannot imagine that he is actually a person from the Canglong army. Lei Yuntian replied that the Scorpion is his subordinate. They are there to find him. The guy asked if last time wasn't enough for them. He replied that yes, he may have lost once, but he will not obey anyone except his teacher Long Tiangang. If he had the courage to fight him again, he would not lose to him. The old patriarch told Lei Yuntian that he must be mistaken. Li Taixian was expelled from their family. He is just a small trainee teacher. Today's hero is his grandson Xuan, the deputy head of the Leopard Squad. He should be there today to celebrate his upcoming promotion. Lei Yuntian asked what nonsense. Does the little Leopard Squad deputy leader think the guy is worthy of being there? If it happened, if the leader of the Leopard Squad would personally come and beg him on his knees. Suddenly, someone started shouting for everyone to get out of the way. The eldest daughter of the Chu family from Huzhou, Chu Shuilian. All the other bosses bowed to the girl. The old patriarch was surprised. Even the eldest daughter of the Chu family personally came to their Li family's family celebration. The Chu family is the very top in Huzhou. Has the Li family finally rebelled? As I expected, the temple in the city is too small to accommodate their family. From now on, the Li family will move from Yunzhou to Huzhou. The old patriarch said to the girl, "Welcome, he is the head of the Li family." But Chu Shuilian ignored him and walked past. Lei Yuntian, Wu seeing the girl, said that he did not think that she would be there. The girl knew that he would come today. That's why she came. But the boys were also in for disappointment. She passed him by. Approaching Li Taixian, the girl bowed and asked for an address from the teacher. His student was late. Chen Sikong called them a bunch of blind bugs and asked if they dared to bother Master Li. He asked Master Li what kind of blind dog dared to go against him. Just let him say it, and he will make this man disappear from the face of the earth. Xiao Long asked Master Chun, is there too? The guy immediately began to ask Li Shuiyun for help. He thought, damn him, don't let him get into trouble. In the eyes of Madame Chu and Lei, he's just a piece of trash. The guy doesn't even have the right to speak, let alone Master Chun, who is famous in the city, and even he is on Li Taishuan's side. The guy immediately fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness, saying that please let them have mercy. He will do everything. Lan Wu shouted, did he say he would beat her? Now, let him receive it. The old patriarch asked Chu Shuilian if she didn't come to their family holiday. Did he not understand what was going on? Having hit him, the girl asked who he even thought he was, and who has he talked to her. The Leaf family had such a great person as a teacher. They should have honored and respected him, but instead they decided to expel him from the family. What kind of blind, unguided fools? Qingyun asked, is she kidding? Li Taixian is not a big person. In fact, the real greats are already on their way there. The guy is sure that she has heard everything about him. He is the man who owns the Alley of 1,000 Flowers. He is also the director of the Eastern Star Aristocrat School, and is also the #1 master in Huzhou. He added that no matter how tough Li Taixian was, he could not compare with him. The old patriarch thought that indeed, they still have aces up their sleeves. What are they afraid of? Today he will crush this guy and his family, so that he will never be able to get back on his feet. The girl asked what kind of bunch of fools are they who don't know what they're talking about. The teacher is the very great person they are waiting for, and also the boss of the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers, the director of the Eastern Star Aristocrat School, and the #1 master in Huzhou. After giving the guy the badge, Lei Yuntian said that it was the badge of the captain of the Songlong Special Combat Team, which he was ordered to give to the guy. Although he is not very happy to hand over this badge, what Shiwilian said is indeed true. A mere leopard troop is nothing in the eyes of the Songlong troop. They don't even deserve to shine his shoes, so let them know their place. They didn't understand how this was possible, but Miss Chu and Master Lei said so. Is this guy really the big shot they were waiting for? Qin Yun asked, what about the joint project between the Leaf family and the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers? He told the guy that they spent all their money on this deal. He doesn't want them to get into trouble with money. The old patriarch added that the old man was just joking. He doesn't think it's true, does he? Let him see. He and his father are still members of the Leaf family. Now he will quickly write their names back into the family tree. Moreover, the property of their ancestors that once belonged to them will be compensated. What will they say? Let Li Taixian not be ungrateful. This is the most generous concession he has ever made as the head of the Leaf family. The guy replied that he didn't need to work so hard because he was no longer the head of the Leaf family. From this moment on, the old patriarch was removed from his position. The old man asked the guy, does he even understand what he's talking about? Since he decided to jump in over his head, then don't blame him for his rudeness. He admits that Qin Yun and Xiuyan. But in the Leaf family, he is always the boss. He sets the rules. He expelled him and his father from the family. The guy has no right to tell him such things. Li Taixian replied that it is natural for a person to set rules and break them himself. Let him then invite the Leaf family to make a choice. Right now, they will vote between them and find out who they will vote for as the new member of the Leaf family. The guy asked if he had the courage. The old patriarch asked how this child dares to provoke him. Turning to the others, he said that now, let all those who approved of him as the head of the family raise their hands. The old man thought, what can this guy do without the support of Miss Chu and Mr. Lei? This is a family matter. Outsiders will not be able to interfere. He has built his authority over the years. He is the great head of the Leaf family. No one will dare to go against him. Suddenly, the old patriarch saw that not a single hand was raised. He shouted, why didn't they raise their hands? Li Chenglin asked the old patriarch, can't he see what's happening now? Even the Chu family is on his side, what's the point? Besides, he's not getting any younger over the years. It's time for him to retire. The old patriarch asked what he said just now. They are traitors, and this is what they paid him with after what he did for them. Qin Yun said that his father was doing him a favor. The old man had better retire. Qin Yun told Li Taixian that he was not going to lie to him. The guy always thought that he was the best choice to be the head of the Li family. By the way, about school funding this year, let him listen. Li Taixian said that he was the vice principal of Eastern Star School, but the guy used his position to embezzle school money. Qin Yun began to shout that this was nonsense. He did not understand what the guy was talking about. This is slander. He will sue him. After which the guy turned on a recording on his phone about how Qin Yun said that when he went abroad on business, he spent government money. It was all free money. Once, in 3 days, he changed 3 of the best 7-star hotels. Li Taixian said that back then he gave him advice, but he did not listen to it. Chu Shiwilian said that all the evidence is clear. Now he will return everything that he stole over the years. Everything has a limit. The guy's father immediately ran up to Li Taixian and began to say that he was simply confused. Let him have mercy on his son. The guy replied to his uncle that when his father couldn't afford his tuition fees, he begged them to do the same. But did they really do anything? They brought this upon themselves. In his previous life, he was wrongly imprisoned. His father was on his knees and begged them, but none of them dared to help. Even when his father stubbornly continued to kneel, these heartless people did nothing and even mocked him. Li Taixian asked what he would now say in his defense. It seems they recently said that if he is the same Li Taixian, they will kneel down and call him grandfather. The old patriarch began to shout so that the guy would not mock him. Does he still want the old man to kneel? The guys immediately started shouting, who the hell is he? They have not yet recognized him as the head of the Li family. Who is he anyway to force them to their knees? A huge palm appeared above them and applied pressure. They shouted at the terrifying pressure they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The guy said that either they will kneel or die. Everyone understood that they could not stand it for so long. Li Chunglin suggested to his brother, why not kneel first? He replied that no, he is in charge, he should be the first. At some point, everyone knelt down and asked grandfather to spare them. The family tree was taken from the hands of the old patriarch. The old man asked what the guy was going to do. Li Taixian replied that if it weren't for him being behind everything, his father's inheritance would not have been stolen by his uncles. Today they also publicly insulted his father. The guy said that he was expelling him from the family tree. He was no longer a member of the Li family. After which, it was the turn of the father's two brothers and their sons. The guy said that the four of them had destroyed the spirituality of their family and disgraced their good name. So I would also be expelled. From now on, they're no longer part of the Li family, and they cannot take back what was left to them by their ancestors. Li Qinglin told the guy that he and his brother had just supported the guy. Li Shuiyun began to say that they got along so well with him since childhood, he cannot expel them from the Li family. Li Taixian asked, do they think he needs their support? Of course not. The guy started shouting that he was at least the deputy head of the leopard squad. If he drives them out, does he think everything will be fine? Lan Wu replied that she could personally beat him and his leader from the leopard squad. And if the guy continues, she will personally rename them the puppy squad tomorrow. Min Cheng asked, didn't they hear what the new head of the family said? Let them get out of there. If the guy hadn't been reincarnated, his father, Uncle Ming, and him would have been humiliated by these people today, creating another tragedy in his past life. Li Taixian said that he would not be able to stay with them for long, so the guy entrusts him with the responsibility of managing the family. He should be the head of the Li family, and Li's Uncle Min Chong can help him. Lao Li replied that it was good. He would take care of the family for him. The man also added that he was glad that the guy had come so far. If his mother knew what happened, she would also be happy for him. He knows that the guy is a real man. He shouldn't stay in a small place like this town, and no matter where the guy goes, a man will always support him. Ming Chong told Li Taixian not to worry. He would do his best to help his brother manage the Li family. At this moment, Chu Shuoyan approached them. After greeting everyone, the girl introduced herself. She said that she was his son's student, asked for forgiveness for being late today, and they had to listen to those people. Opening the box, the girl said that this incense bead bracelet was once given to the Chu family by a monk from Mount Wutai. The monk said that wearing these beads can calm the mind, improve health, and prolong life. The man answered the lady that this gift was too expensive. He cannot accept it. The girl asked him to please take it. This is a small sign of her gratitude as his son's student. After greeting him, the man said that he heard that today is the day of worship of the family's ancestors. They are there to congratulate him. We wish the man good luck and longevity. Mountain of Ancestors. The man began to speak by the grace of their ancestors. He is the new 10th patriarch of the Li family. They gathered there to pay respects to their ancestors and to pay tribute to the spirits of their ancestors. May his descendants be blessed and the Li family be reborn. All families, to comfort the spirits of their ancestors in heaven. May their descendants be blessed and prosper, and may the family be reborn. They used to follow the old patriarch and bully their poor families, including his family. Now that he has become a patriarch, The man will leave these actions behind him. But from now on, they must revive the family. And in order to achieve this, they must work together with him, and then they will definitely revive the Leaf family. He was able to become the patriarch of the family, and all this is the merit of his son. If only his wife knew how successful their son was, she would be very happy. Zhou Shan told Master Pangwan that the master sent them here to find out about Li Taixian and his strength. He had heard that this guy's cultivation was incomprehensible. He had already become a great master at such a young age. Not only his brother Fu Qingming, not his opponent, but even Deputy Director Tian Xing was killed by him. He would never have thought that there would be such an outstanding young man in the world. Pangwan replied that in his eyes, these two idiots are scum, especially that old Tian Xing. That old man isn't nearly as good as him. If he had not been his brother, the man would have smashed him to the ground long ago. At that time, he was in seclusion, otherwise these two scum would not be needed for a job like protecting Star Mudong Wansoa. Not only had he failed to protect her, but he had also disgraced the form of intelligence. He deserved to be killed. That Li Taixian is no different from a plush ant in his eyes. Even if he was able to kill Tian Xing, he would still not be better than him. After all, even a great master has his strengths and weaknesses. He's been a great master for so many years that he can crush him with his bare hands. But just killing him would be too boring. What if he heard his master's name and ran away in fear? The guy answered the master that this was a bad idea. According to the rules of the underworld, he should not reveal the names of his relatives. Grabbing the guy by the throat, Pangwan asked what he was teaching him now what to do. The guy shouted that he wouldn't dare. After releasing him, the man said to make him understand that he will not survive in this world if he is not ruthless. Moreover, it was Li Taixian who first provoked them and made them lose face. If they don't teach him a lesson, they will be laughed at by their peers and considered weak. They will decide on this. Laoli said that he would not take the property left by his brothers, but this money should be used to help those of their families who live in weaker conditions. The man replied that the patriarch is a noble man. It will be done. He is fair and reasonable, and all his decisions are made for the sake of the Li family. Approaching his father, the guy said that it was time to tell him about his mother. In a past life before his death, he did not have time to see his mother. In this life, no matter what, he is going to make up for lost time and reunite their family. Laoli told his son that even though he had become the head of the Li family, their family was still too weak. Even if they are the first family of Yinzhou now, but if compared with Huzhou, they will not even be included in the list of strong families. And his mother's family is one of the strongest in all of China. If he goes looking for her now, then only death awaits him. His father realizes that the guy is no longer who he was before. But he must understand that there are people who are higher than this world, and there will always be someone stronger. So let him wait until he gets stronger and becomes stronger. The guy thought, whenever he touches on the topic of his mother, his father always tries to change the topic so that he doesn't go further. The man said that, however, he has a desire, and he hopes that the guy will help him fulfill it. When he and his mother fell desperately in love, they faced intense resentment from both families. Especially his mom's family, they always thought of him as a pain in the ass and tried to get rid of him. His mother's family is really rich. He is just an ant in their eyes. He is not worthy of his mother. While the man was with her, he dishonored the honor of this noble family. His mother was under enormous pressure to be with him. She went to great lengths. Unfortunately, his father was useless. Because of him, their family has not been able to reunite for more than 10 years, and he has lost his mother's love since childhood. Laoli told his son that his mother was not to blame. It was all his useless father, who was incapable of anything. I thought that it seems that in the past his father endured a lot of hardships and humiliation to be with his mother. Taking his father's hands, Li Taixian told him not to worry. He will do everything possible to sooner or later return his mother and reunite their family. The man replied that he also misses his mother very much and would like this day to come as soon as possible, but he needs the guy to do something right now. He said that 20 years ago he ran away with his mother, but they were pursued by many great masters from her family. Then, if not for his friend, they would have killed his father and mother. But his friend was very badly injured, So even after 20 years, he is still in bad shape. It was his fault that he got him into those troubles. If it weren't for him, nothing would have happened to him. Some time ago, he heard from an acquaintance in Hannan province that his injuries were becoming more serious. The man asked his son, "Didn't the Chamber of Commerce send some precious herbs yesterday?" Since he just became the patriarch of the Lee family, he still needs to settle a few things. If it's no problem for the guy, please let him take these medicines to his friend and find out how he feels there for the sake of his father. Li Taixian asked his father not to worry. The guy said that of course he would help him. Not to mention the man saved his life. In a few days he will go there to fulfill his request. The girl told the master that they had arrived. He thought that all the problems in the city had been settled, but before they left to visit his father's old friend in Hannan province, he should pick up the treasures there. Since he was reborn, this mysterious altar on the mountain is the first place on earth where the guy encountered a heavenly treasure. Since he encountered this treasure, there was no reason to refuse it, and the others seemed to be happy about this trip together. Zhang Lijuan told him that she heard that Li Taixian was coming to the mountain today, so she came here early to wait for him. Yinfeng and Qin Xikong were already waiting for him. Yinfeng of the video guy said that the master had finally come. The iron chain from the altar suddenly went crazy for some reason, even the teacher, and he could not pacify it. Qin Xikong told the master to be careful. Each of these 9 chains has a terrifying yin qi. They are powerful. Like the average blows of great masters, he will not last long. The girl didn't understand how the iron chains of this altar became so powerful. She can't believe that even 2 great masters can't handle her. Chu Shulian asked, "Does she mean they are both great masters?" Since she met the master, the girl has not been able to understand his true intentions. But the 2 masters in front of her are now so submissive to him. She still doesn't understand how great her master is. Li Taixian said that these 9 iron chains are very dangerous. They are not yet strong enough to contact them. Let them stay in place. The girl shouted to the master that she was his student. She could not retreat from danger so easily. The second one shouted that she had a special physique. She could resist the evil qi of the iron chain. The guy replied that it was not necessary. He just wanted to cleanse the chains on this altar. Li Taixian called them there today for something completely different. He thought that these 9 iron chains were not so simple. Perhaps this is one of the natural treasures grown there. Qin Xikong asked the master to help him. The 2 of them and his disciple Yinfeng, together they could pacify these chains. Li Taixian replied that there was no need. Let him move away from there. As soon as the guy began to come closer to them, the chains began to attack him. But it was all in vain. He was under the barrier. 9 of you wrapped his barrier in a circle. The guy asked, "Is Master Li capable of dealing with this altar of 9 iron chains of evil alone?" After a strong explosion, the chains scattered into pieces in different directions. Suddenly, the tentacles began to move and transform. The master shouted to Mr. Li to beware of this evil spirit. When he fought him, it secretly corroded his meridian and aura. Li Taixian told everyone to stand in the 5 directions of the altar in the formation of the 5 elements. Yinfeng asked the master why Mr. Li asked them to stand in the 5 elements formation. Qin Xikong asked if it could be that Mr. Li is also a master in the art of formations. But the art of building was lost almost 100 years ago. Is the gentleman really a legendary master of building? Still, ordinary people have limitations in cultivation, especially in a place like Earth where spiritual energy is depleted. A few extra helpers would be helpful. Li Taixian said that he converted all the evil energy there into pure qi. How much they can absorb depends on their fate. Chu Shulian realized that she had truly made a breakthrough to become a master of profound strength. Originally, the girl thought that she was already lucky to have the ability to cultivate, but she never thought that she would have the chance to become a martial artist of inner strength. Everything seems to be in a dream. She used to be a big fan of great masters. For her, they were gods. And now the girl is just one step away from becoming a great master herself. And all this is thanks to her master. She is truly so happy that she met him. Zhang Lijuan thought that she felt that something incredible was happening to her body too. This cold and evil chi once brought her only pain and despair, but now not only can it not harm her, but the girl can also control it at will. Infeng told the master that he felt that his cultivation base, which was not stable enough for a great master, had now become extremely strong. Master Qin Shikong replied that yes, even in his many years of strong cultivation, there are signs of improvement. Could it be that his cultivation in this life could become even higher? Lan Wu was upset that they were all making progress, but she was not. Li Taixian thought that the sacred divine body was the most highly developed and powerful body purification method in all the worlds. The first part is that when cultivating the sacred divine body, one must be tempered by thousands of difficulties, have a body like glass and a heart like iron. The second part, following the principle of the sacred divine body, you need to combine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in a spiritual CI and turn it into a stream of blood passing through the meridians of the whole body. He will take only the best that is in heaven and earth and turn it into his own. Chu Shiulian asked why such a strong wind suddenly rose. Is it all the master? Zhang Li Juan said that this pressure is even more terrifying than that of the great masters. Will the guy be okay? Qin Shikong said that it looks like there is something wrong with Master Li. Is this really a breakthrough? After his words, a strong stream of light rushed into the sky. Li Taixian said that he had finally reached the innate realm. However, after absorbing so much spiritual liquid from Sangmang Mountain, only one drop of spiritual liquid was produced. It seemed like it would take a long time to cultivate the sacred divine body. Moreover, the land is so depleted, even if he made his way to the innate realm, the guy could not completely secure it. Chu Shiulian congratulated the master on his success. His cultivation became even better. Zhang Li Juan told her friend that she was glad he was okay. He really scared them when he made the breakthrough. Infeng asked the master if he could ask if he had advanced to the kingdom, realm of the living, supernatural, or something else. Li Taixian replied that the innate realm. The guy asked the innate kingdom, what is it? Why had he never heard of this? Master Chun is surprised. He had read about the innate realm in an ancient book, but all records of it were historical relics lost over 1,000 years ago. Maybe the master practiced martial arts thousands of years ago. And who exactly is he? Lan Wu thought that even the master's strength had become higher if her cultivation remained in one place. Would these people really surpass her? Chu Shiulian told the master what happened when he made the breakthrough was simply terrible. The wind raged so much that they could not even raise their heads. Even the mountains themselves trembled. The guy replied that it was strange, although he had broken through to the innate realm, but with his current strength, he could not shake the mountain, which means something else is hiding on this mountain. Suddenly, everything began to tremble again. Chu Shiulian shouted, "What's going on? Why is Mount Sangmang shaking again?" Infeng asked, "Hasn't Master Li already interrupted? Are there really any other seniors there trying to break through?" Suddenly, a huge paw appeared from under the ground. The girl shouted to everyone to be careful. It was attacking. Lan Wu asked what the hell. How dare it attack her? Everyone began to attack together. The first to leave the ranks were Infeng and Qin Shikong. Chu Shiulian shouted that she could not even think that such a monster could be hiding in the mountains. Zhang Li Juan said that she had heard a legend that a mountain god lives in these mountains. Maybe this monster is that mountain god from the legends? Lan Wu asked, "Is this the mountain god's chicken paw?" In her eyes, it's just another snack. The girl shouted that she would fry her and eat her. Suddenly, she realized that she couldn't even cause damage. Stand up for her protection. Li Taixian shouted for the hiding creature to emerge from the ground. Infeng shouted to the master that this was definitely a mountain god. So does the mountain god of legend really exist? Qin Shikong asked, but why did he appear from the ground right now? He asked if it was possible that those chains on the altar served as a seal to restrain him. But who was able to seal the mountain god there? They realized that this monster had been starving there for hundreds of years. As soon as it fully awakened, it would eat everyone on this mountain. If they don't leave now, it will affect them too. Zhang Lijuan told her classmate that she also thought it was very dangerous there. Maybe they would leave before it was too late. The guy said great. He was just worried that his breakthrough was incomplete. The guy could not even think that such a chance would appear right under his feet. He decided that today they would definitely use it to strengthen their innate kingdom. After which Li Taixian rushed to attack. In his previous life, he made a breakthrough and was at the pinnacle of the immortal realm for 100 years. But this also led to an unstable base, and in the end the guy was attacked by those immortals. In this life, he wants to polish his foundation and develop each kingdom to perfection. He attacked the monster again and again. The girl could not believe that the master had actually defeated the mountain god. But why doesn't she feel that even though the master has become stronger, his aura is not as strong as it was when he first broke through? Is this what the master calls the innate realm? It's really mysterious. Thus, he had finally strengthened his innate state and returned to the basics, his aura bound. Now its roots are as deep and indestructible as this entire mountain. Li Taixian told her that she couldn't break through like them because she was a demon. The girl cannot absorb the Taixian's spiritual energy he uses. The mountain god had been sealed away for hundreds of years. The source of magical energy on the mountain came from him. Let her take this opportunity to absorb as much as she could. Suddenly, Yin Feng and Qin Sikong fell to their knees in front of the master and began to ask him to please take them both as his students. He replied that their talents were not so high. They are not even as good as Chu Shiwelian. They are not worthy to be his named disciples. If they want to become disciples of his family line, they must start as mortal servant disciples. However, if they perform well in the future, he will give them an entry-level Taixian skill. Lan Wu shouted to the owner that he should look. This is the soul of the mountain god. Li Taixian said that it seemed like their trip to nature was a great decision. Not only did his cultivation increase, but he also obtained the soul of the 100-year-old demonic mountain god. Approaching Zhang Lijuan, he said that now all his business in the city was over and he needed to visit his father's old friend in Hannan province. The girl has a special physique besides him. Only she can suppress the soul with her 9 yin qi, so he wants her to bring this soul to his villa in Huzhou. Zhang Lijuan replied that the guy had already helped her. How could she refuse him such a small request? Chu Shiwelian told the master that she would return to the city with her, so just let her go to the province and not worry about anything. Entering the house, the guy shouted that he had arrived. Lan Wu told the owner that it was already noon. Why was her uncle not home yet? After calling his phone, the answering machine said that the number he dialed was not in service. Min Chong answered the guy that because it was on a rain, his father went home early and now he is not in his family home. The guy replied that it was good. He understood everything. The guy dialed his father's number again and again, but everything was still the same. The subscriber was unavailable at the moment. Li Taixian wondered if his uncle had decided to take revenge. Out of respect for his father's decision, the guy allowed them to live a little longer in this world. He didn't expect that this bunch of people lacked any sense of fear at all and would decide to cause trouble for him and his father again. Suddenly, the phone rang in the guy's hands. Picking up the phone, a male voice said that the guy is confused now, isn't he? If he wants to save his father, let him come to an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city. A great master who can't even protect his own father is so funny. He only gave the guy half an hour. If he didn't show up, he would take the already cold corpse of his father. Pongwanwu video guy said that he really has courage. He thought the guy wouldn't come. The father shouted to his son not to come closer. It's dangerous. Let him get out of there quickly. The guy told his father not to worry. He'll quickly figure it out. The man asked the guy wants to save his father? Not so fast. Today he will take care of his death. This elder, the third head of the Mind Form School, is Master Pongwan, and the one he killed before is Tian Xing, his second brother. But he doesn't think it's necessary, because the guy is about to die at his hands. It seems that he has just entered the realm of the great master. But you are so weak and barely noticeable. He's not even close to being a young master. The man expected more from him. What a disappointment. Does a guy even know how long he's been a great master? 7 fucking years. Lan Wu told the owner that this man is constantly either smiling or angry. Does it seem to her, Or is he completely out of his mind? Pangwan told the guy that it would be more than enough to kill him. So you won't need your older brother's help. If he realizes the situation, let him kill himself so as not to suffer an agony at his hands. Li Taixian asked, did he kidnap his father? The man answered, what exactly? It was the elder who did it. And what will he do? Angry? Attacking? He shouted that with this movement he would kill the guy. Watching what was happening, the man thought that it seemed that the difference in strength between the young master from Huzhou and Pangwan, who had been honing his skills for 7 years, was too great. Pangwan is the second master of the Mind Form clan, after Master Situ Kwang. An ordinary great master is no match for Master Pangwan. There was a time when a newly minted great master came to challenge Master Pangwan, but before he could do anything, the master beat him to death. He wondered how Li Taixian could be so arrogant in the face of Master Pangwan's 5 elements Fire Fist. Fire Fist is a very strong and ferocious fire that can smash your head. Pangwan shouted that the guy was able to dodge his 5-element Fire Fist. However, the real mastery of his Mind Form school is the 24 Zenitsuan forms. The man didn't understand what was going on. This guy isn't fast enough, but then why can't he hit him with his 24 Shinitsuan forms? Li Taixian asked, is this all he has? The man replied that apparently he was clearly tired of living. Zhou Shan said, how dare he provoke the master? The guy is definitely looking for his death. Pangwan's physical abilities are recognized in all forms of mind. Nobody can defeat him. After trying to make another attack, Li Taixian got tired of playing with him. So the guy hit him with such force that the entire ground was covered with cracks. Processing grabbed him by the face and lifted him off the ground. The guy said, how dare this insect show his arrogance in front of him? In the next life, let him not be so arrogant. Pangwan disappeared in a matter of seconds. All that's left of him is his mask. Zhou Shan said that this is impossible. Is the invincible master dead? In just an instant, he was torn to pieces. Just as the guy was about to run away, Lan Wu appeared in front of him. The girl asked where he was going. Pushing him off the roof, he flew down and landed right in front of Li Taixian. He immediately began to bow to the guy and ask him to spare his life, saying that it was Pangwan's idea. The guy ordered him to go back and tell Situ Kwang that he accepted his challenge. The guy would soon find him at the gate of the Mind Form. Now, let him clean up. The father told the guy that he was fine. Let him forgive him. He made him worry. Li Taixian was happy that his father was okay. Otherwise, not only would that guy die, but the entire form of intelligence would be destroyed. Ming Chong told the guy that with his brother Lao Li and him surrounded, he didn't have to worry about the fate of the family. And before that, not everyone in the family liked to be lackeys of the former patriarch. Not wanting to share the fate of Qin Yun and Li Shuyun, most of their family decided to remain neutral. Now that brother Lao Li has become the head of the family, more and more members of the Li family are willing to listen to their brother and do their best for the benefit of the family. The guy said that Mr. Li is fair and treats all his people well, unlike the previous head, who appropriated almost all of the family's profits for himself. Handing the bag to his son, the father said that when he is in the province, let him say hello to his old friend. He gave him this bag more than 20 years ago. If a guy shows this bag, suddenly he will immediately understand that he is his son. Father put all the precious herbs in this bag, so let him make sure that everything is fine with them. And if he has any problems, let the guy help him if he can. Li Taixian told her father that while he was gone, the man should take care of himself in Yinzhou. He ordered Yin Feng that while he was away, the guy should constantly look after his father. He answered the master that while he was there, he would not allow anything to happen to the patriarch again. Let him remember, he doesn't want anyone else like Pangwan to appear. The master gives him a chance to become one of his students. But if the guy fails, he will make sure that he deeply regrets it. As soon as the train left, the guy's phone immediately rang. It was Ouyang Pei. The girl began to say that he had been in Yunzhou for so long. When would he return to Huzhou? Li Taixian replied that he had gone to Hannan province, so he would not be able to return for some time. The girl replied that then she had a request for him. She has a cousin who owns her own company in Hannan, but lately she has been in trouble and someone is deliberately trying to spite her. So she asked her for help, and the girl, like her cousin, couldn't just sit and do nothing. Therefore, the girl sent people there several times to help her. But the guy who was bothering her has some authority there. So her people got good stars from him and returned to Huzhou in disgrace. So she didn't even know what to do. That's why she wants to ask him for help. Li Taixian replied that they are not strangers to each other, so of course he will help her. The girl said that her cousin's name is Jiang Xinran. She is from the Jiang family in Henan province. But speaking of her family, I was very lucky. Initially, this family was one of the best families in the province. Her uncle, her cousin's father, was once the respected head of the family. But a few years ago, in order to protect a friend, her uncle was almost beaten to death by a more powerful family. So now he is being treated for many diseases. This caused the Jiang family to regress to an ordinary third-rate family. They are now in dire straits and are being watched by other families in hopes that they can easily absorb them. As he replayed the girl's words in his head, he couldn't believe that the Jiang family were relatives of Ouyang Pei. Then, when my father came to Huzhou, Ouyang Pei looked after him in every possible way. And as a parting gift before leaving, she gave him a good watch. Since he was reborn, the girl has been kind to him, so perhaps he will repay her for her kindness. It seems that this trip to Henan was destined for him. A guy walked into the carriage. He said that they were really so used to his luxury cars, private yacht, and plane. But today will be an unusual trip. He went on ordinary public transport, full of hillbillies who cannot even afford a plane ticket. It's terribly cramped and stinks, when suddenly Lan Wu attracted his attention. He said that she has beautiful horns on her head. The guy is streaming now. He has tens of thousands of viewers. Let him say hi. And how about letting him touch these cute horns? Having touched them, he was surprised. The guy said that they were like real ones and very pleasant to the touch. How much did she pay for them? How about selling them to him? Lan Wu shouted at him to go away and not bother her anymore. Otherwise, he would tear off his hand. The guy said that you couldn't fool them. He specifically screamed in pain to put on a show. Having hit his foot on the suitcase, he immediately began to show his subscribers and say that he had found a dirty, broken suitcase and some poor man. The guy asked, did he find it in the trash? The suitcase is so dirty and shabby. Such garbage should not be lying on his road. And then he kicked the suitcase. Li Taixian told him to put the suitcase back. The guy asked the subscribers, did they hear him? He had the nerve to ask the guy to put back his broken suitcase that he found in the trash. He can't believe that their people can't even afford a bag. If he forgets, he will be merciful and give him some money to buy himself a better bag. Wang Xiao said okay. If subscribers ask to step on him, he will step on him. He asked if the guy knew who he was. A streamer. And now he is live. One extra word in his direction, and in a minute he will fly around the entire internet. Li Taixian just shouted for the guy to get out, when suddenly he flew several meters forward. Wang Xiao didn't understand what the hell. Where did this strong wind come from? Suddenly, the guy's phone rang and his beloved appeared on the screen. He said that he was lucky. Next time he should not dare to show his face, otherwise he will regret it. Picking up the phone, he asked, is your beloved already on the way? She and his best friend are waiting for her at the Eastern Station. The guy is already on his way, and the province is only a few hours away. He told the girl that he ran into a fucking loser. This is a bad omen. Lan Wu told the owner that this man's impudence has no limits. She will get rid of him now. The guy replied that there was no point in killing all the insects on the way. Let him leave it. The girl said that she should have immediately broken his arm. Suddenly, a thought came to her mind. She told the owner that she needed to go to the toilet and would be back quickly. Having absorbed all the magical energy of the mountain god, she can now freely change her appearance. Lan Wu hasn't even told the owner about this yet. Turning to the guy, she said that it was a long trip. Maybe they could have fun? Wang Xiao said that he is truly a great internet streamer. The guy is not only handsome, but also popular. Even in such a place, beautiful girls themselves fall into his arms. He told his subscribers to watch carefully which beauty he would be having fun with in a minute. Lan Wu dragged him into the toilet and closed the door. He told the beauty not to be so persistent. Does she really want to do something exciting with him on the way? The girl replied that this is for sure something that will be really exciting, after which Lan Wu began to beat him. A few minutes later, she threw him out of the toilet. The guy started screaming for someone to come to his aid. Two patrolmen from this train approached him. They asked what happened. Did someone beat him up? Pointing to the door, he said that psychopath, cruel woman, tall, black-haired, in a red dress, should not stand there and grab her. The patrolman immediately began knocking on the door and telling the person inside to come out, as he was accused of assault. Opening the door, they saw a little girl. She asked what they wanted to do with her. The girl just went to the toilet. The patrolman told the guy that he must have made a mistake. A little girl could not have beaten him like that. Wang Xiao shouted that it couldn't be. It was the cruel woman who was in the toilet. Where did the girl come from? Where is that cruel woman who just beat him? The patrol didn't ask the little girl. Did she just see the older sister with black hair in a red dress coming out of there? She answered her uncle that she was alone there. There was no older sister. The girl was just a child. How could she hit someone? He shouted that it couldn't be. It was a little girl with horns on her head who recently almost broke his arm. She must be in cahoots with that woman. She must be captured. The patrolman grabbed him and told him to stop. How can a guy bully a little girl in broad daylight? They said that first they would arrest him, and the little girl was allowed to go back to her place. Lan Wu began to cry and say that she was so scared. She thought the bad uncle would grab her. The girl thought that he was lucky that she didn't kill him at all for what he did. Looking at her, Li Taixian asked, "Is she causing trouble again?" The girl replied that this would not happen again. The guy's phone rang. It was manager Mu Dongwansua. She told the guy to come there as quickly as possible. Because of him, the girl returned to China and insulted the famous director, so he should apologize to him. The guy replied that he was busy and then hung up. Lan Wu asked the owner who just called, "Isn't this the celebrity he protected in Huzhou?" She told the owner that she thought that woman was really passionately in love with him, but don't be deceived, don't mess with her anymore. The phone started making sounds again. Ask for forgiveness. The man said that most likely this matter should not bother him, but the daughter of his old friend, Mudong Riyun, offended a large family in Henan province. Big trouble. He recently left the country, so the man is a little busy. Could the guy help? Handing the girl's phone number, Li Taixian told her to get on with it. Lan Wu took the phone in her hands and immediately began shouting that the woman near her owner would not put up with another one. So let her know her place, otherwise she would find her, put her on a skewer, and cook her. Mu Dongwansua said that she understands that this is her own problem and should not worry him. Let him not listen to them and not come. The man shouted for her to give him the phone. He started shouting into the phone that it was the guy who made him lose his investment. If it weren't for him, the man wouldn't have lost so much money. If the guy interfered in his business again, he would destroy his family. Li Taixian asked, "Will destroy his family?" This is a threat. He would like to see how he can do it. The man shouted incessantly that he was telling him that if the guy came, he would find out what the consequences would be. The guy thought about it. Their goal is Henan province, to repay the Jiang family for their kindness. But this is not in a hurry. He will have time to help Mu Dongwansua first. The man shouted at the girl not to be so shameless. How dare she call someone in front of him? Although he's a famous director in China, he can only break the contracts of second and third-rate actresses. But this girl should not be so self-confident. He would not dare to touch her, but that does not mean that someone else will not touch her. He started shouting that the girl last time, when she was abroad, they worked with international director Ryan, but she left the set without permission. Does she know that thanks to the advanced promotion of the film, many fans knew that she was the main actress, so they were happy. And what did the girl do to them in the end? After the film's release, the box office receipts were, to put it mildly, terrible, and it was also a curse and humiliation for the pose. He has been in the entertainment industry for many years, but this is the first time a man has suffered such a fiasco. And on top of that, he received huge reprimands from investors behind the scenes. His investors then told him that the man would never receive money from them or other investors again. He begged and said that if he didn't have an investor, he wouldn't be able to make films. He begged on his knees for over an hour before he was given another chance. So he told the girl to go and have a drink with the investors of their film. If she makes them happy, they can work things out easily. For the sake of his career and future, he must convince Mu Dongwansua. She must understand that kindness comes with a price. He is simply asking her to have dinner with Mr. Ne. The man is not sending her to death. Why is she resisting so much? Why does she refuse? Does she think she has that right? The director told her that if it weren't for her trick, does he think this film could have failed? It's all because of her. She dragged the whole team to the bottom. The only way to save her now is to have dinner with Mr. Ney. He said it was just a dinner party. If a girl does this, the whole team will be grateful to her, after which she will be able to choose any role from his scripts, and he will be happy to serve her. And then he's going to send it to Hollywood and show it to the whole world. Let him make her the #1 star in the whole world. Mu Dong Wansuo replied that she refused. The girl asked, just a dinner party? If it's so simple, maybe then it'll go away on its own? Don't let him think that she doesn't know what's on his mind. If he asks, then she would rather die before saying yes. The woman was thinking that today she should have brought the girl to apologize to Mr. Zhao, but Wang Suo is straightforward, and now she has completely offended him. That Li Taixian is useless. She thinks about him so often, and even called him, but he didn't even want to help her. Mu Dong Wansuo asked Mr. Zhao to stop persuading her, and even if she had not left the filming, this film would never have been a success. The girl suggested starting with a script. He hired a third-rate writer to write a script that was without connection and full of holes just to save money. Also, his special effects team is unprofessional. They did rude, sloppy actions. All this time, he was just trying to feed crap to the audience, and I hope they will eat it, so all those curses and accusations are his own fault. The man shouted that no actress had ever dared to behave like that in front of him. Let this girl stop talking nonsense. The woman tried to calm him down and told him not to be angry. The girl simply did not understand what she was saying. She knows how much effort Wansuo has put in to get to where she is now, and she can't just stand by and watch her career slide into preaching. She has to help her. The woman told Mr. Zhao not to be angry. The reason she didn't dare to go there was because she was worried about the investor and I Shao. She heard that Mr. Ney is a real playboy because his family just moved to Hannan. So she thinks she knows how to help them meet Miss Wansuo with an investor. The man replied that he would stop mumbling and let him finally speak. The woman said that, in fact, she had a classmate from 3 regions. He was also from a rich family, so they most likely moved in the same circle. If she asks him to intervene, maybe he can help them work things out. What does he think? Mr. Zhao replied that it was up to him to decide, but they had to go together. If her classmate cannot help, the girl will have to accompany Mr. Ni with joy and comfort. Otherwise, she will never be able to work in the entertainment industry again. He will bring her down from heaven to earth. Turning from a big star into a third-rate actress who will be despised by everyone. He thought that even if the girl did not pretend to be noble, the man would prefer that she was in the hands of Mr. Ney, then he would not have to report to him. But since her manager said that her classmate is also a rich young man, maybe he knows Mr. Ni, so first he will let her try to settle the matter. Mu Dong Wansuo replied that it was fine, she agreed with this plan, but if that Ni dared to do anything with him, even if she had to risk her life, she would not allow him to succeed. Turning to Miss Wansuo, the woman said that her classmate would help them with this. Suddenly, they heard the question, is that small ant of the 2nd generation worth all this trouble? Running up to him, the girl thought it was really him, the person she missed so much. Lan Wu told the owner that she knew that this woman was in love with him. Let her owner be released soon. Li Taixian replied that he knows everything. Now the guy is nearby, so no one will dare to touch her. The man thought that the girl had called someone powerful, but it turned out that he was a simple poor man with a tattered bag from a landfill. Calling him a bastard, the man shouted that he warned him not to interfere, but the guy came anyway. And he said that he would figure it out completely? How did he get his tongue to say something like that? Li Taixian asked who gave him the right to talk to him in such a tone. And what kind of family is he talking about? They will have to kneel before him and apologize. The man shouted at the guy to shut up. Is he crazy? Does he even understand what he's saying? And Ai Shao's reputation is thicker than his thigh, and one of his hairs can crush him to death. Great, does the guy like to show off? Then let him go with them to that guy. He will see how he will behave in front of him. The woman told the girl that she didn't want to seem rude, but if she fell in love with a nice, outstanding guy, the woman wouldn't say anything, but this one is just a poor, ordinary boy. Let him listen to her. Someone like him doesn't deserve a girl. He's from a completely different world. Sister Lu asked the guy where he was from and from what family. Li Taixian replied that he was from Yinzhou, the Li family. Looking at the girl, she asked, "Did you hear everything?" Yinzhou is a small preferential city, and she had never heard of such a family. How dare a poor child like him, with no money and no power, take responsibility for her? The woman asked him, does he even know that it was because of him that the girl went so far? Does the guy even realize the consequences of his actions? Even though the Ni family recently moved from Huzhou to Hannan province, how dare the guy say that he will beg for forgiveness on his knees? If he is smart, he will have to apologize to the Ni family later. Mudong Wansawa told her sister that dad should believe her. Li Taixian is an unusual person. It was he who saved her from those foreign kidnappers. When the girl first met him, she also treated him badly. But after he saved her from an explosion in an abandoned factory, the girl completely changed her mind about him. The woman told her that she must have been fooled by this guy. She heard that it was the deputy head of the Mind Form clan, Tian Xing, who volunteered to help, wasn't it? Li Taixian replied that if it weren't for this girl's inclination, the two of them wouldn't even be able to talk to him. In his eyes, the Ney family they praise so much is nothing more than a dog that should kneel and beg for mercy. The man shouted that if the guy has courage, hopefully he will still be as arrogant in front of Ai Shao himself. I thought that's right. I need to take this guy to him. He can take care of him. The woman replied that honestly, there are many young people in the entertainment industry who are better than him, and they are all modest and reserved. Does he think saying such meaningless things will show how good he is? But the more he does, the more petty and ignorant he looks. Li Taixian replied that stop talking nonsense, and it's time to go. Let's not waste our time. The man replied that he would not let this poor man into his car. He was afraid that he would dirty it. Wang Xiao told Lu Li that he was recently on air. The star Mu Dong Wangsuo and the director openly live in each other's parts. Most likely, there will be a huge hype about this topic now. He had just gone off the high-speed train and walked over there. The guy began to tell subscribers that the star and the director were tearing each other apart, and Mu Dong Wansuo herself invited him there to act as a mediator. Lu Li told the guy that he should stop filming. The girl is a big star. He will ruin her popularity. The woman said that they could not talk to Ai Shao because of their high status, so they had to invite the guy to this meeting. No matter what, he must help her with this. The guy replied not to worry, it's okay. He knows Ai Shao very well, so he'll put in a good word, so everything will be fine. But he heard that the Ai family had recently suffered great losses in Huzhou. They say that some young man drove them out of there. That's why the guy has been in a bad mood since he came to the province. Even he has to be careful. He would advise a woman not to bring someone who might be redundant there. She said that she also wanted someone not to go there, but this guy just said that Ai Shao was like an ordinary dog who would kneel down and beg for mercy. Turning back, he saw the same guy. Asked if this was the same poor loser. Where did he even come from? And that wild girl too. Why is she everywhere? The guy said that if he dares to speak rudely to Ai Shao, he will definitely not live. He will throw him out the window right here. Li Taixian replied that if he continued to scream, he would definitely throw him out the window. The guy asked who he was to talk to him like that. The woman told him to forget. He is just a poor village boy who has never seen the world. If they continue to argue with him, they will stoop to his level. The guy replied that for the sake of Lu Li, this time he would forgive him. If he dares to say anything again, he will be finished. Turning to the girl, the woman said that there was no offense to her. Let her look at her boyfriend. With such a man, her whole life would be ruined. Mu Dong Wansuo replied that the woman does not understand. He is the best person in the world. She is lucky that she met him in her life. Lu Li replied that maybe she doesn't know something, but her sister sees how things are. Don't take all his words at face value. She will regret it later. Wang Xiao added that she was right. It's like a flower in a dung heap. He can't believe that the star said that. The guy told the poor man to behave well when he saw Ai Shao later. Otherwise, he would have to beg for forgiveness if he angered him. The man told Ai Shao that he brought Mu Dong Wansuo there. Everything was done in the best possible way. Let him play with her as he wishes. If she does not obey him, he will take care of her. The guy replied that okay, since he did a good job with his business, he will continue to invest in his films. The man thanked Master and I Xiao for his help, but he said that one poor guy appeared who volunteered to help the girl, and it seems she is in love with him with all her heart. He warned him that Mu Dong Wansua was the woman Mr. and I Xiao liked, but the guy ignored this fact. He not only ignored him, but also said that if a man met him, he would have to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Moreover, he called him a pathetic ant who is not worthy of that girl. The guy asked how dare he be so arrogant? Where did this impudent man come from? Who dared to say such things about him? The door opened. Luli told Mr. Zhao that although this family is not one of the giants of high society in the city, but her classmate has many friends, so she is confident that he could talk to Mr. and I. Wang Xiao replied not to worry, he will take care of it, after which he ordered his 2 men to remove it. Let the subscribers watch how he will be an intermediary between the big star and the director. The guy told the master that he had not heard anything about what happened. It's all the fault of that poor man who pesters Mu Dong Wansua. The guy will ask her to apologize to him in person, so please do him a favor and just forget about it. Having hit the guy, I Xiao shouted that he was worthless and asked why he should suddenly do him a favor. About the guy began to say that Mr. is right, he is not even worthy of his dirt and from under his nails. Let him forgive him for being rude today and accept his apology. And in general, he would say that it's that guy's fault that he doesn't let her go. The man asked him not to be angry. The guy was right. The root of all those troubles was that poor young man. If not for him, the money that the man invested in the film crew would not have been wasted. And I Xiao shouted, damn it. The 2 of them are with their Li. Don't they know that he hates that last name more than anything else in the world? How dare they mention this surname in front of him? The man asked him not to be angry. Now he will invite that guy here so that he can apologize to him. He shouted for the damn boy to hurry up and kneel before I Xiao to make amends. The guy shouted the same thing. Let him kneel down and apologize to him. Turning to his audience, he said that he used his own face to personally evaluate whether the blow was truly a worthy person. This blow was fast and powerful. But then he will have to change the name of the stream. Now it will be a stream of I Xiao beating the poor loser. The woman began to say that she could not believe that her classmate could not convince that guy. Does he even understand what's going on now? Li Taixian to me, because of this world, like a girl, he doesn't deserve her. But he is so arrogant that he said that even I Xiao would have to kneel before him. And now that the guy was there, why not say these words anymore? Li Taixian was so impudent just now, and now he is sitting there. Basically let him show his impudence if he has the courage to do it again. Wang Xiao told him that he was most likely scared to death. Even though the Ni family had just moved there from Huzhou, they were still a high-class family. He is one of the leaders of the rich 2nd generation of the entire southern part of China, second only to the young master. The guy is just a country doormat, and he dares to insult him? The guy thought that, as expected from the popularity of big stars, the popularity of the stream reached an unprecedented number, more than 1 million viewers. If Li Taixian apologizes to the guy and him on his knees in front of 1 million people, he will destroy all the pride he has. Li Taixian replied that, as he already said, this is a family that is unattainable in his eyes, an empty place for him. When a guy sees him, he will have to get on his knees and start begging for mercy. So what if the guy is arrogant? Since he has power in his hands, he can rightfully be arrogant. The man asked I Xiao, did the guy hear this? This guy is so crazy that he dares to say such things in front of him. He doesn't care about him at all. If you don't get rid of him, the guy will continue to undermine his authority. Wang Xiao replied that it was true. If he dares to provoke I Xiao, then he will become the enemy of the entire 2nd generation. The guy will not even be able to understand how he died, so let him start asking not to be killed. With that guy's status and position, it would be very easy to kill him. Luli began to tell the girl that it was all his fault. Now no one could save him. Let her wait and see. Li Taixian will be tortured to death by I Xiao. Li Taixian asked, and it seems strange to me because he has been in this room for how long, but their guy doesn't even dare to turn his head. Can they guess why? Wang Xiao asked, does he really mean that the guy is afraid to turn his head? Don't let him make him laugh. He just doesn't even want to see his poor face. Before he could finish speaking, I Xiao kicked him in the face and told him to get out of there. The guy has caused him a lot of trouble now. Does he understand that? And Xiao didn't understand how this could be. Their family had already fled to Hannan. Why was he there? Was the guy really not going to let them go? In the beginning, even a great martial artist like his uncle was killed by this guy, so he doesn't even dare to mess with him. He's completely screwed. The guy doesn't dare mess with Li Taixian. Once you mess with him, you can't escape from him. He may want to die, but the guy definitely doesn't. Producer Zhao said that if he is no longer needed there, then he better go. Having hit him too, and Xiao shouted that it was better for him to immediately go to the next world. The guy shouted that it was all their fault, the two of them, for forcing the guy to meet this terrifying demon again. Put him on his knees. He immediately began to tell Mr. Li that he was very sorry. It's his fault. He begs him to spare the guy's life. Looking at Lu Li, the guy said that he told her, the one who is incomprehensible in her eyes will fall to his knees in front of him and ask for forgiveness. Now she believes him. Even if he hits him, the guy will not dare to object to him. Li Taixian asked how dare he have dirty thoughts about Mu Dongwan Sua? Let him step aside and slap himself. Wang Xiao asked the guy what he wanted to do with him. Let him not forget that he is live. If he hits him before he can finish speaking, the guy will get a slap in the face. I headed towards the producer. The guy said that it seemed like he was trying to provoke him by saying that he was going to destroy his family. Next time he will tear out his tongue for such words. After talking on the phone, the man told the guy that he surprised him and admitted that he was wrong about him. The man didn't expect the guy to play dirty and pretend to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, but now he can't compare with the Wang family from the capital. In truth, a friend of his who is a big shot in the entertainment industry just called him to tell him that the Wang family will be there soon. Most likely they will come there to invest in his new film. If the guy hits him, his family will not let him go. In this world, force cannot solve all problems, and with such a simple person like him, they will not even take into account and will simply end him. The guy thought that the capital's Wang family was much more powerful than the Ni family. For them, this family is nothing more than an insect. The difference in power between them is not even close to the same level. He was thinking that the capital's Wang family was actually coming so soon. They would definitely take revenge for his family's past shame. This guy was definitely unlucky this time. The man told the guy that if this bastard is so confident in front of them, he should wait until the Wang family comes. They will watch him continue to be so arrogant. For that family, killing a loser like him would not be difficult. Looking at the man, Li Taixian asked did he tell him to get up. He started shouting, how dare a guy talk like that before his imminent death? The family will be there soon. He wants to see the guy begging for mercy on the ground. Li Taixian replied that he had never heard of that family. If they came, they would do what he said or end up like him. The man replied that they would still see who would kneel and hit themselves in the face. Luli thought that this guy was just a poor child from a small town. He doesn't even have any acquaintances in Hannan province. So how does he have the courage to go against the Wang family? The capital family is several heads taller than the Ni family, and even in the capital itself, they are considered the strongest. The Wang family is really looking for a director to invest money in their film, but they didn't expect that the choice would fall on director Zhao. She is sorry that he will no longer cooperate with the girl. Turning to the guy, she said that if he had not intervened, everything could have been different. He doesn't have the strength for this. Why is he making all this noise, destroying this girl's career? Li Taixian asked, so, did she want to send the girl into the arms of this beast for the sake of her career? The woman asked, did he think she wanted this? But it was the only way. Right now, it would be much better than getting involved with the Wang family. The guy asked did he really think there was something on Earth that could cause him problems? The woman shouted that he didn't know what he was talking about. Later she would watch him humiliate himself. The Wang family is considered very powerful in the capital. Compared to them, the guy is just a small stone at the foot of the mountain, insignificant and insignificant. If a sparrow has your ambitions with an eagle, and a mole compares his superiority with a dragon, isn't that a joke? If he didn't want to help the girl, he wouldn't even talk to them, let alone just hit them in the face. The door opened. The man said that his sister had finally arrived. Let her come in. He began to tell Mrs. Wang Fei that it was director Zhao who they were most likely looking for. The woman told him to get out of the way, she was not there for him. A third-rate director, like him, has no right to talk to her at all. Walking up to Li Taixian, she bowed and told him nice to meet you. Her name is Wang Fei, and this girl is her niece, Wang Jinan. On behalf of the capital's Wang family, she would like to establish friendly relations with him. They didn't understand how it was possible that a great family that even the Ni family couldn't make friends with took the initiative to make friends with this guy. And even with such a low bow, could this child really gain the favor of the Wang family? How many worlds had he saved in his previous life? To have such luck in this one, being on friendly terms with such a family, is everyone's dream. He would immediately agree. Li Taixian replied that he had never heard of the Wang family. Not every insect has the right to be friends with him. Lan Wu added that for sure, they could at most be her master's henchmen, but not his friends. Watching from the outside, Min didn't understand how one could be such a show-off. Does he even have a conscience? It was the family who took the initiative to befriend him, and he still dares to disagree? Same goes for them. The guy didn't know what he was doing. So crazy that he didn't even care about this Wang family, if there was more to his past than just the Chu family from Huzhou. Wang Fei replied that the gentleman is right. He is a big man. By making friends with her, he lowers his status, but let him allow the family to show you their sincerity. Handing over her contact information, she said that she would please take it. Then she turned around and left. Turning to her aunt, the girl asked who this guy thinks you are. He speaks so arrogantly, as if he doesn't care about the Wang family. Wang Fei replied to her niece that she did not understand. Mr. Li was truly a great man. He had the right to be on an equal footing with their family. Wang Jinan asked what kind of big shot he is. She's never seen him before, and he looks so ordinary. Compared to the rich and famous people she knows in the capital, he is not even close. Her aunt told her that there was something she didn't understand. When the woman was in Huzhou, she was lucky enough to witness an underground tournament held by the big shots of the city, where many masters were defeated by Ni, the best of the Ni family. But when Mr. Li came on stage, he slapped Ni to death. Ni was almost a great master at that time, which means that the guy was at least already a great master. A few months ago, the Ni clan was the one who relied on Ni's strength and authority to rampage through Huzhou. They even brazenly sent people to kill the head of the Chu family. But now the Ni family has been exiled to Hannan province with the Chu family. The reason for this is because the Chu family has become friends with Mr. Li. Soon after, she reported this to the family, and the higher-ups took it very seriously. So the woman had to contact Mr. Li no matter what. The master can lead the family to glory and join the ranks of the nobility. Let the girl remember, it is a great achievement for the Wang family to have a relationship with Mr. Li. Unfortunately, she was too busy, so she had to leave Huzhou City, after which the woman tried to find out where Mr. Li was. As soon as she heard that Mr. Li was in Hannan, she hurried there without delay. Wang Fei said that although the master rejected her proposal, she will not give up. They will use their sincerity to produce Master Li. She said that it was funny, those idiots, not knowing what kind of terrifying person they were facing, dared to raise their voices in the presence of Mr. Li. Li Taixian said, "What did he already say? Who allowed him to stand up?" The man immediately fell to his knees again. Stepping on his head, the guy asked, "Does it mean he wants to destroy the girl's career? And even for this purpose he decided to team up with other directors?" The man shouted that he didn't dare. He would never dare say that again. Li Taixian replied that it was too late. Today he will teach him a lesson. If he dares to ruin the girl's career, he is there. He thinks that without a head of man, will no longer be able to make films. The two of you immediately bowed and began to tell the master that they were wrong. Suddenly, they noticed that the guy passed by. Wang Xiao said that this devil has finally left. He asked Master and they can't just let him go. He's just pissed off at how the guy acted. Even though they can't beat him, they still have something. He said that this is Hannan province. Even if the Wang family came from the capital, what's the big deal? They just have to work together to kill that guy, without anyone knowing. Suddenly, something exploded right in front of them. As it turned out, Lan Wu stayed with them. Luli asked the guy for forgiveness, and told her that she was very sorry that everything had turned out this way. Mu Dong Wansua thanked him and invited him to dinner tonight. Li Taixian replied that he was not interested and then left. Lan Wu told the owner that insects like them dared to provoke him. He should have ordered her to eat them. Why did he leave them alive? Li Taixian replied that they were just a bunch of helpless people in this world, so he never cared. In his eyes, only those who can become immortal can live in harmony with heaven and earth, shining as eternally as the sun and the moon. The guy said it was time to go. His father just wrote him an SMS and said that his friend's daughter was still waiting for him at the station. The girl asked Zinrai why the person she was waiting for had not yet come. Who the hell is he? She can't believe that she's already been waiting for him for so long. Zinrai replied that he was the son of an old friend of her father. The guy was traveling by train from Yinzhou County. If her father had not told her about this again and again, the girl would not have waited a minute. She had an appointment today to negotiate a contract, but if they wait any longer, she's afraid she won't make it in time. A friend asked, "Is this a small provincial town? Why does the village bigwig from Yinzhou come to her for no reason? He must have an ulterior motive. She must be more careful." Zinrai said that, by the way, her cousin just called her and said that she asked someone to help her and asked her to treat him well. Her cousin told her that the man was very capable and he would definitely be able to help the girl solve her family's crisis. But can only one person solve the situation of the Jiang clan? Her cousin had already sent so many people there, but they all returned with nothing. This time it looked like it would be the same. But the girl would never lie to her. She is the general director of Ouyang Group in Huzhou. She said that he is capable, so it is so. A friend asked her who the guy her cousin sent was. Did she send a photo? Zinrai replied that it seems the girl sent her several photos. The girl asked if her cousin had sent all those photos that she had taken secretly, after which the girls opened the photo of their son to the uncle they were supposed to meet. Zinrai asked her friend what she thought. That Li Taixian looks a little like the photos her cousin sent her. Don't you think the girl? The girl replied that she was joking. Her cousin is the #1 CEO in the city. If you look at him, he is just an ordinary village simpleton. How does he know that girl? Zinrai replied that it was true. The poor village boy from Yunzhou could not compare with her cousin. He could not even compare with her cousin's little finger. Looking at his appearance, the girl thought of carrying such a shabby bag, a real hillbilly. The girl's friend approached and said that he was terribly slow. Didn't he have a sense of time? He knows that they have been waiting for him for more than 3 hours. Doesn't he really care about their time? If her boyfriend wasn't supposed to come to Hannan today, she wouldn't wait for him. Li Taixian replied that something happened halfway, so he was delayed. Zinrai thought that he was 3 hours late for their first meeting, and he seemed reliable to me. Maybe, as Ranran said, he is a hillbilly from Yunzhou who is up to something. The girl began to tell him that he made them wait there for 3 hours for no reason. Today she was supposed to meet with the head of the company, but due to the fact that he was late, they most likely left without waiting. It was a big contract worth 10 million. Does the guy even imagine her losses? Li Taixian replied that this is just a contract for 10 million. What's wrong with that? Zinrai asked with such a bold tone. Does she say only 10 million? Since he is so brave, maybe he will negotiate for her? The guy replied that it was possible. He came to Hannan to repay Uncle Jiang for saving his father's life. The girl asked what he wanted to say, that the guy was there to repay the favor. Ranran added that he is just a poor child. How can a guy repay? Does he just want to have a connection with someone who has a higher social status? Suddenly, Zinrai remembered that her father had mentioned to her about his engagement to Uncle Li's son, and it seems that this son's name was Li Taixian. But that was 20 years ago. In their days, the idea of getting engaged from childhood was a thing of the past. But her father was a man of his word. He never took back his words. Did this guy really come there to do this? And her family may be in shambles, but a poor guy like him, with no money and no past, how can he be her mate? Does he still have the courage to say that he is there to repay her father too? Li Taixian asked the girl to take him to Uncle Jiang. The guy wants to personally thank him on behalf of his father. The girl thought that as soon as he saw her father, she was confident that his foxtail would show itself very quickly. What does it mean to thank him personally? He just wants her family's money. The girl will not marry this scumbag. She thought, why not give him problems so that he does it and leaves? then his father shouldn't get angry? Zinrai asked, didn't he say that he would help her with these 10 million negotiations? And she wished he would do it now. The guy thought that part of the property in the Avenue of 1,000 Flowers had already been sold, so he now had tens of millions in the bank. He could just give them the 10 million, but his father wants him to solve their family problems at the root. Li Taixian asked the girl to tell him who she was negotiating with, and he would help her. The girl replied that she was afraid it would not be so easy for him. This is a subsidiary of the capital's Wang family. Now he understands how difficult it is. The Wang family is a big family in the capital. They are rich and well-connected. If the guy can establish a partnership with this family, the Zhang family can use this opportunity to become the best family in Hanan again. Li Taixian replied that it would be even easier than he thought. Recently, this family begged him to become their friends. Now he will call them. The girl asked why he was joking with her. Ran told her friend to just look at him, but he's leading them by the nose. The girl replied that it was the first time in her life that she had seen such a tiresome guy. The Wang family said, begging him to become friends. Why shouldn't he show off something else? The girl told her that okay, there are all kinds of birds in the big forest. You shouldn't get to know such people too closely, and not only will they stoop to his level. The girl offered to see where his own lies would lead him. The friend answered what to look for. He would say that the call did not go through, or the signal was bad. She often saw this. Approaching him, the girl asked what his friends from the Wang family said. The guy replied that the phone was turned off. Ran told her friend what was to be expected. Lan Wu told the owner that these two women are ungrateful. Obviously, he is there to help her, and yet the girl talks to him like that. She suggested just leaving her alone and letting the Jiang family die forever. Li Taixian told her not to pay attention to these little things. Don't stoop to the level of these insects. They think superficially. Ran asked permission to ask him a couple of follow-up questions. She heard that one of the financial tycoons recently made a shocking decision that could potentially affect the volatility of their stock market. What does he think about this? The girl just wants to find out for her friend whether this person really has any abilities, or is he just pretending to be a hillbilly. He replied that he doesn't care about her tycoons, whom the girl praises so much. In his eyes, they are nothing. In his previous life, he had treasures on more than hundreds of planets, so many of them that it was impossible to count them. He doesn't even care about the land, let alone some small financial tycoon. The girl thought that this guy was very good at pouring into her ears. He has no powers, but he's so arrogant it just doesn't make sense. She asked him again what he thought the requirements would be for a corporation to list its shares. Zinrai said that since he doesn't know anything, how dare the guy say that he came there to repay kindness? So as a joke, how about the girl buys him a return ticket and gives him 200,000 to leave Hanan? Ran added that he wouldn't even have to do anything. They'd just pay him. So why wouldn't the guy just say yes to this tempting offer? The girl asked why he was silent. The guy doesn't want to say that 200,000 is not enough. Li Taixian replied that he didn't need money. He was only there to repay Uncle Zhang's kindness. After the guy repaid, he would leave without their words. As for the negotiations, they will beg to sign that contract. The girl asked him that it's not at all a shame to lie to his face. This is a subsidiary of the Wang family. Even his boyfriend's company wouldn't say they would sign this contract. And he says they'll beg him to sign it? What a pity he is such a talker. Zinrai said that she doesn't know when the person her cousin called will arrive, but the girl's family is deeply in debt. So if they can't sign a contract for these 10 million, then she is afraid that this time the Jiang family may really not be. The girl asked what happened there. Why were so many people gathered on the road? Li Taixian was the first to get out of the car. People around did not understand why this man was lying on the road in broad daylight. Could be heat stroke. The girl shouted at him not to come there. It was most likely a setup with porcelain dishes, blackmailing people on the street. The girl told him to come back. This man must have fallen on the road on purpose. She thought that this guy was so stupid he was not local to the city. If they started blackmailing him there, she would have to clean up all the mess behind him. Ran said that the village people seemed to like to get into trouble. She shouldn't interfere. She'll get into trouble herself. Li Taixian felt the familiar chi of the immortal world. Could it really be coming from this woman? Opening her eyes, the girl thanked him for helping her get up. Having transferred some chi to the girl, he said that now everything is fine with her. Li Taixin wondered if this chi did not come from her. Then where did it come from? The guy asked if she needed anything else. Handing over the box, the girl said that she had an old vase inherited from her ancestors. Would he like to take a look? Price is negotiable. Zenrai approached and said that as she thought, the girl was right. He met a setup with porcelain dishes. Only a naive fool like him would fall for this. Girlfriend, that he didn't listen to them from the very beginning, and now it's too late to regret it. He deserves this blackmail. People began to discuss that she just wanted to rip off money. She must be smuggling porcelain. She thinks this guy really got in the way. He definitely won't get off with a little blood. They knew it. Such a beautiful woman was lying on the road for no reason. She was just waiting for such a libertine. Zenrai told the guy that the best thing to do now is to call the police. It's not about money. It's about a moral disorder like this. She must be punished to the fullest extent. Otherwise, next time she will go hunting again. Ranran added that everything is right. There is no need to be polite to such people. Forgiving her this time will only encourage such people. She will try again. The girl replied that they understood everything wrong. She did not want to blackmail anyone. It's just that now she really needs money, and this antique of hers is also not a fake. She got it from her grandfather. The girl asked if she really found this vase in a trash heap and decided to sell it for money. Ranran thinks that she deliberately laid down on the ground and is now trying to scam people out of money. The girl replied that she didn't do it on purpose. Besides, if she didn't need money, she wouldn't have thought about selling the antique vase she inherited from her ancestors. Li Taixin used the supreme immortal gaze. The guy thought this is where he felt the chi from the world of immortals. It was hidden in this gourd. The girl said that if he wants this antique, 5,000 yuan will be enough. He replied that it was good. He would buy her antiques. The guy wrote her a check for 100,000. The girl began to say that this was too much. She didn't need that much. She only needed 5,000. She would return the rest. He asked her to just take the money. Zenrai asked the guy, doesn't he know that this man is an ordinary liar? He deceived him in such a simple, obvious, clumsy way. She doesn't even know what to say to him when he spends so much money on losing the vase. At least she only needed 5,000. He could have that money. Why give such a lot of money? By writing checks with large sums of money, does he want to appear rich? She thought that this guy was so stupid. He thought he was smart. He was hopeless. She must find a chance to get rid of him as soon as possible. Ranran asked, does he really believe that he can understand real antiques or not? The girl wouldn't even take this trash for free. Getting out of the car, the girl told him that she knew why he came there, but what he wanted because her father was now in the hospital, he would not be able to see him even if he wanted. Opening the door, she saw her aunt and father. The girl asked, shouldn't he be treated in the hospital now? Why is the man at home? The man said that he asked his daughter to pick up her Uncle Lee's son at the station. Is this the boy? She whispered something in his ear, after which the man replied that she just had to wait a little longer. Why get so angry over such a small thing? And a contract is a small matter. If they can make a deal, they will make it. And if no, that means it's not fate. The man said that he was Lao's brother's son. No wonder the guy looked so familiar. He looked a lot like his father. He asked if this was not the same bag that the man gave to his father more than 20 years ago. He didn't think he'd still have her after all these years. After greeting his uncle, the guy introduced himself. He said that his father had repeatedly mentioned his kindness to him. The guy came to Hannon to repay his kindness. Uncle Jiang replied that, as always, his father takes everything to heart. These are all little things, so don't worry. A woman intervened in their conversation and told him that, be that as it may, if her brother had not decided to save his father, he would not have received such a serious injury that almost killed him. Thus, due to the injury, the power of the Jiang family fell from a first-class family in Hannon City to an ordinary third-class family. The woman added that it was his father's fault that what happened to them. The guy is not welcome in their home, so he better leave now, otherwise his family will bring them bad luck again. Zenrai was thinking that she didn't want this guy to come there, but it seemed like her aunt said everything for her. Uncle Jiang shouted at his sister to shut up. How many times had he told her to keep her mouth shut and start listening to what he had to say? First, let her look at herself. She's almost 40 and still not married. And the reason why she doesn't have a husband is because she talks too much. If this guy came all this way to see him, then he was their honored guest. How can she kick someone out when she didn't even offer anything to the guest? Moreover, it was he who wished to save Brother Lao back then, and the man did not regret anything. The girl asked if her father was coughing up blood again. Looks like he's getting worse again. She asked her aunt why they returned from the hospital when her father was still sick. The aunt told the girl that her father did not want her to tell her now, but in fact they were kicked out of the hospital. Zenrai asked, that is, how is he kicked out of the hospital? He's so sick, his body won't be able to handle it if this continues. Li Taixian asked his uncle, is his illness related to the injury received 20 years ago? The man replied that the faithful one, the man who persecuted his parentes 20 years ago, was the master of his mother's family. He was an unpredictable and evil person. After he hit him with his palm, his poison entered the man's body. All this time he was trying to recover. Now, 20 years later, the man has become much weaker, so he is now like a candle in the wind. He could die at any moment. After the words were spoken, he began to cough more strongly and lost consciousness. Zenrai shouted to call the hospital quickly. Looking at them, the guy said that he could cure Uncle Zhang's illness. The woman asked what he meant. Could he be cured? Is the guy joking? Even the best doctors in the city could not cure him. How could he cure him? He's not a doctor, is he? The guy replied no. The girl replied that since he is not a doctor, let him not create even more trouble. Okay? At this moment, a young man runs into the door and shouts that a man has come to them. He says that he can cure his old wounds. The woman asked if he really wanted to say that the heir to the Medicine Valley was there. She ordered to hurry up and take the head of the family to the bedroom. The aunt asked what was her niece waiting for. The heir of the Medicine Valley has come. Let him go with her and meet him. She had heard that the Medicine Valley heir was a disciple of the Medicine King Valley hidden sect. He would definitely be able to heal his brother's old wounds. The woman told Master Yao that the whole family would be grateful to him for healing her brother's old wound. The guy replied that everything was fine. The master ordered him to come down from the mountain for training. He was just passing by and heard that Master Jiang could not recover from his injury for 20 years. Looking at the girl, he said that he had heard that Miss Jiang was beautiful, like a heavenly goddess. But today, seeing her in person, he can say that the rumors were true. The girl replied that the master was overpraising her. Entering the room, Master Yao immediately asked who the guy was. The woman replied that he was the son of her brother's friend. The guy came from Yinzhou to visit the Jiang family. This guy is very unlucky. When he came to her brother, his condition worsened. Moreover, this guy is not even a doctor, but he dared to say that he could cure her brother's illness. How dare he? Master Yao said that the Jiang family used to be one of the best in Hannan province, and now they allow a village boy to associate with the head of the family? If they find out about this, they will be razed to death. He asked to take the guy out of there. The master wants him not to be disturbed by any insignificant garbage during the healing. The woman asked did he hear what Master Yao said? Let him get out of there, even if he is Lao Li's son. Let him not blame the Jiang family for being rude if his brother's treatment is delayed because of him. Lanwu shouted that since she dared to be so rude to her master, she should not belittle or cry to cure someone later. The woman asked will she beg and cry to save someone's life? Funny joke from a hillbilly. The guy and his father are the curse of their family. Someone should take this child away from there. Zenrai asked her aunt to let him go. After all, this guy is her father's guest. If she drives him away like this, when her father wakes up, how will the woman explain this to him? Master Yao said that since Miss Jiang was asking for leniency, he would leave this guy alone and begin the healing process. The woman replied that it was true. First we need to save her brother. He began to say that Master Jiang was suffering from an insidious poison, and it was so strong that no ordinary doctor could cure him. However, in the eyes of the heir of the Medicine Valley, this poison is nothing. These air needles are his specialty, together with Deng Qing's secret divine needle. Even if the head of the family has 1 foot in the grave, he can pull him back out. The woman said that it looked like the poison was disappearing from her father's body. Master Yao really healed him. Turning to the guy, she said, "This is what the heir of the Valley of the King of Medicine is capable of. And now, let him think about whether he was worthy of treating her brother." Zinrai told the master that her father's body had not yet recovered from the poison. Why didn't he continue to treat him? Master Yao answered the girl that free cheese is only in a mousetrap. He can save her father, but he has several conditions. The girl asked if he meant medical bills. She would pay whatever it took to cure her father's illness. The master replied that she was naive, too naive. He has two demands. One is that the Jiang family belongs to him from now on, and the other is that she becomes his woman. But if the girl refuses, he will immediately take the needles. But it is difficult to say whether Master Jiang's body will survive this poison. The girl asked, "So did he stop halfway on purpose to blackmail them and force the Jiang family to agree to his terms?" Laughing, he asked, "And so what? If this is so, he will say even more. It was his order to escort her father out of the hospital. Without his approval, as the heir to Medicine Valley, does anyone think anyone would dare to admit her Jiang family to any hospital in the province?" The girl really wanted her family to rise again. If she becomes his woman, won't her wishes come true? Otherwise, without his needles, she will have to watch the head of the family die from poison. He will die a long and painful death. And asked what should they do now? They can't cure her father halfway and then give up. Zinrai thought that for the sake of her father, for the sake of her family, even if she had to sacrifice herself. Li Taixin said that this crappy Medicine King heir would not be able to cure even the weakest disease. The woman asked what nonsense the guy was talking about. How dare he say such nonsense to Master Yao? Let him immediately apologize to the master. He has no right to insult him. Master Yao asked if he had the courage to repeat his words again. Li Taixin asked, "So does that mean he's still deaf?" It is not surprising that such mediocrity cannot cure even a simple disease. It looks like he is another charlatan and swindler. Master Yao asked, "So the guy wants to say that he cannot cure this disease?" The guy bowed to the king of medicine as his teacher as a child, and for more than 20 years he has been persistently studying the art of medicine, and his skills in medicine can be said to be inferior to anyone except his teacher. Who was he to doubt his medical skills? Lanwu told the owner that she agreed with what he said. He really made a mistake. The master asked and saw that this little girl was even smarter than him. The girl continued to say that it turns out that his medical teacher is shitty, and he himself is even worse. Master Yao asked how dare she insult his master? They insult the authority of the Medicine King Valley. Did the guy make a mistake in the treatment? So if he cures the head of the family in addition to the two conditions he just mentioned, he wants the guy to kneel in front of him and his teacher and apologize. Will he dare to accept this dispute? Li Taixin asked what if he couldn't cure him? Master Yao replied that this was impossible because he was a master of medicine. Now the guy will demonstrate his skills. He will be able to cure this little disease in 15 minutes. Let him keep his eyes wide open. Master Yao said that Mr. Zhang's illness was completely cured. After taking the pills he gives him, the guy guarantees that there will be no more poison left in his body, and over time his strength will also be restored. Zinrai said, "Great. Once her father is cured, they will have a chance to go back to the old days." Master Yao told the guy that he cured him. What will he say now? If he understands his place, he can already begin to kneel down and apologize. Li Taixin asked again, and cured? According to him, he simply maims people. The master asked what the guy means. Does he dare to slander him? It was he who cured Mr. Jiang of his illness. Suddenly, the man began coughing again and screaming that he was in pain. Turning to the master, the girl shouted that he had said that his father was healthy. Then what was happening to him? Master Yao thought that this was impossible. His divine needle should have removed all the poison from the master's body. Where did he come from again? Pushing the master aside, Li Taixin told him to move away. The guy began to say that he recently checked this vase with the eyes of an immortal. The gourd in this vase was a precious magical weapon. This thing looks small, but it contains a whole dimension. But in addition to the internal space, it can purify everything, including this poison in Uncle Zhang's body. The guy ordered the magic weapon to absorb the poison. Lan Wu told the master that the person behind this was definitely an unusual demonic practitioner. If she could absorb all of his power, she would definitely be able to practice again and even touch the heavenly demon realm. Li Taixian replied that they would still have a chance when they finished with all the business there. That would be their next step. After which he gave the girl a magic weapon. Xinrai immediately hugged her father and shouted that it was great. He had finally woken up. The woman asked how her brother was feeling. Is he okay? Uncle Jiang replied that he felt absolutely normal, and he had never felt so relaxed and at ease. He told the guy that when his mother and father were together, the harsh life separated the two of them, and his father could do nothing but regret alone. But everything seems to be fine now. He has such a wonderful son. Lan Wu told the owner that this shameless piece of trash was trying to escape. Uncle Jiang told Yao Xiao that his family treated him like an honorable guest, but the guy used this opportunity to blackmail them and even threatened his daughter. Doesn't want to give him an explanation? He asked, so what if the guy can threaten even him? If a man thinks that he can do something for him today, then he will tell him the truth. The king of medicine is his master. If he wants to finish off his family, then just let him do it. The sister told the man that Master Bai dominates all the families in Hannan. Even very influential people revere him as a god. The most powerful family in the province is nothing in the eyes of the master and can be destroyed with a simple gesture. Their family is now in shambles. They can't afford to get involved with them. The man replied that since he was Master Bai's student, he could go. The guy laughed and called them a bunch of cowardly rats. His master's name scared them so much that they can't even utter a word. It's a part for them that he's attracted to a woman from his family. How dare he be indignant in front of him? Didn't he clench his fists to deal with the guy? Now he can't even say anything. In front of his master, they're just a bunch of insignificant insects, and his master can crush them with his bare hands. Master Yao told the girl to get out of the way. Li Taixian asked did he let him go. Turning to him, the guy asked what he said. Li Taixian replied that he should not pretend to be deaf. The guy hit him, and he flew several meters away. Yao Xiao shouted how dare he beat him? Is the guy crazy? Doesn't he know who his master is? Li Taixian asked what would happen if he hit him. Even if his master had been there, he would have knelt before him and begged him to spare his life. The guy said that he was definitely a crazy child. How dare he insult his master? Li Taixian replied that he should be honored that the guy insulted him. Has he forgotten about the couple? Let him kneel. The woman shouted at him to stop, because the guy knew everything perfectly well. Does he have any idea what he's doing? His actions will lead to the collapse of the Jiang family. Does he realize what he has just done? Xinrai told Li Taixian that he was too impulsive. The guy hit Master Bai's student. If the master asks for justice in the future, then this debt will sit on their family. The guy asked how they, two short-sighted women, knew who they were talking to. He has already said it, and he will say it again. No matter who it is, including Master Bai, he will be forced to kneel down and ask for forgiveness. The woman shouted at him to shut up. How dare a guy treat Master Bai with respect? Li Taixian replied that if any medicine miscarriage dared to hide behind his master in front of him, he would kill him. Lan Wu told the owner that this piece of trash had a lot of good things with him. The woman shouted at the girl not to touch this guy's things. The woman told her brother what she thought. They should take this guy to the Medicine King Valley and apologize to the master. Otherwise, they will be in big trouble. If she repeats this again, she can get out of his house. There will never be traitors like her and his family. Although this master is scary, trust is more important. Li Taixian is their savior. How can he betray him? Turning to his daughter, the man said that he had told her more than once that she should be generous and far-sighted. The girl is now the chairman of the Jiang family. She doesn't even know the basics of life. How can he continue to trust her to take care of the family? Xinrai answered her father that he should not forget. He received this wound to save the guy's father. Otherwise, why else would he be there? He came to save him, didn't he? They don't owe him anything. The woman told her brother that she thought her niece was right. Even if they didn't hand this guy over to Master Bai, they should send him away now so that they would have an explanation to the master later. The man shouted for them to shut up. What do they know? He and this guy's father are longtime friends. Both his daughter and his sister only know that he saved his life and was injured, but they don't know that this guy's father is also a great benefactor of the Jiang family. When his family was just starting out, everyone looked down on him. Back then, this guy's father was the one who loaned him 20,000 yuan without hesitation. 20 years ago, the average salary of a worker was only 600 or 700 yuan. Then in order to collect that kind of money, the guy's father lived modestly, saved on food from his needs, and, after collecting the required amount, he lent it to him. At that time, his daughter's mother died during childbirth, and with an infant in her arms, the family could not even afford to buy powdered milk. Then, if it weren't for Lao Li's generosity, does she think she would be able to have what surrounds her now? She cannot forget their benefactor just because they themselves began to live better. This is beneath his dignity. So from now on, if anyone else says that the guy should leave, he can get out of there himself. He doesn't want to have such an ungrateful person in his family. Li Taixian asked his uncle not to be angry or worried. As long as he was there, no one would dare to touch the Jiang family. The man replied that he was glad that the guy grew up with such a big heart. But could his uncle burden him even more? The man said okay, that's enough, after which he suggested we talk about something pleasant. He asked if the guy remembered when he and his daughter were little, they were engaged, and now they have matured. Zinrai answered her father that she was little then and did not understand anything. So the girl did not agree with this, and there was not even anything between them. The man replied that everything is fine, now is the time to develop relationships. But no matter what, this guy still takes him. Everything has already been decided. The girl started screaming. What is her father talking about? She completely disagrees with this. And her aunt added that her brother has gone crazy. They are now talking about the girl's happiness. This village child does not deserve their Zinrai. The man replied that this was his promise to Li Taishuan's father. No one could change it. Zinrai shouted to her father that he was still so old-fashioned in their days. If he continues to push her to do this, she will run away from home. Li Taixian realized that if he did not leave, they would never stop quarreling. The guy told his uncle that it was late, he had to go. The man replied that it was his first time in the province, he had nowhere to stay. So let him stay at his home, and he could also meet the girl later. He came there to repay a debt. He has no intention of entering into any marriage. Besides, there is another in his heart. Uncle Jiang said that the guy cured his illness. If he had a relapse, he could be there to help him like that. The guy replied that it was good. He would stay for a while. The man shouted for someone to prepare a place for Li Taixian. The sister asked her brother not to joke like that with a girl in the future. She doesn't know why he values this guy so highly. After all, he's a poor child from the countryside with no Hanan background, and they barely even know him. Now that the Jiang family has fallen into decline, they need someone with experience like Mr. Yao from the Medicine King Valley, so that their family can be revived again. The man replied that he believes in his own eyes, and they have never let him down. This child is definitely a capable person. He can have great success in the future. It had been a long time since he had seen such a calm young man. The girl answered her father that it seemed that this time they were letting him down. The man replied that it's good. They'll wait and see. By the way, he asked where her brother was. Why didn't the men see him? She replied that he said that he had gone on business and would return tomorrow at noon. The man replied that it's clear his family is really in a precarious situation lately. So he is sure that King Medicine Valley is there because of their herbal business, so let them tell him to collect everything he needs and not run around anyway. I didn't let people worry. Yao Xiao sat down next to the woman and asked if the beauty was bored. She replied that it was necessary to get closer to the point. Their plan today was ruined by that stranger. That savage even beat him up. What should they do now? He said that all these years the guy studied in the valley and did not practice, which is why he has no cultivation. Does she know what kind of pill this is? The woman replied that he had many magic pills. The last one he gave her made her younger. What is the pill this time? Yao replied that it was not for her, after which he swallowed it. This is called an enrichment pill. If you take it, you can reach the level of an internal energy master. The next time he sees that guy Li Taixian who only knows martial arts, he will answer for everything. She began to say that if he had saved her brother and married her niece, he would have received the entire Jiang family. Now that her brother was cured by that guy, how is it going to help her get the whole family? Yao Xiao told her not to worry. He had everything planned. His brother had already set a trap for Jiang Yinim. If everything went well, then they could be hooked to blackmail the Jiang family. There is also the fact that Medicine King Valley has teamed up with the Song family to put pressure on the Jiang family's business. So he doesn't even worry about Jiang Xinrai giving up, in which case she can easily take advantage of the chaos to take control of the entire family. She replied that it was good. The woman kept her promise and would give him 30% of the shares of the Jiang family. Looking at her, he thought, what a brainless woman. He wants the whole family and not just 30% of the shares. Lan Wu told the owner that you two are just disgusting. Should they finish them off right now? Li Taixian replied that no, not now. Xinrai asked her aunt why she did this last night. Why does she look so haggard? The woman replied that it was nothing. She just didn't sleep well. Lan Wu asked if the barking dogs in the backyard woke her up. They didn't let her sleep either. The woman replied that yes. Last night the dog came and kept her awake all night. She said no, it was 2 dogs, and these 2 dogs were mating in the backyard, and one of them was barking like a bitch. The woman didn't understand how the completely repulsed girl had now veiledly insulted her, but what made her even more confused was how did she know that she slept with Mr. Yao in the backyard last night? The door opened and Jiang Yinim walked in. The guy said that he had returned. My sister asked, has he already had breakfast? Dad, just remembered him last night. Looking at his father, he asked, is he feeling better now? Seeing bruises on the guy's body, the father asked, did he go somewhere again? How many times did the man tell him, he's not little anymore? Why can't he just calm down? Uncle Jiang said that for now they will forget about it. His illness was cured by Li Taixian. Let him come and get to know him better. If the guy was half as calm as he was, the man would be happy. Approaching the guy, Jiang Yinim said that he had heard a lot about him. He thanked the guy for healing his father this time. The guy replied that everything was fine. He came to his family to repay the favor. Handing him a jar, Li Taixian said that this was a healing potion that he received from Yao yesterday. Let him take it. It will be useful for his injury. The guy realized that his injuries were not caused by an ordinary fall. He was fighting for his life. Jiang Yinim thought. So the Valley of the King of Medicine was already there? Taking the potion in his hands, the guy thanked him. The guy's phone rang. It was Lu Yike. Li Taixian told his uncle that he had a friend who wanted to meet him at the city central hospital, so he should go away. Looking at his daughter, the man asked, isn't that exactly where she needs to go to sort out his discharge? So she will take the guy at the same time. Lu Yike asked the guy for forgiveness for making him come all this way. Xinrai asked her, aren't you ashamed at all? Let him tell you how much money it wants to swindle this time. Such a simple scam, and only this guy believes it. The girl replied that she understood everything wrong. She called this guy to return the money to him. There, everything he lent her can be counted, and she returns him exactly 100,000. Li Taixian asked, so what will the girl say this time? That swindler she was talking about, who sold him that vase, has now returned all the money to him. He advised her to stop making fun of everyone and putting herself in other people's situations. Otherwise, in the end, she will be the one who will always be ashamed. Xinrai replied that he was just lucky and she didn't care about his advice. The girl thanked him for his help. She needed this money for the treatment of her mother, and she did not know what she would have done if she had not met him. But in the end, the doctor said that treatment was no longer possible, so the money was of no use to her. Suddenly, Lan Wu told the owner that there was something strange about this woman. The guy said goo worm. The girl asked, does this mean someone is growing this worm in her body? Li Taixian asked if she would take him to her mother. Perhaps he could cure her. Lu Yike asked, really? The girl replied that she would take him to her right away. Opening the door, she heard the woman say that the doctor told her that the old woman was incurable, and it was already possible to prepare a coffin. After her death, the old woman's property would be transferred to her. The girl shouted that that's enough. Do they really have no shame at all? It seems her mother was blind when she married him. His wife is still alive, and he is already deciding there how to give her mother's hard-earned money to this woman. Where does such inhumanity come from? The woman asked why she was screaming. It's hopeless anyway. Sooner or later she will die. After all, This is her father. Why disrespect him? The girl studied abroad, but it seems she did not receive a proper upbringing. Lu Jiachan told the girl that it was not his fault. The doctor said that her mother was incurable. What should he have done? Who's this guy anyway? Lu Yike replied that she brought him there so that he could cure her mother. The woman asked to cure this little boy. The best doctor in the hospital said that her mother should prepare for death, and this child, whose hair is not yet grown in all places, can cure her. Does the woman think, or is this some kind of charlatan? She began to tell the man that she thought he was a fraudster. Let her get rid of him. The father began to tell his daughter that she was too young and gullible. Her mother has already spent a lot of money on treatment. He can't do it anymore. The girl began to shout how he was not ashamed. Her mother started a business with him, and the hundreds of millions that they earned ended up with him. And in the end, she borrowed money for the treatment of her own mother. The girl told him that God sees everything. One day he will receive for his sins. Li Taixian told the girl that he would go ahead and check. Lan Wu told the owner that the goo worm was also being grown in this woman, and the parasite in her body was about to mature. The guy said to cultivate parasites in living people. He didn't think that such an ominous cultivator would exist on Earth. The doctor began to shout what he was doing there. Who let him in? The girl asked the doctor for forgiveness and said that he was her friend. She invited him to cure her mother. The man asked to cure? He thinks this is nonsense. If the guy hadn't taken out the oxygen mask without permission, her mother might have been able to live another week. And now that he did, she'd be lucky if she survived today. The woman said that if he is a swindler, then let him behave like a swindler. What is the point of coming there and removing the oxygen mask from the patient? She thinks that the girl's friend does not have good intentions. Rather, he even wants her mother to die sooner. Lu Jiachong asked his daughter, "Isn't this terrible? Can't she, in her mother's last hours, let her go in peace?" The doctor told the guy to get out of there and never appear in this hospital again. He's so young that he doesn't know what he's getting into. Doesn't the guy realize his limits? Li Taixian asked, "Is he the woman's attending physician? Did the doctor find out what happened to her? He couldn't just declare her incurable and prepare for her death." The man shouted that this is nonsense. He is a graduate student from Clover University. He returned from his studies and doesn't even see this disease. And the guy still dares to doubt his abilities? He began to say that the woman had an irreversible heart rhythm disorder. Her heart would be able to beat for a maximum of a month. The guy replied that he thought he still needed to go back for retraining. If they knew about heart failure, why didn't they treat it? The doctor asked what other treatment, if there is no treatment at all. This heart failure is irreversible. Li Taixian said what nonsense. If he couldn't cure her, he needed to find someone who could, and until then, her illness could be delayed. At least with the right equipment support, she can survive another year. And they simply declare that the patient cannot be saved? Let him tell the guy honestly, he just has a dog's brain? Although the parasite in the lady's body is poisonous, modern medicine is extremely advanced. If you use third-party drugs to counteract the destruction of the body by the parasite, then perhaps there is a chance of salvation, or at least this will help you survive much longer. The man said that he, as a doctor, has enormous authority in the city, so let the guy watch his language. If he has the courage, he could try to cure the lady himself. Li Taixian replied that then let him look carefully. As soon as he touched the woman, the goo worm immediately came out. Lan Wu asked if he really wanted to run away. Some little poisonous bug dreaming of escaping from her. A little later the girl will grill it. The doctor began to shout what he was doing. Due to his rough actions, the patient is now coughing up blood. Calling the guy a bastard, he said that he was committing murder. Did he know about it? Li Taixian said that it was too noisy and then struck. Lu Yike asked how his mom feeling. The woman answered what she felt. The burning pain in her chest disappeared, and she could move her body freely again. It looks like she's cured. As soon as he saw that the woman wanted to run away, he shouted for you to stop. She asked why the guy was stopping her. Now what? She can't go to the toilet. Li Taixian asked, "Isn't she the one who wants to explain to him where this parasite came from?" Li Xiaomei, calling the guy an idiot, and asked what other parasite. Lan Wu, heading towards her, told the old witch to repeat what she said. The woman released many beetles. Getting ready to run away, She told the guy that he couldn't just get away with it. With one blow, the guy cut off her hand. At this moment, Liu Yike began to call him for help. Thanks to his new tool, the guy collected all the beetles around the girl and her mother. Lan Wu told the owner that it seems that the old witch left her hand and ran away. Approaching the doctor, the guy asked what he said, a graduate student from some institute? Then why can't he cope with even a few bugs? The man began to say that it was not his fault. He was blind. Please help him. Li Taixian said that he will tell you later what the hell is going on there. The man replied that he would tell everything, but could the guy get all these bugs away from him first? The man asked his daughter to do him a favor. Let him tell his friend to get those bugs away from him. The girl asked, does he have any idea what she was doing? The man almost killed her, and isn't he ashamed to beg the girl's word? He replied that he understood. He was wrong. He was sorry for how he treated her and her mother. The man is truly inhumane, but please, for the sake of their relationship, let him help him, otherwise her father will be eaten to death by bugs. Li Taixian said that some people deserve compassion, and some people do not change throughout their lives. Let him learn his life lesson from this. Approaching the doctor, the guy told him to tell everything in detail. The man began to say that the girl who just ran away is called Li Xiaomei, and she is from the Medicine King Valley. They sent several disciples with the goal of controlling the entire Hanan pharmaceutical industry. He continued to say that Hanan's pharmaceutical industry was run by 4 families, Jiang, Liu, Hu, and Gu. The Hu and Gu family are already subordinate to the Medicine King Valley. There are 2 more left. These are the Liu and Jiang family. The girl's father began shouting that this couldn't happen. Xiaomei was the one he met during his journey. How could she be from the Medicine King Valley? How could she be sent by them? The doctor began to shout. Was this man completely blind? His wife was poisoned by Li Xiaomei to fake an incurable disease. And even after the death of his wife, he and his daughter would also be poisoned by this poison. They both must already be under the influence of the same parasite that was affecting their wife and mother. He began to say that he was forced to do this, and the reason why the man did not cure her is not only because he was threatened from the Valley of the King of Medicine, but because he really cannot cure the parasites that they use. The guy thought about it. This is the Medicine King Valley again. Both Uncle Zhang's family and the Liu family, they are causing problems for everyone. Approaching the guy, Liu Yike said that there were parasites in her body too. The guy replied that it was nothing. As soon as the girl turned around, he hit her on the back and the parasite flew out. The woman doesn't even know how to thank him for saving her life. But if the guy wants something, please let him say it. Don't be shy. Li Taixian replied that everything was fine. The deal with her daughter for this gore turned out to be too cheap, so his help would pay off this debt. The men approached the guy and began to ask him to rid them of parasites in their bodies. Li Taixian asked why he should care about the parasites inside them. Do they know each other well? As soon as the guy went outside, his phone immediately rang. It was Uncle Jiang. The man said that a little later his daughter would go to the company, and he told her that the girl should appoint him vice president of the pharmaceutical group so that the guy could support her. He is confident that if the 2 of them work hard together, they can help the family get through this. The guy answered his uncle that this was not necessary. He can solve problems with a pharmaceutical company. The man replied that okay. He was already hanging up, after which he wished him luck and said that he hoped for their future successes together with his daughter. Li Taixian thought that it didn't matter. Zhao Hong called him and said that the 1,000 Flower Avenue project would open soon. By then, the guy would be able to provide the Jiang family with a large amount of money they needed, and that could be the end of it. But still, it seems now with the advent of the Valley of the King of Medicine, it is better to solve this problem at the root. Ran asked her friend, is it true what she just said? Her father actually allowed the guy to become the vice president of the pharmaceutical company. He seems determined to bring the 2 of them together. The girl replied that yes, her father was always prudent, but she does not know how he became so stubborn. No matter how she explains, no matter how she objects. A friend told her that since her father's decision could not be changed, she thought it would be better to start with the guy and make him back down. Otherwise, if this hillbilly acts as the vice president of the company, he will definitely destroy it. The girl replied that it was a good idea. She even knew what to do. Zinrai told the guy that her friend had come to see her, so there was no room in the car. Let her take a taxi to the company herself, and then she left. At that moment, Wang Fei arrived and told the guy that she didn't expect to see him so soon. Where does he want to go? If necessary, she will take you. Wang Fei told the guy that although the family's roots lie mainly in the imperial capital, they also have a lot of property in Hannan province. If Mr. Li has any problems there, he can call her and she will do her best. The guy replied that it was good. As soon as he entered the company, everyone immediately began to discuss his appearance. The man began to say that this was Madame Zhang's fiancé, whom the former head had recently announced. True, he looks ordinary, except for his attractive appearance. He does not seem to be from a noble family. The second young master of the Song family is pursuing Miss. If he finds out about this, then this boy will have a very hard time. In addition, the second young master is known for his hot temper. The last time the rich boy tried to woo a girl, he was maimed that same night by someone who cut his hamstrings, leaving him disabled. Probably when the second young master of the Song family hears this news, he will go crazy. In a video of the guy, the girl thought that compared to the second owner of the Song family, this is just heaven and earth. There is no point in even comparing them. That young man with a lot of money, and also a graduate student at Cambridge University Business School. Many rich girls fall in love with him. The girl told him that although his father personally promised that he would give him the position of vice president, the guy should know that in the company, everyone starts from the very bottom. He is a nobody and immediately becomes a vice president. The guy understands that other employees may not like it. Li Taixian wants to say something simple. The girl asked how about this. She will give him 2 tasks. If the guy successfully completes both of them, then fine, he will sit as vice president and absolutely no one will dare to say anything. But if he doesn't succeed, then he should leave this company. He replied that no problem, let him name what she wants. The girl replied that she wanted to tell him in advance that these couple of tasks that she would give him would be very difficult, complex enough that he may never be able to cope. So if the guy leaves now, it won't be too late to save face. The guy answered the girl that stop wasting his time. No matter what obstacles she creates for him, just let her tell him, and he will accept them all. If he cannot fulfill them, he will turn around and leave the province forever. If it weren't for the debt to her father, how would such an immortal care about the problems of this mentally retarded woman? Zinrai said that it's good. He wanted it himself, so he shouldn't dare to take back his words later. Now, let her tell him about the first test. 5 years ago, when her father ran this company, he lent money, about 20 million, and it still hasn't been returned to them. After they owed money, they decided not to pay, and it so happened that every time they sent a person to repay the debt, these assholes beat them. Also, all security guards recruited by their company undergo strict controls. They're all veterans and are very good at what they do. Dozens of guards rushed to demand money. They were confident in their abilities, but when they returned, they were all beaten and even several people were seriously injured. Because of this, everyone in the company abandoned the idea of returning this money, because no one wants to leave this world ahead of time. The girl asked, how is it for him? Does he still want to go there? Li Taixian replied that there was no problem. It was only 20 million. He would return it to the girl. She replied that it was good. She would send 2 more guards with him. The man tried to tell the guy that it was not necessary. It was life-threatening. He may just be a lieutenant, but he's seen a lot. This is a very difficult task. He cannot cope with it. So how can they go back? Why would he really risk his life for some money? And besides, Miss Jiang has been busy for a long time, so they cannot afford to offend the second master of the Song family. He is saying all this with good intentions. Li Taixian replied that he thinks he has a good heart. He will give him a chance. The man will come in with him to ask for the debt. Don't worry, he will be under his protection. After that, the guy will make sure that he is promoted to the position of security chief. The lieutenant replied that no, the guy didn't seem to understand anything. Mr. Gu from this company is an influential figure, following in the footsteps of Brother Ju. Brother Niu is the confidant of Mr. Lin, one of the 4 major families of medicinal herbs in Hannan, who would even dare to provoke them. So, as the man already said, it's not too late to go back. The guy said that in 3 minutes he would return all the money. The man said what a pity he is still so young. The second guard told the captain that such arrogant people do not deserve pity. They deserve their fate. He also said that he would give the captain a chance and said that in 3 minutes he would return all the money. He had never seen such good acting. The man asked what 3 minutes were. He was sure that in less than a minute, this guy would be beaten and thrown out. Let him remember his word. He replied that he should stop. First, you need to call an ambulance. Suddenly, they saw that the window had broken and a man was hanging out of it upside down. The guards said no, it's all over. They want to throw this child out of the window. They won't kill him, will they? The man said that before this he was a good actor, but now he pees in his pants in fear. He deserves it. The man asked what was all this for? If he does not listen to the advice of good people, he will suffer all his life. The partner answered the captain that he himself decided to take this step. How is he now going to appear in front of the general director when he returns? He said that it was probably time for them to leave. The captain asked to wait until the child was thrown out, or at least taken to the hospital, so that they could report to the general director. The guy said thanks for the kind words, but he doesn't think he'll need it anytime soon. The man said that they just wanted to throw him out of the window. How is he standing there now? Li Taixien replied that the person who was hanging in the window earlier was Mr. Gu. He said that he returned all the money with interest on the total amount. Instead of 20 million, he took 100 million. And from the moment he entered, only 2.5 minutes passed, half a minute earlier than he promised. People in the company discussed what the head's fiancé had done. He repaid the debt 5-fold. No one had been able to do this before, but he succeeded. Otherwise, how could he become Mrs. Fiancé? However, despite this, she heard that this groom does not have any education in the city, compared to the second young master of the Song family. The girl said that if she were Miss, she would also choose the second young master of the Song family. It goes without saying that any girl with a little brain would choose a second young master. Lanwu heard their conversation and asked what kind of bunch of idiots this rooster is. The second young master from the Song family is not worthy to compare with her master. Seeing the guy, Zinrai asked that he returned safe and sound. How is this possible? The guy replied that he returned 20 million with interest for a total of 100 million. The girl asked, does he think if he says 100 million, will she believe him? One of the guards told the president that what her fiancé said was true. She shouted that this was complete nonsense. How many people had already been there before, and they all returned from there with nothing. She said, okay, since he said he got 100 million back, what about the check? The guy replied that there was no check. He said that he would transfer everything through Sberbank Online. The girl answered, he said, the man simply said what he wanted to hear. Does he know how many times he's lied like that? Does he think he transferred money to them after that? It's no surprise that they didn't touch him at all. They were just too lazy to do it, and they decided to just scam him. Li Taixien replied that it didn't matter whether he lied to them before or not, but this time he would not dare to lie to the guy. The girl asked who he thinks he is. At this moment, a guy runs into the head's office and says that something is wrong. She asked what kind of panic. He said that a huge amount appeared on the company's account, as much as 100 million. The man checked, and this money came from the Feng Yuan company. Zinrai asked, are you sure you understood everything correctly? The man replied that such things are not joked about. How could he be mistaken? I have already checked this several times, and there is no error. The girl told Li Taixien that he was surprised at her. Don't worry. This time she will transfer him 10 million as his commission. The guy replied that she was mistaken. He did not do it for the money. He doesn't care about the 10 million. He said from the very beginning that he was there to repay the debt. So the guy would advise her to clear her heart of evil intentions in the future. She wondered, this country boy got 10 million out of thin air. Shouldn't he be happy? Since he is now refusing such a large amount of money, it means he wants something more. This must be the case. He wants to take advantage of the opportunity to later gain access to her family's family business. After all, only 10 million compared to a huge family is not even worth comparing. Zinrai replied that okay. Let him not think that he has such a sharp mind. Does the guy want to win her favor, join the family, and realize his big ambitions? He simply remained silent in response. The girl said that she would give him these 10 million, whether he wants it or not. But don't let him become too self-confident, and if he remembers, she talked about 2 tasks, and the guy just completed only the first. And she will say right away, this second task is much more difficult, more than 10 times more difficult than the first. He definitely will not be able to complete it. If she were him, she would have taken 10 million and left Hannan province. Li Taixian replied that he didn't think, once he decided to do something, he would do it to the end, so let him get down to business without further ado. Zinrai replied that okay, since he is so stubborn and wants to make a fool of himself in public, let him not blame her later for not warning him. She told the guy to follow her to the conference room. The man asked if they had heard the recent news. The son-in-law returned the money that Feng Yu and company owed them. At first they owed their company 20 million, but he returned 100 million with interest. The guys discussed that the owner of that company is a bad person, with whom not everyone dares to get involved. From this, it is clear that we take a high-ranking person who hid his abilities. In his opinion, take this as their blessing. He also heard that the old head wants to make him vice president, which is quite natural. Zinrai shouted that the meeting had not started yet. What was all the noise? They are so joyful. A question mark, the contract with the Chanlong group has not yet been concluded. Let them just look at themselves. They are so happy from such a small profit. Now they will continue to discuss matters with the Chanlong group. Does anyone have any ideas on what they should do? Ran told the head that there was something she had been thinking about for several days, and the girl couldn't let out of her mind. The girl replied that if she has something to say, then let her say it. She began to say that last time, because of the guy, they waited for him for about 5 to 6 hours at the station. The general director of the group left, and they could not agree. If not for this, the girls would definitely be able to sign the contract. So Li Taixian must take full responsibility for this. Zinrai said that this is her second task for him. Let him not blame the girl for not warning him before, because it is the capital's Wang family that is behind the Changlong group. The Wang family is one of the most powerful families in the country. Even the most powerful tycoons in Hannan must look up to the family. Li Taixian replied that not to mention the small Wang family. Even if it were the gods themselves, they would be forced to bow to him. So solving a small problem like this can be as easy as a phone call. The guy asked what the hell. He just gave him a couple of compliments, and he already thinks he's who knows what. Even all of them together cannot solve this. And he says that he will solve everything with one phone call. No wonder the CEO doesn't like him. The guy is too crazy. Please don't let him say anything. The Changlong group has enormous influence in Hannan City. Even the Song family is not qualified to work with them. It may not be within their power. Let the guy not be impulsive. Just because he brought back 100 million for their company, the man will give him his full support as vice president. The man thanked everyone for their words of support and said that it was really as simple as just one phone call. The girl asked how dare he say that in front of the head? Okay, he likes to act like a fool, doesn't he? Then she will give him a chance and let everyone there be a witness. Let the guy call now, and she will see how he can sign this contract with one phone call. Everyone was ready to see how he would handle one phone call. If a guy can fulfill this contract with one phone call, he will immediately fall on the carpet in front of him and bow. Li Taixian replied that it's good. He hopes they won't regret it when the time comes. Looking at everything that was happening, the girl asked, "Is that all?" He replied that that's right. We need to wait a little. The head of the group will soon arrive there and beg him to sign the contract. Laughing, Ran said that this was the funniest joke she had heard this year, and he is a good joker. Begging him to sign the contract says, what a braggart. If this happens, she will run around naked in public. The guy replied that it was good. She said it herself. The girl asked, but what if he can't sign? He replied that then he would allow her to do whatever she wanted. They will all be able to be witnesses. At that moment, the phone rang in the guy's pocket. A male voice asked, did he beat Mr. Gu and extort 100 million? He can immediately prepare the coffin and go outside. Otherwise, he will set Jiang Company on fire. One of the guys asked why he left. What does it mean? The man replied, guess what? He probably just ran away. Well, now they will have to solve this problem themselves. Without this super important one, what a disgrace. Ran shouted, did this bastard decide to just run away? She wouldn't just let him go, so the girl followed him. Zinrai thought that the guy himself understood that nothing would work out for him. If he had listened to her advice, he would not have had to lose face in public. Go outside, the guy saw a large crowd of people. The man asked, "Is this the same child?" That yes, he stole 100 million from him and almost threw him out of the window. Let his men finish this guy off. The man said that he is Nyo's subordinate. Let the guy give him 100 million if he is reasonable, after which he will kneel in front of Mr. Gu and apologize to him. Li Taishin Blood asked, did he call him and threaten Jiang Xinrai? After which he came even closer to the man and slapped him in the face. He asked how dare he hit him. The guy asked, so what if he hits him again? The man shouted to all his subordinates to quickly kill this psycho. Everyone immediately headed towards Li Taishin. The man said that, as they say, even the strongest tiger cannot forgive a pack of wolves on his own. There are a lot of them. See how the guy copes this time. Mr. Gu shouted that for sure. After that, he would personally break this guy's legs and see how he could do something after that. After which he will force him to pay him $200 million. All the man could do was watch as all his subordinates took turns flying in different directions. He asked how Hannon came to be such a strong man. Afterwards, I thought that it didn't matter. First, I needed to escape. Having caught up with him and hit him, Li Taishin said that he had recently threatened the girl. Let him now try to threaten him now. Having dealt with that, he began to approach Mr. Gu. The guy asked, wasn't he the one who recently said that he would break his legs? So let him do it first. Having stepped on his foot, the guy ordered him to return and tell that Nyo, since he is the local leader, that he will answer for what happened today. Otherwise, the two of them will end. Wang Jinan entered the conference room. The girl asked, is she the head of Jiang Company? Such a small company, and she can't even handle it. Useless losers who cause problems for Mr. Li. Ranran started screaming, who is she? And why is this girl stinking up there, a little girl who thinks she is so omnipotent? Wang Jinan replied that the guy should call the head of the group, Chong Long, and tell him to come, while she sits there and waits for him. The girl ordered her friend to call the head of the group and ask him to come. Xinrai realized that this little girl has a strong aura, and she looks like she is from a big family. She should be careful and not make a scene there. Turning to the guy, the guard said that the head of the group, Chan Long, was there. The situation inside is now very tense. Let him not go there, otherwise the people of the head of the group will not let him go. Patting the man on the shoulder, the guy replied that nothing would happen to him. The man told Miss Jiang that he really didn't expect it. I thought some big shot had come to visit them, and it turned out to be some little useless girl. Li Taishin realized that this was the niece of a woman named Wang Fei, which meant that the Wang family had sent this little girl there. Ranran told Mr. Du that it was all a misunderstanding. The man shouted, a misunderstanding? He thinks that Jiang Xinrai is crazy if she thinks that she can sign a contract with him. He may not even dream about it. The girl realized that it was all because of Li Taishin. If the guy hadn't messed up there, how could it have come to this? If it weren't for this, none of this would have happened. Ranran asked Mr. to sit down and let them explain everything. It's all his fault. It's all that guy's fault for calling that little girl, and this whole misunderstanding happened to him because of his fault. The man asked who the hell he is? Such a green young man. But he already wants to sign a contract with him? Does the guy even imagine the consequences of this? Li Taishin replied that he was giving him one chance, let him sign the contract, and leave there with his tail between his legs, and perhaps the guy wouldn't do anything to him. Ranran asked the guy that she's crazy. This is Mr. Du from the Changlong group. What is the guy talking about? The man replied that he thought the guy was not crazy. He was just some kind of psycho. The idiot's mere presence offends him. Xinrai asked the man to please not be angry. They hurried up. Ranran shouted that they must give a reasonable explanation and immediately fire this guy and throw him out of the company. The man replied that, okay, since they made this whole farce, he will tell them the truth. As long as he is in charge of the Changlong group, they cannot sign this contract. Wang Jinan grinned and said that he was just a dog raised with the Wang family. How dare he be so arrogant in front of this girl? The man asked, what did she say? Is the girl really from the capital's Wang family? She replied that now, since he rubbed his blind eyes and realized who she was, the man frantically began to say that he would sign this contract right now. Wang Jinan replied that he should have signed it when she asked him to sign. Now it is too late. He asked Miss to give him a chance to correct his mistakes. The girl replied that he had better go beg Mr. Lee. Even she and her aunt treat him with respect, not to mention he is such a dog. He immediately knelt down in front of the guy and began to ask for his forgiveness, hitting himself on the cheek. Li Taixian replied that he recently gave him a chance. The man should have signed and left, but he refused and called him crazy. He asked the guy for forgiveness for offending him. He asked him to be generous and let him go. The guy replied that he only had one chance, and he missed it. And now, let him clean up completely. With one blow from the guy, the man flew out of the conference room. Those sitting in the hall began to discuss that someone from the Wong family had come in response to a phone call, and it seemed that her status in the family was far from low. It turns out the guy never pretended to be powerful. He was telling the truth. They saw Mr. Du's stunned eyes. Wang Jinan told Master Li that there would be an underground boxing meeting in Hannan tomorrow evening. Her aunt would like to invite him there, so please do them a favor. Zinrai thought that this underground boxing club was second only to the country's famous Masters tournament. These are also known as Masters qualifiers. Everyone who has the right to pass is a small group of people from the city. She tried so hard to get there, constantly expanding her social circle, but could not get an invitation. Li Taixian apologized and said that he was not interested in this event. He thought, what a joke. Is the venerable king of the gods going to meet halfway with a bunch of ants? The girl thought that this guy was too pretentious. Many in the city dream of getting there, but he is so arrogant that he doesn't even realize what opportunities are open to him. He really thinks that the big shot, Miss Wang, won't be so courteous this time. Wang Jinan asked the guy to be favorable to her. Her aunt told her over and over again to spend as much time as possible with Li Taixian and get close to him, so the girl should try as hard as possible for such opportunities. Jiang Zinrai didn't understand why the arrogant and domineering Miss Wang was acting like a child next to him. The girl told him that it seemed like he was a busy man, so it was up to him to decide whether to go to the underground boxing club or not, but it was time for her to leave. Li Taixian told Miss Jiang that he had resolved the contract problem. The girl replied that great, since he completed both tasks. Without further ado, from now on, he will be the company's vice president of sales. But the sales department is still under the leadership of her aunt Jiang Xinyue. The guy asked, does she think he wants to be her vice president? He told her that he came to the family to repay the favor and nothing else. But the girl tried to set him up again and again. In truth, he doesn't care about her family's property. They advise her for the last time, let her not be impudent in front of him in the future, because in his eyes, she is just an ant. The girl shouted that he had already gone too far. This was outrageous. Looking towards Zheng Ranran, he said that now the contract has been signed, it's her turn to run around naked. She told him that the guy should not run too far. They will work with him in the future. They advise him to learn to be a man. Having hit her, the guy asked, is she teaching him how to be a man? If she doesn't realize her situation now, the girl won't get out of there alive today. One of the sitting guys shouted that the guy was too cruel. How dare he beat even a girl? After which he too was hit in the face. The guy said that since he was for her, he could run around naked with her. Everyone else said that since the girl promised, then let her be a man of her word. It was a bet. If she broke her promise today, how could a girl work for this company in the future? How will her employees be able to continue following her orders? She looked towards her friend, expecting support from her, but the girl replied that she herself made this bet with the guy in front of so many people. Looking at the guy leaving, she thought that she wouldn't just leave it like that. Was she really wrong? It seems that he really is not as simple as her father told her. Otherwise, why would the Wong family be so afraid of him? But this guy doesn't seem like a person with a deep past. He must have some dirt on Miss Wong. Zinrai thought that she should know the upper-class youth in the city do not rely on their great connections. They themselves have great influence and shine brighter than the stars. Unlike Li Taixian, who is so spontaneous himself. Compared to them, the guy is just a modest speck of dust. The girls called Song Jing and said that he had an invitation for her to tomorrow's underground boxing party. Would the girl want to come and watch? She replied that it was good. I'll see you there tomorrow. The girl wondered what was so good about him. What he can do, Song Jing can do. The guy is not even close to him. Still, only Sun is the best for her. Lan Wu told the owner that the man's injuries had worsened again. Seeing the guy fall to his knees, Li Taixian asked if he was okay. The guy replied that he was fine. He just lost his breath during training. Li Taixian replied that the guy should not lie to him. His injuries were caused by external blows. Why is he fighting with people outside? Jiang Yinim replied that he should not worry about it. He cannot be helped. He will take care of it himself. The guy replied that he's not even afraid to die fighting outside. And he's still afraid to talk about it? He replied that it was fine. He would tell his brother Taixian, but let him promise that he would not tell about his sister. 6 months ago, Kai Zhou, the senior disciple of Medicine King Valley, came to the city to join the Song family and capture the Jiang family, seeing that the family was in decline. At that time, he found that guy to help his sister share the pressure. But he set him up so that the guy would fight for him and asked him not to lose a single fight, after which he had to work every day in the underground boxing ring. If he no longer loses, then the Medicine King Valley and others will not act against his family. When his father was not injured, the boy followed his father's training, and he learned a little something, so he fought for his life, and with his will, he did not lose a single match in the past 6 months. But lately they seem to have lost patience with all sorts of unfair rules, even having arranged 100 fights for him at an underground boxing tournament in the city. The guy made a deal with them. If he could defeat the 100 people they bring tomorrow, his family will be safe. He knows he won't be able to survive that fight, but if the guy doesn't go, his family will be in danger. Jiang Yinim heard that his sister has a bad character, but she has done a lot for their father and for this family, so please be patient. Li Taixian replied to the guy that he would not die. Don't worry, he will save his family. The guy replied that Brother Taixian does not know the strength of the Medicine King Valley. They say that their owner of the valley is a great master. He doesn't want to drag him into this. Just hope that after he leaves, Brother Taixian can take his family away from this city as far as possible. Leaving the house at night, the guy saw Li Taixian in front of him and asked what he was doing there. He replied that it was time. They would still see who would kill whom today. The guy told Mr. Song that he heard that last time he spent a lot of money in Las Vegas. The man replied that he was known there as the king of gambling. So as soon as he arrived, he used 20 million for gambling. In one night, he won 100 million with interest. This was just enough for pocket money. After the boxing match ends tonight, everything will be at his expense, so don't be shy. Looking at him, the girl thought that he was a real tycoon, generous in his actions, and surrounded by people. She can only marry such a person. Li Taixian will probably never have the same manners and qualities in his life. How can he even be compared to Mr. Song?